Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking where I'm at.
Welcome everybody here to Call of Duty Challenge. It's time for the second day of action live from DreamHack Atlanta for the Challengers Open. If day number 1 was anything to go by, and it was awesome, day number 2 is only going to get better. My name is Infinity, and I'll be casting today's action alongside some fine gents, one of which is to my right. It's Proper. How you doing, bud?
Doing pretty good, man. Yeah, feeling well rested after the very long day that we had for Challengers yesterday. The Pro-Am was also an experience to be able to watch that much Call of Duty side by side and to be able to see it all come to a grand conclusion through the end of the weekend. We are in a very intense moving day, I'll say, for a Saturday with all the Challengers teams joining from said Pro-Am, Brody. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, today I'm going to call it the reshuffle day, right? We're shuffling the deck of Challengers teams in an abnormal twist on the usual Challengers format. We'll talk about that here in just a little bit, but things are going to be shaken up significantly in day number 2 compared to what we saw in day number 1. That was just the usual standard early doors Challengers affair. There were a few moments in it where things did heat up for sure. I think especially towards the end we saw more and more of those teams qualify for that next stage of the competition. But still, I think what we saw yesterday, Proper, was more or less just, yep, this is Challengers, this is the Passion Pit, and it's always fun to see some teams, some names maybe that people haven't seen in a while compete on the stage.
Yep, I mean, all the way through the best of 3s, we got to see a lot of different names making their way back. I felt like that the DreamHack Atlanta Open has definitely brought a lot of old heads mixing with a lot of those new age faces. You and I were having a hoot about that yesterday, Brody. Yeah. But now we're reaching those stages like Saturday morning, early days, doors just opened like an hour or so ago. That everybody's just getting sitting down to the setup. It's an even playing ground as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, everything's starting to heat up today. Let's talk about what's ahead of us then for the day of action. As always, we have a ton of games live from the Passion Pit, and we are kicking things off with Elimination Round 5 and Round 6. Now, we've already kind of hinted at it very briefly here, but we should probably explain what the hell is going on, because what you guys can see on the schedule is we're starting with Elimination Round 5 and Round 6, and then we're resetting things all the way back to Winners Round 1. Proper, what the hell is that all about?
Yeah, so what that basically means is what we were hinting at the entire time since the top of the show, right? So since yesterday, we had all 4 of our Challengers teams come up short, though one of them were able to at least eliminate said pro team being Omit. They're going to be rejoining down here into the Challengers pit. They're going to be slotted in towards top 16. So although from the initial Challengers get-go, we are effectively playing for what is now top 16, we still need those 4 spots available, so we're going to put ourselves in a situation where you got to win these next 2 series if you're about to be on the screen. You got to make top 12 effectively, and then all of those top 4 teams getting slotted back down from the Pro-Am are going to get shuffled into another double elimination bracket for top 16.
Yeah, there were some moments yesterday, weren't there, when we were obviously keeping tabs on everything that was going down at the Pro-Am. We were like, all right, cool. Is there going to be any challenge teams in the championship bracket for Sunday in the CDL? And it looked like a couple of moments that there might well be. I think Omit coming off their 3-0 over the Surge, that was a particularly surprising moment, I think, and then unfortunately ended up getting 3-0'd in their preceding matchup. And then following that, obviously, we had Project 7 Notorious, which I know that obviously all the Project Notorious fan would be watching this broadcast right now, and so they're probably not going to want us to rub salt in the wound, but it was unfortunate, right? I mean, they probably could have had that matchup versus the Gentlemates in the bag.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of instances where they could have had a lot of the series moments. I mean, the Colossus Hardpoint versus LA Thieves, 206 to 250. Super close right there. I even saw that Josh, their coach for P7 Notorious, tweeting out that they were saying never won a single hardpoint against pro teams, but they didn't lose one versus any of the AM teams. So very interesting things as P7 Notorious, I'm sure, going to be playing with some Fuego coming back down to the pit.
Yeah. All right, well, let's start talking about what's coming first and foremost then. We've mentioned that we are going to be hitting a reshuffle here moving forward. Let's talk about the points that are available on the line, because we are starting to get down to our final 16, 24 teams. I think it's top 32 as we get into the first round of play. And as you get further and further throughout the competition, you are going to earn more and more of those crucial challenges points. There's a few teams in the competition, obviously, that are adding new players that haven't even played this season. Shrub is one of those guys, and getting these points proper is really important for basically the rest of the year. You want to have as high a placement as possible as you go into all of these important events.
Yeah, I mean, now that we're officially more than halfway through the regular season, right? You got to start thinking about seeding to avoid that LCQ for champs, whatever that may end up looking
up. And, again, I think it's all just kind of about when we get down to the final 16 teams proper, it's going to be you get as high as you possibly can, get as many points as you possibly can, and get as much of the prize pool as you possibly can. Because, I mean, it just, you want to be getting as far into the competition as possible for sure. So we do have our first match coming up here, and here is that prize being for you guys as well. So you guys can see, I believe it's like 100 grand, something to that effect on the line here. Not entirely sure the exact amount, but $30,000 to first place. That is no slouch whatsoever.
No, and you're going to be looking for a lot of that, or like the lion's share of the prize pool, I guess you could more or less call it, for those four teams that are getting knocked down from the Pro-Am, because like that's where the big dollar bills were at. They came up ever so short to be able to at least scratch the surface from that dollar bill count. So yeah, $30,000 up to first place. You expect it's going to be a top four in winning the event or bust when it comes down to those top four teams, because a lot of them had a lot of instances to be able to make it in towards that pro bracket. I mean, maybe barring ROC, rest in peace, what happened after in that Overload versus FaZe Vegas. But I think that all four teams were able to show what they had to offer to be able to scratch the surface for that bigger prize pool. They're going to get knocked down here for top 16, Brody. They're all going to be eyeing how much more they could possibly make on this weekend.
Yeah, I do wonder what this weekend is going to be like, I think, for those teams, right? Because how much of it is there going to be an element of dejection for those teams that have made their way down for the Prom? Obviously, they didn't do what they wanted to do up there. Maybe Omit did to a certain extent, right? They're the only team of the four to have taken a matchup against any of the CDL squads. But still, how much is that going to affect them now coming down to the Challengers bracket? Still, as the big dogs, can they take it home? It should be fun to see later on. For now, though, we are not going to be focusing on that reshuffle. We'll talk about that later down the line. That's a couple of rounds away. First of all, we've got to get 4 more teams into that reshuffle bracket. 12 have already qualified, and we have 4 more spots open. So we've got a couple of rounds worth of losers to get through, and there are still some great teams in the lower bracket. 2 amongst them are Bittersweet and Mindfreak, 2 teams with very different storylines coming into this event. And I think for Bittersweet in particular, it's been an interesting story. We talked at length. I think we actually ended up talking about them when we talked about the Shrub roster, right? Because obviously, Asim and the Arcetes were playing previously with Manny and Fellow in the last season of Challengers Elite. They bring in Proto and Mirage for this event and presumably for the foreseeable future as long as things work out here in Atlanta. And honestly, this Bittersweet roster should be better for it, but yesterday things felt a little bit shaky at times.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of bright moments, especially in that T-Shrub matchup where our sample size is so small from what has to offer. But they got top 8 and Cup 11, so coming into this with their heads held high, they're going to have a very high standard, especially, what Fellow is able to put together, putting together a lot of championship rosters over the past several years. Rogers, a shooter, Manny and Prada, they have experience playing alongside each other from the Oklahoma Christian roster that we see at the collegiate level. And here's some of those different highlights that we were talking about. They play up against Cabal yesterday. That's where our sample size gets a little bit further extended. It goes all the way to a map 5. Bittersweet lose it in around 11, but I think you got the litmus test out from this Bittersweet roster. What can you expect? Manny's going to try to get lost on the map. He's going to try to make constant amount of plays. Prada's a force in search and destroy, has been in quite some time, and Mirage is an absolute shooter. So as long as Fellow can anchor the back, the team's set up for success.
And how about this? The team from Down Under here once again. I say once again, it's interesting because when you go over towards these guys' records, obviously on the fandom page and the like, you're like, all right, cool, where did Mindfreak place this season at all the various open events? Because that's the only time you're going to get to see these guys in international competition against the best of the best. They haven't played. Like, this is their first time getting to play in the Passion Pit this season. They didn't attend Dallas. They didn't attend Birmingham. They are here at Atlanta. And so it's kind of an interesting situation for Mindfreak to be in, I think, because on various levels, right? First and foremost, obviously, these guys, they want to perform well, just personally for themselves. I think, these are such storied players in Call of Duty, not even just challengers, but you look at players like Fighter and Crimza who have, made an impact on maybe the pro level, I want to say, maybe like level below pro. I don't know. Like, they have been amongst it over the last decade and a half, which is just insane to say. But obviously in challenges as well, these guys, they have so much history behind them. But a level above that, the entirety of APAC, really, because as I mentioned yesterday, I think I mentioned it, we talked about Latin America as well. Those regions have performed pretty poorly, and it has been sort of, I think, a downhill slide for those regions as well. So for these teams that are coming over from APAC, and there are a few of them, here in the bracket, this is an important event. Like, you need to show up and perform, and I think from Mindfreak, that is more or less what we wanted to see. So far, though, as you guys can tell, they are in the lower bracket, so things have not gone as they desired. So we'll see, can they pull off an upset versus Bittersweet? We will find out as we get into this lower round 5 matchup. Speaking of this matchup, let's take a look at the maps for this one. Where are we gonna go? We saw one Clifftown yesterday, and I think at this stage of the competition proper, we are never getting one again.
No, definitely not. And that's why we were rejoicing in being able to see it in BO7, albeit a winners round 1 match in a Challengers Open. Maybe not to the highest extent of what you could possibly expect for Clifftown if we ever get it out of the GA pool, I suppose. But double dose of Den if we reach that map number 4, Fringe map 5, with a guaranteed Scar and Raid Search and Destroy. Again, just I feel like litmus test is still like the best way to kind of describe it. Like, it's 10:30 in the morning, man. Like, we're playing COD super early. Whatever, late last night, like, we had Bittersweet as like our penultimate block of matches as well. So like, you know, those boys ended up like going back to the hotel room and studying as much VOD as possible to be able to prepare themselves for maybe not this matchup, but for whatever's like in the future. And the same thing for Mindfreak, like you were talking about as well, Brody, just to be able to put themselves in a better position to represent all of APAC, because they're the 14th seed globally. And it hasn't really been a comfortable season since like the roster shuffle they've been putting themselves in. But they're playing here with Limax, Setzi, Crimza. Fighty used to carry Pred back in the day too. Shout out Cold War. So I feel like this is your best possible chance for APAC to be able to have some solid representation. No shade to Rain and Imagine playing with Swagjack.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think it is just all about that representation from Mindfreak. They've got to come in here. They've got to perform. Because this is a precursor. We're going to get a couple of teams from APAC in Champs at the end of the year. So we are starting to get an idea as to how these guys will perform on an international stage. We're not going to have to wait long, though, folks. It's time to get into our first match of the day here between Bittersweet and Mindfreak. And it is a Scar Hardpoint to kick off the day.
Yep, Scar Hardpoint. Again, you're going to see a lot different pace if this is your first time watching competitive Call of Duty, especially with the NPC meta. Just expecting for players to fly into your face. I mean, like, that's just the name of the game as it currently stands. Our early trades out the get-go, though, holding the rotation over towards new is Fellow. He's going to have a lot of assistance coming his way onto the backside of the blue staircase, exactly where Bittersweet want to be.
Now, this is a good position for Bittersweet here. Gunny's up, ready for the hit to come through from Mindfreak. Also keeping an eye on the flank will be Mirage. So technically speaking, they don't have numbers on this play. They do have the positionings, though, for the moment here. Manny ready for the push to come through, and he gets shut down, as does Proda. That is a very fast break coming out from the Aussies.
Sure is. Being able to just bully their way through the front. Again, so early. Not any trophy systems have been earned so far, so it all just comes out of the Gunny. Big one coming for Mirage. Know the player is going to be close to the contest spot. Very aware of that one, but the damage from the crossfire is still good from Mindfreak. Just to keep the time even gray, they have the close spawns, Brody, so they can still hit this if they want to, but the majority luck didn't go over towards P3.
Yeah, I think fundamentally speaking, Mindfreak don't want to invest too much into this one. Just make sure you're on that rotation towards the next hard point. Got yourself on those all-important head glitches that are very difficult to break off of. Now they have to hold for it. Bittersweet, their reaction. Going to send players through the middle of the map here to pull off a flanking play. That puts a lot of pressure on Limax and Setzi. Latter down for the count. Can Limax do anything? Never mind. Mirage rips Limax out of church. And now those players that are on the hard point, head has to be on a swivel because those spawns have flipped.
Told you that boy was a shooter. Fighter's going to be able to find a 2-piece. And then the third there with a pistol as well. 6 bullets left, and he's going to have enough space to be able to play for the reload and mid-cut as well. What a turn of events coming through from Mindfreak, albeit impressive shots coming through from Mirage. All of Bittersweet spawning over behind Church, so you got a really comfortable setup. Mindfreak got really good utility, but bulldozing their way through mid-cut. Finally, Proto can get control of the plane head glitch. But just before you think that the setup is comfortable, like, it's just one left alive contesting the hard point. Mindfreak are still spawning over on the blue side of the map. They're going to win this rotation over towards new. They know exactly where to look.
Mindfreak, fundamentally speaking, are doing pretty much everything right here through this hard point. I've been impressed with what I've seen thus far from them. Now it's all about the execution. They have to hold, just like they did on the last hard point. Lovely nade from Fighter, who gets the triple. And Mindfreak are holding. That's the second triple we've seen from Fighter in this game. He's currently 11-5. And Mindfreak, off the back of his heroics, are holding strong here for the moment. But it is a tentative hold. You can see Bittersweet starting to circle. And just like that, they break despite that 3K.
Yeah, mostly Manny just like bulk kicking down like the front doors here at blue. Everybody just funneling in over on the south side through that little hut. Bella's playing the cutoff over by Satellite, gets good damage. Even saw the cross up, but Limax still sniffs him out. Manny finds another 2-piece, looking for the 5th here on his life. He cut short of that spree, but Mindfreak have already built themselves a really comfortable lead. They're going to have about a 15-point gap going in towards P5. Setsy's playing really far forward, just trying to play a couple cutoffs. It's going to open up at least a P2 spawn. If you can find any damage, let alone a kill, it'll set up his team for success, but means that the rest are lacking on the backside of this P5 spawn area, with the sticky spawn still being held. Mindfreak barely holding on to the rotation.
Just so much of that play was on Setsy and, of course, on holding those back spawns, and neither of those things go Mindfreak's way. They read Setsy like a book. It is a pretty common spot for a player to be there on the defensive side. And now Bittersweet trying to play around the hard point with those back spawns locked down. Of course, it is difficult to peek out from top green here when you've got players on that plane heady. It's very annoying to deal with those guys. So Mindfreak going to be comfortable in the hard point here for the moment. Nade over the top, though. 3 for 2 trade. That's going to go in favor of Bittersweet. And now Mindfreak have to cross the no man's land with very little coverage whatsoever. Their only hope is for the jump up in this play. Manny should be able to read this one. And yeah, it is kind of easier to read. It is very difficult to break when you're being pre-aimed like this. And Mindfreak, they know there's not much of a way through. Mirage is shooting right now. Finds himself yet another crazy gunfight. And that pretty much puts us all even here as we get into the second set.
Mindfreak just wanted to play containment towards the end of that, too. You saw like they were only sending 2 players that were close to maybe try to contest P5, but they mostly wanted just to keep the P4 blue building in their favor. They're going to be able to do so. Bittersweet losing the majority of their lives at the end of that P5 means that Mindfreak can get towards P1 first. Just about an uncontested 15 seconds until the damage and the pressure from shot accrues. Now the map has effectively flipped. Bittersweet on the better side of the map, and they're in possession of the time.
Mirage now starting to streak out as well here in this game. A couple of kills being put together from Mindfreak, though. Manny trying to keep control of the shot. That's not going to happen. So now Mirage is going to be bad as up to play off the back of this streak. If he could get the Hellstorm, it would be big. And he's got a lot of help from the supporting cast to do it at the moment. Mirage now is looking for any freebies on the rotation towards Nu. He should be able to get some with this head glitch, but there is just a lot of players that he's going to have to contend with here, especially as his teammate's going to be dying around shop. He is stuck and somehow survives well past his expiry date, but finally in the bin he goes.
Setsy getting space forward here on this midfield. Yes, he's got one more red dot to try to chase. It's Manny playing over by Concrete. He's actually not going to see his nameplate at all, so Spawn still effectively being blocked to the 50-50 on the right-hand side of the map, but Mindfreak still very much so in control of this hard point. Bittersweet might be waiting for Manny to try to make a play 40. He finally comes through mid, and now they're all just going to be funneling through mid-cut, going in towards P2. A head bash for Crimson's not a part of this at this moment of time. It should just all be numbers in favor for Bittersweet. They're just going to break back through the front just with ample time to play here at P2.
You know, the pressure's only going to be coming from one side here if you're a Bittersweet. What we're going to do is keep your gunnies up down range. However, you are starting to lose some of the fights, especially with no trophies down. Util's going to help in that play. Fighter doubles up. Crimson for number 3. That's Mindfreak back in for 10 seconds. And that's, I'd say, pretty valuable time here, especially as you've got the players set up to stop Bittersweet on this rotation. Limax has a hell of a job here watching that cross. Can he get any gunfights? No. There's too much to handle. Leaves it up to Fighter, who now has to take a relatively unfavorable gunfight. And yeah, you're pretty much always going to get beaten in that position. The only hope they have is maybe Setsy can find more than one, but he's just unable to do so. So not going to be able to stop that rotation. Our Mindfreak now not in a great spot.
Yeah, the spawns that Mindfreak have, like I was saying earlier, definitely the preferred to have. But if you're just getting bullied and you cannot get past this white wall, let alone the half wall, you're never really going to get in a position to try to break P3. Finally, Setsy breaks the mold. He's able to get through shop, finds another opening. So now the numbers can from Mindfreak can start surging their way forward. Good corner out of Limax to expect the challenge from Mirage. Guns him. They break back in for 18 seconds, but they don't have tropes to keep themselves safe.
This is an advanced position for Fighter. You've got to be careful if you're Fighter here that you don't accidentally flip out the spawns with his positioning. Limax and Crimson have to stay rock solid towards that new hard point. Nice nade from Manny. Will ascertain the scrap time here for a Bittersweet. And now, All about these all-important rotations. One player is now spawned out across the map. Limax could be in a great position here to maybe cut some of those players off on the ramp from old hardpoint. You want to try and help out your teammate. That's exactly what happens. Limax with a crucial double. Now transferring for more. Limax to the pistol for number 4. Setsi takes that kill away. But again, it's a massive triple here for Mindfreak as they start to set themselves apart from Bittersweet.
Influential three-piece from 12 and 22 up to 15 and 22. Not a sexy stat line, but Mindfreak still putting Bittersweet in the dirt. They're leading by 40 points. Limax still snapping, finding up to 6 in a row. Would never expect that KD ratio with just the resurgence from Mindfreak. 20 seconds left to play to the backside of P4. And Limax is still playing caught up, finally taken off of that life. No Hellstorm earned. Bittersweet, though, on the wrong side of the map. Manny has to go hero mode. Cuts down one, fight a cut down, shot in the back by Proto. That's the spawns flipped, and the rotation already won. All while Mirage is still at ult. So he gets all of that information. So Bittersweet, they're actually in a prime position to not only tie this thing up, but potentially take the lead.
Yeah, there's just a couple of players spawning out there right by Motel's side. That's a great reaction from Bittersweet to could have just taken that in a 1 versus 2. Decide not to really invest all of their reinforcements through the middle of the map to prevent Mindfreak from making it towards the hard point. Now they are starting to hit the front here. It's a 3 for 2. Limax with the final say. Now you've got to get those spawns in the back. Yes, you do. Mindfreak now looking to hold for the back 30 seconds here. First player through on the ingress. Manny able to find the first kill. We'll now look for a contest towards the time. Actually going to find more value is Manny in the play. Manny somehow finds 3 off the wall jump through the most acute of angles. Limax shut down here. And despite the fact that those back spawns were in for Mindfreak, this is incredibly frustrating. Bittersweet are actually the ones garnering time.
I mean, Mirage has been hot the entire game. Man, he's really starting to heat things up again with another 2 pieces up to 5 in a row. Hellstorm earned off the score he's accrued from his hardpoint alone. And like you said, just so frustratingly in possession of the front side of P5. They're all contained over on the back side of Church as well here, Brody. Because Bittersweet are playing cutoff for all the mid cuts, Bello has the player top Church suppressed. Now he knows that there's a couple players maybe all the way in towards the back. Mirage, 2 HP, can't take a secondary chow. Bittersweet might have just put this game out of reach.
Yep. It's that Hellstorm missile. It's a backup plan if they require it. It basically locks down a PT rotation if you choose to hold it back for them. And that's really all that Mindfreak can do at the moment is hold Bittersweet at bay. Mirage with a crucial double. Takes a couple of reinforcements down. Fighter and Crimsa still have some life in them yet. Flanking player going to get dealt with. Hold your horses here, folks. Mindfreak will at the very least force us towards that P2. But I got to imagine that this Hellstorm's going to come down now.
And the Hellstorm has to almost come down. If not, might not use it for the rest of the game. Hellstorm missile is starting to be called here for Manny. Finds one off the small missile. Gonna now open up an avenue for Fellow to try to push on forward, but Mindfreak is still in possession of the time, and they have the space.
Yeah, you only get 1 kill with that Hellstorm missile down. That's not ideal whatsoever for Bittersweet. Now they know exactly where this pressure's coming from. Nade from Manny, good for the first. Traded out. Limax down to 58% HP in this play. Mindfreak might well have done this. You got to get on the hard point right now. If you're Bittersweet, Kassetsi, he's ready for the jump. Those players coming across the way. The crossfire's not good enough. Trades through. Proto in towards the hard point.
My God.
Bittersweet just needs 6 seconds. Limax now needs to remove those players from the time. Jump over. Can't get it done. Nade over the top from Fighter. Will do it. 248, 248. Last ditch effort from Crimsa. And it doesn't happen. Bittersweet. A ghost game in the end, but they are the ones that take the hard point away.
Oh, just mere seconds away. Mindfreak from being 1-0 up. Fellow finds a Herculean. I think he found 3. If not, he got damage into all 4 players on one of the last sets of respawns that Mindfreak had in that Scar hardpoint map. My word. You can see him smiling from cheek to cheek all the way to the screen. Just, no way that just happened. Oh, man, Tyler Fellow's hands are shaking off of that. That's a real close shave. Manny, win huge. I mean, ultimately there at the end, like, if we get any semblance of a replay, like, you had one player not a part of, like, the initial break. All of Bittersweet make, like, the brain rot maneuver, and they just head bash forward. Like, nobody takes a route. They think it's going to take too long. The first player up, I believe, was Fellow, so he's an AR. So his mindset is just to get into a head glitch and try to find some damage, so that way when Manny or Proto come back off respawn, they could just fly forward. But regardless, with not having one more player there, they just were lacking numbers off of the respawn block, and just being able to find the trades so close from Mindfreak, yet it felt like in those final few moments of contested gray time, it was so far away.
Man, I just can't believe what we saw. It's the first time map. It's the first map of day number 2. Can we not, guys? Straight off the rip. What an incredible start to the day here at the Atlanta Open. Mindfreak almost had it in the bag. And I'll be honest, I think when that Hailstorm missile from Manny only found 1 kill, because generally speaking, that always kind of feels like an easy dub to get the PT rotation. And as soon as they don't get the player that's already there on the rotation, I'm like, hang on. Mindfreak might have done this. They might have got the rotation through, but a Tyler Fellow 3-piece completely rips the game wide open and gives them the chance to get him back in the hard point. What an incredibly close start to the day, folks. And we are not done with Scar Hardpoint. We'll go over towards our Bravo matchup here between Torn Esports and Iker, which I think is what we're calling them. Iker, I don't know. Well, someone will have to tell me if I'm wrong. The organization owner can tell us if we're wrong on our pronunciation. However, we have seen a fair bit of both of these teams. I think Torn in particular have been on broadcast a couple of times already. We saw them clutch up yesterday, but they definitely have a tough matchup here against this Iker roster.
I don't know, y'all got me twisted off that conversation yesterday. Like, listening to Dan and Chris, just like calling it like a Iker console. I don't know. Even our producer went the extra mile, and he showed that it was Iker.
Yeah, but, well, you listen.
It's the Google translation. It doesn't lie. It literally cannot lie, Brody.
Yeah, I'm
sure. Torn Esports currently leading over Icor, and like honestly speaking, like every single time I see like these names in an open, I was like at the beginning of the year, it kind of like trembles some fear. This is the return of Chris Radial, that beautiful perm, him alongside Noisy. They're coming up ever so short yesterday, very close to taking Bush, I believe, all the way through a game 5.
Yep.
But now they're 30 points behind Torn, who are on a rampage. This is the best that Daka has looked, at least statistically, since he's been on our screen all day yesterday.
What's impressive to me, actually, on Iker is actually Prophesied, right? He's a player that I haven't really got to see a lot of over the course of the last year or so.
Auto braids, baby.
He's the one that, you know, came out and played extremely well at the beginning of that matchup before the replay in that first Colossus hardpoint against Bush. Unfortunately, the reset did not go anywhere near as well, and Prof didn't have anywhere near as good of a game. But still, like, he's had some spectacular moments when we've seen Iker on broadcast. So I'd like to see him step up a little bit more here, as Iker do manage to get the back 15 seconds of time. As is always the case, you will get those split spawns towards the back, so they should recognize that one Torn player is still hanging about the joint. I don't necessarily know if they will, although if I'm being perfectly honest here, I don't know how disruptive Hitman is actually going to be in the play, because you're only probably at most going to get a 1-for-1, which is more or less what happens. So Iker now going to have to knock at the door of this rotation. They've already done the right things to kick things off here. Got themselves in towards top green. That's going to split the attention of Torn towards that top side. It allows a player in through plane. Fame finds a double off the back of it. That is a fast break from Iker.
Never saw Dak hop up, though. Fame never pushed past the plane head glitch. He's playing cutoff, but his timing is awful. Dak's already in towards top green. Got a couple more players around the back. If you want to continue to watch all of this before the CDL starts and as it's going on through the rest of the day, open up multiple tabs, spread them across your monitors like your Dan Gaskin, and just watch all the challengers. YouTube.com/God Challengers. We've got 4 matches going on simultaneously. Family Ties won Den Hardpoint 250-200 over Chaos. The Shrub from Telluride when their Den Hardpoint map won 250-138. But Bittersweet versus Mindfreak getting it on in the map number 2. It's Raid Search and Destroy. Mindfreak trying to shake off what just transpired after that map one.
Yep, they're already 1 man up. Yep. They're going to be able to grab that bomb and get it down. I think pretty much scot-free. 1 player pushed up. I was going to say it will be Crimza through the wall. And the fact that he doesn't find anything here is a bit concerning. Proda needs to be removed from the Tiki Bar. That's exactly what happened. Now down to the 2v3. Fellow, time for a sniper masterclass, and hits the melee at the wrong time. Instead of zooming in, down to 11 HP. You've lost your teammate in the play, and he gets naded up as well. There ain't no getting out of that one.
I didn't even realize this at first glance, so I look back over the multi-feed. We actually have 3 Raid Search and Destroys happening simultaneously.
Oh my goodness.
Like, we went through so many stages with Raid Search and Destroy being a competitive map, not seeing a lick of it. Like, this major has a lot of Raid Search and Destroy. Why do you think that is, Mr. Infinity?
Because Raid Search and Destroy is a good, fun map to watch and play.
Yeah,
apparently everyone in my rank play lobbies doesn't think that way. I don't know why. They would rather play Plaza. I'm just kidding. I've never played Plaza. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's more Raid Search and Destroys going on concurrently right now than there is overall in my rank play lobbies. I just don't see this much ever. So regardless, we are in Raid Search and Destroy. Mindfreak going to take round number 1 away. Setzy trying the wall jump over the top through the middle of the map here to garner information. Doesn't actually need to do that, though. Has already spotted out Mirage. Big 1 versus 1 to kick things off. Setzy not able to get a single shot through. Mirage actually does tag up Setzy in return, so we'll be better off in that fight. Now Mindfreak here. Winner 1-0 lead. 4 for 4. Still looking for a way in towards this round. It is a slow and steady push. If I'm Fighter, I'm being very careful here about being tip of the spear with the bomb. This round could go totally awry. Elsewhere, Mindfreak are kind of starting to put something together, a concept of a plan as far as the pushing towards A is concerned. They've got Limax behind enemy lines. Fighter escapes in the middle of the map. And now this is an advantageous round because while Fighter gets that bomb down, Limax can catch the players on the rotation, but only finds one. The shots into the second, not as nice as he would have liked. And now Fighter and Setzy need to make up for it. Are they ready for this pressure to come through? Fighter able to convert for the first. Setzy for the second as well. Manny finds some value in the play. Brings us down to a 1 versus 2. Setzy just needs to play a ring around the rosy now around the play while Crimza is out of it. And that's exactly what he's done. Manny not able to get those clean shots off and he gets cut down. Beautiful play there from those 2 players from Mindfreak to take back those space.
I got so excited, Brody, that my mixer crashed. That's on me.
Slamming your desk too hard, mate.
I was just popping off a Raid Search and Destroy, man. That's the last thing that happened to me. And then I just kind of got lost in the sauce. It's kind of like Tron in a way, where it's like I got like put in like a digital prison for just getting way too excited. It's just tough, man. Mindfreak though, man. I've been really interested to continue to watch this amidst all of my technical difficulties. Is that I mean, they are not slowing up whatsoever. Like, their blitz is still very strong. Vida and Setzy having themselves a whale of a time, and Limax also coming into the mix too. So Bittersweet got a 4-man bulldoze this all the way through ring. Just 4-man bang something out, just try to get the flow going.
No utility. That's a very advanced position. Oh my goodness, Crimson gets spun on. Bittersweet now pushing up the map. They want to make sure they hold Laundry side before they get this rock down. Mindfreak here off the back of the plate. And then 2-1 split. Fighter needs to get involved much sooner here because you're losing the reinforcements on the other side. There's no way out for Setzy and Limax there. Now just down for Fighter. This would be a miraculous play if he could pull it off. In fact, they are all bunched up in one place. Might be able to double up. Doesn't get the wall jump through. Miscalculates on the window and gets cut down before he can find any more than the first. So, yeah. Aggressive play from Bittersweet. That's the response they needed.
Yep. Just again, as standard as you like. Saw it all the way back in BO2, Brody. Swear to you. Just 4-man bang something out. Watch the flank all the way from red. Get top ring control. You watch pillar. And somebody just play on the bottom side of the laundry window. Works like a charm 88% of the time. That's a messed up statistic. Don't believe me. But I'm happy to at least see Bittersweet finally starting to get the flow going. You remember, like from that map number 1, I feel like it's more of like a slap in the face. Like you are in a Saturday tournament with your backs against the wall, tournament life on the line. Setzy already gets inside of P5. Manny playing for it as well. Had backup through open stairs if he needed to trade. But Manny's going to get that first blood. Bittersweet immediately with the numbers.
Love the positioning from Proda here in the play as well. Taking a lot of space. A position that Mindfreak might be inclined to check. If I looks for it. Oh, it doesn't look hard enough. Not the 2020 vision. Proda will cut him down. And now this just makes things infinitely awkward here for Crimza and Limax. Because they're in a 2v4. They are totally separated out. Crimza will try and draw a player out with the audio cue. To be fair, he's successful in drawing that player out. Just isn't necessarily ready for the gunfight. And I think that might have been more bullets than that was required for that kill. Let's see it again. Let's get the VRR up.
Yeah. I mean, he was already weak. He wasn't off the regen. He just gets sapped.
Yeah.
Sapped and soon put down. I mean, I was actually
sure, you know, double tap.
I mean, we're to Zombieland. I still think it's one of those things that like I was mid thought about it. Like, dude, if Mindfreak win this map, when the pop off is about to be generational. Like, this smack talk was about to be crazy. Proto does find himself up to 4 in a row. They're starting to shut things down. Mindfreak win the opening 2 on the bounce. Raj's timing not gonna expect inside a window. Almost wins the gunfight versus Setzy, but quick numbers. Mindfreak picking up the pace again.
numbers in their favor, as you said. Bittersweet trying to clamber out of this round now. I think they're spotted out another potential target as well. Looking at the minimap, yeah, Fellow is spotted out. Good reaction from Limax off the back of the call from Crimza. This Bittersweet attempt to swing this round back in their favor. There is zero path towards B, short of Manny absolutely ripping ahead. I'll be honest, with the way Manny's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, he's got the bomb, though, so his life is ever so crucial. His escape is back over by bed. Setsi is chasing him until Kingdom Come.
No chance.
like, there's no way. Man, he was getting out of that. Setsi was hot off the trail. He knew he had numbers. Player was right behind him if he needed the trade regardless. But like you were saying, back-to-back heroics, you're kind of hoping for something. But, I mean, that all just is a non-starter the moment that Setsi just gets all the way past ring for free. No utility there to stop him. Nobody watching from top art. The majority was all through P5 over by bed for Bittersweet. Never saw it coming. The only player that was potentially there was Mirage, but his timing wasn't set up to be able to see Setsi get up in his grill that quickly. So Mindfreak break the mold off the 2 that Bittersweet put up on the board. Over towards the offensive side as the 3 players stack defensively here at ring with Fellow holding the bimstick.
Advanced positioning here from Bittersweet on the defense. Fellow might not even have anything to do with that sniper rifle, the way that Bittersweet moved up the map. Mute field going to be activated. It doesn't really help you that much in the grand scheme of things. They're going to catch Proto off guard as well. And that's going to make this push through basketball all the more important for Bittersweet. If they can stop the plant, depending on the positioning that Fighter takes on said plant, would be a huge way. Maybe now looking for a post-plant frag. Fellow looks away at the wrong time. That's unfortunate. Now Bittersweet in a 3v4. You do not have the numbers to make this play happen. Might be able to catch Limax here, and I think Limax has actually just caught Mirage, maybe even Manny as well, depending on it. Yeah, Manny. Shot in the back. No way. Limax has probably just won the round short of a Fellow spectacular.
And Manny probably asking, I thought you cleared money window. Hello?
No.
Good luck, have fun. He was like actually mere pixels away, I feel like, from getting that nameplate and maybe seeing like the top of the head bomb planner, but Mindfreak though continuing up the ante. I mean, it's just a gut check call to be able to blitzkrieg their way all the way across the pool side, not get met with any resistance whatsoever. But sometimes search and destroy do be like that. We are trading 2 rounds on bounces of each other since the get-go of this search and destroy. Something's got to give, surely.
Bittersweet. They had success previously by just fully assaulting Laundry and getting that rock down. It would be more or less a successful strategy again, because Mindfreak, they might well have braced for it, but they wouldn't be able to do anything as long as that stairwell is covered. Back sniping play, you can see it from the glint being made by Fighter. Looking for the first blood. Ah, doesn't find it. Finds the first step instead. Proto needs a quick trade and will get it. 3 for 3 we go. Bittersweet have done what they needed to do, though. They've moved up Laundry. They can get that rock down. I don't think they're content with it just yet, though. They want more blood. And it would be the right decision because there's still people hanging about.
They're still looking for players on a rotation back in towards Kitchen. Proto's just trying to act off of any damage. Knows that one has to be inside a Kitchen. Playing for the timing to jump out money window. And that confirms 2 different players. One back basketball court, one at least inside of money. Fighter re-peeks it, finds Proto on the exit. And now these last 2 players are stuck inside of Laundry. 24 seconds and Limax moves on driveway. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Mirage has to 1v3 and his corpse goes flying almost in towards Art, which is a different level of acrobatics I was not mentally prepared for. But it's an interesting call. I mean, you get that pick inside of Laundry, you get the trade, right, of your Proto, and they know that players probably overextended to try to defend what was going to be the overextension, and they actually give them that play. So again, I mean, like Mindfreak, just with like the hardest of reads and the absolute preparation within the past 3 rounds, been absolutely on fire. 8 and 4 out of Limax, 3 spree now combined with a 5 out of Fida. Up on map points to tie up the series.
It just feels like Bittersweet are struggling with what they were struggling with yesterday, right? Where it just feels like a lack of decisiveness in search and destroy at various points. They're double guessing themselves. Mindfreak will take those wins all day long. They'll be looking for more here. Fighter is going to get that rock down. Feels like, at the very least, decisive hit on the retake from Bittersweet. The call has been made. Push this one through Laundry side. Mindfreak will have to brace for it. How much util do Bittersweet have on this retake? Re-entry in towards the site. I don't think that much. Nade over the top. Lands short of Crimza. Fighter in and around ring. Lot to do here. And Fighter delivers on it for a 1 kill. Makes Proda super weak. He has to now take time for the reset on the plate. 2v3 for Bittersweet. And not a lot of time to make it happen to keep this game alive. You've lost Manny. Proda has to be a prodigy. And he can't deliver on it. Mindfreak. There is life in the Apex squad yet.
This is why, it's simply enough, like, you don't shoot bodies until it's over, right? Come on now. Absolutely insanity. Mindfreak coming out. Hardest of Reeds winning 4 rounds in a row after winning the initial 2, by the way. So they're going to be putting themselves in a situation to extend this to a dead hardpoint at the very least. After losing the map 1 by 2 seconds, they win this one in a near landslide. 6-2 to final score tally. And I mean, look no further than just the obvious first bloods. Like, I felt like it was a pace difference. It wasn't even like a mechanical difference. Like there's moments where like you're getting Setsi or like Limax into a position where they're fighting for like this first blood, and it's before Mirage and Fella are even in a position to be able to see this cross even happening. But it felt like Bittersweet were constantly playing off the back foot. I mean, they did go was that 2 for 6 first bloods, so
right.
That generally doesn't help. So yeah, it just felt like that Mindfreak throughout all of their reads and Hail Marys, they were a step ahead of where Bittersweet were, pun intended, for the pace differential as far as that map 2 is concerned.
Just feels like Bittersweet needs to be looking at their search and destroy route. If I'm them, I think that's their biggest issue moving forward in this bracket. They want any chance at winning here at the Atlanta Open. That's what they need to fix. Elsewhere, around the grounds, as is always the case, you can watch all of these matches over at the youtube.com/@COD-Challenges channel. 4 matches going on simultaneously. Torn versus Ica is one of them. And Torn did take away map number 1. We are back to Scar for map number 2. Down a Hitman for a 1v2. Finds the first. This is plausible for the kill. And all he needs to do now is just back the hell up with that bomb down. There is not enough time for the kill and defuse unless Hitman goes tad early. Not going to do so. Prof jumps up at the wrong time. And while Prof might well find the kill, he ain't got time for the defuse.
250 to 235 was the score of that one. And just catching up everybody around the horn, if you're just watching this one, T-Scrubber currently up 2-0 over Atrocity. They won their raid search 6-2. And Family Ties are 2-0 up over Chaos after a 6-3 win on their raid search destroy. You know, it's only iCore and Torn Esports that are breaking the mold as far as the raid search and destroy map 2 is concerned. And I, for one, am upset. I'm going to write a letter to Mr. Kevin Fame himself. I don't know how I feel about this, but Torn Esports off of that 1-round win, keeping their pace up as well. TK and Dak are already past boat.
Oh.
I guess, man.
Yep, just like that. Fame's just like, yeah, well, I guess I'm done. I'm done for the round. Controller down for 60 seconds. That's one way to start the round.
It sure is.
Torn ripping heads. Down in the 4v3 now. Rock down. It's the only reasonable response for Ica. And there's still util for Torn Esports here. Noisy sent away from the play, so he'll have to find a way back through relatively quickly. Big gunfight for Radial through middle map boat. Torn Esports now just going to jump the defuse. It's the right play to make. It's only one player left to contend with. You should be in a 2v3 here, watching both sides. Mince recognizes Noisy coming from the flank, and great heads-up play call. Coming through from Torn, you get the kills required. Just hop the bomb.
Yeah, it's an even better response, in my opinion, from iCore. I mean, you lose that first blood because you got 2 players quickly overextending on the OE. So you just plant the bomb, put yourself in a winning position. It's just the success and kills don't come through. I mean, if you can find, Chris Radial was able to find one inside a shop, but they lost so much map positioning from the overextension just to start that play. We were hinting at it ever so slightly when we looked in towards that map number 1. Dak is playing with pace today. I think that was pretty much what sums up that previous round. 2-0 lead now for Torn. Their offense is going to go against everything I just said. They're going to wait for the nades. They don't have a trophy system. That's how fast we've gone through those previous 2 rounds.
Don't need a nade for the first blood. Okay. We'll find it. Now Torn needs to my way through the puzzle that is this round, and it might be just a very slow crawl across Motel. Sometimes that's the way forward. It does exhaust a fair bit of time, so Hitman might need to get involved in this play. Right now, he is preoccupied with any potential flank coming through. If he takes a step towards the right, he might find Chris Radial. Yeah, Radial is not ready for that fight whatsoever, and that's also going to turn the heads on a swivel of those Ica players that towards the back. If I'm TK, I'm being very careful about how aggressive I'm playing. Doesn't cleanly get away with that fight. No reason to peek it anymore.
Yeah, I wanted to zap at least that one player. If you want to continue to watch the rest of this one, open up a second tab, go to youtube.com/COD Challengers to watch the conclusion of this map number 2. And then the potential conclusion of our Charlie and Delta matches as our Alpha map number 3 is ready to go. Big swing map mode combination in between what is now fellow Inco Bittersweet going up against a pack of Mindfreak.
Beautiful first kill coming through from Setsi here. Trying to play that role of lead blocker. The EMP device below. A couple of options here on the board for Mindfreak, and Bittersweet know it as well. That's why they're playing a relatively tentative defensive line. Don't really matter though when Crimza and Limax are shooting like that. Limax put some extra bullets in his teammate, and that's unfortunate because it does lead to the overload device not going through. Limax needs to clear some space before getting that EMP device in, and will not be able to do so. So a close moment there for Mindfreak to get the EMP through, but those team shots, they don't help.
A little oopsie doodle moment right there. Mindfreak could very much so be 1-0 over Bittersweet. Crimza's going to see 2 players through P1 lose the secondary gunfight versus Mirage, and before they even know it, Fida is in a 1v2 to stop this in its tracks, finds the initial. Now the other 2 players are stuck inside P2, so here comes the reinforcements for Mindfreak. Very close shaves in the early doors as far as this map 3 is concerned.
Stops coming through from both Mindfreak and Bittersweet here. Can Limax do what he couldn't do on the last hit is the question. Comes face to face, kissing in the dojo.
Oh.
Hey, listen, sometimes you've got to make peace, not war. Even here on Call of Duty. Mindfreak, though, they might prefer the latter. Setsi trying to play lead blocker, goes down. Is it enough to get that EMP through? Limax might be able to do so! Limax with a huge triple, and there's the first detonation of this den.
He has been beaming this best of 5 thus far. Setsi, the other Bash Bro, they're up to 14 and 8 combined. Setsi inside the lockers. Looking for that trade, at least on towards Manny, who's just going to concede the space, wait for his teammates as the device will spawn right underneath him. Limax had the opportunity to hit that mid-cut. Elects to go for the full flank, and he's going to catch really good time. Oh, Proto's going to be pissed. He was watching that forever.
Now looking for something crucial from Mindfreak here in this play. Limax, I can't get it done. That's going to leave a fair bit of residue here. Bittersweet as they move forward. Mindfreak have tripled up on the defensive stop. They've got Limax on that flanking play. It has been red, so Limax getting cut down is going to spread things here on the defense. Fighter will be good for the first. And honestly, you kind of take this churn that's happening right now if you're a Mindfreak, right? I mean, you've got players consistently coming off the defense. You'll continually take this 1v1s because in the process, yeah, you've got these 1-for-1s, so not really much happens, but you are learning where Bittersweet are continually trying to take this EMP device. You're also garnering map control off the back of it.
Yeah, that's what's most important. Predator's now going to start moving the device forward. I can expect Limax to be chilling inside that corner, surely. Shoots 2. Right, effectively gets the first one for free. Setsi cleans things up on the back end of things. He's just causing distress over by P3. Everybody spawning more effectively parallel over by the B portal defensively for Bittersweet. So, gotta get your gunnies back up. Mirage finds 2. Limax thought he could sneak one in. He's not going to be able to get underneath the hailfire of NPC damage that was coming through from Bittersweet. So another close shave on 2 different sides. Find 20 kills between Limax and Setsi now. 3 and 10 from Proto. Very uncharacteristic map number 3 out of the kid. But they are in a really good position. Our Bittersweet, they got a lot of positioning forward. They're hoping for Fellow to find something through Broken Hole.
Big play from Fellow, as you said. Oh, can only find one. It is something, though. Might well open the door, and man, he's going to bust that door wide open. One more player. Great team shot, and there's the EMP. And now things might be complicated here for Mindfreak. Limax doubles up, so that will simplify things ever so slightly. Fellow can't find value by the EMP reset, so Mindfreak might well answer back in kind. 30 seconds on the half hit. An opportunity to get another one through, but there still has to be more value being made out. That kills. Fight has been red on the play. Limax flank has also been red like a book. And Setsi might have to change the game plan here with the EMP in hand. There's just 13 seconds left. He's currently the tip of the spear, and he will wait. You get an extra 30 seconds here as you hit the reset. Now looking for the kills to make it go through. Someone has to grab the EMP. Crimson does that. Now the 3 versus 3 players on the EMP. Fighter can't find anything. Limax can't find anything. It's a 3K to close the half. Good effort there from Mindfreak to try and get another one in.
It really is. I mean, I like their mindset behind it. They tried doing what garnered them that first capture on that side past P4 in that portal, right? Like, just ego chow it, get an advantage, and then just ego chow it, hoping that at least you go 1-for-1, set up the secondary fighter, which unfortunately was Crimson with the device. So, I mean, as good as the Jaeger is, you better hope that second player is not full HP. Otherwise, you're probably going to lose that gunfight unless you are about 10 meters away. Unless you're going up against Ashley. That guy's pistol is the truth. Regardless. Very close. It almost feels like that this could be a 3-3 half with the amount of close shaves that we had within that first half. But it's still tied up, 1 apiece. Limax is beaming. Manny picked things up there towards the tail end. Mirage up to 12 and 8 as well. As we tussle through the middle of the map to start things off ceremonious as ever here on Den.
As long as you hold that dojo side, you should be okay here if you're a Mindfreak. That's why Limax's positioning is so important. If you can get more value off this play as well, that's huge. Yep. That's going to draw a lot of Bittersweet towards that side of the map. You're finding kills through the middle of the map as well. Setzi cut down by way of a teammate. That's not going to help things. Mindfreak, they've got a lot of mid-map pressure right now. It's not exactly boiling over, though. Through Couch's side, they are trying to find some value off of these trades. Nade through, nicely done, but just can't get the kill against Manny. That trade should come through for Fighter, though, and now you're starting to see Mindfreak punch holes in the defense of Bittersweet.
Fighter half HP, though, couldn't push forward. Not going to expect for Proto just to be playing for the exit of Couches. The fight still being carried by Crimza. Oh, if he can isolate this kill, keep Setzi alive, would be super helpful, but they do lose those 2 players pushing over by Light. So I was about to say, at least you have some coverage over by mid-cut, but that player just exploded from a nice fragmentation grenade, and the overextension play gets snuffed out. But still, just straight gunfights happening left, right, and center. Manny's the player pushed up. I'm trying to play for these kills and rush it over by Dojo.
They like Fighter. How much more damage can Fighter do? Oh, no more, but we'll soften up those players. Could be easy for Crimza and Setzi. I think they're actually going to let the reset come through on the HP, so opportunity still knocking for Bittersweet here. They can brute force this way through. Flanking play from Limax. Again, looking to soften up these players for Mindfreak to try and take them down. Crimza down for the play. Can Fighter get anything here? Take a 1-for-1. Limax now looking desperately to get the kill through the wall. Can't do so. Setzi, what do you got for us? Can't get the second, but players coming off the spawn should be good for it. Bittersweet, they are getting 1-for-1s right now, but I don't necessarily think they're content with it.
Yeah, Proto gonna try to move himself a little bit further forward. Mirage, the blocker. Limax playing in the corner. Teammate Fighter explodes over by Dojo. So now Limax has a free pinch around the back. He's gonna have to time this effectively. Crimson's trying to give the
Oh, no!
far forward. He doesn't finish the first kill, though. Luckily enough, his teammates find more kills on the back end of things. Fighter stuffs it from the previous play. Another close shave.
Oh, goodness gracious. Can I Hold Shift get his top 5 fails of the week back on YouTube, please? From like 2021. That's what we need right now, because that one would slam straight in there at a #1 spot. That's unfortunate. Luckily enough, as you said, the teammates do cover the rear. But Bittersweet, it kind of feels like they're in a time loop at the moment. They're continually hitting through Dojo over and over again, and not a single one of these several hits is connected. Maybe Proto can do something? Nope. Maybe Manny can do something on the flank. Mirage will double up. EMP resets through the middle of the map, though. Nobody picking it up in time. So Bittersweet will have to hit the reset once more. How many times are we going to say that here in this overload? Maybe kills at the spawn. 1v1. Mirage can't do anything with a pistol, and now it should be Mindfreak for an attempt of their own.
It's just getting a little desperate here from Bittersweet. I mean, there's just no reason to try to dry swing as the device carrier when the only other player that's with you is Manny, and he's just playing that head glitch inside a desk. Just gotta wait for some numbers. A little bit more discipline out of these guys coming through from Bittersweet as we're still tied up 1 apiece. 90 seconds remain here in regulation. Proto finds himself up to 3 in a row now. He's in that desk position with the MPC. Can he win more gunfights? Crimson's defending things well over by the A portal. Manny thought that maybe he could get away with highway robbery, but the trades come through. Mindfreak's defense is stellar. Now with 60 remaining, they got space all the way across the rooftops and in towards P2 until Fida gets cut down. So lead blocker dealt with.
Yeah, and it's also worth saying here as well that Mindfreak don't exactly have a focused effort here on the offense. They're kind of spreading their options across the board. You've got Crimza through the middle of the map, Limax over by B. Mindfreak have now shifted their efforts. I don't know if Bittersweet are aware of how advanced Limax are. Well, now they are. Limax goes out in the open, excuse me, and immediately gets cut down for it. You don't really have much in the way of lead blockers, and that is 4 down. Mindfreak will get the close spawns right by A, though, so they should be ready for this immediate clapback from Bittersweet. Limax trying to play quiet. Don't mess this one up, Limax. He's ready for it. Spots out those players. Activates for the kill. It's an easy one to grab, but they have fully committed here. 3 through Dojo, and that EMP is going in a totally different direction.
A fella's just trying to get all the way across the rooftops. He's got 2 teammates already across and in towards weapons. They're late to hit back through small room. Proto can only find 1. Damage on the second. But Fellow, if he can find the kill, sets up Barrage to pick up the device and slide it through Bittersweet by the skin of their teeth, much like in the map 1. Get it done again. Fellow's just like, what is that, boys? That was a real hard-fought game. Well done, gentlemen. Look forward to the map 4.
Oh, what a heads-up play call as well for Bittersweet, because it's a problem that kind of had been affecting them the entirety of that game, right? Or entirety the half at the very least, where they kept on, I think it was like, I want to say it was 7 or 8 attempts, maybe not that high, but it kind of felt like it was that high through Dojo. And every single time that they attempted to get it through Dojo, it went awry. And I think they finally figured out there in that final play, literally at the 12th hour, exactly what they needed to do, which was, all right, cool. We're going to kind of draw out that pressure in towards Dojo, kind of get an overkit through on the defense from Mindfreak. 3 players commit to it, push out of the spawn, and then it's just such a quick wrap coming through from Bittersweet. It's a heads-up play call. It works out pretty much perfectly, and they will take that overload. There are some seriously fine margins in this series, though. We could not have asked for a closer start to our day.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that the goal line stops were somewhere near like 4 or 5. We were getting close to needing a second extremity just to try to count that high. But it's just how much more was like left on the table is the way I'm looking at it. I know I'm such a glass half empty kind of guy over here, but like it's just insane how many times like Bittersweet got players in a position, the device carrier makes a very desperate move, and then they don't end up getting the capture and setting up for what should be a very easy score on the opposite side for Mindfreak, because these guys are absolutely sprinting and walking away with double, sometimes triple kills at the same time. Like, Limax is piecing right now. Setzi is also just shooting laser beams. But still to only put up 1 score capture when they were so close so many times, it just means that they're just simply winning this off of their sheer ferocity, where Bittersweet are just allowing them to get run over, not taking the more standardized positions to be able to set themselves up for these winning positions. And to your point, a lot of those fundamental issues, why they were coming up short against some other top challengers team just yesterday. But looking now in towards Charlie, Family ties 2-0 up over Chaos. They have a 2-score lead with 60 seconds remaining here in this map number 3 of Expo.
Yeah, this is always a fun one, right? Because it's very rare, I think, for European players to make their way over to North American teams for these events. It is fun to see the Soundcloud roster, which is the first time we've got to see them here in the Passion Pit, come up with Detain, right? I mean, this Family Ties roster, obviously, we didn't get to see these guys over in Challenge 3. They brought Detain to Atlanta, and I think that is a phenomenal pickup, because Detain is a player that, for those of you guys who maybe haven't been following challenges, haven't been following EMEA challenges or European challenges specifically over the last decade, Detain has been around the block. Like, he was on the Singularity roster back in 2019.
That's right.
And since then, he has consistently stayed in the upper echelon of European and now EMEA challenges. So I think this is exactly the kind of opportunity where I think he's going to be able to shine. It's nice to see a roster like Family Ties recognizing his talent.
Symbols starting off the year with the Scallions. This time he's been spinning out Phantoms, technically part of the CDL, part of that Paris Legion team that never got a starting position. And then Dark Side, of course, he's been in and out of a lot of top challengers teams, collegiate level as well. Family Ties will seal the deal here as they will win the overload. What was that? 7-3, I believe I saw. And they're going to put themselves in a situation to play 1 more series and qualify forward. But they are the 10th seed. I'm glad that you brought up the fact there for Jed, of course, coming through here. 1 European team, 1 European player, excuse me, just in a sea of pretty well-known North American players. Just always fun to see.
Yeah, family ties. It's a big event, I think, for them, just generally speaking. Obviously, I kind of mentioned the fact that we didn't get to see these guys during stage 3. They played that qualifier with Dua, who is an interesting player. We talked a lot about him being kind of a player that
That's right.
has maybe falling off a little bit over the course of the season, had a name for himself, and hasn't necessarily delivered on that. They played Nate, actually, which is another player that kind of falls in that same bucket of, here's a player that has a ton of promise, and we haven't quite seen them kind of reach their heights just yet, even though we know that they are capable of it. Now they've got to Tane, which is a totally different player. He's definitely proven himself, I think, over the last decade of Challengers performances. But yeah, nice to see family ties through to the next round of play. And as is always the case for these matches right now, that means they are just one match away. They still have to play another one match away from getting through to our reseeded bracket. And I don't know who they actually play. I'll have to check here in just a second. But as we always say, as you get further in the bracket, things are going to get more difficult no matter what.
Yep. Competition is going to continue to get heavier and heavier, especially knowing that what you're on the line for. You're effectively playing for a position for like the actual tournament to start. If you think about it, like
yep.
All the other the other top 4 seeds are going to be getting shuffled back down. So we're going to see what that ends up doing to the bracket. You're already in the lower bracket, tournament life on the line, and then you're trying to just vie for a spot, what is actually top 16. Like the original teams, congratulations, like you're in top 16 now, got to play for top 12, but then like the mental block I'm having right now is like I have to reset myself as a player. Like I'm actually not playing for top 12. I'm playing for like real top 16, which is just a mental backflip within its own self. But you can only control what's in front of you, Brody, and what's in front of Bittersweet and Mindfreak will be this Den Hardpoint. Very interesting and competitive series. If you're just now joining us, outside of the raid, search and destroy, Mindfreak absolutely just B2-8 Bittersweet. Put on an absolute clinic of pace and blitzing. So much so that it would make 04 very proud. But regardless, it was a 2-second difference in that Scar Hardpoint map number 1, man. Yeah. I'm expecting for the pace to really ramp up. Setzi has been an absolute issue. So has Limax with all of his flanks. So Bittersweet got to get some good utility to keep them at bay, and it's actually Setzi that finds the opening utility kill.
Yeah, and that's the key thing for me. I think if I'm Bittersweet, right, I just need to make sure that Limax's continual flanking plays, which he's been doing a fair bit of. Fighter has also been in that conversation. They just need to be kind of wary of that, especially on a map like Den, where it's like the flanking map, right? Obviously, you know, you've got this kind of quintessential 3-lane map design. Could be basically keeping your head on a swivel as far as that P2 flank is concerned. You could see Crimson or Limax on the mini-map keeping an eye on that off the spawn, but now needs to turn its attention back towards the hardpoint itself because he's lost his support in cast. Bittersweet now on a running train in towards the next hardpoint, and it's not stopping anytime soon unless Setzi can do so. Big double. Now brings it down to a 1 versus 1. Fellow is taking time for this play, is weak for the fight, and that's a 3rd kill from Setzi. Almost single-handedly gives them the first look at P2.
Yeah, it sure does. Got the spawns more than anchored out. Crimson gets into a position to play cutoff from Couch as the player that was one-shot. And Fido finds the introduction with a frag grenade. So they're already through rooftops. Mindfreak can effectively hold this from the front. Crimson throws a stun in the back of his team, and that's not going to help out their efforts. But regardless, a real good opportunity. Mindfreak did have to hold that from the front, but Bittersweet, they anchor the spawns, wait for the numbers, and they search forward. It's clinical.
Kind of ironic, actually, because I think that stun actually was probably going to Bittersweet breaking, because that stun lands on a couple of players. Opens the door for Bittersweet to take those players down. There's nothing they can do when they're stuck in the mud like that. Fortunately enough, Mindfreak might have a way back through. Manny doubles up, now brings us down to a 1 versus 1. Crimson should be weak for the fight, and Mirage will take up that player all day long. But the first stun at the wrong time, though. Mindfreak still want this scrap time, and Setzi is fighting tooth and nail for it. Fellow says, no, you can get all the kills you want, pal. You're not getting that scrap time. We start to look towards the rotation, and Manny is already making an impact. This will be big to really set themselves apart. Can only find 1. That's okay, though, because your teammates are there for the reset.
Yep, they sure are. Hello. Not going to expect Limax to be right behind him that quickly, and he converts it into 2. Nobody watching mid-cut at all. Nobody was top broken window, so Limax just effectively breaks that single-handedly off of his timing again. Gets Fight in position to play cut off over by Lockers, and he doubles down. Again, the old guard for APAC. Played with Brent back in the day. Still looking good in the big year 2026.
Nice to see these Mindfreak guys keeping up here in this game. Got Bittersweet pegged in towards the archway. Take the 1-for-1. Crimson weakened up inside tin. Get shut down. 3-for-1's not that great. Fellow is going to close things out totally. And now for Bittersweet here with 15 seconds left, an ideal situation. They're going to try and barrel through towards the back line. Froda not quite ready for the fight. Limax with an easy double. And that should be Mindfreak with first say on this next rotation. An opportunity for them here to actually get some solid time.
Got one player anchoring on the backside of Dragon. Manny aware if he gets towards top window, just scot-free. And just before everybody thinks they got to look inwards, fellow Mirage, they all just fly through the outer rooftops. Find a recontest from the small area. Was able to at least find an opening for Mindfreak to recontest this. And they were able to stay alive to anchor out the spawns. I mean, what a turn of events coming through. Mindfreak are just constantly finding these two pieces. Bittersweet just cannot keep these guys down.
Good positioning coming out from Mindfreak here. Limax is trying to do what he's been doing back in that overload, getting in positions where he can shock Bittersweet on the entry, but it's just not happening. Limax is out of the play. Fighter and Crims are also going to force Setsi, trying to use the Omni movement to his advantage. To the pistol, does actually soften up that player enough that Limax can come through back spawns for the frag. So he does his job pretty well. Only lose 5 seconds in that back and forth. And Mindfreak come off pretty well off that hard point. You now have a 30-second advantage. They look good here on Den.
No, they sure do. They're going to hit a timing just to try to unearth this P1 as it starts. 20-point lead here from Mindfreak. This is realistically how things were looking as far as that map 1 is concerned, and that was a photo finish. So Grim's timing pushes all the way through couches. Fight is going to open things up through the middle of the map again. Just the pace and velocity that Mindfreak are putting up on the board. Fighter is up to 18 and 11, 18 and 10 on the opposite side for Proda. It's absolutely showing out here in the slower round match for top. What is supposed to be the true top 16, top 12. I don't even know where we are, but this is absolutely leaving it all out here. The Mindfreak, this is their first time out here as far as an open tournament is concerned. Absolutely letting the world know what they're about.
Yeah, it has to be said, the context of this series, and we'll kind of dive deeper here if Mindfreak do win this game, but the context of this series is massive for Mindfreak. Obviously, the conversation around the APAC and the Latin American teams that have kind of sat at the bottom of the top 16 that make Challengers finals for the last couple of years consecutively. This is a match that's important for them. They're proving that they can hang with some of the best squads in North America. Bittersweet, of course, a team that did play during Stage 3 of Challengers Elite in NA. So Mindfreak doing well at the moment to keep themselves in the conversation here. TK from Setsi, though, gets 3 frags in total for Bittersweet. And now it's going to be Bittersweet in control for P2. They are the ones now on the resurgence.
Late flank being launched. Also got Manny playing the cutoff. All of this break is coming through the front. And Mirage is going to be the linchpin just to set up for that 2-piece to shut things down. Mirage is actually up to 5 in a row playing on the back end of this hardpoint, soaking up that time, trying to get himself a Hellstorm missile. Not the most influential when it comes down to Den, but still effective of keeping your enemy trapped indoors. They're just going to wrap up with the majority time here on P2. Mindfreak already playing with the rotation towards New. It's a small lead flip, but a lead flip nonetheless. Bittersweet claw their way back into the second set thus far.
Mindfreak had a good hold on this hard point last time around. And do the same thing again. Bittersweet, a couple of players through towards that archway side. One has already been dealt with. Mirage is going to wait patiently. I think bringing that Hellstorm missile down to try and send these guys inside, perhaps. I think that might be the play call. Yeah, finds a couple of frags at the back of it. Manny is going to pick another one through. Crimsa still has to be dealt with, though. And he is on full HP here. How much more can Crimsa get? Absolutely nothing. That is a superb use of the Hellstorm.
Man, Mirage is dragging Fellow through this right now. 21 and 11. He finds his 8th kill in a row. Frag grenade from Fellow through mid-cut. That has always been Mindfreak's linchpin through the first set of hardpoints of how they broke it through that. But Fellow, 9-17, regardless, still soaking up that hill time the best he possibly can. And now Bittersweet with a 20-point lead. Looking at the rotation over towards New. It's going to be Setsi. The midfield trying to push all the way through from Dragon. Limax is here inside a desk. They know that they're still lacking players on this cross. Crimsa's actually going to get confirmation that players all are through P1. Now Bittersweet got the numbers for the back.
Limax can't follow up on the gunfight, though, so that's going to rise
Got
a
11
couple of
in a
players
row.
here in the 2 versus 4. Fighter finally cuts that player down. Mirage will go down off the back of the spree. And Mindfreak hold for the moment. Trying to get control of this game. Back spawns will keep Bittersweet over and over again, ridiculously getting this hard point. Made through, trophies overwhelmed, now just down to Crimsa. He gets overwhelmed as well, and this feels like a pivotal point in the game. This has been such a back and forth affair. Bittersweet for this back 30 would set them apart from Mindfreak.
You got Manny watching mid. Alarm bells for Proto, just to try to reinforce things here. Manny as well through small room off the confirmation from Fellow playing the head glitch. I mean, he's having a spectacular back end here for the P2, now up to 12 and 18. Mirage is just frying everything in his sight. Trigger discipline out of Manny. Enough to strike fears into some of the best players in the world. Doesn't shoot the first, sets things up for his teammate to give himself an easy 4 spree here. And now Bittersweet about to be over the double century mark. Nice shots out of Proto as he's been showcasing this entire map number 4. Mindfreak have been absolutely shook at the end of that second set.
Can't get away. Mindfreak now have to try and stop this bleeding because BittersweetGG are actually accruing a fair amount of time here on P1. It can get away from you, especially with the leaders' advantages they've already built up. One spawn out does come through from Limax, is read perfectly from Proto. That is just frankly insane. Finally, here comes the contest. Mindfreak doing a good job. There's the 2-for-1 trade. You do remove BittersweetGG from the time. Can you get to 20 seconds for your own is the question. It feels like they're most certainly going to try. BittersweetGG now not on the right side of the map for the P2 rotation. Proto doubles up though, and that is the back 10 guaranteed.
Yeah, trying to get himself a little bit further forward. Somebody bumped this man. It's going to be Fellow to do so he can get inside of couches. He's going to couple that alongside Mirage, try to fight for the back area of the spawns. I can expect for Setzi in his positioning. He's playing right outside of weapons window. While the pinch is starting to set up inside of couches, Proto, Mirage, they find value. The spawn should end up flipping. Crimson's not a part of this anymore.
Yeah, there's all the kills coming through. Just one more player to contend this hardpoint. Setzi can't find any value whatsoever. And Mindfreak, they're spawning on whatever the Australian equivalent of Narnia is out of the hardpoint. They are very far away. And BittersweetGG should have locked their place forward into the next round of the bracket. Mindfreak, go home.
Mindfreak going to be sent home here, just moments away. You have to think of going any other way, potentially a map 5, the way things concluded on that Den overload. But here in the hard point, I mean, a lead lost. It was a 50-point swing there on the back end of P4 going into P1 out of BittersweetGG. Mindfreak just lost grip of the steering wheel for that car. Good fist bumps all around, though. Good sportsmanship being showcased, but still BittersweetGG, by the skin of their teeth, gonna get in towards the next round before the tournament may actually begin. A good showcasing out from Mindfreak. I mean, they're obviously going to be really upset with themselves, leaving a lot on the table there as far as this series is concerned. We were playing around with the idea, like, this could have very much so been winnable, but players like Proto stopping it in stride. He started off that map 4 hot. Mirage went on that 11 spree, by the way. Like, it just absolutely eviscerating all of APAC's hope. Because Atrocity on the other side of it, we got double APAC elimination because it just was not a good bracket seeding regardless. But I gotta give my hats off to Mindfreak. They absolutely showcased a lot of talent that is still over there in the APAC scene.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's one of those things where, like, was it a top 24 finish, I think is where they finished in the bracket. It's not necessarily representative of what they're capable of, because I do think they deserve some love, and albeit, you know, we can talk about kind of what went wrong for them in that hard point as it started to slip away from them. But they were competitive, again, with a team that, obviously, you know, half of this team, at least, were playing in Challengers Elite Season 3. I think if this team had played in Challengers Elite Season 3, they probably do better than they did with that initial team, because obviously we kind of already discussed at length the issues with that Bittersweet squad, where there was too many cooks in the kitchen and the like. To be competitive against a roster like BittersweetGG, I think is testament to how good this roster is. And I will say as well that Raid Search and Destroy, they'll be very happy with, because they showed just great fundamental search and destroy, great reactivity on that map in particular as well. You know, just showed what they are capable of. And if that's the Mindfreak we're going to get as we get towards the end of the season, as we look towards the Paris Open, as we look towards champs at the end of the year, because inevitably we probably are going to get Mindfreak at champs at the end of the year, short of them faltering in their LCQ. Yeah, I'm really excited to see more of this Mindfreak roster. They can still hang.
I've always said it, man. I think that Crims is still one of the straightest AR shooters that we've gotten out from the APAC region. No shade to Luca at the very least, but like, I think that fight is really just constantly needed to be in that discussion maybe a few years back, but like the pace that him and Limax are setting, again, as far as like the old guard is concerned for like APAC, man, like you really just like, it gets me excited because like, I mean, that's where my commentary journey started as far as like true like professional Call of Duty. So like, it's nice to be able to see these guys still hanging around the joint. Obviously top 24, not where they want to be at the end of the day, but I mean, they still have one potential major for them to try to make a showcasing as far as an open bracket is concerned. maybe not the greatest online stage for at least the core three that's been Mindfreaks thus far, with a couple of cup wins underneath their belt. But you like to imagine, like you were saying, Brody, we will probably be seeing these players at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think the biggest struggle for those players coming up from APAC, and this also goes for teams from Latin America, besides the ones that have kind of managed to make their way over to NA to play and have done in the past for NA Challengers Cups, is just all about kind of practice. I think, you know, how are you going to get better over the next few months? That's going to be the question for me. How much effort you're going to put through, and how are you going to get that effort? How are you going to get those scrims? How are you going to get that practice ahead of the next time you're going to play a big dog like Bittersweet? Talking to big dogs, there's still more to come here as we cut our teams down even further. One more round of play to go before we decide who makes it into the big reshuffle bracket with 16 teams left in our tournament here at the Challengers Open, live from DreamHack Atlanta. We'll see you for more challenges after this break. Welcome back everybody here to Call of Duty Challenges live from DreamHack Atlanta. This is day number 2 of action, and we're about to get on our next set of matches here from the lower bracket as we teeter ever closer to finding out which teams will fill out that 16-team reseeded bracket.
Yep, got some known names that we've seen all across the weekend. Nate and Co. Omnia, one of their 5 teams that they fielded this weekend, going up against Bittersweet, who are coming off their map 4 win over Mindfreak. So we're going to be starting things off on Sake. Even more than that, more so than that, former teammates actually going up against each other. Start off on the year, home at Brooklyn. Remember the early doors of that. Fellow and Nate used to be teammates.
That is a long time ago. I mean, the thing is with North American
beginning of the year.
Yeah, it makes me laugh. Well, this right, is that North American challenges, you know, there's always teams chopping and changing between every event. We've had several events since the start of the year, so yeah, it's not literally so long ago, but it always feels like it's so long ago because there's been so many iterations of teams since that team. And yeah, that's kind of the teams we've got to land with. Obviously, we talked at length about Bittersweet's roster changes and where that's landed again. They just got past Mindfreak for Omnia. This is a team full of young gun players with a ton of potential. We're hoping we can see that potential really come out and play for us from this, get into the Sake hard point. Bittersweet at the moment fighting this one from the front. Looking pretty good to do so as well. 20 seconds left. This is not a good spot for Omnia to be in.
Nope, no, it is not at all. And they already got the back spawn, so Nate finds the opening onto the aforementioned fellow. Peel there for taking down Proto, but you're still fighting through the back 10 seconds. Unbeknownst to them, 2 players from Bittersweet are actually going to spawn all the way to the backside of P2, so they do have numbers on this B3 rotation. Peel just annihilates Mirage. Now, if you can clean up the hard point, which you do, just have to have your eyes set forward, but fellow gets here in the nick of time, flips out the spawns. That's Bittersweet in control.
All right, well, Bittersweet looking pretty good at the moment. Getting that first wave of gunfights through on the hold here towards P3 as well. Nice setup. Looks like they've got everything locked down here to begin with. But a phenomenal start for Manny and Broder at 9 and 5 and 7 and 4 respectively. They now have to hold the hard point. The format goes down. Latter down as well. That's Nate and Andy both finding kills here. Just one more around the back line. That is as quick as you like. It's a nice back 20 seconds from you.
Yep, sure is. Again, that all gets set up off of the tussle that we saw there at the beginning of P3. Now we're rotating over towards the Zen Garden, where you get the majority of Bittersweet players. Snuffed out Booger from behind, so they should feel secure with this. Especially once they know that Peel's all the way on the north side of the map, so good bounce back coming through. Bittersweet still trailing by about 20 points. But the 3-player overextension from the north side of the office just not going to fully be prepared for it, but can Bittersweet respond?
Bittersweet now trying to hold control of this hard point. Omnia looking to find their way through. And they are trying for it. Andy will end up going down here, and now Bittersweet looking to find their way through the front of the hard point. Good opportunity here for Omnia to really start to take full control of this game. It's Peel going to try it, and looking for the kills. Peel not going to be able to win his.
Now looking from the front. A lot of contested time coming over. Omnia are going to be really okay with this. Nate's having a hot start, by the way. He was on 12 and 5 before he got cut down there at 12 and 6 now. But as we're about to be rotating up towards the top side of P5, still got yourself about a 20-point lead for Omnia. Not a whole lot of map positioning to be worried about if you are Bittersweet. So all these players for Omnia are just so objective focused. It's really catching Bittersweet off guard. Just nobody taking a certain amount of routes. Bittersweet are constantly setting themselves up for it. It's just been a head bash thus far.
Nice from Peel. Good first frags free. Bittersweet got to try and find their way through the front of the hard point. Really, I think the biggest issue in this entire ensemble would be Andy. You've now taken Andy out of the play, so you can be more honest about where this fight is coming from, and it's all just everything going in favor of Bittersweet. Besides Nate, who will double up, has a streak in his back pocket, 15 and 9 currently, opens the door for Omnia still to have some control. It's a second double coming through from Andy, and just when you think maybe Bittersweet are going to get some time, it is Andy and Nate who do deny, and they maintain that advantage that they built up over the last hard point.
It was one thing that definitely coined coming away from that best of 5 versus Mindfreak, and where the Australians really found a lot of advantage versus Bittersweet was just in said pace. Get a lot of those multi-kills going. Kind of offsets them just a little bit. 3-point lead going back in towards the middle of the map for P1. In the second set of rotations, Omnia got themselves that lead, plus a little bit more to back things up. Bittersweet got to try to lock things in with their tournament lives on the line.
Bittersweet got players pushed past the hard point here. I think they're aware of what's happening, though, down low. Omnia could be able to catch them off guard here. They're looking for the kills now. How much more damage can Nate do? Fellow looking to try and deal with it. Can only find one. Nice turnaround from Nate. A little bit more to do, though, for Nate in and around the middle of the map. Now has help arriving off the spawn as well. Nate survives long enough that Omnia can get the kills now. They are now in control for the back 10 seconds. Feels like a huge moment here in this game. They've got those P2 spawns. They've got a 40-point advantage. How much further can they dig away at Bittersweet?
Well, they're setting themselves up so wonderfully, even for P2, before Bittersweet even try to get themselves past the 50-yard line. With 20 seconds remaining on P1, like, Omni are already proactively setting themselves up for P2. But you already got all Bittersweet. They're through the P5 area. Just got to try to get through this front door. The back spawns are not going to be upset, but so long as Omnia can keep playing the trades, they can constantly refocus a lot of their numbers towards Hill.
It is those trades right now that they are working out so damn well. Those back spawns continuing to replenish the forces towards the hill. Now Nate next up, who has had a phenomenal game so far. You've got help from the teammates. It's beautiful. Great team shots from Omnia. Nate, though, going to go down. Through the window comes one player, but it is still a 2v1 towards the point. Fellow gets overwhelmed, and that should be the scrap time for Omnia. We said that might be a hard point where things go from bad to worse for Bittersweet. That is exactly what happens.
Yeah, it is. And now you're forced even further on the back foot if you are Bittersweet. Got numbers on the side of the rotation for P3 as it currently stands. Omnia, though, trying to take refuge in towards the bar, where they can try to send a couple players maybe getting back across the bridge side. They're just waiting for all four numbers before they can start pushing on forward. Here comes the two all the way across the bridge. Nate there for the response onto Manny's opener. Numbers there. Trades so favorable as the roundabout spawns remain intact for Bittersweet.
Big hard point here for Bittersweet to try and close the deficit. They need this back 30 seconds if they can. Nice crossfire from Proda. Follow up from Mirage and Fellow is good. Just down to Booga. Can you do anything here? Through for one, through for a second, but Mirage will trade things out. So Bittersweet, that is a hard point they needed. Considering the hole they were in off the back of the last one, proper, that was a necessary hill for Bittersweet to hold on to.
It really was. I mean, it diminishes what was a pretty big lead just down to about 30. And we start rotating over towards the east side of the map, setting up for the Zen Garden. We look at how far back Omni are effectively playing for this defense. Like, Andy's watching such a deep flank that he is just ever so hopeful that this is where two players are actually going to be hitting from. And the setup is perfect. They knew Bittersweet were going to be playing for the overextension. Now your focus can go over towards the players playing around the hard point, where Booger is located at. Peel's right there for the assistance, up on a 3 spree. And first line of defense held the line of the sand, ever so present.
Peel's just done a perfect wrap as well. Should be able to stop Mirage, the kill. Does, and will take Brown Proda. That's 5 in a row now for Peel. Starting to real feel himself here on Sake. It is sub-heaven for sure. Booga trying to make use of his M15 to keep an eye on through the front of the hard point. Opportunity for Peel and Andy to keep these guys at bay. Latter goes down. Now just down to Peel. Gets overwhelmed. That's unfortunate, but fortunate if you're a Bittersweet fan. That will be 10 seconds of scrap time. And it's worth saying as well, we talked about that rotation. Like, Omnia should have first looks at New, but they're not quite settled in just yet. There is still an opportunity for Bittersweet to break early.
Yeah, there sure is. Bittersweet still trying to work around on the backside here of the park, putting themselves in a situation to try to work for the pinch. You got players in towards P2 now for the depot. Manny's actually going to get a player to spawn right behind him, so needed to hit that just a little bit faster. Couple that along with the pinch from the opposite side, and it's Peel that holds on with 4 HP, getting the headshot onto Mirage. Bittersweet playing from so far behind. Omnia just absolutely throwing down a combined 50 in 40 between Nate and Peel. These guys are putting up numbers.
Yeah, those are the players that have been notable this season for sure, right? We talk about Nate. A lot of promise from him on Omit Brooklyn to begin the season. Peel as well, third. I think it was back in season 1. The challenge is elite, and they are delivering on that promise now. Bittersweet unable to hang here on Sake. That is the start that Omnia wanted if they want to qualify for the next stage of competition.
Yeah, big moment coming through and just setting the pace as far as this map 1 is concerned. Just letting them know that, I mean, it literally is just a big pace difference. We were talking about that for Mindfreak versus Bittersweet and why they were able to find success. It was a 2-second difference in their Scar Map 1 opener, but 250 to 151 here. You gotta be feeling really good about that if you are Omnia, especially for Nate and Peel, like we were talking about. I mean, like from a lot of different challengers, elite stages, putting up and playing with some very notable names, coming up short. I don't even think they had any representation, did Nate or Peel, in the previous season. No, they did not. So, yeah, I mean, this is a big moment coming through from them, just to be able to set the stage, if you will. Again, you win this best of 5 over Bittersweet, you go immediately in towards that reshuffle. That's where the real tournament begins.
Yeah, it's all about getting to that next stage of the competition. Don't worry about anything else right now. Just try and beat the team that is currently in front of you. That's also the case for our teams over on the Bravo stream, Torn Esports and Family Ties. We've seen a lot of the former and a fair bit of the latter as well. And right now, Torn, as we go back to Sake for this matchup, are currently doing an excellent job at keeping Family Ties away.
Family Ties and Torn Esports both coming off of 3-0 wins. Family Ties the 3-0 win over Chaos. Torn 3-0 win over Icor. Of course, the aforementioned Noisy and Co roster. Unfortunately, will come to a stop there at top 24 overall, but still a big moment ahead of them. We were getting to see the tail end of Torn Esports Friday yesterday, you and I, Brody. We were talking about how like they needed their big time players to step up, one of which is TK, up to 10-5, able to win himself that 3 spree. And then Dak, of course, for Torn Esports. If those two players can stay consistent in the blitz, they could do quite well for themselves.
Yeah, inconsistency, excuse me. I don't know why I can't speak English today. Inconsistency feels like the name of the game, right? For Torn Esports, it feels like, you know, when TK goes off and he's dropping numbers, it's impossible to envisage a world in which Torn do not win their games. So TK goes off, it would be big for Torn. It feels like that's what's happening right now as this lead continues to expand here in this game. Family Ties now with control over P4 though. All of this pressure coming from one side makes it incredibly easy for Family Ties to hold control. Back 35 seconds, looks pretty good. A lot of pressure hitting through the middle of the map though. Maybe Tane can do something here. In through the front of the time. Beautiful nade over the top. No trophy system to stop it. Tane will slap one down in towards the hard point. And Torn Esports here finally getting contested by Family Ties as they will get some time off the back of this. That is an important 15 seconds.
You got a whole hard point difference going back towards P5 or in towards P5 for the first set still. TK is getting lost already close by boxes. Tane wins a big one. Important to note, challenge 130, by the way, that is Timmy Phantoms, just in case anybody was wondering who the 4th player is for Family Ties. Regardless, 4 and 14 for Darkside. Gonna need to see Brian lock things in just ever so slightly because Family Ties are gonna get put in the dirt if they cannot keep up with the pace, as TK is showcasing that right there. Very quick flank, coupled that alongside for Dak. Hitting it all the way through P1. Gonna get information that there's 2 more players for TK to potentially rep, but he gets cut down by Phantom, so 30 seconds left to butt their heads for. It seems like Family Ties are gonna start knocking things down.
The game plan. Mince needs to hold strong. Mince does exactly that. Flies out for a despicable 2 through the front of the hard point. That's gonna create so much space there for Torn Esports to get the back 15 seconds. Family Ties now spawning out through that P2 side. Mince continuing his reign of terror here in the middle of the map. Just a couple of frags away, maybe even 1 from getting that Hellstorm missile. And that would be detrimental here to Family Ties. Just look at the KDs, man. Family Ties are getting so heavily outslain here on Sake. It looks like a completely different ball game.
Yeah, it sure does. Still not out of reach. I mean, look. Sake hardpoint, you can really start stringing these hardpoints together. As far as like 2 and 3 are concerned, like you can definitely see those be put together in 4 to 5. So going through the second set does start with a couple of your players really starting to have a bounce back. Darkside is going to be one of them. Say the Tane is the same on the opposite side. Hitman hitting the flank all the way over by the box truck. You're gonna start cutting these players down through the middle of the map. Gonna allow Torn Esports to maneuver their way back in towards the hill, though Hitman is the last alive. Most importantly, Torn Esports with this lead still maintaining the P2 rotation.
Opportunity here for Family Ties to get back in this game. The sprint across the map and I think ideally not give away the last 10 seconds here if they want to. So Family Ties starting to come back in that game against Tawny Sports. It looked like it might be over, but it's never over until the Fat Lady sings, or more appropriately, until a team reaches 250 points in hard point. So it's an opportunity here for you, whatever happens first, for our Family Ties to come back in that game. We'll keep you guys updated with what's going on with that one. You can watch all of these matches over at youtube.com/@COD Challengers. All 4 streams going on concurrently. And on our alpha matchup, Bittersweet taking on Omnia. The latter looks good in hardpoint. Can they look good in search and destroy? Well, the booger gets flicked here in the 1v1, and Bittersweet start off strong.
Yeah, starting here on Fringe, a lot of things you can expect is for Bittersweet losing that map number 1. They're going to need a pretty big bounce back here in the search and destroy, and they even really coined it. Their loss versus Cabal yesterday, and then even in the 6-2 loss on Raid Search and Destroy mere about an hour ago, if that, versus Mindfreak. It's going to be a really big pace check coming through. So there's actually a lot of pressure you would feel like on Fellow. Had a really terrible Raid Search and Destroy here with the boomstick on Fringe. Should he want it to try to cut down some of the pace that Omni are going to set for themselves. Win the first. A lot of pressure coming through here from Booger and Peel inside the train tracks, trying to isolate these players while the bomb still lurks mid-map.
That's a lot of pressure for mid-map, as you said, and Proto isn't expecting all of that. Now they've got to reset things towards the flank. Nice read from Mirage. That would have been fatal if Peel had managed to get back control. There's still an element of a grip over this round for Bittersweet for the moment. But you don't have anything over by A, and that's going to be the play call here for Omnia. You're on A already. Get that rock down. Push these guys as far back as humanly possible, and that's working here for the moment. They don't seem certain. Bittersweet now starting to triangulate here around the site itself. Maybe Omnia want another frag before shooting for this one. It might be the play call. Here we go. Bittersweet into the site. All 3 players trying to push their way through. It works out for the initial, but you lose the trades. 1 versus 2 now from Mirage. Rock being planted. Mirage should get the kill, and he does. And with 23 seconds now, Booger has to make a choice. Does he plant the rock? Does he hunt for the kill? Mirage knows he's more likely than not going to try and play for the latter. And then it becomes a game of ring around the rosy. Booger's seen the leg. Mirage not going to win the fight. And Booger might have lost the 1v1 in the last round. He won't lose this one.
Oh, gets his get back there. That time around, big fist bumps coming around for Omnia as they're able to get themselves on the board. Here in the second round, Mirage almost had Booger dead to rights. You saw the headshot multiplier immediately red screen Booger, but still able to land the more consistent shots. So it was an NPC battle on both ends. Close work from Mirage. He even set himself up for that 1v1 or resetting with the regen, but Booger gets the better of him. We're going to get our full first look on Bittersweet for their offense. Going to be a train track push. I think Fellow might be sniping mid-map as well. They got numbers on this side. 2 players here for Omnia defensively. Andy's already thrown a shot, I think, with the boomstick himself, just to try to keep him at bay.
Bittersweet start to overextend here. Do they clear all their spaces? Yes, they do. Booger gets found out. Trades now. Andy looking to try and trade things out in favor of Omnia. Down to a 2 versus 2. Still, I was going to say barn control, but losing Proto in the play has completely flattened that. Manny still has bomb, and that's at least one positive here in this 1 versus 2. He's got the read of where these players are. Has the tracking, but has a couple of players too many to contend with. Don't even know if he gets the first. It's not great, but the idea was there.
Yeah, the idea was absolutely there, too. You can see for Omnia, they're chuckling. I mean, I think the round mostly falls apart. Fellow was watching mid-map. He was on an island play. One player hits it out from AS&D and then just completely pinches it. Fellow was unaware of that situation as he was watching a mid-cup and not the full flank, and the timing just worked out so wonderfully for Omnia. Andy playing his life on the back of the B-bomb site. Peel coming back for that barn control, like you were saying, just never allowing any of Bittersweet to get too far forward. So now the next offense for Omnia, looking to keep the pace alive. They're going to be bashing heads here right outside A.
It's the play call. Bittersweet have advanced up, though. Scrapyard. Look at the positioning for Proto. If he can hold and not get too reactive, it could be huge. And he does get reactive. Nate will take him down for it. But fortunately for Bittersweet, they get a freebie. Booger goes down by way of TK. Still, though, Bittersweet don't have the numbers, and that continues to be the case. Fellow's been found out, and Fellow's been cut down. Omnia, well, they might have been surprised around Scrapyard, but I think they're the ones doing the surprising.
Yeah, they literally had numbers Bittersweet over outside of the scrapyard, like you were saying there, Brody. But then I think one stun check comes through, lands right under the corner. You get that information. You stun 2 players. And then you just play for the trades, even if they were bamboozled by the close corners being held by a majority of players out of Bittersweet. Gets Peel up to 5 in a row. He doesn't even have a Hellstorm equipped. Can't get one if you don't have it equipped, Brody. Did you know
It'd be
this?
nice if you had it. No, listen, I thought you could just wish one in the game.
Yeah.
If you think hard enough, yeah, one will just appear out of thin air. There'll just be a Hellstorm suddenly raining down from the heavens. That's unfortunate for Peel. I have no idea why he doesn't have a Hellstorm on. Maybe it's maybe it's a visual glitch on Codcaster. I gotta hope for something.
We're gonna find out,
like
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, can someone just give Peel a couple of kills so we can see if he does get a Hellstorm? It would be interesting. I honestly, if he pulls one out, I don't think I'll be able to stop laughing. Regardless, Bittersweet are still on the offense here with a man down. We'll trade things out, and Proto's going to find another one. This has completely turned the tables, isn't it? Because now they've got control of A. Peel is part of the conversation. For how long, he can't escape. And the only positive here for Omnia is that Andy's position has not been revealed, but they wait long enough that it is going to be. Andy has no escape here. You're stuck inside bricks. Bittersweet, they play that one a man down as well as you can expect.
Now we're never going to know. That's what's unfortunate. Bittersweet will at least get themselves on the board. I mean, it felt like that, the way that Omnia were kind of rolling out for that round, they realistically didn't have any immediate information. I think they threw all of their utility within like the first 25 seconds of the round and came up with absolutely nothing. Bittersweet were able to clock that, slowly work the map away from them. Proto's able to find 3 within that round. He shot at least 1 player in the back. Getting back to the basics for Bittersweet. Just try to watch their corners and deny any sort of blitz ability that Omnia have showcased thus far. Manny's on the island here at A. Mirage is watching that cross all the way from the train tracks, and he saw Peel cross back as well. Here comes the assault on A.
Just one player.
Oh,
Sneaky of a hold as possible. Oh, Manny actually gets it, and he gets away. Can he get all the way out? Yes, he can. Beautiful escape from Manny, and turns to take some shots through the wall. Would have been nice if he could deliver on a kill, but not going to find it. Is there a trophy system to stop that nade? I think there might have been, or at the very least, the nade doesn't connect. Either way, bomb goes down. Fellow now looking for the exit with the sniper rifle. Oh, gets a look at one. Doesn't walk away with the frag. That's okay, though, for Omnia. Might well have a man down, but you are the ones that have to be pushed out of scrapyard here. Manny. Just going to keep himself ever so close towards the defuse. There's the pushing coming through from the alleyway. Manny can't do anything. Peel will triple up, and now it's just down to Fellow for the 1v2. Sniper rifle out. Looking for a spectacular finish to the ankle. For the pistol now for the 1 versus 1. Fellow jumping on the defuse. Going to the animation. Peel pushed through. And that's unfortunate for Fellow on the timing as he hits that defuse. Peel pushes into the site, gets into bricks, and Fellow just does not have a way to win that gunfight.
Peel gets the ace through the entire round. Finds himself the 3 off of the re-entry, and that was a full-fledged 3v4. Manny found the first blood into the initial bomb carrier. They had numbers there for the retake, but I'd have to go back and rewatch it in slow-mo. But Bittersweet, they gave Omnia the bomb plant. It said, yeah, go ahead and have it. We'll take the 4v3 retake. Keel walks away with 3. I think lined up 2 immediately. All of the damage from the initial guy. And then just plays with his food so well. Versus Fellow there in the 1v1. Bittersweet. 2 rounds now back from Omnia. 11-3 now for Peel. Booger for first blood. It's all gone wrong.
And the thing is with this kind of map, right, is if you commit to B, you have to exhaust a lot of time on that reroute back towards A. And in doing so, you kind of let the other team know with how quiet you're being, what's happening. So, really, this entire round becomes how quick are Omnia going to be to react to this. Because it's worth saying, you know, we saw Omnia in a 3 versus 4 in the very last round pull off that 3v4 from the defense of the A site. I just don't think Bittersweet want to commit to it. How many times have we seen this where Bittersweet aren't prepared to commit to a round? Is it going to work out in their favor, though? Proto brings it down to a 3 versus 3. This is still possible. You've just got to get the bomb across. Proto, can he provide more value? Yes, he can. 1 for 1 we go. Now the 2v2. There is still time to plant the bomb, but is there space?
Fellow and Mirage are actually going to try to re-wrap this all the way over towards B. Surely Nate and Andy are aware that this is going to be happening, but they're just going to play back-to-back buns to buns there on A. As the bomb will surely be planted here at B. It's the only play that Bittersweet have. Here come Nate and Andy. The timing is just way too juicy. Can they get the peak in time? Fellow gets the even better timing off the top, finds the next kill. Andy wins the 1v. Now he's in a 1v1 versus Fellow, who drops out from the barn. I mean, that's just a real wily play coming out from Fellow. That little jump peek, seeing the nameplate coming through, knowing that they have to come back through the A bomb site, just goes the way of Bittersweet. Once you were immediately getting that advantage, no quick trades. It's just using whatever advantage you have soon after. Quick turn of the dials coming through from Bittersweet as to get another round on the board.
That is the most T-Fell Enterprises play I think I've ever seen. Just beautiful play from a player that's been around the block dozens of times. This guy has been in challenges for as long as I can remember, involved in COD for as long as I can remember. Plays like that are exactly why Bittersweet win a huge round. Still got a ways to go before evening things up, though. And that's a beautiful start. Good read on the overextension from Peel. Reaction from Omnia is going to be similar, though, to what it was in the previous offensive effort, which is just get this rock down, get yourself stacked up towards that back scrapyard side. Manny, well, at least he's aware of it now.
He's going to throw out some wallbang shots, but the bomb's going to get planted regardless here. Another 4v3 post-plan today. Last time went Omnia's way.
Is the same thing going to happen again? Bittersweet changes tack ever so slightly here. They are clearing out the space. Manny, not going to hop on the defuse just yet. Maybe he will. Yeah, he's going to try it. Good effort there. Flank now being made from Booger as well. So these guys are about to be surprised. Booger, easy, easy too. And it's that exact same spot. Why not try it again if it worked the first time?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, albeit for Manny's point, wanted to maybe try to stretch it. Thought he had coverage, but nobody was watching his front door. I think that there was a flank starting to produce outside of the alleyway. Fellow gets through the side door to mid, but like just kind of an ambitious stretch if you're really thinking about it in the grander scheme of things. But I don't know, at this point, with the way the Omnia have been playing, it's another 4v3 going their way in a post-plant situation. Hey, just stop letting them plant the bomb at A. Just full gone. Conclusion there. Stop letting it happen. Map point here for Omnia. Bittersweet trying to bounce back here with a 3-player rush over towards B. Fellow's not a part of this play. Last time it happened, he got pinched. Looks like it's going to be the same setup. Nate and Peel will be there. They're already past the A bomb site. Fellow was not going to expect that. They might not all expect it. They're trying to rewrap this back over towards A.
Peel's at least seen how quickly he's going to help. Well, not quick enough to survive. And now fast reaction. Thought he could maybe get the drop on towards one, but doesn't expect Fellow through the middle of the map. So now more kills going in favor of Bittersweet here. This is looking like a solid round from them. Yeah, great reaction as well from Fellow in the middle of the map, because if he's not there, they might not catch Nate on that quick flank. Of course, things probably transpire as they did inside the site, but door would have been open for something special from Nate. Either way, brilliant play. Everybody from Bittersweet, that is the fast reaction that I think we need to see more of from them. We talked a lot about how sometimes they feel like they don't know what they're doing in the middle of the round. They're quite indecisive. That is a decisive round from them.
Yeah, I don't know what spooked them over by B-bomb. That forced them to go all the way back over towards A. Spidey senses maybe. Potentially Fellow not seeing a peep over by A, but a quick response, wrapping back over, isolating the information and the player that was left on the lurk. Omnia going to respond back with a 4-player rush of their own. Did Mirage see anybody cross? Likelihood is high, given that he's playing for the exit on the backside of the B bomb site, but bomb going to start being planted here at B. No nades will be landing onto Andy's butt. 4v4 post plant.
Feels like there's so many you've got to check for. Yeah, got to check for the right side. You choose it. 2-for-1 trade. Fellow from up high. He's been here before. Should be able to catch these players off guard. Yep, there's the first one. And now all down to Booger for the 1v3. He cannot escape. Bittersweet are sending us the distance here in game number 2. It's a great retake.
Yeah, it's a fantastic retake coming through again. When you think about it, Mirage got all the information. Nobody around the back. Been watching the exit. Try to play for the repinch all the way from the train cars. Everybody's turtled up over by the B bomb site. The A turtle strong. The post plant for Omnia. B, not so much. I mean, we're on like a 1-for-3 comparison here, but around 11 nonetheless. Bittersweet desperately want to go in towards that map 3 with their heads held high. Proto's up to 14 and 8, 8 and 7 here from Fellow on the 3 spree going in towards this one. 11-7 from Peel on the opposite side, and it's an offense for Omnia. Oh, they've done so well from a 4v3 perspective over by the A-bomb site. Bittersweet. They're going to expect that that's going to be the play call. Omnia want to bring the bomb over here, and Bittersweet defensively are set up for it.
Big flanking play from Peel. This is going to shake things up for Bittersweet. Yep, because now they've got a couple of different directions they can look, and obviously Omnia also off the back of that plate have options themselves. Say B-bomb site is within the realms of possibility. Peel is still not aware of where the reaction has come from, though, and is instead just going to back all the way up. So, yeah, Peel's just completely disturbed things, right? And now Bittersweet have fully given up the A defense. The only problem for Omnia is they didn't react fast enough. So Bittersweet right back towards this A defensive side. That stun will connect. This nade that's being cooked up is probably going to do so as well. And there goes Manny in the round. Big, big frag. Fellow will trade back. Now to 2 versus 3. Andy shaking shots. Going to take down Proto regardless. All down to Fellow. And even the vet can't win that one. Bittersweet force us to a round 11. They won't win it.
6-5 in the end. Omnia 2-0 up over Bittersweet. Not how I would have shooken things up looking at this match card. Not between these 8 players in this lobby, but still the velocity for Peel. And around 11 to make that call, just nobody watching through mid. What a bluff check. The fact that Bittersweet put the majority of their numbers over by the A-bomb, one player to watch in the top side of the train cars. They got that information from their previous offense. It's the same exact thing. Mirage was watching that cross. Peel said he's probably going to do the same thing again. I'm going to get him. And he absolutely did. 14 and 9 out of Proto. Put an absolute masterclass on, but it just was not enough. Peel, 1,400 damage. 3 for 2 in the first bloods. He was living in that death or battle. 3 and 1 for Proto on the opposite side, but quite the upsetting factor when you're looking from Bittersweet's perspective. They're down 0-2. This could be the conclusion of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Peel is so damn annoying to deal with as well, by the way. I mean, that guy is just literally flying across the map. It's like Fringe is a map that's kind of built for him. And granted, I think there's kind of situations there where Bittersweet maybe leaves the door open for Peel to make the flanks that he does, makes the route that he does, but still, we got to give Peel some serious love for the amount of space that he's creating there on the map pretty consistently through that search and destroy. So, shout out to Peel. That means they are 2 up, as you said, pal. Looking to get the 3-0 over at Bittersweet. Elsewhere, looking over towards another matchup that's going on currently right now. CRG X Outbreak going head-to-head with the Shrub. And right now, DGG going to be winning at least one of our rounds. I was wondering who this CRG X Outbreak roster was, because I believe this is the team that knocked Mindfreak into the lower bracket, if I remember correctly. Yep. So, they're looking pretty good.
They won map 1-2 over the Shrub. 250 to 239 on Scar. Raid Search Destroy is the map number 2 here for the Shrub, who won versus Atrocity 6-2 in their previous series. Let's go is having himself a great map number 2, though, as they're up 3-1 here. But so as soon as we hop in, CRGX Outbreak are able to claim that round for themselves. Wevy with the sniper top red. Vale is already going to find that first ball. That's his 3rd on this life. It's going to open things up for CRG, specifically Derek the Goat. Start hitting this back red. Not going to see a single P, but they should confirm that means the map is flipped.
Big snipes from both teams. Shrub. Still not confident enough to get this rock down. I wouldn't be either. Wads makes the stairs his home. Now Arstes and Webby have to find their way out of this. CHDR doing the right thing here. Just making sure that they stick together as a trio. Best way to go about this one. But this rock now going to go down. And I'm curious to see what the post plant looks like for the Shrub. Have no choice but to give full control over the site up. Arstes big timing here inside the kitchen. And comes worse off it. Now down to Webby. He's only really got the sniper rifle and the NPC out. Whistles the snipe. And that's all going to be all she wrote here. CRG able to overwhelm the Shrub there in that round.
Coziest player in the pit. Cozy Vale, everybody. The Lux with that sniper. He found first blood, man. And, like, because of the way that the Shrub all rolled out, sniper top red, got players in towards ring. Like, they're looking for that position to try to flip the map back laundry, but they don't have any information, maybe even utility at that Brody to try to clear that back area. So, like, Derek the Goat, DTG, he just hits it all the way from the backside of bedroom, uncontested, gets that flank. Although I think he only found just the one kill, the damage was good enough CRGX Outbreak to find their second. Velox up to 5 in a row now. Probably getting himself closer towards that Hellstorm missile. And just 2 eliminations away from getting it. Not going to see anything off that jump peak besides a couple of explosions, but that's still good information on a handful of players that might still be lurking towards the middle of the map from the Util Throne.
CRG off the back of the Util. Get a feel for where the Shrub are at the moment. Still got time to play with here in this round. There's no need to do anything particularly enthralling. And some of that Util out now from CRG. Clears space out towards the left side. You now know that the only real pressure has to come from either the stairway or Laundry itself. And Webby has actually got some pretty bad timing there on the snipe. So that's allowed CRG to cross through. Time really starting to run out here in this round, though. You've got 35 on the clock. You're going to need to move forward here. You want Laundry control. And now you know that if you exit out the back of Laundry, you might get sniped off. You just got to get this rock down.
Yeah, you got to try to plan and put yourself in a winning position. They're already losing mid-map. The team's going to get confirmation. They actually hop off the bomb plant and just start flying in towards mid. Interesting decision. Does not pan out well. Shrub got to stuff a third in a row as they go up now 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I feel like you got to commit to that, right? I mean, you're out of options. You don't have any mid control, really. You can fight for it, I guess, if you really feel confident that you're going to win those fights. You're certainly not going to get any Laundry control. The only real way to win that round is to plant the bomb safely and get your rears back towards Art. And that is not the choice that they make. CRG end up falling for it. Big round for the Shrub. Now 4-2 up in this search and destroy as they look to tie the series up. RST's going to grab the bomb. 4-man hit through the middle of the map, opening Util. RST's tagged up, going to have to back down here. Has the help, though, so there's no real reason for RST's to fall in this situation. And as far as the push through the middle of the map goes, it hasn't exactly worked out. CRGX Outbreak, not much worse for it.
No, they are not. Going to get a lot of ring control. Cody playing inside of Laundry, expecting for a hop-up. He's about to get swarmed. Oh, what a big pick he'd have for himself. Arcitys, he's left one shot. A team will find that trade. Everybody back Laundry. Bomb has to be recovered, and that's the right call out of CRGX Outbreak, sending 2 players all the way through bed. DTG just has to play his life over by tree, make sure nobody extends to the backside of kitchen.
Flanking play being made by Watson. Felix it. Spotted out skill. That's not a lot to work with there. Oh my god, Skill actually runs straight into his M15. Headshot multiplier high, says Velux. Now down to the 2v3 on the defense here. Webby can't get away. Triangulating around that player. CRG. Now it's all down to a seam. And even he, in all his veterancy, can't pull off that 1 versus 3. Great little flanking play from Seawads and Velox. And the reaction from the third in DTG there. Team play on point.
It's just such a classic reaction. I know, like, been doing this for a while, but still, just raid search and destroy and its ebb and flow is it just scratches the right itch. You know what I'm saying? Like you get like the first blood, you traded backside Laundry, like a beautiful ring. They just circle back, work for the pinch. They know that their win condition is trying to set for the bomb. Alarm bell if they overextend over towards B. They lose DTG over by tree. Just harmonious as all get out, Brody. Not gonna lie, I'm a happy man right now. 4-3 now. Telluride Shrub still leading the way. Bomb is layering over towards A. Cody is by himself top bet. He sees that Wevy throwing some shots over here, and he gets the red dot from Skilly. He's playing open stairs, so they know they've already lost a lot of the map positioning. Their advantage is going to be over by A, where the bomb is still lurking.
Yeah, and the fact that there's nobody from Shrub here inside Laundry means that CRGX Outbreak actually have a lot of the map to play with. They should be able to safe plant, and I think Arcitys knows that as well. That's why he's being a little bit more reactive through the middle of the map here, just checking the angles to potentially stop said plant. Of course, there also is Cutie in the play. Arcitys knows it. A lot to do here for Arcitys. Will not stop that bomb going down. Also, stun doesn't connect on the post plant as well, so now the Shrub will come together here. Looking to brute force their way through Laundry side for the retake. DTG, what do you got for us? Nothing. Velux, nothing either. Skill for the double. Now Cudi and Seawads Left alive in different positions. Wad's looking at the very least to try and play his life perfectly. Yeah, great trigger discipline for 3. No! Asim will survive. Cootie should be good for the trade. 1 versus 1. Sees the last player as well. 17 on the clock. Knows that Wevy's only option here is to come through the archway. Cootie knows as well that flank's happening. Just needs to survive a little bit longer. No time. Does Wevy get on the defuse in time? He hit it more or less around 7.5 seconds. They think they've got the defuse. I think they probably have as well, given their reactions. Big 1 versus 1 there at the end.
Wow. I mean, big almost 3-piece coming through from C-Wads. I mean, there was at one point that C-Wads in his conversation was going to be like the next coming as far as like COD Jesus is concerned, coming up from the Challengers Pit area. Does a lot from the collegiate area, but right there, we want to talk about the next future all-star potentially for Wevy. Wins a massive 1v1, gets the defuse in the nick of time. Let's Telluride Shrub up now to map point to tie up this series. Slowly shutting down CRGX Outbreak from their explosivity. And Telluride Shrub, they're trying to call a game. They're going for a water route all over towards B. There's a lot to do here for Cody. He sees anybody cross. He knows that there's some shots coming through. There's the smoke. Nade cooked up. Perfect to stop a seam.
Almost been scooped. Doesn't really solve the problem here for the Shrub. They are effectively stuck, especially skill in that water with said bomb. If he can escape, it would be big. Nope, Velux. Watch him with the crossfire. The Shrub now looking for something special. Last team might well have just delivered it. Turns around for the second kill, and, well, he can't get that one. All down to Wevy. He was being tagged up, peppered up away. His escape actually is guaranteed here. I think CRG is being very careful. They're going to go for the double chow though. And Wevy, no chance of being ready for that one. CRG off the back of that first blood. Hold on to site control.
Yep, gonna force it into a round 10 at the very least. Often on the back end of just being able to play off of what little they had for map positioning, right? I mean, like I was saying, like if you're looking from Cody's perspective, like he is that B defense. All 4 players there, 2 across the water, 1 humps up for the bomb plant. Sees the smoke go out, no trophy system, so that nade absolutely devours for that first blood. So what's about to be potentially the conclusion extension for a map number 4 between Telluride Shrub versus CRGX Outbreak. Open yourself up a handful of more tabs. Get ready. The CDL should be starting here sometime soon as well. But everybody fighting for that last spot. Again, win this block of series. You go in towards the reshuffle with the other 4 challengers team from the Pro-Am dropping down. And the continuation for this Challengers Open in Atlanta. But our main series is ready to go, Brody. Omnia 2-0 up over T-Fel in Co. BittersweetGG backs against the rope.
Feels like the future of this roster on the line potentially with Stage 4 qualifiers not that far away. Bittersweet, if they lose this series, would need to think long and hard about what they need to do ahead of that Stage 4 qualifiers. Right now, though, they just need to think about a way to reverse sweep against this Omnia roster. And it's a good start so far with the EMP in hand. They might be 1-0 down. Oh, Christ. They might be 1-0 down, but Proda throws himself off the map, and that's going to make things infinitely more difficult here. That EMP is going to rewrap all the way through for a potential B.
Yeah, sure is. So executing over towards rooftops, really hindering off of Mirage value that he's able to find here over by Lights. Look for the reach out on Andy, who he's going to get crossed up here forever in a 1v1, but still wins it versus Mirage. And now this device is kind of stuck over inside of weapons. Here comes Fellow off of that flank play like you were talking about. He finds himself up to 3 in a row, but he doesn't get it in enough time, bro. So he's got to wait for his teammates, who are also being flanked. Oh my.
Right from Proda. I don't think he's going to survive that much longer. Yeah, 10 HP. Might well get a posthumous Semtex, but at the very least weaken up one player. Good stop. Considering what Fellow was able to do there on said flanking play, it felt like that should have probably been an overload for Bittersweet, even with the players coming off the spawn. Either way, Bittersweet will now need to brace for the defensive side. Proda going to win the first through the middle of the map here. Manny cooking up a storm with a nade, and it will land. Beautifully done. Good crossfire. One more player to contend with. Booga does take down one with him. So that'll weaken things up on the clapback. But Proda, or Fellow, excuse me, can now potentially do something. Looking for the kills coming off. Good kills being made from Fellow. Does it get the EMP through? Yes, it does. Manny goes down, but he'll get the detonation, and he's fine with that.
And tied up one apiece now. Look at the counter pressure coming through. The device is going to be spawning over by the rooftops. Andy felt like he needed to get in towards P2 first. There were 3 players there for Bittersweet defensively ready for it. And elsewhere, Manny's still finding value over by Des. Fellows locked in. He's across the rooftops already. Proto bumps both players forward. And if Fellow can win that penultimate gunfight, that should set up for the capture, but the last player was Nate. Goal line defense for Omnia.
Omnia holding now. This game of tug of war will continue here. The momentum now swings back in favor of Omnia. Secret weapon is on the cards here with player number 5, Peel. Bittersweet know it. They know how usual it is to see a player try and push through Couch's side. It's actually going to be a very deep rotation potentially from Peel. He's certainly thinking about it. The read is in from Proda, who will be looking for that engagement. The dance around the spawn as the kills now starting to come through with Bittersweet on the other side. Now those kills in their favor. This could be an overload, and that's exactly what happens as Manny now starts to spree out on 4 in a row. 5 in a row from Manny. He is farming them off spawn.
Yeah, he sure is. He's still alive back there, too. 5 in a row, like you were talking about. Get to see a couple more players trying to drag their way all the way back through Dragon. Booger now on the very long overextension play. He's not even going to be here before the device even gets captured. He's going to finally appear, shoot one player in towards the back. But Manny's still alive on his 7th spree. Back patio. Gets number 8 shot in towards the back. Even better shots on appeal at range. It's 9 in a row for Manny. He's got that now.
But Manny just continues on this reign of terror inside the spawn. Finally starts to feel the heat a little bit. Mirage can only find one. Manny somehow still survives around the back line. Is it enough to get another overload in? It's not. But man, Manny does so much work there for his squad. Effectively gets 2 overloads in inside that dojo. EMP device. Booga, got to finish the food there, pal, and that's exactly what he does. Omnia now know, feeling the heat, that they do have to fire back here. This kind of does have to be a conversion for the overload. And they're ready for it. Nate. Good for the first. Got to quicken this up. Flank is happening here by way of Fellow. Trades out. Manny, good for the first. And there it is. The overload through. Flank definitely helped. Omnia, I think that's kind of the response they needed.
Still potential to get another score here. I was about to say Alpha Booger's pinch coming through from Couches, but becomes a little bit less doable now. But the pressure could be flipped on the opposite side. Vice gets picked up by Fellow. He's just flying forward. Has no assistance whatsoever. Peyton switched the hard way there from Manny, overwatching his teammate. Next 1v1 is going to go down inside of weapons. 25 seconds, and Bittersweet are in position to potentially do it.
Yeah, there should be worth saying this is a brute force with the front here. There is no flanking play in it. 20 seconds. They are just a good old honest 1 versus 1 gunfights around the front. You'll take the trades, and there goes the EMP carrier. So at the half hit, Bittersweet 3-2 lead. Although it has to be said, there is an elephant in the room, and it's I want to say it's like a 2 and 15 sized elephant, something to that effect. Peel is not having a good time right
It's a very negative size elephant.
Yeah, that is yeah. It's a huge elephant, should we say. And if he picks things up, we'll see Omnia really start to take hold of this game. It's worth saying, I mean, you being 3-2 down when you've got one of your teammates feeling like that, that's a pretty good achievement for Omnia, honestly. Like, they should be down a lot more. So it is a testament to how good their team play is, that really they're not.
Catching everybody up also around the horn. CRGX Outbreak were able to win 2 rounds in sequence. They come back from a 5-4 deficit, win 6-5 in round 11 versus T-Shrub. They're now up 2-0 on that series for Delta. Charlie is also getting in towards their map to number 2 as well, but In Control, Decimate are able to win 250 to 238 over Able x BTD. So a lot of close series being played here, again ahead of the reshuffle. Omnia, though, being put to the absolute test after winning their round 11 over Bittersweet, or trying to start their story for a reverse sweep themselves.
Now, this has been a much better half for Peel already here in this matchup. He's found himself a couple of frags. Omnia now starting to delve into an offensive push. Manny, back away. Decides that Peel's going to be the player to deal with that, and the trust in the teammate works out. TK in the play from Manny brings us down to a 1 versus 1. There will be more help coming off the spawn. Peel only really has the pistol to work with. He might as well full send it for an effort at the EMP detonation. That's not going to fly. Hopes for Bittersweet to try and fire back, but they're going to have to work for it.
I sure will. Open opportunity actually coming through here for Mirage as the device carrier. Waiting for the rest of his teammates. There's only really 2 defenders here. One of them is going to be up close. It is Andy. Goes 1 for 1. So that means that the device has to pivot back over towards mid-cut.
Oh,
and,
Mirage.
Well,
Man.
the device is not going to be pivoting any further anytime soon. We pivoted too hard.
Street coming down from Manny. That's a good effort there. Try and stop that EMP from being fired back. He only does find one, though, and Booga is going to get a couple for his own. So really, I think that was a bit of a panicky moment on the whole for Bittersweet. The comms was probably like, hey, guys, make sure we don't lose control kit. They end up losing exactly that. 3 down. That is 110% going to be an overload through. I'm curious to see if they wait. Yep, that's exactly going to be the case here. Just make sure they're ready for the reset. Depending on where it goes, it's going to go straight back towards Dojo's side. Omnia have the pieces here to set up a rally. And he just needs to find value for it. Peeks out. Easy peasy. Turns around for the second here. This is a dicey gunfight. And Mirage will win it. Now Peel needs to play lead blocker. A couple of players in front of you. Flipping and diving. Using movements to his perfection. But not enough to actually win the gunfight. So Omnia now not solidly able to get through Dojo just yet. I think that is still the call, though. All 4 players. One last effort. Gear Thor. The overload through and over the top. Nate gets the detonation. It's a flip of the script. Omnia now in the lead here with 2:20 on the clock.
Yeah, Peel can just play cutoff. Start getting some kills in towards the back. He actually gets stunned up. Nobody turns around for it because all the pressure is surmounting over by rooftops. Last player is going to be Fellow over here. And yeah, Omnia are going to start hooping now. Next player up, Fellow. Inside a small room. Doesn't even have enough HP to try to contest. And Andy's already got the pre-fire. 20 and 18. Peel, like you said, having a much better second half comparatively to where he was. A 3 and 12 elephant, I believe it was. Sizable, even in the negative scheme of things. It's a 2-score lead now for Omnia. The Vice back towards the middle of the map. Proto already has it. Booger's playing the corner. Finds himself too because we're not checking it. And now he's just going to flip it all by his lonesome.
Yep, and given how far up he is, those players are going to spawn about as far out as humanly possible. This hole is starting to feel infinitely more deep than Bittersweet wanted. Manny will bring the streak down to pull Nate and Andy out of the round. It gives them control, but they have to be fast now with just 80 seconds on the clock. Flanking play being made here from Manny, who still has to be dealt with, and that's really the only hope, that maybe Manny can play distraction long enough, maybe he can fan value long enough, that Bittersweet can get through. That Manny's been dealt with, Mirage has been dealt with, Proto's been dealt with, just now one player, and that is everybody from Bittersweet down. And for Omnia, even if they don't get this EMP through proper, it's all about keeping it in the Bittersweet half.
Ivy got 60 seconds left here at the half, and for what feels like an eternity, about to be 7-3. Can't even stop Peel fully before he gets the capture. I mean, can we say mathematically impossible? Not technically, but you got to get across P3 in towards the goal line within 10 seconds of each. And you can't even start the beginning of that laundry list because Omnia are putting you in the dirt. Bittersweet. You're going to be tucked home here at top 16, Brody. Top 24, I guess, if you want to look into the grander scheme of it. But look at that. Just absolute elation on the opposite side for Omnia. Sending some very tailored names home. These fist bumps are going to hurt ever so slightly. That flight back home is going to be ever so longer. Not where we thought that Bittersweet were going to conclude their tournament. Not me, at least.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm totally in the same mindset again. I think, you know, if we're talking about a roster that really wanted to improve when they made the changes they did, that is the entire reason those roster changes happened for both Bittersweet and for Telluride Shrub. For Bittersweet in particular, it does feel like, you know, we wanted to see some improvements out of them. We wanted to see the roster look better. And I think they have looked better, I want to say. But for me, I'm going to keep on saying it, and I have said it quite a bit. I think the thing that Bittersweet need to work for me, if this 4 continues to play together moving forward, if this is the 4 that's going to play the stage for qualifiers, we got to see them work on that search and destroy. And really, I think that's their indecisiveness as a roster on the whole. That is the word I think that we would use to describe the way that Bittersweet have been playing, because it feels like so often they find themselves in situations where they've got a couple of options on the table as to where they want to go on the map. And more often than not, I think they just find themselves stuck between 2. I'm not sure if that's a communication issue with them, or if it's just something where a player is making a call and it's not necessarily the right one in the moment. That happens, but it is something that Bittersweet will need to work on moving ahead into the Challengers Elite Stage 4. Looking over towards the Passion Pit then, we've got In Control X Decimate going head-to-head with Able X BTD. Of course, the European squad here looking to make it into the top 16. Yep.
And see some very familiar names on this board. We saw a little bit of Able X BTD yesterday. Henry and Co. That guy, he played with Team Orchid back at EWC, did he not? On the opposite side, too. In Control X Decimate. Pat Bunzy. I mean, come on, man. These guys have been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
Are they the old heads now?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like You look at players like, oh my goodness gracious, Clutch almost clutches up there, lives up to his name. But you look at players that are like, yeah, at some point they're the rookies, and then years pass us by, and it's like, hang on, no, these guys are the old heads now.
Gunzy was the runner-up in 2019 COD Challengers behind Standy and Exotic on Triumph. Like, that was like one of his rookie-ish years.
Yep.
Look at him now. Savvy. We've come so far.
He's still hanging about. Rush, relatively newer name. I say relatively again. It's a strong word. Now looking for a 1 versus 2 hit. Needs to reserve 7.5 seconds for the defuse. Spots out both the players, and it's almost impossible to win it when you've got 2 players in those positions with the coverage they've got and the time right behind you as well. There's not really much that you can do.
The aforementioned runner-up of Carnage Gaming, Gunzy, back in MW 2019, is going to get this last kill. Just a wily group of cats, right? Gunzy was actually playing Season 3 of the Elite with Out of the Mud. He was playing with Cruising Wiz. If you remember, Brody, I know I'm saying this like it was forever ago. It was literally a couple weeks ago, but just a turn of events to be in a situation like this over against Able X BTD. You talk about Rush, he's not exactly an old name, not exactly a newer one either. He's been having a really good season, at least statistically, in EMEA Challengers. Able XBTD, excuse me, trying to work for this quick play. They're actually already back over towards T5. UH had a good look for the second, but a little bit ahead of where the rest of his teammates were located at to even try to play for those trades.
Now, Able BDT going to find themselves in the 2v2, and it is a pincer movement 2v2 as well. Rush will retrieve the bomb. Should be a freebie plant over by B. In control, Decimate have gambled on the wrong bomb, or have they? Because I don't think Able BGT are fully committed towards this B plant just yet. Now they are. But that moment of indecisiveness is going to allow In control Decimate a chance on the post plant. Do they recognize where Clutch has come from? They take Rush down. And they recognize, given where the bomb has been planted for, probably more or less where this pressure is going to come from. Clutch for the first, though. Not ready for the second. Weakened up. That's an easy one for Lieb.
Yep, sure is. Lieb right there off the 3 spree. Gonna collect himself the defuse as well. Get himself that score, getting himself closer towards that Hellstorm. And we talked about it here on Raid. It is very bad. If that was a 10 out of 10 dive, can we talk about this real quick? The minimalistic splash, even though he was holding the briefcase? Come on now. Kid's athletic. But still, I think that when you're looking at this from a retake perspective, it all kind of just falls apart in the post plant. A lot of kitchen control given up. Lieb still lurking on the backside of Wheelbarrow. He's able to pinch his way back through Money Window. So we're tied back up here. What was a very fast pace from Able X BTD on their previous defense. Gonna get stuffed. Not even met, as they have all of the ring control in the world. In control X Decimate, trying to work that B-bomb quickly.
Should be able to get the rock down. Right through the middle of the map. And it's going to land. If not, the kill will most certainly go through. It's a big one. Try and take some digs. Post plant. Smoke down. Maybe a little bit premature. It does draw 1 player out of Tiki. Clutch knows it. He's going to use it to try and get the gunfight. That would have been a crucial one. There's no trade coming anytime soon. UH does not make noise for the glass smash, so going to catch Zuna off guard. 3 versus 2 now. They haven't checked. They haven't checked top. They don't know that there's somebody out on the top side. Now, finally, he reveals himself, but Cryptic has too much to do there because Gunzy's fallen. And maybe he could have held for longer, but never mind. It does not make a difference. Phenomenal retake from Able BTD.
I just didn't have any information, did Gunzy, right? I mean, Cryptic stuck in that top bed warfare. Gunzy's all the way through the water, so he doesn't even get any audio cues while he's underneath there, let alone any visual cues, because Cryptic cannot see. So Gunzy felt the pressure. He had to hop inside the Tiki. He was already being cleared by Able X BTD. Just isolating themselves. Just not what you really want to see in a 2v2. A little bit of isolation. Been there. Sooner yet to find himself that breadstick. Still sitting on the goose egg. We're still within 1. This offense for Able, they're going back over towards A very quickly. Last offense, they pivoted going back through P5 very swiftly. Did not work out. Looks like they're going to try to do the same thing and try to isolate Gunzy. Can he get out of dodge? Yes, he can.
You can survive here. Yeah, not really much of a way out. Pressure through the middle of the map has been recognized by Henry. these players go quickly down now, and UH's only help here is Rush on the flank. He's going to find one. How on earth is Rush alive? How on earth is Rush alive? Well, he's not anymore. And now UH is just trying to survive inside the water. The obscurity of this very polluted water is the only reason that he's able to get away.
Well, it hasn't been clean since Black Ops 2, bro. UH, though, 5 spree. Resets the map. Has so much to clear, not all of the time left to do it. Zooter and Cryptic, not aware that the bomb was dropped here over by B. They would not have that information. 50-50 guess that UH had wrapped back over towards the AS&D site. It's not going to work out. UH, though, he puts himself in a 50-50 corner. He's got to zap this first player.
Oh, not going to happen. Would have been nice if UH could have got it done, but no. Big round now as this search and destroy continues to go back and forth. UH there. I mean, the fact that he gets away again is bloody miraculous, just to be totally clear. In the initial sort of Scarpa away from that 1 versus 2. I'm surprised he even extended that round as long as he does, but yeah, in the end, on the post plant, overwhelmed. Not much you can do.
Tied up now. I still think, like, for AbleX BTD, like, their opening 20 seconds on offense are, like, egregiously fast. Get a lot of coverage over by the A-bomb. Like, just plant it. Forehead. Win condition. Within the first 20 seconds.
Nice nade. To kick things off. Knowing Able BTD, I think they're going to be very fast to try and fill the spaces here on the defensive side. That's why Rush is keeping control of top laundry. Not for long. Clutch has already been found out. He knows it. Only choice is to go head first into these players, and they are just going to wait for that exact reaction. Good read from In Control Decimate.
And just a little bit too fast, trying to clear way too much. Nade lands right at their feet. No trophy system keeps themselves safe. In Control X Decimate, putting themselves in a situation, try to go up 2-0 here in the series versus AbleX BTD, who, again, by the way, for all intents and purposes, from a seeding perspective, should be doing quite well. Seeing a lot of interesting things happen as far as this Saturday is concerned. Plenty of COD left to be played. Zooner is now up to 5 in a row, by the way, since that 0-6 start. Like a reverse counter curse, or caster curse. How'd I do that?
Just by
I'm him.
nature of watching the games, mate. Just got to keep an eye on the games. Player will all of a sudden go on a spree. Happens every single time. No spree for Leap. UH going to win that first blood. And now it's a matter of just getting the bomb down. You've got man advantage. There's no reason not to do so. Henry knows it. The right decision is being made. Big player here in this play is probably going to be Rush, and the timing that he gets. There is no reason to expect this flanking play. That's why Zuna's looking behind him. Zuna's comms right now are probably like, what the hell is the player doing there? Rush gets another one as well. And off the back of the trade, they know where to look for the last remaining player. No 1v4. No ace for Cryptic. Able BTD force us to the distance.
Round 11, because nobody saw that one coming. We all expected it, right?
I don't know. I don't know if I expected it, per se. You never expect greatness, you know? If it happens to fall in your lap.
I expect disappointment. You're never going to be disappointed. Right?
Exactly. Is that not how everyone lives their life?
Expect greatness, like you just like fall face forward, trying to walk down the street. Actually, to be fair, you would do that anyway. But yeah, here we go.
I would do that.
Yeah, but I think if you're AbleX BTD, you're kind of thankful you don't have round 11 offense, because their offense for the past several rounds has been abysmal. A lot of nades coming over the top. Oh, it's a popcorn nade. I was gonna ask, is there a trophy system inside a kitchen? That's not the appliance that got installed yesterday. Oh, it's over. Send us home. My God. 2-0 lead for In Control X Decimate.
Oh, man, that is goddamn frustrating. I don't know if there was a trophy on offer through the start of the round. They were maybe saving it for later on in the round. I can't imagine so. I thought you always bring those things out. And it kind of feels like if you don't have a trophy, maybe don't hard commit the middle of the map. That was some beautiful util for In Control X Decimate. I want to watch that one again. Some of these set nades off the start of these rounds, by the way, have been phenomenal from teams here in Challenges. We've seen some brilliant ones over the course of the Atlanta Open, and that right there feels like the explosive cherry on the cake.
Oh yeah, it was an absolute cherry bomb for sure. 5-1 for first bloods, by the way, for UH. Like, are we sure? We could get this guy a little. Like, numbers advantage should be a guaranteed round the majority of the time, unless you're Bittersweet trying to 4v3 retake on the A-bomb versus Omnia on Fringe. I did too soon. My bad. Might be too soon. Regardless, 20 kills combined between Lieb and Gunzi. Lieb getting 2 of those within the first 20 seconds of the previous round. What a popcorn nade and a hell of a hard read coming through. Yeah, here's the replay of that. I don't see anything X-ray wise for a trophy system. I imagine that if there was, like, maybe UH had it over by Laundry, but that nade literally lands on the backside of Henry. Inside of Kitchen, kills the 2 inside of Kitchen. Henry was one shot. Gunzi with the cold breeze takes him down with an NPC at range. Oh, Europe are punching air right now.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Because literally, if they move forward, like, a couple more meters, they might not get tagged by the nade. Maybe one of them goes down. It's a significantly more manageable situation. But no, that nade completely blows the entire round up. So unfortunate there for Able BTD. This is a roster that's done relatively well over in Europe. All of these players, more one way or another, you guys have seen them if you've been keeping up with Challengers Elite. So for them to not make the final bracket, I think would be a shock, especially given the team that they're playing. They've played very, very well, I think, to get to this point.
I mean, Gunzi's been a part of a lot of different teams, like when it comes down to like these open brackets, like playing alongside like Wiz, Dak, who is still in the tournament, actually on Bravo's room right now. Torn Esports are playing through an exposure. I think they just lost versus Family Ties, so that's going to a map 4. They're up 2-1, but I mean, he's always been a part of like these rosters that like he formulates them a couple weeks in advance. Remember, like he was not playing with his roster season 3 of the Elite. I can only imagine that the other 3 players that are the occurring staff are on very little practice, but it's a show up in tournament day type of moment. And if you are not prepared and you get caught off guard by even the slightest little bit of unfortunate mistakes, aka that hard read of setting 3 players through Kitchen, no trophy system in a round 11, you're probably gonna get hard hit with a day 1 nade out of lead, man. So I mean, yeah, tough scenes when it comes down to Able x BTD. Now they got to work a reverse sweep just to make sure that people are in the know that they are a top EMEA team, because right now it does not look like it.
No, it doesn't. Look, they will want to get through to the next round of play, and we expect that roster to get through to the next round of play. Of course, if you are just joining us, and I know a fair few people are here, just give you guys an update of what's happening right now. This is currently losers round, I want to say 6, I think it is, 5 or 6, depending on how you look at the bracket, because there's a few buys there in like the very first slot, so it doesn't really count as a round. Either way, this is the final round of the initial bracket before we reset things. So the 4 teams that go through in this losers round join the 8 teams that qualified from the upper stages of the bracket and the 4 teams that made their way down from the CDL Pro-Am into a 16-team reseeded bracket. So everything changes past this point, although I think for the players, more or less, it's just a case of, okay, I guess we're just going to go again. We've got more chances now to do better in the bracket. I think that's really the only way you can look at it if you're a team from this new bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and if you're those other teams that are about to be looking in towards this new side of the bracket, like the winners bracket teams probably showed up when the doors were opening, trying to sit down, get themselves as warm as possible. You're sitting there getting like antsy, ready to play some Call of Duty, especially for those other 4 teams, like when you're thinking from Omit, Huntsman, P7 Notorious, as well as ROC. Like all of these guys are like sitting there just like chomping at the bits just to get their get back internally off of what transpired just yesterday. So you know that we're about to be hopping in towards like the rest of what is about to be a very hard fought battle to be Major 3 Challengers Open champions, man. And we're just barely scratching the surface. As far as these matches are concerned, and Bittersweet just got sent home as far as what would that technically place in top 24, I guess, top 16, whatever way you want to look at it. But Fellows not making it towards that championship or that next reshuffle bracket. T-Shrub are also extending it to a map number 4. They were able to win the exposure control over CRGX Outbreak 7-3. So last time we saw them, Brody, they were up 5-4 in a raid search and destroy. They lost that in around 11. And Alec and the boys trying to work up a reverse sweep of their own over here on Delta.
Yeah, this for me would be a big disappointment. I think, again, we've talked up a lot about this Telluride Shrub roster. and how capable they are. I think we saw, what was it, a 30-10 performance or something to that effect on a Den hardpoint the other day from Skill, or I said the other day, it was literally yesterday, from Skill. So we know these guys are capable of great things, and there is a lot of potential in this Shrub roster. This would not be the desired start if they do crash out here before they make it to the second stage of competition. We'll see whether or not that happens. Good start for CRG, excuse me, X Outbreak, where he comes through for 3 though, and the Shrub right back into P1.
Big standout moment for Telluride Shrub. They lost the Scar Hardpoint by 11 points, 239 and 250. Would have been a very different look as far as that series is concerned. Forehead statement of the day, at least for me so far. Webby, though, 5 spree for him. He's a part of that duo of skill. Quite literally just turned 18. I'm pretty sure, like, last week, he didn't even play the Cup if you're just getting in towards Challengers. Watching as a Telluride fan. Coach Priesta, world champion Coach Priesta stepped in, and they were able to garner a pretty good result, all things considered. Pretty even going to the backside of P2. You still got CRGX Outbreak fighting for those back spawns. Will finally be unearthed from a Seams 2-piece. Now for the back 30, should be all eyes forward for the Shrub.
Shrub looking pretty good here. Gonna lose their presence through the middle of the map. 20 seconds left. This is worth hitting if you're a CRGX Outbreak. They know it as well. Going to send some forces towards the point. TK from Velux not going to help. Neither will a Seams double. So this is kind of the bad thing that happens when you hit 20 seconds with a full 4 is the spawns can leave manipulate. Shrub know that if they just move away from the back line, spawns will go in favor of CRGX Outbreak and they can manipulate them. They just need to win the fight. And that's exactly what Wevy and Asim are doing. Asim on 5 in a row. Hellstorm missile accrued. It's a perfect rotation coming through from the Shrub.
You're going to really be happy to have it if you are a Seam should anything go wrong ahead of the rest of this hard point. Not the most valuable streak to be having when it comes down to Colossus. I say not the most valuable, like I got a tier list. It's the only streak that we use for crying out loud, but still. You're probably going to be looking at that for a P3 in the second set if all things goes as planned. Shrub setting themselves up for that. Seawads, Velux, going to start poking and prodding their way through the middle of the map. Important to note as well here for CRGX Outbreak, like they do for Cody and Seawads out of St. Clair, Legion champions as far as CCL is concerned. So they're riding this with their heads held high. DTG, who's been having a really phenomenal series, is having a really poor performance as far as this map board is concerned at 4 and 10. Just looking for some more players to try to step up into the slaying category for CRGX Outbreak before they can start denting into this 80-point lead that the Shrub have over their heads.
That's 2 big hard points back-to-back for the Shrub. CRGX Outbreak trying to be a steel wall around the back line. As you said, yes, there's a Hellstorm coming down. Does not land on anything, but it does give the information for the Shrub to know where the players are. Doesn't matter, because DTG and Wads will combine for 3. Just one more player to contend with. Velux wins the fight. And CRGX Outbreak, the hold is good for the back spawns. They need every single second off this hard point, though, keep themselves competitive with the Shrub here on Colossus, and it's all going well, but one player has to sit in there. Skill, can he find any value off it? No. I think those couple of tags from Wads completely ruined that play. So we wanted to see a good hard point from CRGX Outbreak. That's pretty much what we've got. We've got a competitive game on our hands.
Yeah, we sure do. Back spawn's going to be secured here from the back 15 if you were looking at it from DRG or CRGX Outbreak's perspective. But still, a lot more left to be done. I mean, 50 points through one set of hills when it comes down to Colossus is, I would say, manageable. Like, it's not insurmountable, but, like, you can make this happen if you are CRGX Outbreak. And again, it starts and stops with being able to match the slaying discrepancy. For beneficial sake, if you're looking at it from DTG and Ko's perspective, at least skill isn't triple positive right now. Like, he is double negative,
yeah.
So that's one less bit of firepower that you are missing. So, again, the term manageable. They are on the P2 side, 35 seconds still to fight over here as far as P1 is concerned, and CRG, they're keeping them at an arm's length. It's
worth saying this is just not for skill. If all the maps in the game, I would not say Colossus is the map for skill to come out perform on the circuit.
Cody
just casually gets a 3-piece around statue side and starts to heat things up. It's really going to be the subs that are making the difference right now, and we've talked at length about what Asim's been doing. He is 13 and 12. He's been able to shine when he's required. More accurately as well, he's been able to get the Hellstorm missile that will help him in towards this next hard point. Not going to find any frags. Information, though, for potentially Wevy to act on. CRGX Outbreak, they know they're going to have pressure from that right side of the hill to contend with. Velux needs to lock down those back spawns. Good for the first one. Not able to trade things out. This has to be the turnaround pretty quickly from CRGX Outbreak, but they're also have to be careful about the front of the kill. One more player on the flank to contend with. Webby, can he get involved? No, he cannot. Cutie now on a spree, 6 in a row for the Hellstorm missile. Make it 7. CRGX Outbreak now in the lead here in this game.
They would have got it off the score. The kill gets it that much sooner as well. Flipping of the lead and resources as well. You still have a Seams in his back pocket, but you're not going to expect that to come through for a P2 break. Might need it for P3, depending on how this last 20 seconds does go. A Seam, the aforementioned, first to fall. Wevy inside the hill, the second as well. Telluride Shrub are finally being met with the pace. It's only Arcity's at range over by Statue that finds any sort of late value. But CRGX Outbreak from this P2 have a phenomenal lead to build off of. And they already got players on the backside of blue. C-Wads gets hard stun. Gonna play that high-low positioning. And they're already in a position to maybe try to deal with this soon after. Cody pulls the trigger first. That's what I was gonna question. Does the Seam pull his, but it's actually Cody just to keep his team ahead.
Didn't get any value off that. Keeps them at bay. DTG, oh, beautiful double. He's weakened, though, for the follow-up. This nade has to connect or at the very least stagger the push. Does the latter enough that the rest of the team can make their way over? Velux for the double hit. CRGX Outbreak holding. Webby for the TK. That's going to make things more difficult for Shrub as they try to cross towards this hard point now. All your util out. QT pops up and regrets it almost immediately. CRG Outbreak now in control for the time. Asim should be able to get an easy chow through for the contest. Instead goes actually out for the frag. Is the follow-up from Arstees potent? Yes, it is. Big back 13 seconds to vie for both of these two teams. And CRGX Outbreak really all about delaying the push towards the rotation. 1 versus 1 on set rotation, and Velux will win it. So CRGX Outbreak, they will have first nod towards this wrap.
The DG have really turned things around. What was the last time that we were looking at his KD ratio? It was nowhere near where it's at right now. 18 and 20. Talk about meeting the slaying presence that Telluride Shrub have been bringing since the get-go of this map number 4. It's now been met. Plus extended. Fail. He's up on 4 in a row right now. 3 players in towards the hill, trying to clear away the back, and it's 4 dead in the feed. Elbows out. Space on the map. FCRGX Outbreaker about to be over 200.
It can't be understated just how much of a falter this has been for the Shrub. At the end of the first half, I saw it was like a 120 to them, something to that effect, as Velux continues to tear. And what has the different vectors have been? It's been the subs of CRGX Outbreak. Cutie went on that spree. Velux went on his own spree. These guys have heated up to maximum temperature now, and the Shrub are being burned down. Arsties for another triple, though. Keeping them in the conversation here as they try to brute force their way through the front. Can't find any more than that. DTG now for yet another frag. This is an indomitable advantage for CXG as we go to our final set of rotations.
How many points did the Shrub get through that second set? They had like a 70-point lead at the end of the first, Brody, but now it's an 80-point deficit. Someone give me that number because it is an absolute fall-off. As far as a map 4 is concerned, Webby is 26 and 17. Asim has slowed down considerably since getting himself that Hellstorm missile, and now no more resources remain between all 8 players in this lobby. It's all down to the gunny, back towards top center of the map. 30 seconds left here. The fight over for the third in what potentially I read as the final P1. And you just gotta hold them at an arm's reach. Velux for a big trade on Osim and turns on a skill up top P1. Now he can fly forward, but doesn't win the third.
Just 26 seconds, all that CRGA need. They can steal 10 away here on P1. That's huge. That's why Shrub are investing reinforcements in towards that time. Can't afford to give it away. They'll just have to settle for losing 5. Now they might lose the rotation as well. Velux and DTG picking up the pace. Just one more player and DTG burns through Webby. CRG, they break the spawns. They've got first touch.
Yeah, they sure do. They're in here first and foremost. They got a lot of the spawns being held. Cody even goes 1 for 1 in towards the top center of the map, but it's a Seam to be able to find the second. Here come the Shrub.
Contest is through. Webby able to deliver on the first one. Webby for 2. And Asim cleans up the third player. Shrub, a moment of peace and quiet here. CRG now 8 seconds away. They need to get back in.
And they're waiting for players to get up towards top center of the map. Cody's late towards all of this, but he is able to win the one on a skill, catches him with a nade out. Now they can start flying to the backside of blue, able to get presence a little bit further forward, cut down reinforcements, 4 dead in the feed. The Outbreak might win it here.
That's going to be it. CRGX Outbreak pull off an upset. The Shrub are done and dusted. They don't even smell the reset bracket. They're out of the Atlanta Open.
And you see them standing up immediately, letting them know. 2 hands in head there for Arcity's. Fist bumps coming through for Priesta. Just could not get over the line today. It was so close. and then it just became further and further out of reach. 250 to 171 was the final scoreline here, Brody. But I have an inkling that when they go back for the Shrub and they rewatch the VOD, they're going to remember one thing in particular: a 70-point lead lost 250 to 171. Wevy goes 31 and 21 for the L. Asim was almost double positive at one point, gets absolutely stuffed. DTG was double negative at one point. He finishes 30 and 26. Like, you cannot say anything more. Like, you get resurgences like in a best of 5 series, but to be able to see a resurgence in a matter of about 20 seconds is some championship level caliber stuff coming through from Derek, the mother freaking GOAT. So, wow. Now we hop back over towards what is going to be our Bravo series. Torn Esports leading 2-1 up over Family Ties after Family Ties won the exposure overload to at least extend it to the Den hardpoint in overtime.
Big game here for the Family Ties roster. Again, same situation for them and for everybody here in this round of play is that win and you're in, lose and you're done. Family Ties know it. Now starting to make a resurgence here on P1. Flanking effort being made by Mints, who will double up, and that should open the door for the rest of the squad for a Torn to get through. That's exactly what happened. Split spawns, though. It's going to make things difficult here on the read of the play, and yeah, you're just not going to expect Darkside to make that flanking through. You're not ready for Detain for that gunfight either, so Family Ties here. They have some resistance against Torn Esports, but numbers not favoring them in the middle of the map.
3-2 scoreline, Den overload between In Control x Decimate. They eliminate the number 10 seed of the tournament, Able x BTD, from the tournament. Gunzy & Co. will continue on. As far as their adventures are concerned, they will be a part of that reshuffle. So this is our last active series as far as this block is concerned, fighting for that last Covenant spot. Torn Esports looking to be in prime position to do so. Got players already trying to stretch across the rooftops. TK, got to be careful with how far he does extend because you got Detain and Symbols already producing things outside of couches. TK is getting lost. He's pulling a lot of numbers towards the backside of roof just to start to deal with him. Might just put this game a little bit farther out of reach, but Family Ties from the back end of things are able to overwhelm what little numbers Torn still had around P2. They're in.
TK trying to get around the backline here. This is valuable time. Back spawn's good. Phantoms cuts down a couple of players here, reduces the hit down to 1 player, and Phantoms actually pick up all 3. So on a spree is Teamy Phantoms now. Family Ties, if they get all of this time, they will secure the lead here in this game. Phantoms continue on a spree. If I'm Torn Esports, I'm being wary of the fact that I'm basically feeding him. Just go towards the next set of rotations. Symbols has read that play, but can't actually transition in towards a gunfight. So Torn will get first touch from Nuke.
Yeah, they sure will. We got TK again getting lost in the middle map. This is what he really needed a name for himself during Season 3 of the league when everybody was like, wait, who is this TK kid? That's what he's going to be known for. Cracked SMG player, trying to get lost on the map, make you think twice. Now he's going to hit this pinch all the way to the backside of lockers. Hitman's already found the first. Got Phantoms at least there for the pinch all the way from mid-cut, but it sets things up. Family Ties still knocking down the door at this lead. They got to try to contest one more time.
One more wave of gunfights. Don't know if Phantom's got a Hellstorm missile off the back of the player. He's stationary. I think he did. That's going to send Torn inside. They might well stick for the time because every single second is a second that Family Ties need them not to get. They're sticking for it. Do they get the kills in time? Darkside forced out into the open and the Hellstorm is not there in time. Family Ties can't extend the series. Torn are through to the next stage of the competition.
You see Dak standing up, letting them know absolutely. He's screaming at Symbols. Poor guy. Can't catch a break, man. But still, yeah, Torn Esports. I mean, they catch Family Ties just in a really bad play call. I mean, you said it right there, man. Like, you call in the Hellstorm. You're thinking that that's going to force them inside. What do they only need? Like 5, maybe 6 seconds? Once that Hellstorm missile gets called in, it takes like 10 seconds to get to the ground. And I mean, even if like one of the micro missiles like kills the player on time, you still had a player inside of 10. You still had a player over by lockers to even try to contest that last second or so. And it just comes up short. Can't touch down in time. Player tries to contest out from the backside of Dojo. Can't get the kill. And that's game. That's all she wrapped. I mean, all of those last stage efforts coming through for Family Ties, all for naught. Big shout outs to them, of course, for the but it's one of 2 hybrid rosters that we do have. I mean, shout out like Swag Check playing with a couple of APAC players. The Detain being the European representation here around Darkside. Challenge 1-3 is Timmy Phantoms. Then Symbols, of course, from the Stallions. Tane had himself a pretty good game here in map number 4, albeit -4 as far as KD. 15 non-traded kills. Majority of that was around the objective, 11 in tow. But this team for Torn Esports, we were kind of ridiculing them yesterday, Brody. Not really looking like they had any sort of championship qualities being showcased, rectified in towards this Saturday. TK, he is shooting absolute truth bombs out of a sub.
Yeah, shout out to Torn as well, because they have been in a grueler in the lower bracket. That is their fourth, I think it is, consecutive match victory in lower bracket to make it to the next stage of the competition. So Torn have got some serious goal to them to win those matches back to back, because they were in the lower bracket very early in our competition. So shout out to Torn for winning those matches back to back, and I would say for improving as well. Almost every single time that we've seen them proper, Torn have looked better and better and better. And it is about that consistency for this squad that during Elite Stage 3, it felt like they were somewhat lacking.
Oh, just as a rehash, I thought that I saw the conclusion of that map number 3. I thought that Gunsy & Co. eliminated Henry & Co., but not the case. It actually got ended early, so we're still waiting for the conclusion of that one. Only ongoing lower round 6 matchup as it currently stands, but yeah, I mean, what a crazy time that for what was the Season 3 Elite for Bittersweet. Both sides of that Season 3 Elite team, Manny and Fellow, now still representing Bittersweet, won't be making it towards the reshuffle for what is the true top 16 of the Challengers Open. And the same for Arcides and Asim, there for the Shrub. Also losing out in a map 4 versus CRGX Outbreak. Derek the GOAT putting the final stamp, as far as I'm concerned, in that series alongside his teammates, sending those guys packing as well. Been a very interesting weekend of events so far, Brody. I mean, Friday, it is what it is. Well, we saw our top 10 teams being able to do what they did. But as far as Saturday is concerned, absolute headlights as far as I'm concerned, with all the different scoreboards that we're getting. And I guess you can't even really call them upsets because the seating is so tight. But still, I think that from this perspective for the Saturday matches, what we have ongoing, the tournament is going to absolutely bang as far as the conclusion is concerned.
Alrighty, well, we've got one more match left to go here before we have all 16 of our teams in the next stage of the competition. While we wait for that match to get underway, guys, we're going to go to a quick break. Get yourself a bucket of popcorn or whatever other snacks you watch Call of Duty Challengers with. We've got one more match to go before that next bracket is ready.
they stop us.
Welcome back, everyone, to Call of Duty Challengers, and we have had our reseed. The bracket is reset. We have 16 teams ready to duke it out in double elimination. Chris Tunn alongside me. Chris, I'm very excited. This is something that's quite unique to a tournament for me, and I think it's probably quite unique to some of the players as well.
It's unique to me as well, Dan. Honestly, this doesn't happen very often. Side note, Nelly wore a very similar shirt. That would have been cute, but also weird. But I'm very, very excited to jump into these games. The bracket has been reset. We have, well, in somewhat sad fashion, had all the teams from the program, from the challenger side of things, drop back in. None of them succeeding on making it out of groups. A couple of them give it a good go. A couple of them, I was expecting maybe a little bit better, and it's potentially now time to redeem yourselves here in Challengers once again. But yeah, the bracket reset is in, and it's a juicy one to say the least.
Yeah, of course, those 4 teams dropping down from the Pro-Am will be seeds 1 through 4, and then the teams that finished in the top end of the challenges that we've had so far will basically be 5 through 12, and then the loser bracket teams are 13 through 16. So that means those loser bracket teams will get a double chance again, which is, again, something quite unique. They get the chance to lose twice, but they will be playing some of those teams that dropped down from the Pro-Am, so maybe it's not so good for them. Anyway, we will have to see, because all those matches are just about ready at the moment. All those players are getting ready in winners bracket round 1, and as you said, there are some juicy ones with some of our top seeds from the Pro-Am playing against losers bracket teams, but I'm kind of thinking about some of these matches that are around like the 8th and 9th seed here, Chris, because we certainly have teams that are going to be very closely contested.
Yeah, we've got a couple of bangers. Honestly, I know when we don't have an opportunity to show the bracket here on the stream, but I mean, looking over towards the top side of the bracket, it's literally EMEA. I mean, well, we've got Rock taking on Tony Esports. For Rock, whilst we have a little bit of time, let's just touch on some of those teams who dropped in from the program. For me, Rock will be the most disappointing out of all the teams. They came in with probably the most expectation and most hype, I would say. I think that's probably a fair assessment, and arguably faulted the most. Really did kind of show what they were about up against FaZe, meaning, I mean, I thought they would probably go on to beat Cloud9, and they got 3-0 by them. So I wonder if it's just the styles didn't match up, or, you know, maybe they just didn't play their best on the day. Either way, they're going to be dropping back into this as number 1 seed, of course, after what was a very, very good result in Birmingham and the win in Dallas. But well, I actually don't have any more time, Dan, to chat on these teams, because we're going over towards Delta. We've got games already kicking off, but we'll cover it as time goes on. We'll be able to chat on these teams plenty over this. Next one is probably going to be 8 hours or so of Challengers gameplay.
Yeah, we're going to be able to jump between all of these matches that are going to be featuring on Winners Round 1 on Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. And here we are on Delta, our first matchup on Winners Round 1. It's Omit Brooklyn versus For Fun Esports. We were talking about teams that are a little bit closer contested in terms of these seeds, Chris, and this one could certainly be a very entertaining one.
Yeah, no, it should be. I think, you know, both these two teams throughout the Elite regular season, I mean, obviously we're coming in with some fairly decent seeding for the pair of them. They've been putting up some decent numbers. So let's see how things are going to go from both these two squads. I think heading into this Den hard point, though, we'll see how they're going to match up. A lot of storied players on both these rosters, though, Dan. And what we kind of come to expect from these teams, they will be expecting to go on a deep run.
Yeah, they would want to, and as we said, because the bracket gets reset, they will have that opportunity, even if they lose, to battle through that lower bracket. Early points being kind of shared. No one with a big start here in P1, so instead going to have to try and find something a little bit more secure over towards P2. It is going to be For Fun Esports. We will find a position to start with, and we'll have Omit Brooklyn on the break, but they've already lost to Real. And we will see an answer back at least, but now you've got to try and work together here to try and push.
Wickton doing a good job. Finding 2 on the outside, can't find any more. Trader's going to be there, though. So P2 in control here for Fun. You're going to get used to that one, Don. Actually, no, you would have cast over it as well. I always go 4-4-4 and 4-4-4 for Fun. It is just a running joke with my brain that doesn't seem to get that funny.
We also had For Fun and Fellow, so that, you know, For Fun and Fellow versus For Fun was one of the worst days of my life, I think, but alas, at least I was there and involved.
I think as well, we had a For Fun Europe on top of that, and I'm sure they bumped into each other at one stage. Irrelevant of that. We go over towards P3 in a second. Polex is going to be able to find well the one, not quite the second. Been a close game so far, though. That P2 rotation was nice coming through for the side of For Fun, and that's going to be a nice couple of kills coming in over towards P3. Stanley has to go big and cannot. Pinch is going to come in here as well. That is a wonderful transition over towards P3 for the side of For Fun.
Million Mac, give him a whack, and Omit Brooklyn off spawn. I'm going to have to try and do something a little bit different here. They are sending one on the flank, but sadly that flank is caught out. And now they're going to be a 3 versus 4. Maybe they can do something. Okay, all right. Well, there you go. There's the start of your break. And actually, Paul will follow up, make it a double. And they will be able to break and start to score a little bit. But of course, the spawners will be over towards that flank watcher. And actually, Millie's been able to find one of his own.
Looking over towards both these two teams as far as this map goes, though, well played. I mean, there were 28 times this season for fun and managed to find themselves a den hard point. Typically, it hasn't necessarily been doing too well for them, but they're not doing too bad here by any stretch of the imagination. Mac will manage to find one through the mid-map, but now you only got one direction to focus on, finding the kills over towards rooftops. Mac can find another. It's 3 in a row from him. The cover should be there to find this last one. Is Mac going to be the one to do it? He will. And there's the transition. Perfectly worked out. 50 seconds to go. P4, full control for Fuck.
Shots again. There's Millie. Constantly in the kill feed at the moment. Oh, wow. Sadly, does get shot down immediately as I say that, but 13-6, the scoreline. In terms of score points, 76 to 49.
Really?
No one really showing too much of control, but Uli certainly doing some damage with a pistol at the moment before he evidently goes down as well.
Yeah, did a really good job there, to be honest with you, Danny. Stayed alive inside of weaponry, and then all of a sudden he can try and help his teammates break back through with those back spawns, which they managed to keep a hold of for quite some time. They're going to lose out in a couple of seconds thanks to the martyrdom that will come through. But for fun, get the majority of their time throughout the first rotation. And yeah, I mean, looking over towards the score, but Dylan having a really, really troublesome time, to say the least, as is too real. And I mean, the scoreline's kind of reflecting that. Millie's having his wicked way with them at this moment in time. We got the rotation over towards P2, which is heading our way in 50 seconds, but P1 to fight over before.
Good job from Paul. Defends it. Although eventually does get called out. Now Mac can do his best to try and put more points on for fun here. And actually, the backup from Awakening is just going to put them in such a good position to try and score maybe even 15 to 20 off of this hold alone. And actually, I like the aggression here as well. You don't want to just be a sitting duck. Instead, be proactive. And there's the triple from Mac. Make it 4. So close. But damage might have already been done.
Mackenzie truly melting. Not able to find a way through to get that fourth, but I mean, all things considered, for fun, you get a decent chunk of that time. You've still, well, did have the P2 spawns. You're going to keep over towards those backside spawns, so yeah, that's going to start spawning people over towards P3 here for the side of home at Brooklyn. It's a mix you want to try and contend with. Going to be a massive spawn out for Brooklyn, actually, so you need to find these kills. You see Standy, Millie, and Matt can combine well. Uli finds another lovely break for fun. They just seem to have a little better of a read. These rotations are working in their favor. They're finding the kills when they need to, and that's a P2 on complete lock and key. Can you find a way through, though, if you are with Brooklyn? Front door's been burst down, and they find a way back through.
I mean, if they are going to find a way, it's probably going to be through Standy and Paul at the moment with how they're playing. Seems like every time I mention someone's doing well, they die, but that's pretty much Call of Duty for you. It's too real. Going to try and hold this one. He's going to try and push in, and he's going to be taking a nice angle. And actually, Millie's the one who manages to get 2, but again, it's Standy and Paul working together as a duo, just shutting down everything. And this is a very important hill for Omer Brooklyn. They needed the points to start to catch up. They want to put themselves at least in touching distance of 4 fun here.
And that's a really nice hold to get. I think, you know, you put yourself in those positions where you need to find a good 40 or 50. And if you can do that for him Brooklyn, you get yourself back into this game. Polex is having an absolute whale of a time. 25 kills, that's about as many times as this man has retired and came back. Does well to find a breakthrough, and that's going to be spawn out for fun on the back side of things. Too real now, needs to step it up for his team, who are very much within spitting distance now, Dan.
Does have 51 seconds on the clock, though, so has certainly been doing the objective. Hill Kitten, as you told me and taught me.
Yeah.
But as you say, 7 and 19 certainly is not going to be helping your team too much, but I tell you what, if Paul keeps playing like this, maybe Omer Brooklyn might just find themselves in the lead. For fun, they had such an advantage position, but sadly, throwing it all away here.
Polex absolutely taking over. Incredible stuff from him, and Hellstorm in the back pocket as well for anybody who was keeping an eye. Kills are going to come through, though, for the side of For Fun, and they can now start to force their way through Dojo. Also love that, actually, the play coming through from Millie. Makes the wrap around, and that just makes the spawns a little bit awkward for Omer Brooklyn to try and deal with. If you can find the kills, it doesn't matter what the spawns realistically does it. One player towards this backside is going to be early back inside of the point. He's dead to rights. Too real for 2. Gets himself online. Now, all of a sudden, that's a really nice rotation for Omer Brooklyn. For Fun need to get away through.
That's better from 2Real. Picking up a big double. It doesn't really matter your KD as long as you can actually win those fights when they are important ones. Speaking of important fights being won, Paul X again with the double. 33 and 17 now. He's going to try and lock down this hill alongside 2Real, who again is just putting time on the board. And I was going to say, it's going to be a difficult angle for Fun to push, but they do find a way round on the outside of the rooftops. Just leaving Standy left to have to back off slightly, try and get some of that health back before he re-engages.
Tight game here, though. For Fun finding themselves now behind after what was a monumental run in the first rotation, to be honest with you. Had the setup for P2. I was saying they had it under lock and key, and since then they barely got a point, so they can curse me if they wish. Dylan Rex now going to have to try and find a way through. Has a little bit of control potentially over towards the top blue side. He will keep a hold of it. Spawns over towards the dojo side of the map now. For Fun, not in the best of positions. Well, that should be able to clean something else up here. Also has the Hellstone, which they currently don't need. They're in full control of P1. You got the P2 spawns. The writing's on the wall for this one, Dan.
Just such an incredible turnaround for the moment, really. For Fun, maybe a little bit disappointed how they've thrown this one away so far. It doesn't look like they're going to be getting back into it anytime soon with how Omit are holding. It's a good position from Standy as well. Almost makes it too, but Awakening was at least wise to it and
oh my,
very much listening to those comments. But Dylan Rex, maybe he can be the one to try and make a difference for Omit again in that hill, but For Fun will eventually clear it out and they'll get the scrap time.
I mean, that's just the problem, though. The fact that he's able to find 2 over towards the back end of things. Yeah, okay, sitting at 40 and 23. Doesn't matter. That creates so much space. And For Fun have to now turn around, fight them. Yeah, okay, they get the kill, but it doesn't give them the time where they can put the pressure on these P2 spawns. Omer Brooklyn find themselves 20 seconds away. Paul X has been lightening it up and it continues to do so. Paul for 3. Hellstorm in the back pocket. The team in the backpack. Omer Brooklyn trying to get this one over the line.
They're so close as well. For Fun having to throw everything at this, but Paul at the moment is just holding like a fort. Eventually will be shut down. Millionuli having to work together to do so. Now they cannot afford to let Omit break, but Paul X back on his feet and back in the faces of For Fun.
Standy, he finds the kill here, and the push from the rooftops. This is looking bad now if you're For Fun. Can you find a way through? Uli has to go absolutely massive. He can find one. The second's not there. And Omer Brooklyn find a way through. They can win it in P2. One last go for the side of For Fun. Can you find a way through? 2Real's keeping them at bay. You need to find the kills, and Matt can get you them. There's 2 more. You've got to rotate, but Omer already here.
Omit already there and waiting. And it's going to be Standy there. Already in hill, already scoring. He finds one. Awakening's going to be the next to challenge. Can you get him? Can you get the points? 248 ticks over. No one's going to be... Yes, they will. They get the toe in, but it's not going to be enough. Omit Brooklyn will take map 1 here, which was a very back and forth game in the end. It looked like For Fun were cruising at the start. But Omit Brooklyn, they reel it back in. And that is going to be a delightful victory for them.
The Paul X show. Oh my god. Absolutely took over, didn't he? Yeah, fist bumps all around, and rightfully so. Paul X with the takeover. I mean, how many different occasions did he pop up for the squad there? And if now you're the side of For Fun, you got to turn this one around very, very quickly. Omer Brooklyn take a lead, 42 and 22 from the side of Paul X. Incredible work. And just the objective kills, 22 objective kills is outrageous. 4 kills a hill that you've got to deal with if you're the side of For Fun. Just not a man you want to have to try and fight inside of there. 32 non-traded kills. Yeah, blow that one up, boys. That's a big game out of Paul X. And a big map number 1 win here for Omer Brooklyn over on Delta. Got all the games starting to kick off here as well, Dan. We're into the final 16 bracket. Everything's been reset. Kind of feels like we're getting into the nitty-gritty now.
It does, and you can even see the crowd starting to build a little bit in the pit as well. People starting to get behind those monitors, starting to watch. They want to have a keen eye on some of these incredible teams dropping down. Speaking of the incredible teams dropping down from the Pro-Am, it's the Huntsmen. They had an absolutely marvelous Elite 3 stage, and of course had the opportunity to play in the Pro-Am this weekend, but sadly could not qualify through. So they find themselves back in here.
And well and truly back in here. That is, yeah, I mean, you're dropping back down and that's your first game. You take that all day long. I think, you know, realistically, though, if we are looking at it, when we look at their opposition and CRG Outbreak, it's been a really nice run for them to make it this far, to be honest with you. And Huntsman are your opposition that you kind of get for your troubles. It's not necessarily ideal. But Huntsman looking good. You find that map number 1 win. That's a nice way to drop back into the pit. My curiosity around it is always going to be, how are they feeling after what will be a disappointing time, of course, in the Pro-Am for all the challengers teams, to be honest with you. And dropping back in, going up against the opposition you're used to. Are you going to be able to recalibrate yourself to that? Is it, obviously, you know, you would typically say easier? I'm not too sure how they're going to manage to handle it. But in this case, Huntsman absolutely making it look easier. 215.91 is convincing, to say the least.
Very convincing, and I think that you're right to drop down and get that one done, and in that kind of fashion as well. It just means there's not going to be any shaky nerves coming down. There's not going to be any dejection from losing those games in the Pro-Am matches. I think it's going to be business as usual for Huntsman now. We'll have to see how that one progresses. Of course, you can watch that one going on, but for now, we're going to jump back over to Stream D, the Delta Pod, and we can see how this match 2 is going to go down between Omid Brooklyn and For Fun as we head into S and D.
Over towards Fringe. It's going to be a B hit straight off the rip on Millie. Does he get the catch? And they just get aggressive on him. It's a very aggressive line to try and find a Mac. I mean, even more so. Holds the corner, and all of a sudden, it's Dylan Rex left in a 1 versus 2.
Well, just like that. For Fun, we'll take the first round. So, good way to bounce back for them. But considering some of the things we saw from Pool X in the previous, he's going to be the danger man for me. Could say the same about Standy, to be honest. Standy was also putting up big numbers and just looked very comfortable in 1 versus X situations, which is always going to bode well going into Search and Destroy. I have a feeling this series, I just have that feeling, Chris, that it could be one of those that goes all the way down to the wire. Not just in this game, but this series in general.
Feel it in your bones, Dan, do you?
I do.
Don't disagree, to be honest with you. Looking at how these two teams' elite stage kind of went, at relatively decent showing for Omid Brooklyn sitting in third, but obviously the disappointment of not making the Pro-Am would have been, well, something that stung. For Fun finishing the top 6 placement. They're not too far away from each other by any stretch. Standy will find that first blood, though. Going to try and answer back to the good start here from For Fun. But Turios just jumped it. He's just hopped it immediately. He's just went for it, and they're going to get away with it as well. Oh my word, straight underneath their noses. And For Fun, I'm like, yeah, boys, let's just hold it from the out. Wait a second. You hate to see it.
Those are the ones you look back at, though. If it does go all the way down to the wire, if it does go to 11 and you end up losing by 1, could you play that round a little bit better? Someone have been in a slightly better position, be a little bit more wise to it. Nothing you can do now except move forward. Standing at 3 and 2. As I expected, one of the players to watch. But on the other side, for Fun, Max already found 3 of his own. That's Omid now. Where are they going to try and send this bomb? Looks like they're going to send one over towards B. Maybe there's a little bit of distraction here. Potentially catch some rotators as well. Whilst this bomb is going to head towards A side.
Slowly but surely making their way through Tin. Standy is, well, unfortunately for him, the being shot out red herring. Just giving a bit of a bait over towards this B side as this bomb will go down over towards A. It doesn't snuggle in a nice spot here. So they're going to have to back off again, and maybe just playing with fire a little bit too long. Well, he will find that kill, and they'll get a little bit of control inside of the site. Full X, awkward, not going to work out for a Mac. Awakening and For Fun. I've just walked through this one too easily. Standy, you dirty dog, you. 3-1. Is going to find the second. The other one on the bomb carrier. Is going to get it done. Awakening, just making sure he's dead. Fair play. Tried to get it done, but that one exploded alive very, very quickly there, Dan, and For Fun just swept on through again.
Sometimes you just have to make sure. Sometimes you make sure they're dead. But that was a brilliant break from them. Very calculated. As soon as they got even an inkling of where someone was, there was a 2-man push to make sure that they were going to get at least the trade out. They didn't even need to get the trade in the end. They just bullied their way through to get the defuse. And if they can continue to play post-plant like that, they're going to be delighted. On the other side for Omid Brooklyn, they're probably looking at that one saying, could we have positioned ourselves a little bit better? Maybe we left ourselves a little bit too vulnerable here.
4 in a row. Still yet to die. The only blemish for him is the defuse that came through from Brooklyn, pretty much underneath his nose. Aggressive play being done here by Standy. He will take Mac down for his first death. Gets traded out almost immediately. That's a big kill for 2Real to find on Awakening. So no island player available. They're just going to get aggressive on the Dylan Rex, who's now in a little bit of trouble, trying to just survive towards the backside. Is the trade there? It is. Polex will find it. Millie left in a 1v2.
What does Millie have?
Oh, he's shot.
Yep, he's giving away his position. And now for Omit, they can just play the patient game if they would like to here. Especially looking at Millie having that sniper as well. He's going to try and create distance, but does have SMG in the back pocket. Time not on his side.
Yeah, always tough. Bomb carrier goes down towards this backside. It's an aggressive push. One that I didn't mind, but you've got to expect the trade's going to come through. I believe it might have been Awakening who did make that push with it.
He might
He's got away
get away with this.
There's just no way. He's going to get it down, but he's going to have to be very, very quick to get himself out. They are going to be here quickly. He's just going to, unfortunately, not going to get caught out, though. Is he? Yes, he is. Paul X finds it. And Homer Brooklyn will tie things up here in the search and destroy.
Yeah, we're so late with the plant, obviously having to pick up the bomb, that it just meant when they went over to check, as soon as they saw he wasn't there, it was so easy for them to traverse back towards the other bomb site. And as you said, he just wasn't going to have time to reposition and put himself anywhere that could really win a 1v2 situation. So back and forth we go. Trades between the two. And kind of what we were expecting from this series, to be honest. Two closely contested seeds. Two teams who know each other very well from Elite.
Into the next round we go. Very back and forth. It felt as if you're for fun, you're the more disappointed with this one so far. Polex is going to get taken down, though, so maybe that's half the battle. Ooh, gotta be careful. Millie is tagged up by the nade. We'll probably have to back on down. Expecting some pressure to come through B, but it's not coming from that direction. Homer Brooklyn seemingly having a little bit of a bait over towards this A side, but they're left in a 4v3.
Might have given that car a flat tire, though. 2Real can't quite make it. 2. Mac is there for the trade, but it's still... Oh, so close. Gives him a little bit of a haircut. I feel that time, though, right through the forehead. And that puts Standy on his own. 1 versus 3. At least has been able to acquire the bomb, so at least he's going to have a little bit more time to work with here, but still going to be very difficult to try and even get this down with the amount of coverage that we're going to see on the side of For Fun.
Just such a difficult scenario for Standy. He's going to find Mac. Could do with getting Millie off this 2 spray. The plant's going to come in immediately. Millie should be here to pick up the pieces, and thank you very much. Will do so. Shotguns him. Finds his 3rd of the round. Nicely done from Millie. It does feel as if For Fun are the ones leading the dance, aren't they? They put themselves in those positions. And just seeing if they can actually execute. There's been a couple of occasions where it has been a little bit more difficult. Millie doing it all on his own in that round. There's good for the 3. A 3-2 lead now for the side of For Fun.
Is this just going to be the story of it, though? Is it now Omit's turn to score, and then we'll go all the way down until we get to that round 11? Or can someone actually change the pattern of play here? Maybe For Fun can do something different on their attack this time. It's a very similar strategy, just sending one over towards B, the other 3 towards A again. But this time, Omit setting up very differently on their defensive side. They might just get caught out a little bit here if they're not careful. No one watching the bomb site at the moment, so it might be an easy plan, but Millie is just going to do a little bit of scouting first.
Alex will get traded. Millie just trying to survive here. Halfway towards that Hellstorm, and well, we'll have to make that time up again. 2 versus 3. For Fun have a little bit of control here, though, over towards this A side. We'll be able to get it down, but they do absolutely not have the numbers. Big kill potentially here, though. Standy's just found the angle on Awakening. Now all of a sudden for Uli, this becomes mission almost impossible.
There you go.
Got it. Yeah.
The impossible is not done, as expected. I think the Awakening kill was absolutely huge. I was going to say, if Awakening could have stayed alive, maybe found a position to just be there to cut off those angles, but as soon as he went down, that was going to be inevitably it. And the pattern continues. Is anyone going to be able to successfully plant here in these next few rounds?
It can be difficult. I think it's not just a straightforward one when it does come down to French, especially over towards the B side. It does feel as if teams really want to dot all their I's and cross all their T's before they do want to get a bomb down over towards it. It can be incredibly mixy. It's a good search and destroy map, honestly. I mean, obviously, as well. It's a classic. Black Ops 3 maps do not tend to fail. Stanley getting very aggressive here, and I think he's found some timing, to be honest with you. His teammates going to fall for it, but they don't. Well, they didn't know Stanley was here, but he has been tagged up. Can he get away with it? Absolutely, he can. Nated to the rescue as well. Awakening there for the trade. 2v2.
That doorway just seems to be absolute hell at the moment. Anyone who stands there just gets tagged up, but Too Real just about gets away like the skin of his teeth. And now he's just trying to reposition, see if he can scout around this side and catch anyone who was moving on the back end, but they're going to be moving as a duo as well. Omit Brooklyn alongside For Fun, who are just holding out over towards B at the moment. And they find the first onto Too Real. So that puts a lot of pressure on Paul X, but if anyone can do it with the way he's been playing, maybe he can pull something off. Has a little bit of time to work with, so he can afford to be patient for a short while, but is going to have to move sooner rather than later. He's going to be able to get that bomb down, or is he? No, Millie's going to time it absolutely perfectly. And For Fun will get another round on the board. And again, the defensive side wins.
Back and forth, but not, isn't it? Both squads doing what they need to do at this moment in time. And sending us inevitably to that round 11. And I wouldn't hate that. Not even at all.
Like, you know, I think just treat ourselves to a round 11. Why not?
Mate, why not? Well, maybe we won't be because we're going over towards Alpha. You can keep an eye on this one over at Delta, youtube.com/COD Challenges. Everything is up and running. Exceptional up against FC Stallions. That should be an interesting one. See how things are going to go there. It's currently Exceptional in the lead. Things are the wrong way around there. But we've got our game here over in Alpha. Bush taking on FaZe Falcons. This should be a really interesting one. I think, you know, for me, we've seen Bush, I don't want to say struggle through the winners bracket here. Obviously, they weren't participating in the program. We haven't seen much of FaZe Falcons whatsoever. But for Bush, I would have liked to see it be a little bit cleaner than it has been, but relevant, they made it to this point. They had a cracking start here as well on Den. 30 points of rising up against FaZe Falcons, who are missing QK, which is going to be a bit of a dagger, but Abodi is more than capable of filling that gap. Let's see how well we can fill it, to be honest with you. Bush with a really good start, though, as mentioned. P2 spawns are there, though, for the side of FaZe Falcons.
So we did see Bush beat FaZe Falcons during Elite 3, but as you mentioned, with a slightly different roster, so maybe FaZe Falcons can get a little bit of revenge. And of course, Bush Gaming missed out on getting 2 playoffs in the end. FaZe Falcons did have that position over them. One of those teams who went 3-2 rather than the 2-3 that Bush Gaming finished, so it almost feels like a little bit of a grudge match on both sides for these two. There was a lot of early scoring from Bush, but FaZe Falcons now starting to put some time on the board, but Capsidal! Oh, just make it 3. And he's continuing his fine form from yesterday.
62 to kick things off. They've come into this one with a vengeance. 4 in a row from Capsidal. 7-2 from him. Only one player who can actually make it through is Nox. He's done extremely well. Yeah, but Capsidal is there. It's a little bit more like it from him. Had maybe a bit of a quiet day yesterday. It was Abe and Cammy who are really the ones putting on the show, but Capsule here kicking things off over towards P2. But the transition's going to be difficult. FaZe Falcons are here.
He's one of those players who wasn't necessarily putting up the numbers, but when he did get into those important engagements, you always rely on him. And he's certainly being reliant at the moment. 9-3. It was a 6 streak in the end for him before he got shut down. 68-31. FaZe Falcons cannot afford really to allow Capsidal to run freely, just as he did previously, as Abe, as you said, he was so integral to this team yesterday. And if he plays anywhere near what he did yesterday, then FaZe Falcons might be in trouble.
Capsule slid that away. We're talking a 1 bullet assist away from getting a hold of that Hellstone, but Abe may get one of his own. Yeah, cannot find the 4th. Awkward gunfight. Is able to get cut down, but this has been extremely mixy. The interactions are off the absolute charts here to kick things off. Everybody getting in amongst it. FaZe Falcons the ones faltering right now, though. Capsule has the one been putting them to the sword. Abe sitting at 9 and 5 as well. It's SMG gunfights that are not working out for the side of Falcons so far. But still, 60-point gap. Could climb here over towards P4, though. FaZe Falcons going to try and find a way through the weaponry side. Proloot, he'll get taken down. It's Nox good for 2. And this is a good opportunity now for Falcons to get themselves their very first good amount of time.
Unless Cammy can shake things up from this angle, might be the entry player here. Cap's not going to use utility, get that stun, but stunned himself in the end. Cammy does find one before getting traded out, but now here comes Abe, but he'll fall as well. So this is a brilliant hold from FaZe Falcons. That's what they needed. Needed something a little bit more special to get themselves back into this game, but now the spawn's going to be over towards rooftops, and the push is quick and it's aggressive. Prolo will find the first. It's going to be traded out on the other side, but Capsule and Cammy come in tandem. And now they can start putting the rest of the scrap time on their side.
Body and Co now going to start focusing on P1. That's a good rotation of hills out of Bush, but making a lot of their money through P2, right? I mean, the P1 was fantastic as well. Do great at P2, chip away at the back end of P4. You've got yourself a 40-50 point lead heading into the second rotation. Luca and Co, though, could do with holding on to these P2 spawns. They don't want to forego that again. The Bodhi in a tough spot here. SMG in hand. You'd have loved an M15 in this spot, son. Can't find anything. Cammy will take him down. Much better from Bush. They'll find a way through again. Players are just going on sprees from the side of Bush. 5 in a row from Cammy.
Chance to make it 6. Gets helped out in the end and was called out. So no one quite getting to the 7 that keeps evading them at the moment. But all in all, 135 to 66. It's starting to look a little bit one-sided here in the FaZe Falcons. Can't afford for all of this scrappy time to keep going in favor of Bush as Cammy gets another double. And they don't really need to pick up the scrappy time here. Instead, Cammy is just there to block out the rotators. And boy, is he blocking them! And that's just going to open up so much time now for Bush Gaming over towards the next hill.
Bush are going to be able to get control of this hill, but the back spawns are going to be there for the side of FaZe Falcons. Route was found, I believe, by Nox. Eventually, he will fall, but the back spawns are here. They take Abe down. He's probably going to spawn back over towards weaponry. He has done. Cammy on the 5 spree. He'll get taken down. A body through the front door. He can't find anything else, but the rest of the team, can they be there to do so? Yes, they can. Back spawns are going to be in, though. Yeah, they're going to be on a swivel straight away. The spawn over towards weapons will help them out. Can Bush find a way through?
First one denied. Second one does something a little bit more, but then Proloot has also said, nope, you're going to get evicted from this house, Sunshine. Capsule does pick up a double, though. So it has forced Roxas onto the pistol, and Cammy will just slide right in and say thank you very much. And sadly, King Bodhi off the map. 162 to 85 now, and again, it's a fantastic break from Bush Gaming. A little bit better time on the side of FaZe Falcons, but it's not going to be enough to catch them up and get them back into it. They need far more significant time in these hills.
It just feels like there's so many influential moments going the way of Bush. How many times have we seen just a big 2 or 3 piece come through? We're just trying to keep them at bay, but a couple have actually slipped the net here. Bush yet to really get a foothold on this. They're trying to get some mid-map control. They eventually do have it, but I mean, they had to fight tooth and nail to get it. And got to make sure they do something. Now with that control, they've got it. Cammy over towards this backside. Nobody able to find anything through the middle of the map. Cammy will be a distraction, but that's it at best. He needs to help his team out inside of the hill.
Just to clarify, by the way, I know there's a couple questions asked. This is the first map in this series. So ignore the pips that you see at the top. Proloot takes down Cammy, but also gets one on the enemy team and will continue to tear through, but the nade is the one to shut him down in the end. FaZe Falcons slowly but surely catching up a little bit here. The gap was 80 plus, and now they're reducing it to 50. So again, just another one of these hills, and maybe they can start to make this look a little bit more nervy for Bush Gaming, but with this hill now in control, it's going to be a difficult push here for FaZe Falcons, but they are all gathering up. Who's going to be brave enough to play that entry? And the info's going to be there from the stun. Capsule gets the first. It's followed up by both. It is going to be 3 going the way of FaZe Falcons. Proloot the last remaining defense.
So will just survive as long as he has done. Very passive push. Proloot's going to deal with them all. Incredible from him. He finds 3. There's Abe with 2. Bodhi trying to pick up the pieces, but the damage has been done. 24 seconds to go here, and Bush absolutely frying capsules there. Yeah, it's not fair that I'm on this map, to be honest with you. 25 and 17 from him. 15 seconds to go here over towards P4. I thought it was a really strange P3. Nobody able to really get some control that would give them some good time. So not a lot of time really gathered by either of these teams. But P4 works so well for Bush. They're heading into a third rotation with a hefty lead now.
Yeah, close to 100 point. Over towards P1, it is going to be FaZe Falcons who are going to be there and ready, though. We know how difficult this hill can be to hold. They can just pick up 20, 30 seconds and deny it from Bush Gaming. They're still in it with a chance, but Proloot, pure aggression, absolutely fearless in the faces of FaZe Falcons at the moment. And they have all dropped. They have all fallen, and it is going to be more time for Bush Gaming. Maybe the writing is on the wall now for this one, as Bush are certainly firmly in control.
Everybody's really played a part, haven't it? Capsule kick things off, set that tempo. And P1 has been a breeding ground for them, to be honest with you. They've done so well, time and time again. Pick up as much time as they possibly can over towards P1. It may well not happen this time. 10 seconds to go on it. They can't end it here, but the back spawns are going to be influential. Capsule trying to survive towards this backside. Nearly finds the gunfight. A potential lifeline for FaZe Falcons, though. They do have this rotation over towards P2. They can find some good time here in a nice transition. They have a chance, but there's a lot of wires that have got to be crossed and I's that have got to be dotted and T's that have got to be crossed. I don't know why I'm trying to say it, Dan. It's going to be tough for them.
A lot of ifs, buts, and maybes, but sadly, I think it might just be a little bit too late for FaZe Falcons here. Some will say never, though, so Bush Gaming have to still lock in, have to make sure they can close this one out. There's going to be 3 kills going in favor of FaZe Falcons, but Abe's still alive to try and be a nuisance. Maybe try and generate a little bit of pressure from this side, and the spawns are now going to come in. Bush Gaming starts to get aggressive. And Abe still picking up kills and picking up a little bit of scrap time as well. FaZe Falcons cannot afford to let this go, but it doesn't matter if Cam is in the hill. Denies again, continues to score, and it might just end right here, right now. All through Cammy, ticks over to 250, and that is the Bush Gaming that we were waiting to see here, Ton.
Nicely done from Bush. And I think you're right. We hadn't seen it whatsoever through yesterday. But, I mean, did we need to? Not really. Jerry and the boys getting very excited about that one. A great map, number 1, coming out from Bush. And especially with some of the, I want to say, online drama that went on after some of their games. It's a big one for Bush to try and find. It's map number 1 that will go their way.
I'll give them a lot of confidence going into the next, but similarly to what happened online, the hardpoint did go in favor of Bush Gaming. My worry will be Overload. I think with just the record of Bush Gaming and how they performed in Overload as of late, that's always a question mark for me, so you want to be able to go into that at least with a 2-0 lead. So you can be like, all right, whatever, you know, we can give them an Overload, and then we'll go back to hardpoint, jobs are good, and we'll get through. Fringe S&D is where we're going to be heading, though. And from what we've seen so far, I mean, Bush Gaming, on an individual basis, just winning so much pivotal fights. That does have me worried for the FaZe Falcons. Of course, this is Winners Bracket Round 1. The bracket has been reset. If you've just joined us, it is an entirely new double elimination for these teams. So even if either of these teams were to lose, they would drop into that elimination side. As we can check in with the C stream, the Huntsmen, how are they doing? I think they were leading game 2, and yes, they were. So they are 2-0 up in the series, and we're amidst the first half of Overload here, tied 1-1.
Yeah, COG Outbreak not having too bad of a time here on the Overload. Obviously, the series not looking too hot, and I said not too bad of a time. A great time, 2-1 up now. Huntsman not able to stop that attack, which was, well, aggressive to say the least. Dan, I'm so happy that we're at the best of 5 stage now, because we get to make football points. The Americans won't understand them whatsoever when we're talking about Overload. It's a great time.
And especially if you say football as well, it'll just confuse them even more. But that's okay.
More.
Huntsmen, in terms of Overload, they were 6-4 throughout Elite 3, so, you know, they had their wobbles. It wasn't their best mode. So I'm not entirely surprised this is where Outbreak are performing a little bit better. That being said, I'm sure Huntsman would be expecting to be able to close this series out 3-0. This is just the first half, remember, so still a job to be done here for Outbreak. Maybe they can put one more in, though. You can see there's going to be a couple of players. Johnny's going to try and just scout out a Kraus here. Maybe he can. No, he can't. And actually, you're going to get through, slam it home, and it is going to be a 3-1 lead then, it looks, going into the first.
And that is just a wide open gap that Outbreak were able to push through. I mean, don't get us wrong, like, Velix did extremely well to find the pistol kill that got it over the line. But that's one of those moments you look back on if you're Huntsman. I mean, how many times do we see that from some of these teams just not really covering the map? And for it to happen on Scar so often as well, it is quite strange, all things considered. It is a very small map. There's 3 lanes to cover. They're not necessarily huge. It's not necessarily a very wide area you have to cover. So to see somebody able to slip through that easily is going to be a little bit worrying for Huntsman fans. But, well, the Huntsman fans, you can continue to watch that over on Charlie, I believe, youtube.com/code challenges. Back to Alpha we go. You can see already as well, Stallions taking the lead up against Exceptional. It was Exceptional who were in the lead in that hard point. The French organization tried to get things up and running once again. Been a torrid time for them this season, Dan, but I won't try and hit on them too much whilst we're not obviously casting over them. The Bush now 1-0 up in this series, looking to see if they can find the search and destroy.
I had so many football references. Goal line technology, offside, doesn't matter. It's gone now. Forget it, everyone. Instead, we'll focus on the task at hand, and that is Bush Gaming versus FaZe Falcons. Couple of players gone down on the side of Bush, so FaZe Falcons have the extra player advantage on the map. Looks like they should be able to get the plant over towards A. What can Abe and Prolute do as a duo, though? Certainly a deadly duo. I mean, Abe is a one-man army at times and just can't quite find the feet of the player behind the truck. And it is going to be FaZe Falcons taking the lead here in this one.
See if we can find a way back via the search and destroy.
It's interesting monitor tilt, by the way.
Yeah,
I've not seen tilt monitor away from teammates before.
He just likes to be locked in his own zone.
He's worried about his teammates screen peeking. He might help you, bud. But that's a better start from FaZe Falcons. But is it going to be the same as what we had seen previously, right? Where teams struggle sometimes on that attacking side. And certainly FaZe Falcons shaking things up a bit by succeeding on their first attack. Bush Gaming do the same.
Not traction yet. As I say that, as Roxas will take down Cammy and then Abe as well. He's done brilliantly. It's going to have to actually be able to Prolute to try and find a way through. He's going to have to find a second pretty quickly, though. Smoke will go down. Will try to survive. Cannot do so. Capsule finds one. The sniper, not going to be a problem. Can Capsule find the third? Not quite. These Falcons will get themselves another round. Looking good here in the search and destroy.
Big energy coming out of the FaZe Falcons as well. Screams and fist pumps. Trying to get that energy back into themselves. They know it's very important that they answer back here in this second map. Especially after we saw the kind words shouted across the desk.
Yes.
Previously, from the side of Bush Gaming. I'm sure they were. So it was just a friendly scream.
Yeah, of course.
Nothing, no intent behind it.
I hope you're having a brilliant time in our wonderful country here in our land. Something along those lines, you think?
Yeah, I think so. Atlanta's a good place to visit. Alright, Nox, what have you got for us? Nothing apparently, but we can move over. Oh, we're back. Hold on. Still nothing. It's a difficult job sometimes as the sniper. And those are the shots that you hope you can hit, but they are very difficult ones to try and manage. It's a big responsibility. At the moment, Nox not able to find anything, but that is going to open up a little bit of space because players naturally back away from some of those sight lines. It's going to be Prolute who gets the opener.
Bodhi can't find it. That's a hard angle, especially up against somebody like Cammy. Trying to force the issue here on round number 3. Bush seems to be playing slightly more passive, to be honest with you, and it's working out. Falcons like to be aggressive, and this time around they are just going to get picked apart. Roxas now left in the 1 versus 4. Not going to work out whatsoever. That's a nice round for Bush to get back. I think in that scenario, I said they kind of just sit back, invite that pressure, and deal with it extremely well.
I actually really like that the player cams is slightly delayed. So round finishes, and then we get that brief moment where we hop in and we get to see the reaction. It actually works out really nicely. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but I'm all for it. But boy, did Bush Gaming need that. If they go on 3 down here, things start to get a little bit worrisome. And now on the attack. Their previous attacks weren't really too successful. It's going to be Capsidal with the sniper rifle to try and get an angle, but he didn't see anything initially off the push. Prolute's found the sniper on the other team. Now certainly going for a very heavy B hit here.
Careful of your Bodhi. He seems to be the guinea pig going towards his B side. And he's got away with murder somehow. How on earth has he managed to get out and then find a kill? Oh, this is falling apart. Smoking quite literally mirrors that probably had to deal with. Not going to work. Oh, that is a tough one. Honestly, how a Bodhi didn't get taken down almost immediately there, I haven't got a clue. It's another round, though, for the side of FaZe Falcons.
They look far more comfortable here on S&D, don't they? I just love how quickly they collapse after they get that kind of second or third kill. They know they have the extra players on the map, and they know it's just a matter of time if they swarm the last couple of remaining players. Of course, it does often open up the opportunity of a clutch on the other team because you're naturally pushing them and looking for the kill, but if you don't give them that time to set up and even think about where they're going to go, it makes it so difficult for them. Round 5 then. And again, Bush Gaming can't really afford to go down by 3 here. They have to answer back.
Looks like a very tight angle to try and find. Oh, Pro, it's going to be up close here. It's a roll of the dice. Always seen him giving the shoulder elbow. Unfortunately, Prolute does all 3 of them. Oh, give him the ace. Here it comes. Prolute for all 4. Oh my word, the first 3 are disgusting. He's just a, yeah, fist bump, boys. Yeah, no problem. That's what I do. Incredible. Oh, the problem is, Dan, is that we only get to see the final one. The first 2 were insane. The 30 beams the sniper, and yeah, he picks up the pieces for the final kill. Nicely done. That's Bush now back in contention. Those are the kind of rounds that are important. I feel as if I beat this drum quite a lot, but those kind of rounds are the difference between Falcons obviously winning that one and going 4-1 up, or this being 3-2. Monumental, to be honest.
Having those players who have those clutch moments, huge difference makers, and that's just going to encourage the rest of the team, and I'm sure Prolute is going to feel on top of the world at the moment as well. Needs to use that confidence as Bush Gaming need to try and get this bomb down first, but it's Nox who removes Prolute from the map. He says, you enjoyed your race? Well, get back to the death screen. We'll see you next round. So now Capsidal, can he answer one back? Trying to take a more aggressive angle through middle at the moment to see if he can catch anyone trying to move through to rotate over towards A, while that bomb is going to be planted by the looks of it. A little bit of hesitation, because they don't feel like they have control of that site at the moment. And no one is playing ball for Capsidal down the middle.
Just going to have to cover as best as he can, or as much as he can. He's now given up the middle of the map for just a second, and plenty of players from Falcons are making the move through it. Capsidal needs to be so strong. Yeah, and just surviving is probably good enough for now. Yep, you can see he's just dipping and diving, dodging alongside of it. Freebie, not going to land it. Capsidal continues to survive. The rest of his team starting to get cut to shreds, though, and all of a sudden it's just Capsidal and Cammy left in the 2 versus 4.
Yeah, Nox has been hitting those shots with the sniper, hasn't he? Cammy, can you pull off something insane? No. And some extra bullets being sent in as well. As FaZe Falcons will take a 4-2 lead now. And they get one step closer to taking this map. It's a good effort from Bush, but again, just not being able to... That sniper shot, you were talking about those clutch moments, right? You're talking about those big changing in the waves type thing. If he had hit that sniper shot, then maybe, just maybe, you've got that opportunity. But on the other side, it's been Nox who's been hitting those shots over and over and over again. And just giving his team constantly that player advantage.
And to the next round we go. The Falcons definitely the ones leading this dance. I think, you know, when you think of Fringe, I think of positions that Abe could be taking up inside of A. in and around the barn as well. Barn does seem to be where he is playing right now, and I just think surely he's going to feast, but Falcons have, well, starved him of any opportunities, to be honest with you. It's been difficult for him to get going, and if he can't get himself online, Bush are not quite the same beast. Roxas and Aluka, though, finding this push over towards A. They're trying to brute force their way through, and they may well succeed.
Oh dear,
Well.
oh dear. That's not what you want to see. Take that one back. Rewind, please. And that might just gift the round. It should gift the round to Bush Gaming. I'd be very surprised if they can't convert this one, unless Aluka does something magical. It'd be quite a historic round if he does, but unable to do so. And I mean, I think I saw a similar grenade in the ATT Cup, was it? When Scump was playing? Yeah, definitely not one of the nades you want to see from your teammates.
Yeah, not ideal, in fairness. Bodie into this roster, and what's he contributed as well? A double team kill. Yeah. These things happen. Well, slightly miscom. I'm curious where it actually like did come from. Like, where was he? Hold on, he was number 2. So I wonder if he's trying to stick it through the door. Oh yeah, he has done. Oh, then he's ran towards his teammate. Spread out, boys. Drop and roll. Oh my word, not ideal. Anyway, here we are. Bush getting freebie. We'll look to try and build on this as well. Yeah, that is a quick push. Capsule for 1. This trade's going to be there. That's egregious from a Bodie, to be honest. Now a 3 versus 2 in favor of Bush.
Now, you know you spoke about those big moments from individuals. It can definitely happen on the flip side as well. Big mistakes can completely change the course of the game. And if Bush Gaming can find themselves at 4-4, although, hold that thought. It's not quite done yet now, as we are even Stevens, 2 and 2 on the map. Bomb still in the hands of Bush Gaming, and they are going to be able to plant this one over towards A. And the coverage is going to be from Cammy, just watching down those middle sight lines. I like this from Proloot as well. Get that trophy system down, so no nades are going to be able to tag it. And take a very defensive position just watching this plan.
Good shots. In and around tin is where he really has been doing well, over towards the yard side. Cammy in a really good spot to play with this one. Roxas going to hop it, though, and he's hopped on it at the perfect time. I don't think Bush are going to be here. I think this is the round. Roxas should have this. Oh, no, he doesn't. His teammate falls at the same time, and he drops with about a second to go. The drop of the head there as Bush will find a couple of rounds in a row. Things will start getting a little bit nervy now for the side of FaZe Falcons. Yeah, nice snap from Proloot, to be honest. He was having a hell of a map. 9 and 4 out of him, and Bush are back on level terms.
Speaking of that team, Nate, did you see that clip from the Annihilator Cup?
I didn't.
Scump's team, basically, just to let you know and everyone else know.
Honestly,
it was round 11.
I hear too
S&D.
much of Miles, and I don't miss Jack that much. I try to avoid it.
It was round 11 S&D. Scump going huge, 40 kills or so. His teammate nades him and 2 others.
Brilliant.
And they lose. Lose the 11th. Crazy.
Wrong.
You have to look it up. It is quite a generational clip. Anyway, 4-4. Bush Gaming on a run at the moment. FaZe Falcons, are they going to fall apart after that team nade? Proloot there in a defensive position. Abe's able to get one with a grenade as well. Actually, that was really good repositioning from Proloot there.
Abe's starting to light up as well. Oh, this is bad news. I kind of tried to bait with the push over towards this B side, and yeah, Proloot is just trying to defend as much as he possibly can. He's done so well to find the first. Honestly, I think Roxas probably should have closed it out. It is a clean round for Bush to go 5-4 up. So easy from Abe. He finds 2 over towards the train side, and then everybody else just holding it down, finding the kills, and putting themselves on that point.
Look at the amount of people swarming around the pit as well. Makes me a little bit jealous that we're not there, but at the same time, very happy for everyone who is.
Not better, are we?
No, not at all. Hey, I'm just happy to be here. Bush Gaming, I'm sure they're happy to be here as well. 5-4 up now. They were down 4-2, 3 in a row. One more, and they will be 2-0 up in this series, which was a map that was looking like for sure was destined to be FaZe Falcons, until really the turning of the tide was that team nade.
Certain things do change games. Thought it could have been the cap still miss with the sniper. I could have now just had Bush over the line. For that one from a Bodie. It's going to live long in the memory of the FaZe Falcons players if this is what drops them down into the losers bracket this early on as well. Aggression in over towards A, but look, it's looking like the hit coming from the outside alley. It's going to be a big one. They're here ready and waiting. This is all about Proloot. This is all about Proloot. He's found one on the flank, and now if you're the rest of the bush, you've got to start moving, because if anything, FaZe Falcons are going to push out towards you. Proloot's found 3 in a row. It's now 2 versus 3. Falcons have the numbers.
And then it all just slows down a little bit because they've been able to dip out, reposition, and plant this one over towards B. FaZe Falcons, a very aggressive side when they do get that first pick, but I love what Bush Gaming did to respond. They were waiting around the corner, almost setting up an ambush. There's Proloot on that flank who just keeps this one at least manageable, but this is a must-win round for Falcons, obviously. Where's Abe gonna go? He gets taken down by Aluka, and that's a lot for Proloot to do now. It's not looking good either. We're going to round 11 then. Exactly what we wanted. It's what we asked for earlier, Chris. And now we get it.
Here we go. A huge round for both these two squads. But mostly for the side of Falcons. If they can't find this, 2-0 down up against Bush, that is not a good place to be. What's the play going to be? Fast and Furious seems to have been working out for them. They were the ones that really instigated that final fight in that previous round. Stay away from Proloot as well is also probably top of my advice list, but seems as if we are going over towards A once again. Bush have got numbers here. The nades over the top are going to have to be dealt with, but how aggressive have Bush been? Abe over towards this side. He's typically always been playing B. Falcons have tempted. They flirted with the idea down. They haven't quite committed yet.
Do they dare to dance over towards A? It hasn't gone particularly well for them at times. Remnants of that grenade still there on the site, but Abe falls first. Advantage Falcons. And there's going to be the second as well with Proloot going down, and now it's just up to Capsidal in a 1 versus 4. Does get the first, can't get the second. It's going to be FaZe Falcons who tie us up 1-1 in the series then. And there is going to be the response already, the trash talk coming out. This is what we want to see. I'm sure polite words being exchanged here. I can lip read, and he said, I'm very proud of your performance. Let's get into map 3.
Some history and some beef between these two teams is, well, coming to the forefront. I think, honestly, it's just FaZe Falcons arguing with Bush staff more. Big game from Proloot, but not big enough. Luca was there to answer back, and the critics for Bodhi would have been there had they not managed to get this one over the line in that round 11. FaZe Falcons will tie the series up, and we head it into an overload all tied up. My word. I mean, that was an entertaining one to say the least. A stingy one, though, for Bush to lose in that round 11, especially when you're 5-4 up. Felt like you were cruising to a certain degree, but, well, it was a very close game. First blood very much shared across the board. FaZe Falcons finding 6, the 5 for Bush, and Falcons are the ones who find it. But we're going over towards Delta. There's still other games going on, and we're into map number 4. Omit Brooklyn taking off for fun. And Omit Brooklyn back into a hard point, and this has been a positive mode for them for the most part. Can they manage to find another map against for fun? They were pretty solid in map number 1.
We're joined with a 40-point lead for them. Fantastic opportunity to close this series out, advance in the winner's bracket, and send For Fun down into that lower bracket. 3 kills on the bounce to make it 4 for Omit Brooklyn. Just sending For Fun packing at the moment. They can't seem to get through the middle of the map, but eventually Millie is able to do some damage, first to his teammate, and then does take down Standy. And already Omit are going to be in position to continue scoring here. It's a fantastic rotation from them, and they are primed and ready. Pool in the position to shut down Millie. Now For Fun are going to have to try and push round on the plane side, but it's a difficult push to make, but Awakening does manage to do that job on that side.
Some good time being found here, to be honest. For Fun doing a good job at the spawns over towards the backside of green. Standy now going to get himself involved. Contest is fine. Omit Brooklyn with a pretty steady lead after a first rotation of hills, or well, with 25 seconds to go in it. Just the contest, yeah, I actually don't mind this from Brooklyn. I really don't mind it at all. It's a hard one to break back through on 2. this though from Ruling. He's doing extremely well to pick up some good time here for the side of 4 point. A 70-point gap already. That's one of those you look at and sort of say to yourself, this is not where we want to be when we're already 2-1 down.
Head ourselves back to the middle of the map. There's already going to be 2 players from 4Fun in position to hold this one and eliminate any quick rotators. There is Awakening. He's one of those players that when Awakening does start to get going, very difficult to play against. Gets shut down there, 10 and 12 at the moment for him. But points are being scored for 4Fun. Uli just temporarily stepping out to make sure he could finish that kill as well. But Omid Brooklyn still with a really big lead here. They can play this hill in a way where they just try and keep 4Fun out rather than score themselves too much. But if the time gets offered up like it is right now, they will definitely take it. They can put another 15 or so seconds on the board here.
Good shots coming from Paul X again. If he starts shooting like this, 4Fun will start to have nightmares. Brooklyn doing really well with this P1 time though. I love the aggression, how forward Paul X is realistically. Keeping a hold of these green side spawns that can force them back over towards Motel, and Paul X just doing what he does best. Gets you a absolute heap load of time as well. But if you want to keep an eye on this one, you know where to go. YouTube.com/COD challenges. We got everything going on, including a map number 3 here between Bush and FaZe Falcons. Map number 4 between CRG, Outbreak, and Huntsman. Huntsman faltering in their control with the wow, that was last year. I mean, look, it was my 3rd game mode for a long time. In the Overload. And we'll be heading into map number 4. This one though, map number 3, and we are into the Overload here on Scott.
And Overload has not been the best friend of Bush Gaming throughout Elite 3. A 1-4 record. Often it has been the opportunity for their opponents to try and put one on the board. And I'm sure they would have loved to have won that S&D, come into this 2-0 up, and then it just is a little bit of a freebie, a throwaway match. But if they were to lose here, they find themselves 2-1 down in the series, so very different outcome off the back of that round 11. And it's going to be a 1-0 lead already for the Falcons. It's an easy score in the end. They had so much control on the map. Really good from Falcons to start.
Playing this aggression over towards the A side as well. Just trying to set themselves up before really trying to barge it over the line. Some good defensive work being done as well. He's in a good spot to maybe get something going here, but needs to help his teammates out. He's still keeping this pressure on. Problem is that Bush have to go and answer that. They now have answered that, and it has allowed a little bit of mid-map control to belong to the side of FaZe Falcons.
Could go for a few wrap here if they want to. Certainly what they're going to play, but look at Capsule. Prime position to deny here, and he will be able to... And can you actually steal it and get away? The answer is going to be potentially yes here. Last remaining player is going to be Roxas to try and do some damage. There is going to be a spawner of Bodhi, yeah. And actually, yeah, spawns are over towards B, so they have to flip this. Try and head over towards A now for the score. To attempt it, trying to slam dunk it home. But actually, the frags are coming in. It's going to be attempt number 2, and there we go. It is just going to be sent home, 1-1. And that's good work from Bush Gaming at adjusting when they needed to. Spawns kind of went in favor of FaZe Falcons, but they made it work.
The thing is here, though, you've got to be careful if you're Falcons. Yeah, you've really tried to force your way out, and you have to take your time. Cammy finds another. There's no way about he should have been sat down like that. Look over the top. Can't stop it from happening. And Bush just consistently finding these kills, and sometimes it can be difficult to get these players out of blue. Eventually, it looks like you are going to get it done if you're Nox. Mid-map fights have been won as well, so some moments to breathe here. But the Falcon, what's Cammy doing? He's reloading, gets caught out. Nox will take him down, and all of a sudden the counter-attack players here and FaZe Falcons got the pressure on.
Device is down though. And Abe at the moment is just holding it. Waiting around that corner. As I say that, he does go down, but the device will be reset. And this would be quite the turnaround for Bush Gaming. They've certainly been putting time into Overload. I'm sure to try and go away from those statistics that are against them at the moment. Falcons looking to be aggressive off of those frags. But again, the spawns over towards that B side are going to make it very difficult at the moment. You need people to get kills here, but they're reluctant to push in and give up the space.
It's not a bad half, though, from Falcons, to be honest. Done quite well. Minute and a half to go. I don't think too disappointed with the scoreline, especially if they can change it around and make it 2 apiece. Not going to happen. Nox has found a way through on the other side, but not in a position to, well, help his teammates out, who are now going to have to go on the defensive end of things. Just dipping and diving if you are the EMP carrier. Capsidol, he'll get taken down, but Proloot and Cammy working this one well. Opportunity for them maybe get this one over the line. Goes for the Chalwell. Proloot will also slam it home. 3-1 now for Bush. That's a wonderful counter play. Nox was the one who actually, he pushed through over towards that A side. Found a couple of kills. But then that spawns Bush closer over towards the B side. They can run down 18-wheeler all the way through Motel. It's not quite a free cap, but it sets them up, doesn't it? Sometimes those little sneaky players can affect spawns in the wrong kind of way.
It's an interesting groan, but certainly a dangerous play from FaZe Falcons when they finished that second matchup and they started to yell across desk towards Bush Gaming. I think you can just fire up a team by celebrating and trash talking like that a little bit too soon. And maybe that's evident here with the 3-1 lead that Bush Gaming currently hold here in the first half of Overload. 20 seconds left for Falcons to try and answer back with one of their own before we go into the second half. And they have got control of the device, so they will get that little bit of extra time to work with. And maybe you scoot round, and yes, you do. Okay, so there is that one more on the board. Device is going to get reset. Unsure if anyone will be able to pick it up in time before the half. No, they won't. So 3-2 then at halftime, and it is Bush Gaming who hold a very narrow lead.
Tight game, though. Feels as if Bush aren't necessarily getting as many opportunities, but when they do get them, they're clear-cut. Feels as if they're maybe forcing it if you are on the side of FaZe Falcons. But I think that's sometimes what you do have to do when you're attacking over towards green, 18-wheeler side. It is a little bit more difficult to get one over the line. Bones are a little closer. Utility can come over just that little bit easier. But for Bush, I mean, look, you arguably have been outslayed ever so slightly. You find yourself in the lead, no problem whatsoever. Now can you do it on this side? This is where it's going to be difficult because FaZe Falcons are going to have their opportunities. Can Bush defend?
Bush just trying to hold a couple of angles at the moment. Playing very defensively on the back foot. Capsidol has the opportunity to wrap. And this could be the beginning of something, but I think he got called out. I mean, Rox has definitely had his number there. Knew full well where he was coming, so someone must have spotted him through middle. Look at that, where he's just got incredible game sense, but kills going still in the favor of Bush Gaming through mid at the moment. There's another one on the side of Capsidol. And now he's going to push up ahead of that B point and see if he can get a couple more off the spawn. He's going to get sandwiched. He's not careful, but as I say that, he gets 2.
How on earth has he found that second one? That is ridiculous. It's downright outrageous, to be honest, and it may well have just set it up. I absolutely love that from Capsidol. Just again, this isn't even meaning to be a football reference now, but I love plays like that where they get almost playmaking. Plays like Capsidol, players who do it wonderfully. Who is the best at it is Shotzi. They put themselves in position, awkward little spots where they know they can potentially catch players off guard, and it sets up the play. Doing in advanced positions, but the problem is you have to be able to trust your teammates to be able to hold it down throughout the rest of the time, and they have been able to do that. Capsidol sets it up wonderfully, but the rest of Bush do their job. A 4-2 lead in a well-worked block. Kind of reminds me of Pedri Dan.
Yeah, I can see that. It's a real in-the-pocket kind of player.
I know you want to name an Arsenal player there, but you know what? We're not doing that.
I keep their name out of my mouth right now. I don't want to jinx anything. I'm sure Bush Gaming won't want to jinx this lead either. 2 minutes 50 left. It's a 2-point lead. But FaZe Falcons have shown that when they do get aggressive, when they do have this device on this left-hand side, they can certainly bully their way through, and here it comes. They find 1, 2, and 3, and unless we see some magic here, which is not going to happen, there's going to be the 3rd point for the side of FaZe Falcons, meaning they are right back into this one. And we might need to see some more playmaking ability from Capsidol once again to try and regain that 2-point lead.
Bodhi now position himself at the tip of the spear. Bush have just got to defend here. And see Abe in a position to maybe do something, and that's exactly what he's going to do. That's so much trust that has to be taken, and now that's Motel control. I'm loving this play from Bush. It's so risky on occasion, but if it pulls off, all of a sudden the cap could be on the cards. Not going to happen this time around. We'll be forced away. Respawns will come through for the side of Falcons, who actually wrap back really nicely. Sniff the danger out. Dealt with it. Just about a minute and 50 to go, though. They need to not stop sniffing danger out and actually find themselves in some dangerous positions. Process with some good defense. Yeah, there's a big kills to be found. These are great kills to be found. Abe's the only one left alive for a moment. And that mid-map control is going to be there for the side of Falcons. Minute and a half to go. The onus is going to be with them. The wind beneath their sails. Can Bush defend?
The target's going to be B initially, but look at the two players who are primed and ready. It's going to be Cammy and Abe working together, taking angles, and they manage to find two. It's going to be Cammy who gets them. One player on the flank is Abodi. Does manage to get two of his own, and if he picks up the device, but instead, he's just going to press up, try and deny a couple of those spawns, try and create some of that space, but Capsidal is there, it doesn't matter! Oh, so good. It's going to be the cap for 4-4 tied up.
It was a weird situation, to be honest with you. Bush put themselves in a spot throughout the middle of the map, but they had to make the kills. They did. But then just a couple of Falcons players who were left alive and kicking. And some backward kills of their own. Big one from Abodi. He'll get around the corner. Now Bush have to defend with 50 seconds to go. And has to just slid by. Knocks around the back. 45 seconds to go. And FaZe Falcons have turned this on its head.
When you talk about the playmaking ability, sometimes you just need someone to be a little bit brave with that device, and now FaZe Falcons are going to have control of it and have control of the map at the moment. Though we do see kills from Abe and Prolu. They need to try and take down Abodi, though. He's going to be the thorn in the side at the moment. He does find the first and continue to flank round to get another. Finally goes down, but is it a little bit too late? Overload device going to be reset. Bush Gaming need to get the kills and they need to grab it quickly. This is a big one, but you don't win it. A massive kill from Maluka. You've got to just absolutely rush together. Hellstorm does come in as well. And they absolutely slams home to probably win and will win this one for FaZe Falcons. Let's see the reaction from them as well. Because again, it's going to be more trash talk.
Oh, the players aren't even saying anything on the side of Bush.
I mean, you'd think that that was map 5. You'd think that this is the end of the series. It's only 2-1. We still have more games to play. You are playing with fire here. If you are FaZe Falcons, you are setting yourself up to receive exactly this on the way back. On the other side of things, Chris, if you are one of those players where this gets into your head, it could be tactical genius, right? Some players do struggle at receiving trash talk, and if they start to fall apart, maybe this is going to be why.
What a game. With so much on the line. Falcons turn it round. Abodi on a 9 spree towards the back end of things. Has he not just made up for the double kill that he came through, or the team kill that was happening in the search and destroy? He turned it around in the search. He brought them out of the fire here in the overload as well. Yeah, okay, he might not have put up the most damage. He might not have done the most kills, but I mean, look, you see what he does on that 9 spree towards that latter stage, in and around blue. He gets the job done. 30 and 20 out of him, a big game. And I think for the side of Bush, the disappointment will be maybe not being a bit of a further lead, to be honest with you, heading into that second half. That's going to be one of those situations, but we'll worry about that later. Map number 4 is going to be coming up on that one very, very shortly, but we've got Bravo still ongoing. This should be an interesting one between FC Stallions and Exceptional GM. This is the second half of the overload. Right now, where Exceptional find themselves in the lead, about to extend that lead as well at 4-1. So this one looking like it is going to go a little bit further. Exceptional have just made a little bit of a roster change, actually. Melko choosing to not continue with this season, and Mighty stepping forward to the plate for this Exceptional squad. It seems to be working here in the overload, at least.
And it was a map that was a must-win here for Exceptional by the looks of it as well. Stallions up by 2, I'd imagine, unless the pips are wrong, but I'm going to presume not. 5-1. And Stallions have a long old way back. Doesn't look likely. Exceptional seem to have their number on overload. Also, just to go back to Bush Gaming, that is another overload loss, by the way. Not to keep harping on about it, but it is a pattern that seems to be emerging. 6-1 for Exceptional. I think that's going to be all she wrote here, Chris.
Yep, looking likely. 25 seconds to go. Stallions, don't see them bringing this one back. This Stallions roster, though, has went from strength to strength, but this is not an easy matchup. I think for Exceptional, that's a big map to find. I'm not too sure how close some of the other maps were, though, to try and judge how this one will continue to go. But an interesting series, to say the least. Both these two teams have stepped up over this season where they've needed to. Gonna have to be a step up from Exceptional on maps 4 and 5, potentially, if they want to try and get the reverse sweep on the cards. But there is step number 1.
Those are very different scenes, aren't they? When a team wins the game, just a couple of fist bumps. I am concerned about some of the FaZe Falcons players if they carry on that way, I'm going to be honest.
Well,
I don't know necessarily what the rulings are on warnings nowadays, but got to be careful. But down in the pit, things can get a little bit downright dirty. I think it's a little bit more leeway than if it was on the main stage of the CDL. But certainly is setting us up for a firework finish over on that series. But there's confirmation of the 8-1 scoreline in the end. Stallions gave up. They allowed the final few scores to come through. And a 31 and 19, the standout statistic there. 3.5k damage. Not too shabby. Will it be enough for Exceptional to try and get back into this series?
Good performance, though, in that Overload, which, I mean, the top of the season for them was such a great showing every single time. I mean, especially when it did come down to Den. They know their way around that map, to say the least. Really, really good performance. Nice to see Brezzy putting up numbers like that as well. I wonder if the change up in pace, Mighty definitely is going to bring more of a fast-paced gameplay to Exceptional, as opposed to what we've seen maybe from the side of Melko. Maybe this roster can start to get things up and running again. I honestly, I bang the drum about Exceptional every single week in the EMEA side of things as we go back over towards Alpha. It's well, a wonder to me that they're not doing better than they are. But anyway, relevant to that, here we go. Into map number 4. Losses as well. I mean, this is a hard one to call. FaZe Falcons have got some players on this roster who can cause a lot of problems with SMGs, and Abodi has been doing it all season long in EMEA. Can he continue to do it here, though, for the side of FaZe Falcons up against the bush? Nox and Co can find plenty, and that's going to be a nice break to find with P2 just about to pop. And that should be some good time for the side of Falcons. Bush going to have to find a way through.
And we're going to learn a lot about the Bush Gaming players right here, right now. Are you the type of player that crumbles under the pressure of trash talk from your opponent, or does it fuel you? Because just think about the trash talk you can send back if you win. That would be enough to make me play the best I've ever played. I can assure you that. And Abe at the moment... Sorry, not Abe. It's going to be Prolu at the moment. 6 streak. 8 and 3. And perhaps he's the one who has been fired up by all of this. But on the other side, kills going the way of FaZe Falcons. And they are starting to put a couple of points on the board here from this position. Sadly, Capsule can't quite convert that one.
I think my worry for Bush at this moment in time is the quiet start from Abe. All right, it's only a couple of hills into the game. There's plenty more time for him to get himself going, but Prolud's doing a lot of work here for the squad. They've done well, to be honest with you, considering how early on they lost this rotation over towards P2. It could be pretty even by the time we head over towards P3. It's not going to be a great deal in this. Very early in the day. Oh, look at those shots. Absolutely disgusting. Cannot find the second. He eventually does get shut down. But a lot of damage is being done, and FaZe Falcons have found a way in, if only momentarily. And flip the spawns here as well, Dan. 50 seconds or so to go. Well, they're in a good spot if they can continue to hold it down.
Look at this from Falcons. They are almost waiting for an ambush, but I don't think it's worked out because... Oh, it has worked out, especially if you're going to be able to do that, or if you got the 3-piece. I would have lost my mind, but it doesn't matter. The spawners are there to pick up the pieces. Falcons were hoping that Bush Gaming was going to walk into their trap. Initially, kills went in favor of Bush, but then the Falcons started to explode. And they are certainly feeling it at the moment. You think back to some of the magical moments that have happened so far in this series-defining moments. The what-ifs, the what could have been so far. But it all could come down to this hard point. 62-35 as Falcons continuing to get the last little bit of this time as Bush Gaming start to rotate towards next. There is going to be one player there already from the side of FaZe Falcons, but he gets caught up.
Nox trying to find a way through. That's a big route to be able to find just so easily. Second one for free. Rest of the team not quite here, though. Roxas a little bit off the beat, but they will get away through. Teammates there to defend. 45 seconds here over towards P4. It's just too easy. for them to find a way through. It was the same when we went over towards P3. It felt like Bush was set up. They were set up over towards P4. Cannot make it work, but they managed to break back in. Nox is having a hell of a game, sitting at 16-8. Nearly found number 17, but the cover is there. A little bit of respite now for Bush. They've got 30 seconds to play for, and can they soak up this time?
Oh, nice
Good
shot. Cammy showing what he can do as well. And then more kills coming in the way of Abe. 69-61. So despite the early frags going in favor of FaZe Falcons and a little bit of control, Bush Gaming right back into it. And Abe, if he starts to heat up, if we see the Abe of yesterday, it could be concerning for the FaZe Falcons.
And just like that, when it feels like Bush are, well, not out of this by any stretch, we're only in the first rotation, but when we feel as if they are starting to fall by the wayside, bang, there's 30-40 points on the game, and we're back into the lead. Still very early doors, and Bush reminding us of that. Probably now setting themselves up. P2 rotation coming in, a P2 white. Really good play coming in from Bush. 40 seconds to play for over towards P1, though. Let's get Mixie coming inside of here with an SMG in hand as well. Everybody getting the NPC up and running.
Getting downright and dirty in the faces of each other at the moment. Just as they will be after this game ends, I'm sure. But it's 4 kills going the way of FaZe Falcons. It's a clean wipe.
Huge.
And that will give them a nice chunk of time here to get back into it, as Bush Gaming had taken the lead. Do Bush leave this one? Do you send one player just to try and disrupt? The answer looks like no, because FaZe Falcons are just going to step out themselves to try and move to the next on their own. And that's a long old spawn away for Bush Gaming as well. So it is going to be FaZe Falcons who are going to be there first to set up here.
It was their opportunity to do so last time, wasn't it? Finding those kills like that from a Bodhi. So many occasions with a Bodhi, I'll just see him be sitting like, what, like 10 and 15 or something, and bang, 6 spree. Playing well, and then all of a sudden he'll just overcharge something. But that's how he gets going. It's such a weird transition for me to see with a Bodhi. He used to be the stiff AR on a Falcons roster. Now he's a rip-roaring SMG who has not been able to do a great deal after the fact, though, because the other ones on the other side have come through and just absolutely dashed them out of P2. Bush do a brilliant job, and then are continuing to hold. There's 3 big kills going to fall their way. In 20 more seconds, that's going to go alongside of it. Rotation over towards P3 going to look good for them here as well. Falcons spawning in Narnia.
Chris, this is just winners round 1. I just had to remind myself, because this feels like a semi-finals matchup. Honestly, it could feel like a finals matchup with the what feels like the weight on the line at the moment. 2 frags going in favor of FaZe Falcons. They get a third, but it is going to be Cammy. A thorn in the side right now. But another has to try and slide his way out of trouble, but can't do so. But the cavalry are coming in. As teams now scrapping over this hill. And it is going to be Bush Gaming going to get the first opportunity to really set up for it, but FaZe Falcons aren't going to make it easy, of course. One player in particular position down through middle. It's going to be a Luca, but does get spotted out, and now Capsidal in prime position to try and tear through these FaZe Falcons players.
And trying to keep some control. Bush wanting to force this map number 5. There's Falcons getting themselves a way through, but probably just about trying to slow things down here. 10 seconds to go, P3. And this was the last time around where this is where Bush really started to bring things back. And now with the lead, can they rubber stamp it? A Bodhi with a big kill. Can they continue to find these kills on this rotation? Falcons just seem to be finding moments to keep this game within touching distance. Another kill here would be huge. And it's being found as well. That is a clean sweep on transition over towards P4. And the setup is going to be there. A lot of pressure is starting to come in from the statue side, though. And a lot more than pressure. Capsule finding the kills. And they break right back. Nobody can hold on to anything so far down.
Capsidal can't get it, but it is followed up by Abe. Prolute gets shot down as well as does Abe, so that's just players dropping here, but one remaining player always seeming to make a difference, but Nox has done the job. FaZe Falcon still scoring. This is going to be a tight finish. You can already tell it's going to be right down to the wire, and it was always bound to be with how things were going so far. Cammy on a 3 streak! Cammy! Already there was a player from FaZe Falcons to shut him down after the fort.
They've done brilliantly to bring this one back. Every single time that Bush or even Falcons have threatened to pull away, the opposition have been there to match it. It's now a FaZe Falcons lead as we head into another rotation. They're starting to find the kills as well. It's a scary, scary prospect for the side of Bush now. A couple of kills going to fall the other way. Cody going to try and get in there and trade things out. It's Bush with a little bit of control over towards P1, but the P2 spawn's still there for Falcons. 40 to play for over towards P1 though.
An aggressive dive out of the hill. It might just work out as well, but no. Capsidal holds strong alongside Abe. And I seem to be saying those names a lot at the moment. Capsidal in particular just seem to be popping up when they need him.
Big.
But the nades are huge, and that is going to give some time here to FaZe Falcons.
Spawn them out.
And look, they are hunting down the last remaining player, and they do find him. They just want to make sure that those spawns are not going to be on their side, but on the other side, it was a quick old rush from Bush Gaming towards this next hill.
Oh, Falcons don't spawn in over towards the back either. They all hunted down that last player who survived long enough for the rest of Bush to find a way through the middle of the map. The pressure was there. The pressure is something Falcons could not deal with. 50 seconds to go here over towards P2. It's in Falcons' hands. And now all of a sudden, Bush are the ones there. Honestly, this is not being hardpoint holding 101 by any stretch. As again, it's broken back. 35 seconds remaining. FaZe Falcons in control.
I think a lot of this game is being played with feelings rather so than with brains at the moment. People just wanting to win gunfights. And that's why we're all tied up now. 186 to 186. As FaZe Falcons tick over to their lead. Bush Gaming, are they going to try and deny these final few moments? They can try, but there's going to be one last stand from Nox. He does manage to get one at least. So last bit of time will go in favor of Bush, unless Bodhi decides to try and hunt in, but I would imagine he's going to rotate round to next. I mean, you would be crazy to try and call this game either way. No team has really shown enough dominance in this matchup to say that they deserve to win this right now. It is going to come down to one of those magical moments from someone.
And could that be it to potentially set up some good time here for Falcons? Knocks on a 40 bomb. Bodhi just seems to touch anything here for Falcons. It turns into goal. Is the first kill going to fall his way? Pressure coming in. They deal with them. Everybody dead from the side of Bush. That's a big time to get a 4 down. 30 seconds remaining here over towards P3. And Bush are spawning so far away from where they need to be. They need to find a breakthrough, or this could be game.
That could have been one of the biggest moments so far. FaZe Falcons with a chance to really solidify their lead and put themselves in touching distance of not just winning this map, but this series as well. And it has been Nox over and over again, destroying Bush Gaming. But it is not done just yet. Over to another hill we're going to go.
Well, Prolo may well have had a bit of positioning over towards P4, but Bush have typically been succeeding on this hill. Luca needs to continue to survive, but he'll do more than that. Kills over the top as well. Prolude's the only one who's left on the outside. It's a wonderful break. And Falcons, oh, just get ready for this eruption on the side stage. 10 seconds to go before they head into the next round and send Bush into losers.
That's a great spawn, though, for Bush Gaming. That's going to give them a chance to maybe disrupt this. A last-ditch effort to stay alive and keep themselves in this one and stop that eruption you were talking about before we have to get referees down in the pit. Bush Gaming will hold. 28 seconds left in this hill. Falcons could, of course, break and win it here, but Bush Gaming, if they could put serious time on the board, they could deny.
20 seconds to go here over towards P4. Bush need this time, and Bush need a wonderful transition. The referee we might need down there is Herb Dean, to be honest, if this one goes off. Falcons trying to find a way through. Bush with a wonderful hold over towards P4, but you need to be even better and get yourself back to P1. Falcons are 7 away. Bush not too far behind.
Big kill. But now time's starting to go towards FaZe Falcons, and the kills are going to be there as well. And unless anyone's there for a magical moment, it's a quick touch, but it's not enough. And just wait for this one, because FaZe Falcons are about to let them know. You don't need to be a lip reader to see what it means to FaZe Falcons, and Bush Gaming will fall down to the lower bracket. It was a fantastic effort from them, but it was just those small moments, and I mean in particular, Nox absolutely popped off in that one.
Oh my goodness. Referees getting involved. And letting it be known that everyone needs to take a step. Still fist bumps coming in from some of the players. I don't know if we'll get it from them all. But Abe and Co will fall into the losers bracket. big game out of FaZe Falcons, who will advance on through.
A difficult one for the admins, I'm sure. Having to try and calm down the adrenaline rushing through the veins of FaZe Falcons. What a way to kick off Winners Bracket Round 1 here on Saturday. Couldn't have asked for a better series. Nox, 45 and 31. Luca, 40 and 31 as well. I mean, that spawn for Bush Gaming, by the way, almost gave them a ticket back into it. But FaZe Falcons maybe had just done enough on the previous. When they got that 4 dead, they wiped the entire team, got a big chunk of time. That was the defining moment of the series.
Insane game, to be honest with you. But it's back-to-back-to-back maps for FaZe Falcons. And that one's going to feel extremely good after the trash talk that was, well, quite prevalent, to be honest, on social media.
Just a little bit.
During Elite Stage 3. But close games, really close games, where Falcons were just able to clutch up 6-5, 5-4 in a 16-point game in Hardpoint. Not a great deal in that one by any stretch of the imagination, but still games ongoing. This one is done over on Alpha, but let's keep an eye on what's going on over on Bravo. Exceptional. Trying to find something here. Up against FC Stallions, but Stallions very much in a commanding position to send Exceptional to losers bracket.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be joining just as it ends. See those final moments for FC Stallions as they will complete that one. And I tell you what, everyone's getting a little bit loud in the pit today. Letting them know as well. Won't necessarily need the admin's involvement on this one. It was a little bit more respectable. Just a normal little bit of trash talk. But that's a good feeling for the Stallions, who now will march on to Winners Bracket Round 2. And as a reminder, we did have a bracket reset. We did reseed everyone, 16 teams, double elimination. So the teams you've seen lost, if you're a fan of them, in particular, Bush Gaming, for example, or Exemptional, you are going to be seeing them in the lower bracket. I mean, who knows, Chris? Maybe we could still get a FaZe Falcons versus Bush Gaming rematch later on in the tournament.
Run it. I'm here for it. I love the drama, mate. I love like stirring the pot and everything. I'm here for it.
I'll be honest. I had a smile on my face when we went to the player cams because I was just waiting. I did want it to go to a fifth map. I would have loved to have seen a chance for a bit of smack talk back from Bush Gaming, but regardless, we have 2 victors. You can see FC Stallions were able to convert that one, and of course we saw FaZe Falcons take down Bush Gaming and send them into the elimination bracket. But that's just the beginning of Winners Round 1, Chris, and we've already set ourselves up for quite the day just off of that first match alone.
Yeah, we have done. There's a couple of potential upsetting results across the board here as well. We're going to be keeping an eye on how things have been going everywhere. We'll be updating you how the bracket looks and how some of these matches that have been going on off stream are looking as well. But hey, I tell you what, it has been an interesting start, to say the least. Curious to see how today it does continue. Winners Round 2 going to be incoming shortly as well. But yeah, I mean, look, if every game kind of continues to be like that, then we are in for a very, very good and long night as well.
A long night, but it is going to be a brilliant one. I did hear a record was tied as well today. Derek the GOAT, he had a 50-kill game versus Huntsman on Overload, which apparently is a tied record in Challengers. So congrats, DTG. Anyway, that is going to be us for now. We're going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have more Call of Duty Challengers action coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to COD Challengers. I hope you've had a nice little break after that explosive series, but now we are back, and we have a game already underway here. We've got P7 Notorious versus Omit Brooklyn Ton. Quite a surprising one to have this match on our hands.
I mean, all things considered, yeah. I mean, to see P7 Notorious drop down, I think they will be feeling disappointed, to be honest. Just about missing out on the getting into actual bracket play in the CDL event by the space of a round of Search and Destroy. So, yeah, tough one for them to take, but they've got to drop back down and start things rolling once again. I mean, this is, of course, the current NA champions, yeah, in Challengers Elite in P7 Notorious, going up against the opposition that finished in the top 3 most recently as well. They played up against each other actually in the losers final. And it was a P7 Notorious 3-1 victory, and what was included in that 3-1 victory was a win on Gridlock, which is where we're kicking things off. I think P7 Notorious, I'm just curious to see how they're going to be feeling. Are they still licking their wounds somewhat down? That's where my worry would be for them. Not so much of a Diamond Con there, though. 4 kills going to be found over towards P4. We're heading to a second rotate.
Yeah, I really had a feeling after some of the games I was watching of P7 in the Pro-Am that maybe they were going to be able to squeak through. A big fan of this roster. But now, as they drop into the Challengers Open, it's a chance for them to assert their dominance one more. They had a swift 3-0 in winners bracket round 1. Whereas Omit Brooklyn, of course, we saw take down for fun esports 3-1 in their series. But kicking us off on hardpoint, it's pretty close at the moment. 98 to 93, and Omit are scoring here in P1. And P7 kind of just having to back off a little bit. Especially as they tried to go for a flank, didn't really work out, and now they're just playing the numbers game. Sandy takes down Dylan, sadly due to some explosives. But it doesn't matter, they're still scoring.
And I think, honestly, if Paul X can play like in the previous series, it's going to be a tough one for P7 Notorious. I mean, I don't expect anything less than clean gameplay coming out from Ben Beans, though. I believe it's his birthday today as well. Happy birthday to the man himself. Big fan.
I wonder what Beans would have on his birthday.
Well, I tell you something. I think it's safe to say there will be a lot of it, whatever it is.
For him, I mean, I was thinking more like just baked beans. I was going to go down the beans.
No, I know, but I feel like that's low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. But he has been very impressive, even on the main stage, putting up some big numbers. So he had to have something big to fuel himself. Yes, and he's going to need it here in this one as well against Brooklyn, because they need to get back into it. 15 seconds down, they find themselves, but it's not too difficult a scoreline to try and overturn. But Omit Brooklyn, they're looking pretty hot after their first winners round 1 matchup, and they're coming into this one with the big guns.
I love this from Paul X. Sneaking inside of Onsen, and now all of a sudden, if Stanley can find a gunfight on the outside, Paul X needs to find one. Oh, we can't get it. Eric Boom, that's a big win. And Snoopy now going to be able to hold something down on this other side as well. Yeah, nicely done. If he can fight this next one, Snoopy taking over. Surreal's able to squeeze him from the other side, but Snoopy surely has the writing on the wall for him, and he does. 3 in a row from him. A complete lockdown for P7 Notorious with 40 to go.
Now you've got to hold, though. Snoopy's going to be the first point of contact. Now relays that information to the rest of the squad, and Eric Boom's going to be the one to follow up. That's 3 members down from the side of Omit. Make it 4. They all fell. And because they fell at different times, the spawn's going to be slightly staggered here, so that will just give P7 the chance to score extra points. Oh, Eric! Denies again the push from Omit Brooklyn.
4 in a row from Eric Boom. P7 Notorious spin this one on his head with a wonderful hold. Snoopy also has a Hellstorm to his name as well, which is not something to turn your nose up at when it does come down to Gridlock. Time con, the shots over towards his backside, the centering, the movement. Not looking like a man who's been around for as long as he has, to be honest with you. Clean as a whistle. Snoopy now still on his 5 spring and will eventually get taken down by 2Real. Pressure coming in from the front and over towards the backside. Eric Boom's going to be a little bit of trouble. The pinch will be there. That's a lovely break coming in from Omit Brooklyn. Good positioning, maybe slight look on the spawn side of things, but you take it all day long, you execute it well.
That is one of my favorite things about COD Challenges is the history of some of these players. Whether they are rising back up the ranks, trying to regain, or whether it is just one of those situations where they are new and upcoming faces. It has it all here in this league. Snoopy gets a double. P7 still scoring. probably get the last remaining 10 of this one as well, as Omit aren't going to try and contest. Too Real was waiting, but Beans and Eric Boom turn around and deny.
Now it's about trying to force your way through to get the side of the spawn that Dylan Rex is currently occupying here for Omit. Also, get yourself some decent time over towards P1 because it is more than possible to derail from the other side, though. These pinches have been set up so well from Omit Brooklyn. They're so patient with it. You can see the map and how they're not even manipulating, but as soon as they realize that they have that opportunity to pinch, they take their time, survive on one side. As soon as one side makes the kills, the other are moving. So well coordinated, but what you can't coordinate for is this Hellstorm that's about to be dropped on your foreheads. It'll just be played over towards the point you would like to think, so we can take down his teammate in the process, but they will clear it out. Irrelevant. A rotation over towards P2. Not looking too bad here because Snoopy and his positioning is going to help them out. P7 Notorious have broke 200. Looking to add a little bit more here over towards the latter stages of P1.
Yeah, just one remaining player. Too Real off the spawn. Dylan also spawns on the other side, so they get some split spawns there to work with. We'll see the catch off. DC sees the rotation happening. Too Real takes down one, make it two. Omit Brooklyn needed this. And they needed that. And there's another one for him there if he does look his way, but Beans catches him off guard just as he turned, but the response comes in from Dylan. Now on the other side, you can see the spawns come through.
They're in a really nice spot. Yeah, Polex is just going to start lining up. It's one-dimensional for P7 Notorious. 40 seconds to go. Yeah, Omit Brooklyn can just about win it over towards P2. And if they keep finding clean gunfights like this, they will do. P7 Notorious faltering just a little bit. 30 seconds to go. You're going to find a break.
Good knowledge there from Beans. Great spray down.
Oh,
just
wow.
predicting, and Eric Boom follows up, and actually was a triple in the end for Beans to break this hill and take it away from them, rip it away from them, and rip their chances of potentially winning this one away. And actually now P7 Notorious, they can't win it on this one, but they have denied Omit having that chance of a hold as Beans was on a killing spree. He had made it 5 before getting eventually taken down. We move over to next at 232 to 227 as we cross over.
Oh, Polex. How on earth has he found Snoopy? I think Snoopy's just thinking they've got a freebie all day long. Too Real and Stanley made their way through and they continue to survive. P7 Notorious are here. They have a couple of numbers, but can they do anything about it? Too Real starting to farm. A little bit of control here for the side of Omit Brooklyn, but it's a 50-50. Beans will find one more. DC finds another. The numbers are here, but inside of the points, Omit Brooklyn, they're 20 away.
I mean, they can taste it at this point, but P7 Notorious, they're going to have one last hurrah here, you'd imagine, but with Beans going down, now it's going to be a 3 versus 4 on this push. Eric Boom's going to be one of the big players. He's on the flank at the moment, but someone needs to go and needs to go soon. Otherwise, you're just going to be giving this one away. And now here's going to be the last ditch effort. It's not going to work out. Omit Brooklyn will take game 1.
Humongous map number 1 to find. And Paul X is letting them know. And pointing towards Beans, a vocal man himself. And map 1 will go Omit Brooklyn's way. Just as a reminder as well, these two teams, as mentioned, did play up against each other in the losers final in stage 3 of Challengers Elite in North America. And that gridlock went the opposite way. That's going to be a great feeling for Omit Brooklyn to find that one. Revenge is very sweet in map number 1. They take it by 13.
It's a hard feeling to describe, really, of the conversion of online to LAN.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you're able to do it on the same map. Against a team who are taking you down, it just is bittersweet. But for Beans, he went 30 and 27, tried his best. Sadly, no birthday reward for him thus far. But still plenty of this series to go. But it certainly was a good taste of what's to come here for these two teams. Very closely contested one indeed. I mean, it looked like it was going to be comfortably P7 Notorious's at one point. He almost had everything. Seemed on top of the world, but Omit Brooklyn proved yet again that just when you count them out, they are always going to have a way back into that game. Someone steps up to the plate and makes themselves known.
Nicely done, though. From Omit Brooklyn to find themselves now in the lead. Looking over towards some of the other games we've got going on. This one is over on Delta. Over Charlie, we've actually got an elimination round 1 game over on that side of things. Telegraph Bush Gaming once again against CRG Outbreak. So that's one that you would think Bush will be able to take, but Banana Peel potentially. Rock Esports taking on FC Stallions. That's a matchup we've seen in Birmingham as well, if I remember correctly, for Rock. And FaZe Falcons taking on Huntsman on Alpha. We're getting things up and whirring here, Dan. And in winners round 2 of the, well, I don't even know what to call it, the bracket reset, maybe? I don't know. We'll go with that. But look, it's starting to shape up, isn't it? We're starting to see some of these teams who have been performing well on the weekend. One that we haven't seen, actually, that I did kind of want to mention, not P7 Notorious, but the other P7 squad for EMEA. We haven't seen much of them over the entire weekend. They actually lost 3-0 to Cabal. Coming in is the number 2 EUC, technically. I think you would expect a little bit more from P7. Now dropping the loser bracket, they're going to have to go on quite the run. But yeah, the bracket's shaping up very, very nicely. I'm just theorizing where we're going to be heading here, Dan. And it's, basically what I will tell you, we're in for a night, to say that.
Oh, we are in for quite the day and quite the tomorrow as well. I'm sure that Sunday is going to be even better, but we've already seen the matches so far have been incredible. I mean, Huntsman FaZe Falcons is going to be coming up on the Alpha stream next, and we've already just seen FaZe Falcons popping off and letting Telluride Bush Gaming know what they think, but I think maybe there will be a little bit of a different reception on the other side for Huntsman. I can't imagine it's going to be the same kind of trash talk. As you alluded to, there was a little bit more history between the two. That being said, if it works, maybe you can get in the head of Huntsman if you find that first matchup. But I mean, what's your initial thoughts at the moment? FaZe Falcons, Huntsman, are we leaning comfortably towards Huntsman, or after what you saw from FaZe Falcons, do you think they've got a chance?
To be honest, with FaZe Falcons, I wasn't sure what to expect with the Bodhi coming in, but he played really well for them, to be honest. And from that point, you would think that the momentum is maybe in their sails. Huntsman have just had a very easy game to get through, respectfully, to this stage. And now they're going to be coming in up against a very, very fired up FaZe Falcons. I expect that one to potentially go somewhat the distance. I wouldn't know which way it would potentially go. I haven't looked when these two teams had matched up against each other. I presume they would have done. Had they actually, or did they completely avoided each other through the most recent playoffs? So just having a look through, yeah, no, they haven't managed to play up against each other, so it's hard to really ascertain how we think that one will go. But of course, Huntsman, a top 2 finish to guarantee their spot in that pro-am, which, look, I mean, they didn't have the best of showings, but they had a really tough group, in all fairness. I think it was always going to be difficult for them to make it out of that one. But for them now to be going up against FaZe Falcons, I think the momentum is on one side, and that is with the FaZe boys right now. But let's see. Huntsman have got more than enough ability to potentially get something going.
And the question is are any of these teams who dropped down from the Pro-Am going to falter in this bracket? Because at the moment, they are all in the quarterfinals, and of course, if they all were to win, they would all match up against each other in the semifinals. But we've just saw P7 lose their first map. Maybe we can see one of the challenger teams right from the get-go here in the open try and disrupt things and shake up this bracket a little bit, because it is going to be a long Saturday into a very incredible Sunday, I'm sure, where these players are going to go through some grueling matches if they do drop into that lower bracket as well, Chris. And I think some players may be quite fortunate and feel quite fortunate the fact that they do get another double elimination, as we were saying, bracket reseed that comes through with the 16 teams. There's a lot of squads who were in that lower bracket who probably thought, we can't afford to lose one more, and they get that kind of third and fourth chance. It really is quite unique. But anyway, we do have matches that are happening elsewhere, and of course, players getting ready as well. Let's take a look over towards Charlie, because players are starting to get bums in seats, and it is going to be that lower bracket matchup that you were talking about, Chris, and we were saying, you don't want to be one of these players who are close to falling out of the tournament, but this is going to be tournament lives on the line here.
A game, though, that I would expect that Bush will be feeling confident about, but again, it could be a potential banana skin. It's not one that you really want to drop into against not an unknown team, but a team that I'm somewhat surprised to go as far as they had done. CRG Outbreak coming into this one are pretty low seeded, I believe, number 14 into the new bracket. Did pretty well throughout the losers bracket, knocking a couple of really good teams whilst we were in our Friday and early Saturday, of course. Again, it's one on paper that you would very much expect Bush to be able to find, but they've got to be able to bounce back from what would be a disappointing loss to a rival that they really don't want to lose to. Look, they just need to set themselves up, go again. They have more than enough ability to find this series pretty simply. But at the same time, it's not always about that. Sometimes on land, the pressure can get to you. This is Call of Duty. It's an on-the-day game, if I've ever seen one. And as well as that, we can see some of the other teams getting themselves set up. With Brooklyn just getting some things sorted. See Rock getting themselves up and running as well. Some losers bracket game happening over on Station 5 as well. I'm going to look over towards that losers bracket. Actually, I believe that is going to be Tony Sports taking on Exceptional. So that should be an interesting game as well. Tone have done well to get as far as they have done. Some of the other losers bracket games for you guys to be aware of. Omnia against Project 7. Omnia 1-0 up against Project 7. What are we doing, P7?
There?
What is going on? In Control, Decimate 1-0 up against For Fun as well. So some potential upsets on the card already. So the loser bracket are going to be going crazy. I honestly, maybe we haven't watched P7 once because honestly, I just thought they kind of cruised through that Friday bracket. They did, got to this stage, and they were coming in as the 5th seed overall. After all the teams dropped down, Project 7 were the ones kind of the number 1 seed coming out of the Friday, and they may well be heading out in top 16. That would be a horrible, horrible result from them, considering a second in Dallas. I think Birmingham was like a top 8 potentially, but a top 16 is it's not good for an organization and team of that caliber.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we see 5th and 7th seed eliminated at this stage. I imagine that comebacks are definitely going to be on, but I know you were mentioning long days ahead for a lot of these squads as well. I wonder how much things have developed since our days competing. I never took a packed lunch, Chris, all right? And now, as an adult, I wish I had. Because trying to survive on convention food, bad way to keep energy up, let me tell you.
Yeah, not necessarily ideal, is it? Or for certain other places. I mean, look, we had a couple of spots back in Blackpool back in the day that were very nutrition, perfectly fine. But yeah, not the best food to try and survive on. Dan, let's see if they can continue to do so somehow.
Somehow, some way. All right, we're going to go for a quick break while these players get ready. But when we come back, we'll have plenty of action coming your way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. for you beautiful people. We've got some more cool challenges action on your screen. Bush Gaming versus Outbreak has kicked off on the Charlie stream. This is an elimination bracket matchup. Loser goes home at top 16. And of course, winner advances. Pretty easy. You know that at this point. Chris, we're expecting this to be relatively one-sided. That being said, we did see Outbreak take a game off Huntsman, and we did see DTG tie a record of the most amount of kills on an Overload game. So there is still potential for this side to cause an upset.
I mean, he's finding direct impact grenade kills already, so maybe this man can do it all. Yeah, but CRG Outbreak, I mean, look, they've made a really good run in this tournament, but I would expect this is probably where it ends. But you never know. You never know. Bush don't often like to do things the simple way, and DTG is going to cause all kind of problems coming through here. Let's see what Cammy and Co can do.
It's one of those where Bush Gaming now need to use that fuel from the loss against FaZe Falcons to try and progress as far as possible and hope to meeting them again so they can get their revenge. But it's easier said than done. A, the bracket has to go your way, and B, you have to get through some very passionate teams. Similarly, CRG Outbreak at the moment, feeling very passionate about their gameplay at the moment. 31-18, they've taken the lead here. Don't look like they're going to slow down, but Cammy trying to put a stop to this hold. Does find one, but tell you what, on the other side, oh my goodness! Wow. Bush Gaming just don't really know where to look at the moment. They're going cross-eyed trying to keep up with these players.
CRG Outbreak doing a really nice job there. I think the thing is, you know, we've kind of put this one up as a Bush slam dunk to a certain degree, but there's just not realistic. There's just not the pressure on CRG Outbreak, right? I mean, Bush have to be coming into this expecting to win. If Outbreak find it, it's a major upset.
I'm here for upsets, and that's what is the point of any open, right? You want to give the opportunity for players who maybe haven't been having the chance to play in the Elite week in, week out, to turn up, pay their entry fee, and then have the opportunity to play some of these bigger teams. And right now, Outbreak, they seem to be looking like they're actually enjoying themselves here against Bush Gaming. Still having a 30-point lead, but Bush Gaming maybe will start to wake up soon. Cammy at 11-7. ProLoot at 3-7 is a little bit of a anomaly, so as soon as he starts to wake up, maybe it's going to be a different scoreline.
Cammy having himself a all the time. Finding a lot of success over towards his backside, so a little bit of control now. Over towards the lobby, and this should result in a push over towards P4. That's going to result in a win here for Telluride Bush Gaming. Unless they don't find those fights, then they won't go their way. Incredible work from CRG Outbreak. That was not looking like one they were going to be able to hold on to. Bush faltered. Execution was not there. Once he'll find one, that's two in a row from him. Felix is going to be there for a couple more as well. Again, they're going to wipe them, but the players over towards the backside. ProLoot, how have you won that gunfight? Oh, and then all of a sudden, Bush spawned towards the back. 30 seconds to play for. You take those all day long.
That's what we were saying. A player like ProLoot, struggling to begin with, but then has that bit of a moment, a big magic moment to change the tide here for Bush Gaming, start to get them closer and back into this game. Certainly would be warning signs if Outbreak were able to win this first one, and that's when that seed of doubt starts to get planted in the back of your head. You've just lost in winner's bracket. You're going up against a team you're expected to beat. You don't want those thoughts to start coming through, so you want to be winning this first one to take that pressure off your shoulders a little bit. But DTG, that new record, not quite breaker, but record setter, I guess, was an online record previously, and this one is a LAN one. So for me, that one wins out.
Counts, Bob. Definitely counts. Bush trying to make P1 count here with 40 seconds to go. P2 rotation currently in their hands. Trying to do a bit of control from the mid-map here. Honestly, Wads just seems to be doing a great job every single time. I'm keeping an eye on the mid-map. Capsule here should, though. Yeah, find plenty. You know, nice spot to get some great time. And you're going to peel Felix's head off as well. 4 in a row from Capsule. And this is the warrior for CRG Outbreak. If players like that can start to take over, it becomes a lot more difficult. You now find yourself behind with what is a brilliant P1 hold here from the side of Bush. Rotation over towards P2 needs to be good, though. This is where CRG Outbreak had a lot of success. And again, they're going to find that break. The SMGs seem to be causing problems.
A chance once more to put big time then here on this one. Regain this lead. I'll tell you what. They do not look out of place right now whatsoever. As you said, deservedly so in this position into the top 16. gave one hell of a go against Huntsman, even taking a map off of them. And that would have given them a world of confidence going into this one, as they do regain the lead now. Prolute going to try and break through as the entry here, but eyes are elsewhere. And they're just going to be able to convert these kills over and over again, and they might just get every single second of this hill at this rate.
Probably trying to find something over the towards the rooftop side. Capsule is going to get the worst time in the world. DTG was so patient. He's going to have to do something inside of the point, though. Kami, he finds 2. And there's the break that Bush needed, but it's only for 15 seconds. You have to keep an eye on Capsule. He's going through the middle of the map as we transition over towards P3. They're able to find a break, and that can change things, right? I mean, if that final 15 goes CRG's way, all of a sudden we're looking at maybe a 30 or 40 point gap, but you find the transition towards P3 as well. Bush do brilliantly. May well be ever so slightly behind. That will not be the case for much longer.
It really is interesting to see just how Bush Gaming are far better at some hills than others. I think you might have hit the nail on the head. The SMGs of side of Outbreak are just absolutely slacking Bush Gaming in certain areas. Well, and these ones, Bush Gaming start to get going a little bit more, and I'll tell you what, Capsule on fire at the moment. Let's get taken down by DTG. This is going to be contested briefly. Big fight happening. Some important points that could be scored by Outbreak if they can get these kills, and they do find them, and yes, they will. So these last 15 or so should go their way.
Getting some good time. Much needed time as well. There you go. That's a good read as well. Plenty of information gained by Cootie there. One, okay, maybe he isn't finding the kill, but they know where the push is coming from. But where they are not, they can stop it. There's another thing. Capsule, he'll find a way through, with the rest of the Bush Gaming squad just standing over the rooftops and getting everything possibly they could have wanted. BTG though, trying to pick something up. Abe again! Those kind of moments we expect him to catch fire, and that is one of them. Can't keep it going. CRG Outbreak will still be there, but the pressure is on thanks to Abe finding 2 he shouldn't have.
Sadly though, just got called out, as did Kami. That pistol's done enough of a job, but it's very rare you're going to be able to get 2 off the back of it, especially when they already know your position. Oh dear. Prolute says goodbye, just a little slip and slide. And that's going to allow Outbreak to get a little bit more time on this one before it moves in the next 10. Start set up for P1 again as Abe gets taken down. Prolute, his position is going to get called out as well, and now this nade could do some damage.
Trying to find a way through. And this is where Bush found some really good time back over towards P1 last time out. Can they do that again? Tying up the game. P2 spawn is there, but the problem is for P2, for Bush has been holding onto it. They put themselves in some good positions. And now they need to be in an even better position, to be honest with you, because P1, they are very much under attack at DTG 25 and 19 now. Looking to try and advance himself forward once again. CRG Outbreak, if they can get this 30 seconds, P2 has been good to them. A couple of kills going to fall Bush's way, though, and they will regain some control, but it's control they absolutely need.
Great game sense from Abe, though, in that initial engagement as Capsule takes down DTG. They'll pick up the last remaining 10 seconds of this hill, but look at Outbreak already starting to move around on the outside here, and this is their favorite hill. Remember, they put up a huge chunk of time. The first and second time we went through this rotation, and they're going to have the opportunity to do so again here. I don't know what it is about this small little room, but it is enough for Outbreak to just delete Bush Gaming over and over again. They're really struggling to break through these SMGs. Abe will at least get one, but not going to matter by the looks of it. There's no one to support him at the moment.
Although he can maybe just create something of his own. The rest of the team not here with him yet. Needs a little bit of help, just trying to disrupt, and that help may be on its way as Prolute will find one over towards the rooftop side. Felix now on his way back into the point. DTG finding 2 there is the clean up crew. 25 seconds remaining. CRG Outbreak are just going to stretch this one out and go as far as they possibly can. Oh, Bush actually going to have another look at this. It seems like they are with 15 to go. I think sometimes are they cutting their nose off to spite their face? Let's find out. Had to have a look maybe for this final 10 seconds. Doesn't look like you're going to get it. You're not going to get the rotation either. It is a disaster for Bush. They get nothing they wanted. An Outbreak are 14 seconds away from the win.
Oh, Capsule, though, might have just saved them in the middle of the map alongside Abe. And they somehow get away with getting this one. Now remember, Bush Gaming have done far better on these other hills. But Outbreak only 14 points away from winning this one. And would be a huge upset in this first map here in Elimination Bracket Round 1. But Bush Gaming are holding strong. And you know, they could do it right here in this hill if Outbreak are not careful. So Outbreak need to be thinking about this one, plan this action. They can't just be throwing players at them willy-nilly here.
DTG waiting for the setup. Sometimes it can come down to maybe just taking your time a little bit too much. The pistol. Oh my goodness, imagine that lands. Big fight going down for the spawns, that capsule. He's going to manage to take that one away. But CRG Outbreak will find a way through, and they can absolutely win it here. Push it here in numbers. Can they find the brick?
Contest comes through, so it's going to have to move to the next one. But Outbreak at least denied Bush Gaming there. 4 seconds away now. Who's quickest on the rotation? It's going to be Outbreak. You might just get the seconds right here, right now, but there's the touch. But Cammy gets deleted. Prolu there as quick as possible. Capsule follows up. No one from Outbreak there. And Bush Gaming are going to have the chance to try and win it now. Outbreak with potentially one chance.
They're going to spawn through the middle of the map. They're going to be going in a couple of different directions. Cudi finds Cammy. Here comes the break.
Good opportunity. You've got to go. Can you hold? DTG gets it. And there's going to be the 250. No, there's the touch. But the delete comes through. Can anyone stop Cammy? Or can Cammy do a madness? No, he cannot. Outbreak will upset Bush Gaming in game 1 here. And it just looks like things have gone from bad to worse for Bush.
My goodness. That is a huge map number 1. CRG Outbreak. They will take the hard point off Bush, who are faltering. But Alpha is, well, alive and kicking now. FaZe Falcons taking on the Huntsman. Now Bush loses this game going over, I believe, on Charlie. As Brackenco now coming from their stint over, of course, in the Pro-Am. Roxas with one of the worst gunfights I've ever seen to kick things off. Your mate Renegade alive and kicking to see how things are going to go here for the side of Huntsman. I think, you know, Huntsman coming into this one may not have the momentum that FaZe Falcons do, but they absolutely do have the quality.
They'll certainly love to try and cause another upset here and continue their mission through this winner's bracket. By the way, just to update you on what's happening in the loser's bracket, In Control, Decimate are 2-0 up against For Fun Esports now. So that means 3 of our seeds, 5, 6, 7, are all losing at the moment in loser's bracket. That is insane. I mean, we'll have to see how the results actually end up, but certainly worrying and warning signs happening for some of those squads who did drop into that lower bracket with the expectation of moving forward, as Huntsmen have a 42-17 lead here. It has been a somewhat comfortable start, and they are still holding this one nice and strong with good positioning as well.
Sudi now on his way over. Some good time here from the side of Huntsman. I mentioned these two, I don't believe actually bumped into each other, but it would have been just potentially during the group stages. Of course, of stage 3 of the Challengers Elite. Right now, Huntsman doing what they need to do. This is a really nice start from them over towards P2. Sudi just stole freely through the middle of the map. How on earth can that happen? And now he can set up to start holding over towards this side. The team doing the rest of the work that they need to over towards the other. Nicely done. Huntsman looking very clean so far.
Yeah, they were in different groups during the group stages.
Oh, yeah, they haven't bumped into each other in quite some time.
So not at all. Didn't even meet in the playoffs because Huntsman, of course, went undefeated in the bracket. FaZe Falcons got taken down by Omen Brooklyn in the end in the lower bracket semi-final. For FaZe Falcons, I have been able to get a little bit of time, kind of scrapping away at this one, but the Huntsmen are now beginning to hunt. But as I say that, Nox gets 2 and all 4 members of Huntsmen were down. So good time here now for the FaZe Falcons.
And that's a very quick 4 down as well, so they can get themselves set up over towards P3. Spawn out for Huntsman. And we're going to be, well, a mile away from P4. Good shots coming in from Roxas. That's a 6 in a row. And there's the Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. So improved Roxas as well. Part of that original Falcons roster who played over in a EU a good few years ago. And he's just went from strength to strength. He's done so well. So has Bodhi. Both improved massively. I think, you know, a lot of the buzz around that squad was always around Exnid and Kicks, but those 2 players have done extremely well. Haven't necessarily done well at holding over towards P4. As Huntsman will find a breakthrough. 20 seconds to go. Oh my god, a Bodhi. You gotta win that up against Johnny. Huntsman now in control with 30 seconds to go at P4.
Big push here coming from FaZe Falcons, though. Nox is going to have the perfect flank, and he gets 1, make it 2. 3's going to come through. And the player having to back away was Renegade in the end, but a teammate will clean it up. So what a break that was from Falcons to get the last remaining 12 seconds, you'd imagine. Yep. There was a last-ditch attempt from Johnny to see if he could disrupt things, but FaZe Falcons now right back into this game. And Huntsman were looking comfortable to begin with, but just as FaZe Falcons did earlier on against Bush Gaming, when you think they're down and out, they just come out of nowhere. They have that one moment from one player who just changes things their way.
Streaky team, aren't they? And Bodhi's trying to be the one that is now on that streak. Rotation over towards green, and Suni and Brack are going to just try and wilt away some of the numbers that are here for FaZe Falcons. Hellstorm available for Roxas. Be curious to see what he's going to use it. I mean, he could have done with it there up against Johnny, who seems to be shooting Hellstorms out of his M15 right now. Nox will take him down. Can he find the second as well? Great shots coming in from Nox. Oh my word, he just knows where they all are. Absolutely skating around Scar right this second. 3 in a row from Nox, and FaZe Falcons threatening to take a lead into the second rotation.
Huntsman on the back foot then. Killing spree for Nox, who was the standout player for me in that previous series. At times was just deleting Bush Gaming on his own, especially in the S&D at times, but Huntsman do get 3 kills on the board. And now we'll put a little bit of time on here in this middle hill. But Nox somehow, some way, still pulling off kills, even though he definitely shouldn't have got that one.
I mean, he started this on the other side of the map and was still going over in blue. FaZe Falcons, though, maybe not quite getting as much time out of it as I would have liked to see. Huntsman now just trying to find a way back through, and this is what I was worried about for Huntsman, was the Falcons can just get a little bit of momentum behind them. They turn into a very, very scary team. And I imagine Roxas is probably going to hold this Hellstorm for by the time we go over towards P3. Luquette trying to find plenty here over towards the middle of the map as well. But the rotation over towards P2 now starting to come through. But we're doing well through the mid-map, but again, it's so 50-50. Nobody really in control.
Everyone flooding towards the hill now. And they are just going to walk right into the sight lines of these Huntsman players, which will allow them to continue to score and take the lead yet again. And now Abodi and Nox going to try and work together to try and force this player out of the hill. Sadly, though, can't even do it. And it's just going to be as easy as that for Swooty. And Huntsman, this was a good hill for them in the previous rotation, and now they're going to find even more time here. FaZe Falcons need to find a way to try and get that one first, because otherwise Huntsman just going to continue to delete them every time this hill comes around.
Shots coming in from Johnny. Oh, wonderful from Johnny. Letting him know about it as well. A couple of body shots coming through. The Huntsman fans will be loving that one. 10 seconds to go. I'd imagine this is where Roxas are probably going to go for the call-in. The Hellstorm. Doesn't need to find it this time, though, with 3 kills now falling his way. So that's a really nice lead for Huntsman. The most significant one that we have seen so far in this hard Python Scar. But can they find a break over towards P3? Already with the first blood over now towards the blue side of the map. Renegade's the only one who can answer back momentarily. Potential pinch being set up here, but Huntsman very slow to get over towards P3.
I mean, it was this P3 as well previously where FaZe Falcons also found time. But Johnny might just be having a field day here. It's a 3-piece for him. And now we are going to see Huntsman just take this hill, rip it away from FaZe Falcons, but that's better off spawn for them. The flank was temporarily there from Swooty, but he couldn't quite find it. Hellstorm is going to be used, so that's going to be all 4 dead for Huntsman. So this last remaining time can be gathered, and FaZe Falcons can start to move towards next, but Huntsman did get the spawn over to that side.
Working well with it. Bodhi trying to survive, can't get it done. It feels as if Huntsman have had a good time over towards P4. Gonna get a bit of a split spawn. We're gonna get parallel spawns, actually. Spawn out there for the side of Falcons and for Huntsman. Not that much pressure on, and now you would expect the spawn out to come through with the Looker in that position. He does get taken down, as does Roxas. So now all of a sudden, that's complete control for Huntsman. We need to try and re-establish this lead that they did have. Renegade's the only one who can answer. Neither one of these teams seemingly want to hold any of these hills, but good play from Renegade. 5 in a row. Looking to make it 6. Can't get it done. Nice break from FaZe Falcons.
Yeah, nice spree for Renegade, kind of getting back into things. Struggling a little bit on the KD front. Brack, though, 28 and 21. We check in with Johnny, who just has a little sneak peek, but can't really commit to that fight as he had 2 guns pointing at him. Had to re-challenge. Inevitably there, though. Otherwise, he was just going to be wasting time of him and his team. As Huntsmen are going to be set up for this next one, but Nox in position to delete as he does. Great response, though, from Renegade.
Huntsman close to the 200-point mark. 5 in a row from Abodi. And may well be catching fire at the right time. He's going to find a way around the back. Second as well. He's done so well to find Johnny. Will eventually get taken down, but Aluka and Roxas over towards this backside. Going to get the reinforcements that are coming in just behind them. The respawns towards the backside of green. Roxas, good shots once again. Abodi able to do just enough, but Huntsman in control and 25 seconds in the lead. They can get even 10, 15 seconds out of this P5 hill. It's a bonus heading into a 3rd rotation.
Luca was just kind of waiting, hoping that someone's going to walk into his sightlines, but not going to happen. Huntsman temporarily had all 4 dead on the side of FaZe Falcons there. And actually, this spawn is not going to bode well for FaZe Falcons either. They do make it work. Luca finds 2. But Huntsman are going to be there waiting. Right in the next one, it's going to be a battle in middle now. And Huntsmen have done very well in a lot of those engagements where it's just like a straight up 2v2 or 3v3. Well, the FaZe Falcons have been able to secure this hill off the back of those kills. Wow, what positioning that was from Sweetie in a great spot as well.
He's done extremely well. And set his team up for a lot of success over towards P1 now. Renegade holding over towards the Motel side, trying to help Sweetie out, but I don't think he needs it. Brack gonna hold down this backside. Luka may well have baited enough. No, he has not. Oh my goodness me, Brack. 15 seconds away are the Huntsmen from finding map number 1.
Taking names and taking faces is Brack as he's on a 6 spree. And this might just be the beginning of the end, especially if he's holding this way. Huntsman looking to close it out right here, right now. Someone's got to touch it from the side of FaZe Falcons. There's the contest. Someone else is going to jump in, so they do stop them at 249. Can Renegade dip his toes in? No, we're going to go to next. We are going to see Swooty is there. If he wins this fight, they win the map, and he will. So Huntsman, they make short work of it. There was definitely some moments there for FaZe Falcons, but it was clean from Huntsman.
Nicely done from Huntsman. It was Swooty who took over towards the end, and then Brack followed him. Held down P1. And yeah, a lot of unhappiness on the side of FaZe Falcons after that one. Discussions ongoing.
He's always screaming at someone. He just can't help himself.
Angry block. Angry.
Very angry man. For good reason. Adrenaline's going to be high. Heated at the moment. Took Huntsman pretty far in that game before they really were just able to get out of range. Taking a look at those stats, though, it was Brack, 38 and 27. 4,200 damage. Johnny also putting up 4.3k as well. So a deserved victory for Huntsman, and they will not fault in this first map. Heading over to S&D, will we see FaZe Falcon start to reply? Because remember, against their series in Bush Gaming, they did lose that initial one on Hardpoint, but then they bounced back from map 2.
Let's see how things are going to unfold on Bravo. There's plenty of other games ongoing, and Delta is where we are now going. Omid against P7 Notorious. Into the Overload we go. This is the very first half, but a 2-0 lead for Omid Brooklyn. P7 Notorious faltering here ever so slightly as we go to an exposure of... I don't even think I've seen the exposure this weekend yet. We haven't cast it anyway. I miss it. Here we are. Eric Boom finds a couple. Try and kick things off here for P7 Notorious in this first half. See if they can add further to their 2-1 scoreline.
To be honest, I forgot it was in the game because we literally haven't seen it all weekend long. Point does go in, though, for P7 Notorious. Now, Chris, I have terrible news for you.
Oh, no.
From one P7 to the other, Omnia have taken down P7 in losers bracket 3-0 and will progress to losers 2. So that is a top 16 finish for the Europeans of Project 7. A very shock result happening over there.
That is... know what's gone on. Because to be honest, P7, it just I mean, look, they did have to make a change in all fairness. Real wasn't able to come over. Dylan Rex is not going to have the opportunity to land that one, but Standy will just brute force that one over the line, and Omar Brooklyn will put this within 1 in this first half.
Torn Esports are 1-0 up against Exceptional as well. What is happening in losers round 1? Anyway, P7 versus Omit, 3-2. 45 seconds left in this one. Initially, anyway, and some good kills coming out of Omit Brooklyn, and they will follow up with the score. So tie us up at 3-3. Snoopy having a little merry dance and will take down Standy. Just trades going blow for blow at the moment as we look to try and regain position in middle and get this overload device that's respawned. And Paul X is actually going to be in a spot to really delete, and they can actually try and grab this one, maybe get a quick score here.
Can they get one over the line? 15 seconds to go. They will potentially, obviously, have that time in the added time, but that's going to come in 5 seconds as long as they can keep a hold of the AP. They've got a free run over towards it. It's completely free. Snoopy and Co. are going to have to get to you. It was free for a moment. It is free no longer. Can't get the overload carrier. 24 seconds to go. Still an opportunity here for Omar Brooklyn. Can you find another of your Paul X? Not quite. Rotation over now towards B side. B7 Notorious, you've got to get here.
12 seconds to try and slam it home. Some kills coming their way. Not going to happen. Halftime. It was a good attempt. Trying to go for the Duke. From A to B to A to B. Good defensive work, though. Just the team moving as a unit to deny that free run. There was that small opening that you had noticed on the minimap. But they were quick to deny that angle. And of course, if you want to continue watching this matchup, youtube.com/COD Challengers, you know the drill. We have 4 matches taking place at the moment. Bush Gaming versus Outbreak. Currently going down as well. But moving back to our feature match, FaZe Falcons versus Huntsman. Huntsman 1-0 up after the initial as we move into S&D.
See how they go here as the first blood will fall. The Roxas. Very aggressive push here from the side of Falcons all the way through Laundry. Sweet, now we'll have to back on down. Defend from the middle of the map here. You see a lot of teams try to do this. And he's trying to influence as much as he can with this scope in hand. Hail Mary over the top. I don't think that's going to land on much. A little bit late to do anything about the bomb, but a 4v3 with a defuse having to come through here for the Huntsman. Hard round to win.
Nice shot. Looks for another. Needs a little bit of help, though. Doesn't find it. Can't do it all alone either. So FaZe Falcons will take the first. I'll tell you what. It could be just history repeating itself if they do manage to start to work away with things here in this S&D. They're a terrifying team in Search and Destroy from what I've seen so far. They truly take advantage of having that extra player when they get the initial pick. They bully their opposition. So Huntsmen need to be wise to it, but looks like we may have lost our observer, potentially. Get that one sorted.
We're in some of the other winners round 2 games. You have Rock Esports 1-0 up against FC Stallions. It's a game that you would expect to Rock to probably go on and win, although not an easy one for them. Omit EU, or Omit Noir as we typically call them, 3-0 against Cabal. So they dance on through and potentially will have a matchup against Rock. That could be a crazy one, all things considered.
I mean,
Some
Omit
really
probably...
good winners semi-finals being set up here.
They're probably enjoying themselves a little bit after their performance in the Pro-Am.
Yeah, I think, you know, I wasn't really sure what to expect from them because, I mean, we know they're a fantastic team as we go over towards the Rock series. We know they're an absolutely fantastic team, and they really, I mean, for me and EMEA, to see their rise this season is quite incredible, but to see the rise of some of the players on that roster more than anything. DK, you know, again, he's kind of become a known quantity very quickly. We knew he was going to be a solid player from the get-go. But for Ethan, I mean, as he kind of said in his VT over on the CDL broadcast, he was basically playing Rocket League a month and a half ago on a pro level. And then he's just like, oh, yeah, okay, I played S&D quite a bit. My mates were like, oh, yeah, why don't you get into Respawn? And suddenly he's on the main stage doing disgusting things and is very much the talk of the town.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of rumors about him potentially being picked up by teams as a substitute, new blood. There's a lot of players who had eyes on. That's the whole reason of the Pro-Am, right? And also, to be fair, the whole reason of the challenges as well, to try and make a name for yourself and eventually get into the big leagues. It was 3 kills back-to-back for Rock. And they managed to close out that one. And they erupt as well. They know this is not going to be an easy one. Especially when we've already seen how impressive their opposition can be when they get going.
Yeah, Rock, very solid outfit, of course. Amount of times I mean, again, I did kind of touch on it at the top when we came in, Dan, for our little stint here. But I think they'll be massively disappointed with their performances, to be honest with you, in the Pro-Am. I think, they were really coming into this one and sort of thinking that they could advance on and maybe cause some upsets. I've seen a good performance from them out of the up against FaZe, and that's one of the very first times I've ever seen Domex actually lose an outright snipe fight. It's an absolute joke majority of the time. Rixel and Dom doing a really good job here to hold this one down. We have a very acute angle of it. 2v2 now.
Oh. Saw the flash. And you retreat. Don't fancy challenging that one just yet. As Geo goes down, so it's just going to be Rupert in a 1 versus 2. Goes to reposition. See if he can maybe catch that sniper glint that he had seen previously. It's not going to be easy. Might be able to catch the body. Oh, close. No cigar.
Ooh. Giving it a go as Rupert. But Kicks and Rixold are wise enough not to get involved in this too much. But there you go. NPC in hand. Surely the trade's going to come in. Rupert just trying to fight for his life. Kicks trying to hunt him down. The shot. Oh my god, Rupert!
Inject it into your veins. That is the kind of play you need to see if you want to take down a team of this caliber. And as you said, Rock are going to be a little bit dejected after their performance. Their hopes would have been very high in that Pro-Am after how well they've been performing, not only in challenges, but also throughout scrims. Can FC Stallions kind of beat them while they're down a little bit here? Well, with moments like that from Rupert, maybe they can find a victory to tie up this series. That was beautiful.
I mean, that was just one that you look at and sort of say there's no way that Arc Esports lose this round from that position. The quick swap to the NPC for the first one. Spins it back round after getting, I mean, completely butted up by Kicks, if anything, as well. Does it brilliantly to find that snipe. Put FC Stallions back into the lead. Rock Esports will be wondering how the hell they are not 2-1 up. That makes them find the opening blood, though, on Icons. The Observer can hear me. We need to watch more of Domex. The Sniper in Search and Destroy is one of their biggest weapons, if not their biggest weapon, when it does come down to this game mode.
There you go.
Yeah, well, it's almost like I knew.
Hate to say I told you so. But on the other side, we've got Rupert, and we've already seen what Rupert can do. He's on a 4 streak now. Geo kind of needs to help him, though, and sadly cannot do so. So now Rupert, yeah, I was going to say, this might be a little bit more unachievable as Rock tie us up 2-2. And that opener from Domex, kind of what you need. It's what you rely on these players. Have you ever taken that role, Chris? Like, even in ranked games, have you ever tried taking the role as sniper?
To be honest, I used to quite like it, but I am typically just not that good anymore, mate. It is a little bit slow. It does suit me a little.
At least you're
more.
honest.
Oh, to be fair, Dan, I was never really that good anyway.
No, stop saying that. No, we build you. You can. If you just start lying, people will start believing you. It's fine.
To be fair, I've been lying for years, pretending that I know what I'm talking about. So, I mean, I've been getting away with it.
Well, Domex, this time we're going to have eyes on. Oh, and he almost puts a bullet between the eyes. Second chance does tag through the wall, but obviously doesn't connect. So he's going to reposition, check that no one's hopping over towards A. No one is at the moment. And actually, it's going to be quite the interesting take on this one. 3 over towards A, and Bomb is waiting at B.
Staying on board with Domex. Oh, the snipe was nearly there, but it's KB. Get the better of him again. KB is really Going quite close here. Up against Domex, and he'll find another as well. Yeah, the choke point's working out brilliantly.
However, Dom was there to deny the bomb plant. He smelled something was up. He knew there was something a little bit funky in the air, but it may not matter in the end. Denying the plant was good, but elsewhere, Stallions were just getting the job done and winning the numbers game. Take the lead 3-2. All these matches have been brilliant. Very happy with how everything's progressing at the moment. You always worry that you get these one-sided games in the early stages of a bracket, but I think because of how, you know, the reseed structure has worked, it means we're getting some incredible games here in Winners 2.
We are very much getting to the business end of the tournament, aren't we? Having a look who is advancing on 3. Oliver Brooklyn still 2 to 0. Auburn, yep, that's why we watch him. I mean, the guy is every single time just a highlight reel in the search and destroy. I remember having the conversation. I've told the story during EMA Challengers Elite, but speaking to the Project 7 Notorious team after that grand final up against Rock, I mean, tell you what, KB's offering something very similar. Domex over the top. Yeah, he has the line on him. KB just not expecting to have to flick his controller up there. But the Project 7 Notorious guys were talking about it. How do you get away from Domex and how strong he is with that sniper? Now just going to try and hold this angle. Gets a bit of bad timing. Icon's going to put the pressure on. The pistol not quite good enough. And now it's going to be down to Dom. Trying to one with the SMG. Now in a 1v1 against Rupert. The smoke going to cause all sorts of problems. The knife out. Oh! And Rock Esports just about get away with it. It's Dom with the 1v2.
An interesting decision with the knife out. I was about to say Rupert has been, you know, on one side you've got Domex with the sniper getting the early kill, but on the other side Rupert has been aggressive with the SMG, getting in the face of Rock, has been finding one of his own. It's almost been happening instantly on either side. You get the pick with the sniper, you get the pick with the SMG, and we get 3 versus 3. Round after round. But we're back and forth we go. 3-3 now between these two teams. I think the Stallions will be delighted that they are keeping up with Rock here, but at what point do Rock start to break away here? There's the first blood. This time it's going to be KB.
Yeah, we have to watch one of them. Both of them are lighting it up, aren't they, with the scope? Stuart's just trying to find a way through over towards the safe side. We'll have to back on down. Rock down a man, though, but it's not the end of the world. They've committed over towards the safe side, and, well, B is wide open. Stallions are quite happily going to walk through that door. This will go down. Ripper playing the angles on the other side. Domex always just trying to find the angles. He knows KB is going to be watching over him at some stage, though, and there he is. Yeah, KB's, honestly, if anything, had his number. 8 and 4 from him. Nids will go out as well. A 4v2 in favor of Stallions with the bomb down. This should be their round.
Oh, damn. Tell you what, that's one way to finish it off. Great shot. Air bumps. It's tough to call which way this one's going to go. And I think that's what I love about, well, A, I love about S&D, but also what I've loved about this tournament so far is the unpredictability. I mean, we've already had upsets across the board. Just to keep you up to date with scores happening elsewhere. Bush Gaming now 2-0 down against Outbreak. For Fun Esports have put 1 back on the board against Decimate. Crazy. If there were pick'ems for the challenges, I'm sure pretty much everyone will be getting them wrong in the losers bracket right now, as no early picks from these sniper rifles just yet. Domex trying to get stuff through the smoke, but can't quite find it. Looking to try and support this bomb plant. But with no picks, it's a risky one to take, as Icon's just about surviving behind the box.
Bomb is going to go down, though, and that's sometimes something that Rock can be guilty of. They do take their time. Don't like the plant in risky situations, but now this is one. You're coming from 2 different angles, and if one side falls, the other has to really do something about it. Rixel will find the first blood to KB, though. Gio has back 3v3. Domex finds the angle. And there's another one falling his way. Is the next one going to be there as well? Not quite. 1v2 now for the side of Icons.
Sadly walks straight into the pistol. And again, we're tied up 4-4. Will this mold break, or are we going to keep going back and forth? And if we do, it would lean towards the Stallions. Rock are going to have to try and break them. Because otherwise this pattern will just go their way naturally. It has been a fascinating match so far. A lot of it riding on these early picks. So let's see if Domex can give us another.
P7 Notorious, Omen Brooklyn heading to map number 4. P7 Notorious finding that overload. Close one when we left it. KB gets Dom this time. He's been incredible with the sniper once again. Ten and 5.
Looking for another.
Mm-hmm.
Question is, it's like he senses something. No show. As now they move round over towards B. And Rock really are hovering mainly towards A, with just the one player in the middle, of course. So this should be a comfortable plant. And the post plant, you can have one player set up at the back. Geo is going to be watching the flank here, and Geo loses that fight. So that is the opening that Rock needed.
They needed something. Because seem to be getting away from this round, and it's a big one at that. And round number 9. A lot of resource put over towards the other side, though, as Kix is going to find icons.
Oh.
Kix just waits for the second, and Rixel is there to back it up. And now Ripper left in a 1 versus 3. Heal will get taken down, and Kix runs through them all. Another round goes Rock's way, and they are 5-4.
That is the break of the pattern. Now Stallions are going to have to do exactly the same. Otherwise, Rock will take a 2-0 lead in this series. And there were some really pivotal 1v1s. One in that scenario that I thought Stallions were just going to have their number. They were holding the right angles. But great map awareness from Rock. Just being able to kind of swing those players and get the jump on them a little bit. So now for the Stallions, they cannot afford to falter here.
KB again. It's been so influential with the big stick. But a lot of the presence through the middle of the map is actually coming from Rock, and they found the first blood here as well. Having to get aggressive over towards this B side as Geo wants that back. Dom in a lot of trouble, but Dom somehow finds another. And now a 3 versus 2 in the favor of Rock to go 2-0 up.
How did Tom get away with that? He thought he was just going to be sprayed down, but he just hopped through the window. And as you say, they have the extra player now. Map on the line here for Stallions. What can KB and Rupert do?
So well positioned.
They walk straight into the trap. And it is going to be as easy as that. Rock Esports will take map number 2. It was trending towards the Stallions for quite some time with the back and forths. But all it took was that one break from the side of Rock. And now they are one map closer to progressing to the winners bracket semi-finals, where they would have a matchup against Omit. Because Omit beat Cabal 3-0, so they would be first and fourth seed going up against each other, which would be a very interesting match indeed, Chris, because we've already seen how impressive Omit were in that Pro-Am. He'd been able to take down one of the pro teams. Let's look at the stats for you.
11 and 7 out of KB was not enough. Geo and Icon struggled in that one as well. And everybody on Rock doing their job. Over towards Charlie, though, with Bush. Okay, yeah, remember quite rightly, they were 1-0 down. They are 2-0 down. Are we serious? Bush looking to go out of this tournament with a whimper. CRG Outbreak getting this one done. We were coming into this series, and look, they may well just get this overload and make it interesting, but we kind of had Bush winning this one at a bit of a canter, to be honest, and that has not proven to be the case whatsoever. That's nice from Cap. 2-0 up now.
It would be quite funny if the way that Bush Gaming get back into this series is via an overload. You know, had we been leading into this one, you know what I would have said. They find themselves 2-0 up in the first half. And remember, Outbreak did have DTG, who broke the overload scoring record, or the kill record. Technically tied it, but it's land, so it counts. 50 kills he got against Huntsman. If he can find anything like that to bring Outbreak back into this one, then Bush Gaming, we might see an early exit, which would be very shocking. And they'd go down with the likes of P7, the Europeans who have already fallen here. Elsewhere, for Fun Esports have tied up their series, by the way, against In Control Decimate, so that's 2-2. It's honestly crazy, Chris, that we see these teams in this position, but it just shows how healthy the competition is in challenges at the moment throughout this open of these teams that did progress through losers bracket. Is Outbreak trying to fight their way through and seeing if they can get a plant and get one of these detonations.
Yeah, it's been tough for them to really get it over the halfway line. Honestly, this is the point where Telluride Bush Gaming have been solid. I'd love to know how the Search and Destroy did go down, but irrelevant. CRG, Outbreak are the ones finding it after a close map number 1 to be 2-0 up. You've got all the time in the world to maybe turn this one around. Capsule on the line, not going to be able to get it over. Cammy's dead, potentially back up, sitting at 10 and 7. Needs to find a little bit more. If they want to find this one, it's not going to happen. A minute to go. CRG, Outbreak could do with one yet. Always do prefer teams when they are pushing over towards this blue side. Some teams do have their opportunities on others, but it's a big kills being found by Bush to keep that pressure on.
I'm surprised Abe was able to win that gunfight, to be honest. And he does try and go for a little bit of a flank, but gets shot down immediately. And actually now there's a little bit of an opening on this A side, especially if BTG can find a kill. Does find the first. Abe's going to be the second. And he's on a tear at the moment. Might just open up a path towards getting a point on the board, but Overload device does go down. And the kills have gone in favor of Bush, so they have been able to stem this push from Outbreak. And they will get given the opportunity of potentially scoring one, unless... Oh, almost something special.
Yeah, Felix nearly finding plenty. But they can keep that pressure on and may well have the opportunity to get this one over the line with a bit of overtime. They may not need it. DTG, he could find 2, but Abe shuts it down. 3 in a row. Can he find the 4th? Not quite, but they'll stop anything else from happening. Bush with a nice lead heading into the half. Nicely done in a game that they absolutely need to find the win on. They cannot be going out on top 16. That would be a disaster.
And you know full well that is going to be the thought in the back of their minds. We cannot afford to lose this one. We should be winning this series. We should be progressing further in this tournament. I mean, minimum, you'd expect top 8 from them. That being said, it's not over yet, and they do have the lead after the half here against Outbreak, who we have to give credit where it's due. What a tournament it has been for Outbreak. To get to this point and take a map off of Huntsman, and now find themselves 2-0 up against Telluride Bush Gaming. I think if you had told them that before the tournament started, they would have bit your hand off for it. Can they go one step further and knock out Bush Gaming here? All starts in this second half of Overload. Plenty of time. So they don't really need to be too worried. It's not like it's a massive deficit they find themselves in.
Cammy. Putting Bush now in a position where they can force this series to go just a little longer. Capsule on Kodo. Just trying to keep things rolling. CRG Outbreak. There's pressure on though. I like this from Cootie. And great shots coming through. This could be a carve. It's a big opportunity. It's over the top, not going to land. Cootie just does absolutely everything. And they can keep this pressure on. Wouldn't mind seeing them actually push through this spawn if they can. Cootie's just going to try and cut them off yet. You need to find the kills. You need to add to it. And you cannot. Bush just about survive.
Yeah, Prolu did well to break out of that spawn, and now he can be the one to be the thorn in the side, but now he gets caught out on his rotation. 2 members of Bush Gaming fall, and now Outbreak, they find one more kill over towards A here. They can nab that device, which they will. They're going to bring it back to their own half to try and maybe break this one away, but sadly they're going to run into danger because now Bush Gaming are lined up all across this map, seeing if they can pinch it, but there might be an opening over towards A here if you're quick. There is going to be the cutoff though. Maybe you can get this kill with the pistol. No, Prolu making sure there's not going to be any shenanigans right now. It did look like they got spawns as well, did Bush Gaming. So they were going to be okay regardless.
Just about finding that kill if you're Prolu. An important one to get. And now, just with a little bit of control here for Bush, just to steady this ship. DTG can find something. He's got a little bit of backup in the form of Wads as well. DTG still just surviving, being a nuisance. Can he find this on the Cammy as well? NPC shotgunning the Scotsman. Just being a pain. Needs the rest of his team to chip in here as well. But I tell you what, Bush is just going to run this. They're going to try and get it through the front door. Prolu will unfortunately take down his teammate. His Capsule will find one. And this one could potentially turn around. Bush get nothing from that push.
Can Bush just park the bus for 2 minutes and 40 seconds to keep their tournament alive here. Or is that a little bit dangerous to turtle up and invite the pressure from Outbreakers? Now Proloot is going to be right behind them. Into Sharp, and I thought he was going to get the third there. But I think the damage was already done because now they regain control of the device. Oh boy, that's going to be a nade right under your butthole, and now you have to try and do some damage off the respawn. It's just a bloodbath in middle at the moment.
Now the team able to get enough control to get a cap going. CRG Outbreak, that's what you need to get going. Very, very quickly. Oh, Bush were doing well there, but not able to hit the shots if you can. You find the first blood. Cannot find the second. Thankfully, it was Capsule who was able to get away with the EMP. Gonna get caught on the middle of the map, trying to make something happen on his own. And now an opportunity for CRG Outbreak. Minute and a half to go. And let's see if they can maybe get one over the line here. This is a good spot for them to be in.
Yeah, good opportunity. Trophy goes down to deny the nades, but now someone has to be aggressive, and it's going to be DTG from behind. Just needs to try and nab this one, but he couldn't quite get it. Maybe if he could have grabbed it, he was hoping he could have had enough cover from the truck. It was a good watch by Bush Gaming, who now with 1 minute and 23 left on the clock have the device and are starting to march it towards A. DTG has to hold. Will get the first. And actually, it looks like they have been able to hold successfully here against Bush, and they get the device in their hands and start to move over towards B yet again. But someone has to be the difference maker here to try and make that play. See if they can tie this up at 2-2. And it could be right here, right now, but no, that's a huge kill. But maybe you can, and they will just slide it home, and it's going to be 2-2. I thought Abe had done enough, but alas, Outbreak right at the death are going to find their second.
45 seconds to go. Nervy times for Bush. Shot's going to start coming in. Felix cannot finish it off. Abe was a slither away from dying. One player below them that may be able to cause some havoc is already dead to rights. One big player coming on the flank. That needs to be very quick from Wads because this one is in and over the line from Bush with 25 seconds to go. You'd like to think they're just taking their time. They know they've got this one secured. They don't need to rush it. It's like, yeah, come back, get this ball off us, which is pretty much on the line. Hold on a second, they nearly did. Abe is the one who takes down Capsule. But time, it might be not enough for CRG Outbreak to get something done. Felix in the middle of the map can find a kill. It's do or die for them here in this overlook.
Still a chance, though. Someone needs to get their hands on the device right here, right now. Not able to do so. Bush Gaming survive for now. They convert the overload in their favor. A mode which has sadly been the thorn in their side throughout Elite and this tournament so far, but maybe they can change things now and start this comeback as they find themselves 2-1 down, but still alive. That's the important thing. Incredible games we're seeing. Speaking of incredible games, let's move over to the A stream then and see what's happening between Huntsman and FaZe Falcons. Huntsman were able to convert that S&D to find themselves 2-0 up going into an overload of their own.
How is this going to change around now? Can FaZe Falcons find a way back, or can Huntsman just continue where they've left this off? Brack getting aggressive through the A side. They do have a lead blocker. Not going to work out for them, though, and the first attack will fall after 30 seconds gone. FaZe Falcons with some good defense as we continue on this exposure and continue in this series. Still plenty more Call of Duty action to come to you guys at home here from Atlanta. Bodhi should be able to set something up here, Dan. This should be a cap going in here for the side of Falcons.
Should be. Unless, hold on. Oh, what? Oh. Yeah, that's, how? What just happened? Like, how do you fumble that?
How on earth have you let that happen?
Like, thought he had more time, and yeah, that's a questionable decision, and Huntsman will take it all day. Maybe trying to be a little bit too smart with it. Get people to reposition before the reset, but alas, it has costed them a point here, Falcons.
Lucas still on a 5 spray, and they can keep this one going. They've kept the pressure on, but yeah, Huntsman defend. Oh, that is a... Well, it's not quite a disaster, but... Falcons had such an opportunity. Actually, no, I would go as far as saying it was a disaster, Dan. I'll commit to it.
I mean, it was. It's nothing short of. You have to call a spade a spade. That was dreadful. It was right there for him, but mistakes happen. And now you have to just shrug it off and move on, as FaZe Falcons are still finding success. Remember, Huntsman did lose that overload matchup previously in their winners round 1. So maybe is an opening for FaZe Falcons to try and get back into this series, but again, they are stopped briefly before the line. Huntsman can try and march towards B themselves.
Not quite sure how this is still 0-0. It's about to change surely this time. But look at have to do a little bit more work. The nades are perfect, but so is that dive. Really nicely done. Sprack will find plenty. So will the Bodhi. Renegade will spin this one around just to keep this pressure off. But it's a big 1v1. Roxas now in a little bit of trouble. Renegade's found a good angle. Roxas continues to survive. How on earth has he won that? And now they can keep the pressure on here. Down FaZe Falcons looking for a second.
Yeah, they're enjoying this B-side. Last remaining player on the defense is going to be Brack, and Brack sadly had to back away just because he was under so much pressure, under fire. FaZe Falcons now get their second on the board. So even though that little mistake did cost them the initial point, it's not going to matter too much at the moment. Although I'll hold that thought until we get the result of this game. As it does seem like FaZe Falcons are particularly enjoying this side of the map. So when we switch over, maybe Huntsman will do the same.
Huntsman could do with getting one back, though. Johnny good position to maybe be that lead blocker they need. Only one player here really stop it. That one is going to be over the line. Spawn should be coming in mid-map. It is. Have to be careful not to be counted yet. No, honestly, it's going to have to take a lot of work from Brack. We caught in one of the other games. P7 Notorious are down into the losers bracket. Our winners in Birmingham, albeit a very, very different roster, now fall into the losers side of things. Omid Brooklyn into the winners semis. Oh my word.
Upset Central. As Johnny deletes Sabodi. 2-1 the score with 1 minute left in this first half. As FaZe Falcons looking to attack B site yet again, but this time Huntsmen are a little bit more well prepared for it. Nox can't convert with the pistol. Can you get the follow-up from Aluka? Yes, you can. Okay, so Aluka responding well. And actually, they got a few kills on the board, but Renegade at least was there to stem the bleeding. Huntsman, I think at this point, it's just about holding off in this half and going again, because FaZe Falcons are just looking so strong on that left-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been finding the gunfights they need to. The trade's been working in their favor. Just moments like that. They just seem to have that extra guy. Brack found a couple of team kills at, well, maybe the wrong moments. And that hasn't helped out the Huntsman whatsoever. 23 seconds to go here. Opportunity for FaZe Falcons to maybe get something going. But Renegade in the middle of the map, he will be shut down. The Falcons are the ones that are going to have that last roll of the dice. And the push over towards B. On the solar panel side, is it going to work out for them again? 8 seconds to go. Can they find one over the line? Johnny for 3 to shut it down. It's only Swooty who can stop him. Renegade will find another. And the last play of the half is going to go Huntsman's way.
Where do you go with this one, though? He didn't really want to head towards B. But now with those kills going their way, they might just change their mind, especially if Renegade can find another. He's going to be the entry. He's going to be leading the charge, but Abodi gets a big kill, which might just stop the chances of Huntsman scoring here before the half ends here. I guess before the second half starts, it could work both ways. Swooty, can you do anything with a pistol? No. 2-1 then at the half. And FaZe Falcons, will they rue the day that they did not score that initial point?
Yeah, it could be a painful one if things do continue to be close in this second half. It's in the background as well. Rock still taking on Stallions. A lot of big teams remaining here. Keep an eye on some of the other results that are coming through on our end. As mentioned, P7 Notorious losing to home at Brooklyn. This game, Falcons looking to try and send us to a map number 4 here.
I think P7 Notorious lost to Omer.
They did.
Yeah. Oh, you meant they lost. The way you said it then, I thought you meant they were, like, currently losing.
No.
It does make sense, though. You did English correct.
I did.
Could have been taken 2 ways.
Did I English well?
You did. English was good.
Okay.
Funnily enough, it would have been a P7 versus P7 matchup if Project 7 had not been eliminated by Omnia.
Nightmare for you.
And we don't get that matchup because they were eliminated by Omnia. Cabal will be playing against For Fun Esports as well, because For Fun Esports did complete their comeback and did progress. So even though there was an upset on the cards, they reverse swept. So now we might see the point go in, and actually it will. So FaZe Falcons able to sneak that one in off of some big kills initially found. Huntsman now find themselves 2 behind here, but they do have control of the new spawn location. Sadly, Sweetie wasn't able to get kills, otherwise it might have been a guaranteed point. So instead, they're just going to try and gain a little bit of map control first before they grab. Now they will start to move. It's going to be a 3 versus 1 over towards B. Luca, can he hold strong? He will, alongside Roxas. Oh, no cap for the Huntsman, and actually now the counter cap is potentially on the cards, but no, the delay will happen.
Roxas did really well. Actually gets aggressive over towards the B side where they're trying to attack. He's just trying to set something up. Chooses to actually come back and be defensive. Finds plenty and FaZe Falcons now in a really good position. This is another cap. And this is 4-1 to FaZe Falcons. Looking fantastic here in the overload, to be honest with you. 23 and 12 out of Luca. We're going to get this one over the line. Another attack going to come through though for Huntsman. This one's not done yet. 3 minutes and 20 seconds is more than enough time. Get yourself a little bit of a relay going and that gap will be closed very, very quickly.
Nice shots. Easy cleanup. There's quite the deficit for Huntsman now. It's not going to be easy to come back because FaZe Falcons can kind of play in a way where they can just play a little bit more defensive and force Huntsman to take those risks. Can Roxas slip this one by? Oh, he has been able to avoid the initial player. And it's a back and forth, and it works with the rest of the squad, but there is going to be a firing range set up on the other side. Johnny gets a 3-piece, and then Brack nades him.
There's been so many team kills on the side of Huntsman, hasn't there? At least it's felt that way. Even across the series, to be honest with you. And Brack seems to be involved in, well, somewhere or another every single time. Sweetie and Co trying to get something going through the middle of the map here, but Roxas will find 3. 20 and 15 from him. It's been a big game from FaZe Falcons, to be honest with you. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. It's looking like it's pretty much over. Unless Huntsman can get something going. Map number 4 is looking like it is beckoning here, Dan.
Yeah, tough to really see a route here for the Huntsman to try and win this one. Has to kind of happen here for me. If they can get this cap, point on the board, then maybe there is an opportunity. And there you go. Okay, the start of the comeback. Boy, do they need it. 1 minute 40 still left on the clock. There is certainly time. Had they not acquired that one, might have just been a little bit unreasonable to try and make this comeback with this little time available. Big kills coming out as well from Renegade and Johnny. If they can control middle, they're going to get control of this device once more. The flanker gets taken down, and there's another one coming from behind as well. Big kills coming out on both sides. I don't think you'd be able to dance this one in, sadly. It was a good attempt, but Huntsman can't quite put that one in.
Yeah, and that's the problem with you got a minute to go, and you need to find 2. You need to take those risky plays. The rest of the team just not there with them, not able to match the pace. I know I say that you need to take the risky plays, but it almost feels like they could have taken their time. And now the bus may well be parked here by FaZe Falcons. Trying to move this one forward, actually, is Roxas. Brack is there. Can he find the second as well? He will be butted up, and the rest of the team trying to formulate something. Nox in a bit of a sticky position. Gets away with it, though. Big kills coming in from Nox. That might just be game with 35 to go.
Need a big push here from Huntsman. Have to try and overwhelm them. There's just going to be 1 player sat on A at the moment. Actually, make it 3. This is going to be impossible. All right, that's game. That's done. We're going to a map 4. And FaZe Falcons will put 1 on the board. Valiant attempt to try and get back into it from Huntsman, but it has been a game controlled by FaZe Falcons throughout the entirety, really. Ever since that first half, they looked the more comfortable of the 2. And they keep their hopes of progressing here in the winner's bracket alive and causing an upset against the Huntsman. So map 4 we go.
Nicely done from FaZe Falcons to send us to this map number 4. Really impressive performance. And just from the get-go, to be honest, Dan, they just set the pace. Extremely impressive down over towards the solar panel side more than anything. It just seems as if they ran the game from there. Every single moment they were offered an opportunity, well, nearly every single moment they were offered an opportunity, they got it over the line. Not quite that simple. But they get there in the end. 4-2 is a good scoreline for them, and they will keep themselves alive here in this winner's bracket.
Sometimes I do harp on about mistakes, but we have to call the positives for FaZe Falcons. It was a big mistake, but they made up for it, right? They had so much control, they could afford to make that mistake and still win. They are such an impressive team, FaZe Falcons, when they have the control, when they have the game in their hands, and they can just overwhelm their opponents. And they did exactly that to the Huntsmen, so it'll be to map 4. Now, we go back down to the lower bracket. Map 4, Hardpoint, and it's Bush Gaming up 175 to 125 to try and keep their tournament lives alive. A 50-point lead for Outbreak to try and come back through and try and send Bush Gaming out of this tournament.
Saki is one of those maps that the comeback can be formulated rather quickly, and it may well happen here. Over towards P4. Over towards the garden, and I think seeing where Bush in their position that they're in. They'll still want it to wait, and that's going to help things out. Capital and a minimum of 1. Cammy there to back it up as well. Break just about looking like it's going to come through here for the side of Bush, but keep an eye on the spawns over towards the backside for CLG. Outbreak. Not a bad position for them to be in at all. 24 and 18 from Wads, who's been having a hell of a tournament.
I mean, whatever happens here for Outbreak, they will be able to have their heads held very high after their performance. And I'm sure they would much prefer to go and progress through the tournament, but you're always going to be worried about Bush Gaming now as they're starting to show what they're made of. And looking like a high chance of a map 5 here between the two. We've already seen 1 reverse sweep from our higher seeds in the lower bracket, and Bush Gaming would love to replicate that. Now DTG, Abe, sadly gets caught out from behind. Abe gets the double, looking to try and make it 3. The spray doesn't quite come through the wood. But in the end, able to hunt him down. Bush Gaming only 40 points away from winning this map now. And they could win it here.
Pressure. They could win it here. Abe just constantly keeping that pressure on. CLG Outbreak as best as he can. Who are maybe going to be feeling it now. That pressure coming through. You were 2-0 up. I said there wasn't any pressure on them in this series, Dan. That pressure changes when you go 2-0 up, right? Can you secure it? Can you get it over the line? They're in danger of heading to a map number 5 here. And Bush will be letting them know about it. Their experience is going to come in absolutely massive here, but they have to close out map number 4. It's about a 70-point and rising game. With that scrap time going their way. Well, back over towards P1 here on Sake. And how do you change this one around if you're CLG Outbreak? You've got a 80-point deficit to try and make up.
And regardless of who you're facing, if you manage a reverse sweep, you're going to let the other team know. Doesn't matter if they're a lower seed, and the expectation was you were going to win regardless. There's going to be a pop-off. But you still got to get there first. But for now, it looks like a map 5 is certainly on the cards, as Bush Gaming will tie us up 2-2. And despite an incredible start from Outbreak, they now find themselves having to go all the way here against Bush, who they were looking a little bit shaky, and maybe they were shooketh from their previous matchup, of course, losing to FaZe Falcons, and boy did FaZe Falcons let them know about it, and that might have been the reason why they were a little bit slow to start in this series, but they've woken up, and I'm excited to see how this Game 5 goes down.
It's going to be an interesting one. I didn't see this going to a map 5 whatsoever, to be honest with you. But the games are very much getting tighter now. The ones that we didn't really see, I mean, Rock Esports 3-0 up against FC Stallions. That one's going to be done. They'll get that one done in the quickest time possible. Omit 3-0 at Cabal, which that felt like over an hour ago. Omit and Rock Esports to take each other on in that winners semi-final. That is going to be extremely interesting. See how things will go there. That's a repeat, of course, of the grand final that happened at EMEA Stage 3 in Challengers Elite. If any of you didn't catch that one, it was an Omit 3-0 lead that turned into a Rock Esports 4-3 reverse sweep in a best of 7. So, winners semi-final should be pretty good when we get that. Couple more games to get through though. Huntsman 2-1 up against FaZe Falcons. That's the one we're watching over on Alpha. That will be continuing. But this one here in the losers bracket, Bush have got to get this one over the line. The reverse sweep is potentially on the cards. They were 2-0 down. We are now heading to a map number 5.
And Bush Gaming, I'm sure, will be full of confidence now, and maybe they've just sucked it all out of Outbreak in terms of their confidence, because they certainly looked like they were on top of the world after the initial 2. I would say I kind of favor Bush now going into this 5th. They probably have got over the hump after that loss against FaZe Falcons. Otherwise, Yeah, I think it had to be done in 3 for Outbreak. I think they had to take advantage of them being down in the slumps, but now the experience should shine through, I would imagine.
You would think so. I mean, that's the kind of pressure that I was talking about when it does come down to these moments where you are potentially going to get it turned on your head. That's where things can get very, very scary. But let's see if they can clutch up. Again, the pressure is still mostly on Bush. They are a team that you would expect to be able to get through this one. They'll have a matchup against FC Stallions to play up against whoever does advance through from this map number 5. And also other teams who could potentially dropping down. I think Exceptional up against Tony Sports, as far as I can see on the bracket as well. We'll be keeping an eye on how things are going there. Omnia beating Project 7 in the losers bracket for fun, finding that reverse sweep. As I said, they'll take on Cabal, P7 Notorious up against Omnia. We're really starting to see some big matchups come through in this losers bracket. Some big teams are being falling out of this tournament. We'll be jumping into Alpha very, very shortly, though, to see who's going to be advancing on between Huntsman and FaZe Falcons. We're heading to map number 4. Honestly, Huntsman will be probably disappointed not to get this one closed out as quickly as they possibly could have. They're going to have the opportunity to do that here in map number 4.
Yeah, but they did lose the Overload in the winners bracket round 1 matchup as well, so I'm sure that they won't be too disheartened.
True.
And especially now going into a hardpoint matchup, we've seen what Huntsman can do all season long throughout the Elite. I think they were 12-4 throughout the season, so yeah, 12 wins, 4 losses on hardpoint for Huntsman. So yeah, they should be very confident going into this one. Indeed, on the side of the FaZe Falcons, they are, 9-7 on hardpoint. So it's a little bit more comfortable on the side of the Huntsman.
And different rosters as well as for the side of FaZe Falcons, who, again, are doing pretty well, all things considered. You know, you lose QK, who's not exactly easy to replace. But I think Abodi's been doing really well, to be honest with you. He spent his season on Team Najd in EMEA. And they did okay, to be honest with you. I think it was a top 6 placement, which, you know, for that roster, kind of coming as a new team, not too bad whatsoever, considering some of the rosters who were competing in that EMEA stage. Some of the compatriots, if you like, from the Rock Esports side of things, very much sending themselves and getting their very first win. It's actually funny. Rock found the win in Dallas. They found themselves 2nd place in Birmingham. Hadn't actually found an online win yet. Get it done in stage 3. So eventually getting that monkey off their back, so to speak. But relevant to that, we are heading into map number 4 here between FaZe Falcons and Huntsman. Huntsman looking to try and close this one out, but frankly, I think Colossus will feel nice for FaZe Falcons. Can they get it done here again, or will Huntsman send them packing into the losers bracket?
Is this one going to be a little bit of the bread and butter of Huntsman? I do fear that it could turn into a pretty one-sided affair if Huntsman get going. If you're FaZe Falcons, you just don't want to allow the Huntsman to get those setups too comfortably. If you can keep it scrappy, keep Huntsman from setting up in some of those areas, then you can compete with them on the time. As FaZe Falcons have done exactly that to begin with yet. Just at 13-8, and for Huntsman, though, they're just one of those teams that, oh my goodness, when they are in control, they bully you, they punish you. So the FaZe Falcons can't afford to let that happen.
Johnny and Kill. They're going to try and find this break over towards P2 as FaZe Falcons will find themselves in a good start. Again, like, this is the kind of map I do like for Falcons, though. Wouldn't shock me to see us heading to a map number 5. If a body can, well, keep this kind of form up, then it's going to be a bit of a problem. But Huntsman do very much have their SMGs on their side, but a body snapping. Good shots in over towards this backside. It's going to be a distraction. If anything, that Sooty will be back there. They deal with him. Now just have to think about everybody else from the front. Aluka in a 4 in a row. A body on 3 in a row. Aluka eventually shut down, but Nox is now on 4 in a row as well. Huntsman needs to stop this very, very quickly.
God, FaZe Falcons, they're just so good when they are able to flood you, overwhelm you, but it's going to be Swooty who stays alive. Gets the 2 frags in favor of Huntsman. Renegade falls. Again, Swooty is there to pick up the pieces before he eventually goes down. There's going to be more time in favor of FaZe Falcons as Huntsman start to move over towards next, and they will be there and waiting. Well, keep an eye on this push from Aluka and Nox. They're trying to find the one member, and it is going to be Renegade. He did at least get one of them, but the pinch was successful, and now they have those spawns on that northwest side of the map. Swooty does get 2 again, though, and Swooty just seems to be the man in the kill feed at the moment. It's a 3-piece for him. Looking to try and make it more, and he's defended by Johnny.
Johnny going to try and hold down through the mid, and this is where FaZe Falcons are going to try and find a way in for this final 30. Brack says, yeah, you're going to try and find a way in here. I'm thinking about P4 spawns. Really trying to hold this one down on the FaZe Falcons. They don't want to get aggressive, but Swooty on 4 in a row does. He can keep things moving. Brack, he somehow slipped the net. Knows there's another there. Not going to be able to get it. Swooty, is he there for the trade? Not quite. Has to back it up. Good play from Nox. And that P4 rotation will belong to FaZe Falcons, as well as a bit of scrap time. I love the aggression out of Nox there. Finds a way through the chaos through the middle of the map to find to break it open and stop the rotation happening here for the side of Huntsman.
Yeah, if you had to call a standout player for FaZe Falcons today, it would be Nox, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yep.
And he's continuing that here against the Huntsman. But he's got a lot of work to do as he gets another double, but there is a response on the side from Renegade and Swooty as we get a 1v1 on the map temporarily. Now Bodhi, new boy, doesn't get it done, and it is going to be Huntsman who will just take a little bit of time here. Swooty gets eliminated. It's Nox again getting the face of Huntsman. Finally falls, but not for creating enough space for the rest of the team to push in and grab some time here. And the Huntsman are just going to have to really leave this one and start to think about next.
Hasn't been great from the Huntsman, has it? Oh, feels like
spawn.
Yeah, they'll get the spawn for the final 10 or so, but feels a little bit of a piece together. Very, very close game, doesn't it? Falcons, it feels like they're the ones leading the dance. They are being very proactive in this one, and Huntsman, well, are being scrappy, and, well, being scrappy enough to now take a lead. P1 control is there for them. Aluka will get taken down. They could do with finding some sort of rotation and a good hold somewhere along the line. It's felt like it's been scrap time. Okay, it does have them in the lead, but it could be more significant than it currently is setting up.
Swooty again with a multi-kill. He's lining up a couple more. Doesn't get them, though. Does cool them out, though, so Johnny and Brack can follow up and get 2 kills of their own. Johnny a little bit concerned at the push and the stun in the end. Just screwed him up that little bit extra. And now the last 20 seconds can start to be gathered potentially by Falcons here. But they're a little bit worried about the jump up, and for good reason. There was one player there. So Huntsman doing very well to just take that time away from Falcons by keeping it nice and scrappy. Both teams now start to think about those next spawns and the next rotation that are going to follow. Brack is going to be in the hill and waiting alongside Renegade, and they do get the job done together. Massive for them as FaZe Falcons just going to have to try and piece things back together here as a full 4 before they start to push.
One player over towards the backside. Yep, so they're going to shut that down. So 50 seconds up on offer here, Dan. And if FaZe Falcons can't find a way through, Huntsman are going to start to find a substantial amount of time to take them into the lead. Swooty, can he find the second here as well? It's a difficult gunfight. Rest of his team not able to hold on through the front door, so he's going to have to get involved some way. Does get taken down. Johnny stays alive towards the back, and crucially, Huntsman still continue to spawn here. 30 seconds to go. Can they find the break? If a verbal gunfight goes Renegade's way, Nox going to just try and soak up some of this time. Huntsman tried to find a way through, but it's difficult sometimes. The small choke point through the double doors. Falcons are managing it so well. 15 seconds may well go their way, and the rotation alongside of it as well to P3 belongs to FaZe Falcons.
That being said, Huntsman are pretty quick towards it as well. Brack's going to be the first point of contact. Does manage to tag one up, supported by Renegade. It looks like they have just about won the engagement initially to get some time, but that doesn't mean the war has been won, although Brack adds one extra and Johnny follows up, so it is going to be time now for Huntsman. 132 seconds on the board and rising as FaZe Falcons get their spawns flipped. Just the last remaining player of Aluka on that side as the 2 players down middle get absolutely deleted off the server.
Big players coming in at the right time. Renegade with some brilliant shots once again. A Bodhi getting deleted. Pressure coming in over towards the front side. He'll go over to help, but the job is being done by the rest of the team. They pick up the pieces on the flank as well. Incredible work from the Huntsman, and that is a huge amount of time. 20 seconds to go on this hill. They'll fall their way, and Renegade's making the play here as well.
It's a big old rotation. It's a big flank from Renegade, who, I must say, maybe a little bit biased, but he really has taken naturally to COD and has been one of the standout players for Huntsman this season. Another player who has been on the lips of many people. That sounded weirder than I thought it was going to, but you know what I meant! The talk of the town, alongside players like Ethan of will he make that next jump up to the big leagues. But for now, it is a focus on this tournament and trying to win out. And actually, if you do win out this tournament, it might just bode even better for your chances of trying to progress. You got to get past FaZe Falcons first. 167 to 135.
30 seconds to go here on this hill. You've done well, but is Sweetie going to be able to shut it down? 2 kills fall his way. Is that going to be the spawns for them? Not quite. Huntsman still all spawning out. Have to find a way through. FaZe Falcons holding on. In this game, more than holding on. Aluka lines them all up. And there's 3 dead, and then all of a sudden the pressure's on to just try and keep a hold of these P2 spawns if you can. Renegade's the only one who can answer back, and all of a sudden Huntsman are pegged back. I mean, Huntsman were in a commanding position. FaZe Falcons get such a good hold over towards the back P4 side, and now need to fight their way back into a lead. I don't know how we're ending up heading into a 3rd rotation with the team so even. Huntsman had a cracking start to that 2nd rotation of hills, but haven't been able to make it count with that P4 hold.
Well, that's what FaZe Falcons can do, though, right? We already saw it against Bush. They have that Wolfpack mentality. They find the first, and they absolutely flood towards you. Delete you, take those spawns away from you as well. Or just take the hard point off of your hands. As now they have the lead to FaZe Falcons, and Huntsman gonna have to dig a little bit deeper here to try and stop this one from going to a map 5. And again, it's Aluka in the kill feed, getting 2 before getting inevitably shut down, but at 30 and 25, having one hell of a game as Johnny does hold on to this hill for now. 10 more seconds remaining. You can already see the rotations are there. P2 is going to be available for FaZe Falcons right now.
Can they make it count? Holding has been a problem for both these 2 squads. But now is the time for FaZe Falcons. 55 seconds on offer. You've got the setup. You've got the players where they want to be. Big win from Sweetie. Trade will inevitably come through, and it does. Front side, not going to work either. Renegade's the only one who can find a way through. Does he get the spawns for his team there? I don't think he will. But he is going to provide a question that FaZe Falcons are going to have to answer, and answer they will. Aluka knocks everybody working together. It is 4 dead. Knocks in a 5 spree, and Huntsman are sprawling.
Nox was able to get the 6th before he fell. It's now a 40-point lead for FaZe Falcons. And they can almost taste map 5 here. Huntsman. Do they have anything left in the tank? Have they run out of gas? Because they really need to do something on this next push and this next rotation. They are going to be set up for it. But FaZe Falcons can't win it in this one, so it'll have to be over towards P3. And it's going to have to be the hold of all holds here. But sadly, there's going to be a hellstorm to try and disrupt things.
Yeah, one of them are going to have to stay on it. They're going to try and just jiggle through the middle. It's not the easiest hellstorm to hit. Should be able to make this one land, though, if you're Roxas. Catches nothing. Everybody dips inside. They find the gunfights as well. Johnny, he finds 3 in a row. Huntsman cannot win it here. FaZe Falcons absolutely can do, and they have the spawns that they want. 35 seconds to go on P3. If Huntsman can hold down this time and find a good transition to 4, we've got a game.
2 kills to go their way. Big grenade onto Renegade, and Swootie's gone down as well, and that's going to be all of them. Surely that's going to be all she wrote here as well. Last-ditch attempt to try and dive in. There is going to be 3 kills. Anyone? No, no! FaZe Falcons will take us to a map 5.
Incredible performance on the Colossus again. The fast pace. Working for FaZe Falcons. And to a search and destroy we go. What a game between these 2 once again.
I mean, couldn't ask for a better series between the 2. And you called it. You said you just had a feeling that this map might have gone the way of FaZe Falcons if they can play their game, and boy, did they. Disrupted everything that Huntsman wanted to do. I think there was an element of frustration maybe on the side of the Huntsman, and you can already see the mind game starting to be sent over as well from FaZe Falcons. They were getting loud yet again. Wow. The amount of map 5s we've had so far, Chris. I'm loving it. There's the stats for you as well. Who'd have thought? Nox and Aluka right up there. The big damage dealers, big numbers. I mean, it's almost 5k from Aluka.
Big boy numbers, them. Not even really coming in the objective either. He's just finding them across the map. Poor game from Brack. Is that the difference? Potentially. But ultimately, we'll be heading to a map number 5. Huntsman are absolutely cruising. Now, all of a sudden, the reverse sweep is on the cards. 2 potential reverse sweeps coming through. Keep an eye on how Bush are going down in that losers bracket as well. Obviously, we've been keeping an eye on this one. We'll have to see. I'm sure we'll be jumping around wherever we can. Let's go over towards Charlie then. See how things are going. That will be the Outbreak and Bush Gaming. Search and destroy. I'd imagine we're a couple of rounds through already. We are indeed. 2-2. CRG Outbreak. Going to tie things up. First to 6. Tied up game.
Oh, I love it. This is going to be a nervy one. For 2 different reasons as well. Bush are going to be nervous because the expectation is they win this one. A lot of pressure on their shoulders. Outbreak will be nervous because they did have a 2-0 lead and the reverse sweep is on the card. And, of course, they have slightly less experience than the Bush Gaming roster at the moment. Not necessarily the same amount of chemistry. Been playing all season long, of course. And Bush Gaming on the attack now. What can they do with the bomb? Going to see some sort of risky strategies being sent in. Snipe on side of Alex. It looks like A is going to be wide open for Bush Gaming here.
Yeah, they get some control over towards the laundry side. CRG quite happy just to play a retick. Nothing happening over towards B. 0 info found over towards A. And sometimes it is just better to try and go for the retick. And I think if you're Bush, where do you set up? How many players are you expecting on the flank? And what can Velix do on the other side? His role is disruption. He's on an island, all alone. He's brought his M15 with him, though. He's going to just try and cause a little bit of distraction as everybody else trying to find a way through the flank. But Abe has read it. He's found first blood.
Got to start moving soon. And there you are, trades in the kill feed. Capsule gets one, and is going to be able to probably get another. And there you go, there you have it. Bush Gaming take the lead 3-2. Can they carry this momentum through? Sadly, that early pick just wasn't really there for Outbreak. No one really played ball when it came to Bush Gaming. They had been able to find an easy stroll onto the A site. Got a comfortable plant off the back of it. Is this going to be another scenario where it is just going to be the attacking team taking the round over and over again until someone finally holds? Or can Bush Gaming just start to create a little bit of a gap here? It's going to be a tough one for Outbreak because when you see players like Abe at 6-3, you have a feeling that he's really started to heat up.
Absolutely, let's go. Not much in this round. Can't be with the one to find the first blood. He gets traded out almost immediately. Got some good kills to be found here by Bush on the defensive side. He slowed down and he pushed over towards this A side. Have a decent amount of map control. You wouldn't have amended your 4th member with you, but Cammy, as mentioned, did get traded almost immediately. Bush coming in over towards this B side, probably in a little bit of trouble. Does have backup though. Getting hella aggressive, to be honest with you. Velix now in a little bit of trouble. Has to get the hell out of dodge.
Manages to. And there's the pick. Capsule goes down. 3 versus 2. Outbreak. Surely don't let this one slip through their fingers now. Just have to work together. Of course, they're a little bit concerned about just a couple of these angles before they do grab this bomb. And they have been able to find Abe. Prolu, a fantastic player. But are you going to be able to do a 1 versus 3? The answer is very quickly no. So we're tied up 3-3. And the back and forth continues. And it is, again, that initial pick. You know, they did trade off, but then when we were at 3-3, it's about just getting the extra player on the map, and it's just so difficult when you find yourself down, especially the angles that you had to take there for Bush Gaming. But they can start to think of the attack of their own now.
Honestly, Velix does phenomenally in that round. To survive that push that comes through Zig. And backs it on up to Art. Finds kills, transitions over towards the site, finds the final one as well. Brilliant round from him. Just so little to separate these two. Velix holding over towards the laundry side. And this is free for Bush every single time. CRG are allowing them to go for this plant. They're allowing them to get this one down and gain that control. And Velix is going to be able to do very little about this. I feel as if they need to be a little bit more proactive about this. CRG this time, though, just going to go for a laundry hit to try and get control. Capsule, the first one here, they have to get rid of.
He's going to be up in the face as well. Just waits for the first one to slide out. Might actually get 2 in the end, gets helped out. It's just going to be Wads as the last player remaining. Probably too tall an order here. And Telluride Bush Gaming have done enough here. Time alone is just going to be too much, and there it is. Bush Gaming take advantage yet again. 4-3. And usually, these are the kind of rounds now where the experience starts to kick in a little bit. And also the nerves. So who can shake them off quicker? Which side would you rather be on, Chris? The side of the pressure of the expectation of winning, or the side of you're potentially going to get reverse swept so you feel the pressure?
I think I'd rather be on the one that's potentially going to get reverse swept. Because even then, I think if you'd offered CLG Outbreak a map 5 against Bush in the losers bracket to advance on for a top 12 placing, you'd be probably snapping somebody's hand off. Hell of a win if they can get it. BTG through towards kitchen. Timing's going to be horrible for him, but his teammates there for the cover. They find the force through in the middle of the map and find the first blood. Kami needs to find something. That's got to be something you're checking. TTG, a bit like a headless chicken there. But if you do want to continue to watch this, which I imagine you would, it's over on Charlie at youtube.com/COD Challengers. Oh, their loser bracket game already up and running. P7 Notorious were playing in this block as well. They've already got their next game up and running. Their next game, they are, I believe, up. Actually, the team names are the wrong way around on that one, but irrelevant to that. We'll worry about that another time. Another map number 5 is heading our way. Huntsman against FaZe Falcons. Yeah, over on Den in Search and Destroy. Another reverse sweep potentially on the cards.
It's a very slow start as well to this first one. A lot of static positions as FaZe Falcons just waiting for Huntsman to make their move and 2 get caught out. Brat gets one of his own. Johnny also follows up. 2 versus 2. So Bodhi and Nox now going to both move through middle together to try and wrap around behind A. You can see the bomb staying in position. Johnny gets one in and then gets out very quickly. As Huntsman will take the round despite losing the first 2. A fantastic fight back. Huntsman go 1-0 up.
Nicely done. And when the reverse sweep is under threat, a round number 1 in the Search and Destroy can go a long way to helping things out, can't it?
Yeah, just calm it down.
Yeah, just settles those nerves. Just settle the nerves. 2 cracking map 5s here. Oh, whilst CDL ongoing as well. Great games coming up across the board here from DreamHack Atlanta. Johnny trying to add to his tally of 2 that he's already managed to get a hold of here over towards Bravo. Yeah, probably going to back this one down. Right decision. Mid-map's going to be an interesting one. You can see number 2, Switty, is ready to make his move. But Roxas is very much ready to shut it down. The shots actually came in. Switty does survive that. The Huntsman just about keeping themselves at a level playing field here. Still 4 versus 4 with 55 seconds to go.
Huntsman just waiting, saying, all right, you make the move. Time's not on your side at the moment, but nice shots. Bracket spotted someone else, but it just allowed a Bodhi to pop up and rip the face off. And now a potential plant here at A. Unless Huntsman timed this one correctly, they almost timed it to the dot, but Renegade gets caught out, and they can't make it work, and FaZe Falcons will tie us up. Elsewhere, by the way, Telluride Bush Gaming have been able to close out that reverse sweep. A 6-3 victory in the end after leaving that matchup. So, fantastic effort from CRG Outbreak, but in the end, it will be the highest seed marching on. So, a reverse sweep was concluded in their favor. Will we see a reverse sweep in this one?
That's got to sting. Oh, for Outbreak. So close, but yet so far, Bush live to fight another day. Just about. Just about. Nox will find the opening blood here, though. Switty will get caught. Oh, surely Huntsmen aren't going to get reverse swept, are they? There's Falcons.
I mean, if Nox keeps hitting those.
Yeah, I know. There's Falcons are just riding that momentum right now.
Nox did exactly the same thing against Bush Gaming. With that sniper, was absolutely deadly with the first bloods. And is going to prove to be vital here for FaZe Falcons. Huntsman in a 3 versus 4 to try and get this bomb down. You can see the firing squad is there and waiting at B. You are not getting this bomb down if you just try and walk it in. As I say that, there is going to be an attempt. But very quickly, the decision is changed, and Nox gets a second. We've seen Huntsman. They did get a 2 versus 4 previously, but it was a lot quicker rather than a slow round, and a lot of this is going to be on Brack. But now he's given up his position. The bomb is going to be moved over towards A. And you have to go quickly here to try and get this one down, because FaZe Falcons have already begun to move.
They've swarmed over, haven't they? Oh, the shot's going to come through. Renegade in a lot of trouble, trying to dip and dive as best as he can. Brack's going to be dead to rights as well. FaZe Falcons, on the back of those snipes from Nox, use those numbers to their absolute advantage. 2-1 now. And they just seem to be winning the mid-map game. And it's helping them transition into these moments with those numbers advantage, and they use them every single time. Luca and Cole, just making sure that everything is correct for these rounds. Well, the game's very much up and running as well. It does not stop here at Challengers. Still plenty of games left to go tonight, Dan.
We're going to go deep into the night on the East Coast. Even deeper into the night if you are in Europe. Sorry, Chris.
Oh, why?
On the West Coast, we're laughing. But that's all right.
You weren't laughing at 6:30 a.m. this morning.
That's very true. I was not. I was miserable. But
you woke
games
up,
have definitely cheered me up.
You woke up, checked
woke
in.
Woke up, checked in, had a nap.
I've already been to play golf.
Nox has been the player to watch for FaZe Falcons, and can he get another opener, but this time with a slightly different method, but he walks right into Renegade. Huntsman needed that. Now they have the player advantage, and they have the bomb.
So do we get taken down? That middle of the map has been an issue for them. And if you lose control of that, you can lose the ability to rotate as easily and as quickly through that. But the problem is here, as FaZe Falcons have lost the bomb in a horrible position. Did Johnny spot it? Surely he has. They're being blowed in over towards this A side, though, so they mustn't have known the bomb was down there.
Oh, no.
And that's a freebie for FaZe Falcons.
Oh, dear.
They'll pick it up and get it down. Huntsman on the way over, but if they could have locked that bomb down, Falcons would have struggled to do so. Not much time remaining, though. Yeah, he's going to get... Yeah, but he did not plan. Has he got a time?
On! I mean, we need to see... No, he literally doesn't have time.
Don't have time? They're going
Hide,
to go for the
Huntsman,
kills.
hide! Hide! Just about the Huntsman get the round. I mean, what a weird round. One of the weirdest rounds of S&D I've seen. They don't see the bomb. I think FaZe Falcons were equally confused when they were able to pick up the bomb so freely. And then the fear of when everyone just turned up with a plan. And then they had to just try and go for the full wrap to try and eliminate every member of Huntsman. But just by the skin of their teeth, Huntsman hold on and we're tied up 2-2.
I'm very confused, to be honest with you. FaZe Falcons. I wonder if communication is that an issue? Seems as if something was lost in translation there. We've seen it even on the Overload, which, okay, they did go on to win. Just moments of madness. This Huntsman now trying to find something back. They offered a freebie there to a certain degree. Sooty has been offered a bullet to the forehead and unfortunately accepts, as Nox will find blood back for FaZe Falcons. 3 versus 3 now. Huntsman transitioning this over towards A. They've got Johnny in a really good position, and Brack, is he going to play a spoiler? Yes, he is. That's a big kill to find. And now all of a sudden things will start to fall apart for Falcons. This bomb will go down, and it's a 1v3 for Nux to try.
It's a lot to do. Pistol in hand at the moment. Does find a weapon to work with, though. The M15, the choice. But beggars can't be choosers. There is the first. Oh, if you could have pulled that one off, maybe that was the opportunity. But Huntsman had the angle, and Huntsman get the round. You could see he knew he was close to maybe staging a little bit of a comeback in that round. But yeah, this angle from Brack. Oh, you could just see the sniper glint. That was a heart-in-mouth moment, I'm sure.
Scary times. Scary times. 3-2 to Huntsman. A very tight game. Honestly, don't know how to call this one. Do not know how to call it. Oh, look at how things break down as well. Into the loser's bracket. Bush managed to go through, so the loser...
Oh, Sweetie.
Oh, yeah, the Sweetie's found 2. How on earth has he done that?
Observer just hops over afterwards. And FaZe Falcons now back against the wall in this round. They should be able to get the bomb down, though. But then the Huntsman will start to march on in, and just about a Bodhi is able to reposition. Smoke goes down to create a little bit of coverage as well as they begin to really look for these members. Swooty going to be the first one to enter. Just trying to give a little bit of info to the rest of the team. Johnny converts the first, and now this should just be an easy cleanup. I say it should be. And it will be. Renegade gets the final kill. And they'll be able to defuse that bomb and take a 4-2 lead. So for the first time, they create a gap here to the Huntsman.
Nicely done. Yeah, just Switty with the start. Finds the 2. And gets things rolling. And then, again, it's that mid-map control. If you're losing that mid-fight, you're losing rounds. This time around, Switty wins it, and then some. Managed to get a hold of the round, and as you say, it's the first time we've really seen a team start to create some gaps. Can he keep this up? It's NPC in hand this time for Switty, though. Over the top we go. Smoke's down. I'm going to cause absolute havoc, but the first kill is going to go the way of FaZe Falcons. The first blood for them. And again, answer back 3v3.
It's a huge response from Renegade, especially as we know FaZe Falcons like to flood after they get that first pick. Brack trying to spray through. Everyone trying to spray through at the moment. Everything being shot but the players right now. Brack does get one, though.
Johnny put himself in a position.
Through the smoke.
I mean, he was in a position to close the round, but he doesn't need to, does he? 5-2 Huntsman now. 1 round away from stopping this reverse sweep from happening. And
I'm sure that will just settle the nerves a little bit for the Huntsman. And perhaps for FaZe Falcons, they know that this one maybe is starting to slip through their fingers. It was an incredible effort. They'll have to play flawlessly from this point onward. Not to say it's impossible, though. What do FaZe Falcons have left? They're going to be on the attack. Looks like they're going to start heading over towards A. But there are plenty of players from the Huntsman side as they go 4 wide on the map right now. Big nade doesn't connect, and this position is always deadly, but the expectation was there. The trade comes through.
look at Renegade, how aggressive he's got here. He might just get sounded out. He's doing the best thing and just getting the hell out. They're going to try and hunt him down. They're checking their corners. Renegade's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. I think he's going to get camera to bits, to be honest with you. It's exactly what's going to happen. A look around the corner. 3 versus 2 for FaZe Falcons now. And they need this round. Sweetyco got aggressive, though. They're just going to meet over towards the rooftops. How on earth has this happened? Oh, Bodhi and Aluka will clean it up, and FaZe Falcons get around back.
There's still hope for FaZe Falcons. But now on the attacking side for Huntsman, they can put this one to bed and convert like they have done many a time so far in this map. It's certainly been an enjoyable one, not only for the Huntsman fans, but just the neutrals. And remember, this is still the winner's bracket, so loser of this drops down into that lower one, where there are some very hungry teams that are waiting to try and march their way through a little bit further in the competition. FaZe Falcons won't want it to happen, and Nox can be the one to make the difference, but Swooty says no, sir. Nox deleted, and that might just be it for FaZe Falcons. It creates a hell of an opening here for Huntsman.
Johnny playing the flank. Deep angle. If somebody pushed through, now he's going to start pushing through. Plenty of activity. Huntsman inviting it. Because now all of a sudden they've given up so much map control. Johnny over towards the other side, and that should just open up the door for Huntsman over towards A. Now FaZe Falcons are searching. They're like, why is this guy behind us? Smoke and mirrors is why. Aluka rocks us about. They need to hunt somebody down. They need to even these odds. They should be able to do so. Johnny has done incredibly to survive as long as he has done, but here comes the backup of the backup. Can't get anything done. This bomb will go down. 3v2 in favor of Falcons, but they need the defuse.
And they are on the other side of the map at the moment, so Extra little bit of chunk of time as Renegade get caught out
way.
in the middle. And for Brack, I mean, maybe you can get behind him here. Maybe you can go huge here if you're Brack. The first can't convert it, so now position given away. Gets turned on, but does manage to do so. The defuse is happening. The defuse will happen. And FaZe Falcons get another round on the board. And get one step closer to taking us to round 11. Still one last chance for Huntsman to try and do it here, though. And you felt like it should have been there, Chris.
It should have been.
They got that opening pick. They got the opening pick. They had the map.
I mean, in that scenario, they had complete control of the map. They had air control for so long. And Sweetie comes back around to try and save Johnny's life, or just at least try and go for some trades. When honestly, I wouldn't have hated him just setting up in a corner, knowing that that's coming through. Johnny's finding so much information by just staying alive as long as he did. But couldn't continue to survive, and Sweetie offered himself as well. 5-4 now, FaZe Falcons. You know, 5-2 down. It's back-to-back rounds to make this extremely interesting.
Eyes down the scope for Nox. Knows how big a difference he could make if he gets that first. But no one showing for him just yet, having to reposition. Brack teetering towards it, doesn't quite connect though. Whizzes past his ear after Brack took down a Bodhi. And Huntsman will have the lead then in terms of player advantage here, so there's just going to be maybe a consideration of wrapping back round, but FaZe Falcons look like they're going to commit still towards A right now. And Huntsman just might let them have it.
I feel confident they can retake. Don't want to get into any 50-50 gunfights at this stage. Just play for information. Luca's potentially going to be the one here, and yeah, he is. Brackham, unfortunately, not find the kill. And the wraparound from Falcons over towards B, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Renegade senses something is up. Can he get anybody on the way out? No, he cannot. 3 versus 3. Big fight going down on the flank. Johnny will take down a Luca. The numbers are in Huntsman's favor. Again, 3v2, but they need the defuse.
Nox is on the site, and Nox gets spotted out. Roxas at least catches one in the middle, but now there's going to be the defuse and the watch. And he's gonna run straight past it. It's going to be as easy defuse as you like, as Huntsman will take the round and take the map. You had to challenge it, sadly. And Huntsman do bite back. And they bark across. For good reason as well, because FaZe Falcons, of course, were giving it large, but FaZe Falcons will drop into that lower bracket after a valiant effort against Huntsman. Great series, though, here, Chris.
Incredible series, and nice to see, even with the clapback from the players. Still fist bumps, smiles all around, and still will always be GG's. Incredible game out of these two, and honestly, fair play at the FaZe Falcons, because at one stage they were looking like they were maybe not going to get blown out of the water, but convincingly beaten. But it took a 6-4 map 5 to get it done for the Huntsman. Sweaty with some unbelievable picks to find. 2 first bloods, 2 first deaths, but I think for Nox, that's going to sting him a little bit. Died first a lot for the squad, putting them in those unfavorable positions. Some of them that they nearly succeeded from, but could not quite get it over the line. They will fall into the losers bracket, which is going to start getting extremely interesting. There's some big teams down there now.
Oh, it's going to be rough down there. The pit is going to continue to explode, I'm sure. But that is job done for... Is it all of our highest seeds except P7 Notorious have been able to progress. So all 4 of the Pro-Am teams did drop down, of course, and then 3 of them have progressed into the winners semi-finals. Only P7 Notorious losing to Omit Brooklyn, who will have a date with Huntsman in the semis. So some mouth-watering matchups to come, and of course, the same could be said down in that losers bracket as well. It's been an incredible day so far, and we are not even close to being done. We're about halfway, it feels like. Still, so many more series to be played before we even get close to trying to whittle ourselves down to our Sunday teams here, Chris.
Yeah, still quite a lot to get through tonight. Or afternoon, depending where you are, Dan. But a 3-2 Huntsman win is going to keep them in the winner's bracket side of things. The loser's bracket is going to be a gauntlet for some of these squads now to try and get themselves through. Game's already going on over in loser's bracket round 2. Project 7 Notorious are 2-0 down against Omnia. What do you mean? Our winners, of course, over in over in NA Challenge, as you used to say, threatening to go out in the top 12 position here. I mean, they were one round away from making bracket play. 1 round away. Over on the CDL side of things in the Pro-Am, they are in danger of not quite being double first round of this bracket reset, but they're in danger of falling out in a placement that they really don't want to fall out in.
That means Omnia have taken down the European P7, and now they are close to taking down P7 Notorious. That would be one heck of a run from Omnia. Now we can take a look at the winners bracket as it stands. Of course, the elimination rounds still have to be filled out of who is going to progress forward. But we have our semis matchups lined up. Rocky Sports versus Omit, and then Omit Brooklyn versus Huntsman. Been a good day for the org of Omit, has to be said. Not such a good day for the P7 organization. Thus, meaning that they are going to be struggling a little bit, but maybe, just maybe, they can make that reverse sweep against Omnia. Chris, which one are you looking forward to more? The rematch of Rock versus Omit, or the chance for Omit Brooklyn to carry on this run through winners bracket?
I mean, Omit Brooklyn and Huntsman is going to be a really good game as well. I think Huntsman with that bounce back ability there up against them on map number 5 and face Falcons is massive, but Omit Brooklyn have looked really, really solid. Every game we've seen them has kind of been a cruise, but the same can be said for Rock Esports and Omit. They 3-0 both of their games, absolutely flying through into that winners semi-final. That's going to be a super interesting game. Again, the grand final that we've seen in EMEA stage 3 challenges. So yeah, every single game is going to be an absolute banger from now on out, Dan. We're really excited to see how tonight concludes.
Like I said, we are just over halfway. Plenty of matches still to come. We're going to go for a break, but when we come back, we have to get into some of these nitty-gritty lower bracket matchups, and of course, we'll have Infinity and Proper to guide you through them. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Howdy everybody, welcome back here to the Call of Duty Challengers Open here from DreamHack Atlanta. We're about to get into some more matches, and as Dan Gaskin had already said, it's time for those nitty-gritty ones. We're turning our attention towards the lower bracket now as we eliminate more teams from the competition.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about the nit. I definitely know a lot about the grit that the Passion is definitely bringing as far as this weekend is concerned, Brody. I mean, a lot of teams getting pushed all the way against the brink. P7 Notorious backs against the wall, facing elimination after being what was supposed to be challengers saviors going in towards the Pro-Am. They come up short, still looking to win at least a couple more hard points to make it worth it, but a couple more teams vying through the lower bracket for Fun Esports, finding themselves here at this moment of time, going up against Cabal, who are more than battle-tested. They have a 1-0 edge in this best of 5.
Yeah, for Fun Esports, of course. We're actually down, I think, 2-0. If I remember correctly, to In Control X Decimate in losers round 1. They reverse swept that series to get to this point. Cabal, as you said, currently 1-0 up. They shocked Project 7 with their 3-0 in round 1 before getting 3-0'd by Omit in round number 2. So that's how both teams have got to this stage of the competition. And as we've said, this is all losers round 2 matchups right now. So they're all fights for survival. And already it's coming down to the 1v1 between Vikram and Awakening. Wake's got that rock down. Vic on the other side has to get the defuse. Has Wake locked in. It doesn't really matter what happens to the 1 versus 1 now because there's just no time for that defuse.
Nope. Bomb will detonate. Vikram will stay alive throughout it on that 2 spree, and Cabal are going to take a 2-0 edge within the series. It needs to be said, Brody. It just needs to be said. For Fun Esports, just with like the namesake that they have on their side of the stage, finding themselves in this situation, I think on paper, not many people would suspect had they been watching Challengers, but I mean, Mac and Yuli have been really inconsistent, just really this entire NPC meta, like throughout Stage 3, Challengers, Elite, and even throughout this entire day thus far. So you expect for them to take a lot of aggression challenges through mid. That's exactly where Mac and Yuli both find themselves already, Brody. Keeping the bomb carrier at a distance, but Vikram gets up top ring pretty easily.
Of course, this new Cabal roster here for Atlanta Open have done pretty well to get to this point in the competition. Loved seeing what this new roster is capable of. Rispy, the fine one before getting traded out. Yuli through the smoke. Not entirely sure what the hell is going on. A whirl off the back of the confusion. Not actually get that kill. Vikram gonna fall. And now it comes down to a 2v1. Flames about far away from the situation as humanly possible. I do kind of wonder here whether or not Wake and Yuli fully know that rock's down. The positioning kind of suggests at the very least they know where the pressure's coming from. If they didn't before, now they most certainly do.
Flames in the 1v2 does have the bottom play with at the very least. Yuli Awakening going to fully cover all of the B bomb site. Flames might catch good timing. He actually does have this available to go through open stairs, try to go for the bomb plant. And he's going to do it undetected. Now, there could be a time for an exit here. He thinks that he can plant it from wheelbarrow. No, Awakening's actually going to get good eyes on this.
Yeah.
It's like a 1 in 3 chance, maybe, from like different angles, not knowing what was covered on either sides. Shout out Craze, watching in the background as well. The pit is filling up, man.
Yep. As we said, I mean, we're getting down to the last few teams now in the competition. There's just 12 remaining at this stage of proceedings. So there's a lot of fans and a lot of teams hanging about, making sure, trying to support their team as they fight through the lower bracket for Fun fans and Cabal fans among them. Cabal will need them here for the moment. They're now down in the Search and Destroy. They are up in the series overall, though. Great start of the Search and Destroy for Big Wake. It's 7-1. We talk about him being a consistent performer for Fun Esports over the course of their performances this season. Of course, was a brief time where he wasn't on this roster, was on Telluride Bush. It was a pretty successful endeavor for him. Back at Stage 2, back-to-back Elite Champion was Wake before losing Stage 3. In this round, though, hasn't been that effective so far. Flames is going to puncture things for the first blood. Now looking for a way to move forward on towards A, R for Fun. A man down, though. It's difficult.
So if you can get that bomb plate, you got so much space all the way backside of jungle. Yuli's actually not going to get scouted out by Flames. I think he's just covered by that rock inside of jungle. Players behind one another over by pillars. Vikram looking for the one. Awakening weak from a nade as well. They got the bomb planted at the very least, and Yuli wins in a clutch scenario. Back laundry.
Trying to trade out his Mac, and I think just gets a little bit too overzealous there in the play. Yuli now stuck between a multitude of players. They do know, right? The way that they're playing, I don't think they did know. They were shooting up towards top laundry, but it actually turns out there was just warning shots. Yuli survives. Can't get more than the first kill, though. Time ticks down to just 15 seconds before the defuse comes through. And I guess given the fact that Yuli was there for longer without them recognizing, he maybe could have played off the back of that for longer, but honestly, time is so difficult in that situation, there wasn't really much he could do.
Right, I'm going to be the first to break this news because I feel like it's really important. Watch it happen in live time. P7 Notorious are eliminated from
oh,
tournament.
Goodness.
Yeah, they're out.
Mate,
They're out top 8.
It is a tough time to be a Project 7 member, isn't it? Both teams done. Omnia are the Project 7 Reapers at the moment. For reference, guys, for those of you guys who don't know how the lower bracket currently is situated, Omnia 3-0 Project 7 and loses round 1. And it's just gone on to, I assume, 3-1 Project 7 Notorious. That is an insane performance from that Omnia roster, and definitely one of the more interesting storylines to come out of this Challengers Open event. Hopefully get to talk more about them into their next round of play as they move on to the top 8 and losers round 3. For the moment here, though, Cabal and For Fun dueling in this search and destroy. Cabal trying to get something going over towards A. Warning shots being fired out by Wake here. The rest of the Cabal, literally, for Fun, will be making their way over. Mac able to double up here. Millie finds a third through the middle of the map. Flames makes his position known here. 1 versus 2 now, down for the 1v3.
They saw him cross, no less. And they know that they have the bomb down, too. Very different look for Flames in this 1v2, given on his side of the bomb, so he's got to try to recover it. The problem is, you can just play for the trades, and they're going to start hunting for him as well. This could give Flames the opportunity, should he isolate one, and get it cleanly.
Could get some timing. It's all about this first engagement. When does the point of contact come through? I still don't think Wake's seen him. The problem is, Flames still actually does have to fight both of these players, and he doesn't really have time for both of them, even if he gets the first there. There's no real chance that the second will be coming in his direction, because that player will just scarper.
See, Yuli are already talking about the upcoming play. Awakening now up to 8-2. For Fun Esports, we hopped into this one. They were down 2-0. They have been making the right amount of adjustments. A lot of focus towards the middle of the map in previous rounds, both sides of the bomb. That's what I was saying. You're going to take a very keen focus on that. Quite historically, it's always Mac that's trying to contest it on the back end for Yuli. Getting a lot more proactive on which side of the bomb site. Not too easy to be read. At least through the early stages of this map number 2. It's a 4-player bang out, this time over 5. Flames going 1 for 1 would be impressive. He's kind of stuck. Like, it's all the way out. W trophy.
Flames will survive. That's crucial, preserving your life in this situation. Well, it's also crucial as being fast here on the re-hit if you're Cabal. You're losing numbers. Brispy needs to get involved now, and that's not the way that he needs to get involved if you're a Cabal fan. Mentions left up here, hanging dry in the middle of the map and can't do anything, yeah. So, brilliant play for Fun, taking a lot of real estate by sight.
Just overwhelming masses numbers. Seeing that it was just Flames, nobody immediately contesting top wheelbarrow, just blitz the entire site, get as much coverage as possible. Play your top bedroom to watch the flank. I mean, I feel like we've been seeing that strat for 12 years now. Would you argue? So now for Fun Esports, they're going to continue on with this momentum. Mac now up to 4 in a row. Kind of really keep an eye on his arrow here, bro, to see where he tries to go, because he hasn't really been the over-aggressor through the search and destroy, which is a very different look. This time he is first to throw shots, and, well, maybe that's the difference. He dies first blood this time.
Yeah, he'll take a 3-3. You can still work this site perfectly fine. It's more the reaction to what For Fun are going to bring into them, and that's a good reaction. Millie gets red. It's fast for Fun. One player has been spotted out, so they know now at least one player is trying to flank behind. Do they know the extent to which the flank is happening? Well, doesn't matter now. Yuli has been dealt with, and Wake has pushed back towards the middle of the map here, so all of that has effectively been neutered. It's down to Wake and yet another 1 versus 3. This guy has been so important to For Fun through this search and destroy. At 10-3, he has had so much impact Certainly early on, we talked about him being 7-1, like, what, 3 rounds into this S&D, so he's slowed up a bit. Now looking to deliver a 1 versus 3. Spots out one of those players. Also information being traded for both sides. Wait can't even trade for the first blood, so that's an easy one for Cabal.
Yeah. He already threw shots towards a player overextending towards Laundry, let alone a 1v3 in a game like Black Ops 7 on a map like Raid, how fast you can get from point A to B. Very difficult to do, essentially, is what I'm saying here, Brody, but all semantics aside, it just comes down towards that opening duel, able to get numbers, that smoke shrouding everything that was happening over by Ring. It's Vikram that realistically comes away as the victory, just as much as you're talking about Awakening being integral for Fun Esports' success through the past several rounds. Vikram could be saying the same thing now up to 11-4. Towards the offensive side for Fun Esports, Millie's going to be watching Rocks late. Very quick plan, trying to go down an A. They're actually might elect trying to flip the map, take this 3v3 back Laundry, maybe.
There's a lot of space being brought up by For Fun here. Yuli, yeah, brilliantly done. First blood through, haven't quite secured Laundry just yet. Yuli single-handedly doing it. It's 3 for Yuli. And now you've got control over A. And of course, as is always the case, you saw earlier on in the round, you can see it on the map, Flames' position had already been found out. And those shots, that will absolutely let them know Yuli wins the round for Fun.
Yeah. Big aura moment coming through for Yuli. Has essentially made a name for himself in Search and Destroy throughout Challengers, echoing through the halls and past several Call of Duty titles. Just comes through again. That was the question, wasn't it? You can get that bomb planted quickly. You had the one player crossing over by open stairs. Didn't exactly see who that was for Cabal, but a very good take on an A execute. Trusting that nobody was going to lay flank through kitchen just to cover that player over by open staircase. Just playing always so tight-knit, and yet such a quick death ball. Yuli reaps the benefits. Gets Vikram off that spree, starts one himself. Vikram's going to be leading the charge here. Bomb carrier now all the way through Tree Cabal. They're trying to get into pillars pretty quickly. And Dimensions had to have at least seen a nameplate jumping over top of the backside. That'd be Awakening. See, now he joins his teammate. They're going to try to retake mid.
Cabal's response, just get that bomb down. Right thing to do. Got Flames completely separated out from this plate. As For Fun are trying to hit through this Laundry side. Rispy also in position down low, just by the tree and the rock. Flames not even really getting involved here. Is this going to be a 3 versus 3 towards the site? Wake and Mac all of a sudden has reversed this play. Millie will find Rispy. And now the question becomes, do you know how far removed Flames is from the play? Millie doesn't care. He's off on the bomb. Gets off it. Gets the idea as to where the player is. Pops up and Flames is dead to rights. Millie calls game and will tie this series up.
Yeah, I mean, big moments coming through for Fun Esports. Again, backs against the wall, finding themselves even in the situation for the first place. I mean, just going back and ultimately talking about it, the reverse sweep against In Control X Decimate, that's Gunzy and Co. We saw them earlier. A bunch of wily players that found themselves in a position to even contend for top 8 is beyond any feeding. But you would think for a team of For Fun Esports in their success that they've had across Challengers, being at Stage 3 Elite Playoffs, this is what the namesake should be able to do. 11-5 from Awakening, just an absolute dumpster fire of damage going towards the enemy's foreheads. Vikram was trying to put up as much value as possible. And the numbers aren't too far off, but a phenomenal response, if you ask me, out of For Fun Esports.
Now we go over towards our main focus matchup here for this block in lowers round 2. Yes, we're focusing on FaZe Falcons once again, and that's for good reason, because this is an intensive matchup, not necessarily so much for them. Obviously, we expect them to go deeper into the tournament, and dropping out at top 12, I think, would be a disappointment for this FaZe Falcons team. But for the team on the other side, Exceptional Gaming, a roster that we haven't really got to see a whole lot of this event thus far. This is a European squad. Obviously, you and I are probably big fans secretly of this squad. No bias casters, of course, because they are more or less 3/4 of the Wobbabobs sub squad that you and I got to cast for years, right? That Wobbabobs team dominated the Modern Warfare 2 season. Obviously, one of those players, Abuza, is now in CDL and is a phenomenal player. The other 3 back down here in Challengers, and they're back playing together again. It's been a bit of a rocky season, though, for Exceptional, and I think this is a big event for them to prove that not only can they bounce back after sort of having a bit of a I want to say, slide downwards in terms of performances, but also just on land. They haven't performed anywhere near as well as they have online.
Been cycling out fourth. That doesn't exactly help, but I mean, definitely a shadow of their former selves. I will say that much. Game still definitely tremors a lot of fear when it comes down to EMEA. The respect that they bring, still Exceptional. Trying to continue to be a constant thorn. They have won lands before. I mean, can't think of Abusa on FaZe Vegas without thinking of the Wubbabubs team that was able to win that Toronto Open. Rezi, Linz, Cobra, they were all beside him when doing so. Favorable kill feed here, though, for FaZe Falcons is the early get-go here for P3. Playing phenomenal corners, real up close and personal. I think there might be ever so slight problem. Nobody from Exceptional is moving on their side of the map, and, well, now they're starting to leave, so. Yay for me. I was right. Haha, hold that.
Sometimes this happens. It's happened a couple of times this tournament, so we will get those players back in. Exceptional, just leaving the game. I assume they've been told to. We've had a couple of instances where players have either left the game or ended the game when they weren't told to and then end up losing because of it. So, yeah, you do have to be somewhat cautious about it. Well, hopefully that is the case where they have actually been told that, yeah, hey, they've got to leave the game, and we'll keep you guys updated on that. Gives us a chance actually to talk a little bit more about Exceptional, though. I kind of very briefly talked about the history of Exceptional there before getting into the game, but, you know, interestingly enough, obviously, short-term history. Obviously, we talked a little bit about their long-term history here. They've recently made that big roster change, right? Mighty has joined the roster in place of Melko. It feels like a long time coming for Exceptional Gaming, because Melko, I think, for the longest time had, and I don't mean to ever really rag on a player or any capacity, but it did kind of feel like he was the weakest piece of the puzzle, right, for the roster, and he was the most replaceable player on the team. Mighty has also been a pretty good player. He'd been playing with Sykes and Detain pretty much all season long in one capacity or another, and he'd been making a name for himself, so it kind of feels like it's a sensible swap-in for this Exceptional Gaming lineup. The question, I think, really is it a good enough swap to put yourself over rosters like FaZe Falcons, like some of the big boys that still remain in this tournament? I think that's the question a lot of fans of this roster are going to be asking right now.
I think what's even be like a conversation to like pull the magnifying glass off for a second is like how much impact Abusa did have for this team, for how many forts that they've constantly been looking through throughout the entire year thus far. But even beyond that, I agree that especially in the conversation for Melko, they get top 6 in the Elite Series 3 with Melko. They end up going into Cup 11, and they also get top 6. But it's even a scarier conversation that those 3 players who have been at the top of EMEA, even at the beginning of the year, are still trying to chase that purple dragon of giving them gold once again. We're going to shift some focus while we figure out what's going on there in between Exceptional and FaZe Falcons. Telluride Bush Gaming were able to win the Den Hardpoint Map 1 over FC Stallions, bouncing off of their reverse sweep. Are Telluride Bush looking to maybe get a little bit of a trade back? I mean, it is FaZe Blood on the opposite side, so I don't know. Take that for what it's worth.
Well, Gridlock, Search and Destroy. The rarity. It feels like we don't get enough Gridlock S&Ds. It is still a relatively fresh edition. It's a fun map, and you know, it's, I think, one of those maps that we're starting to get teams kind of settling into a little bit. Isn't it crazy, by the way, that we even have to have this discussion about settling in? I had a conversation with somebody the other day, and I won't expose them on a main Challenges broadcast, but one of my friends who I play COD with, and she was saying, oh, I just don't know Gridlock as a map. And I was like, are we good? I felt like an old person in that moment when they told me, yeah, I don't know Gridlock as a map. I have no idea how to play this. I don't know what the rotations are in Hardpoint. I was just like, oh.
7 years ago, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, and then it hits you. It's like, oh, actually, that was 7 years ago. It's like, wow, I'm old. But also, I know I'm not old because I'm actually one of the younger people on the broadcast talent team. So, yeah.
You are.
If I'm old, I don't know what you guys are. You know, that's what I'm saying. You guys are going to start pulling out.
You are literally the youngest out of the 4 of us, so.
I know.
I don't think any one of us are afraid to admit that. Speaking of young, though, I mean, the FC Stallions, very young within their own right. KB Icons, part of, like, that Cup #1 winning team. Way back at the beginning of BO7's title. Got themselves a man advantage on the opposite side, though, for Telluride Bush here for an offense. You know, for finding the pick that they did, a lot of arrows on the map for FC Stallions, trying to go clear back over towards Sushi while the bomb's planted here at Tree.
43 players pushing all the way out here. One long flank coming through from Caps. That should blow this entire thing up because you're never going to expect Caps in this position. He's also held his gunny for long enough that he's going to have more impact on the plate. Yep, first kill through. On the other side, Ruper's going to find one though. Abe trades things out, and Ruper is now preoccupied with the fact that Caps could be coming from behind. He has no idea where Caps is repositioned to. Doesn't know this has been reinforced down to a 1 versus 2. Reaper dead snays it, hoping to catch something. Isn't able to do so and should be dead to your right. Yeah, beautiful play from Caps. And it's a risky one as well because you separate yourselves out from your teammates there. That could go very wrong.
That's one of those stuns that comes through with that much time on the game clock and you're just like, come on, man. Still have that in your back pocket? It's very frustrating. But, I mean, the overall pick that happens through Top Sushi, the map bait and switch was there the entire time. Just a lot of utility thrown over by the B-bomb site, and you're just immediately pivoting back over towards A. That's a classic, man. So happy to see this map back. I don't know if I've said that already, but I'm gonna say it at least a dozen more times. I love Gridlock. Here comes FC Stallions on their offense. Gonna be hitting it very quickly. He's gonna get caught with some utility out, but at least he saw one nameplate. Unbeknownst to him, all 4 players for Telluride are here. They are moving like a hive. This looks like a P1 break.
Yeah, are we playing hardpoint all of a sudden? Oh, hey, bad stuff. Through the smoke. Cammy will trade things out. So we'll hit a reset on the play here with 55 on the clock. There is a free A plant for FC Stallions if they want it. They might be content more with B. And if this is the call, Cammy should be here for it and gets Geo for a freebie. Blocks off this play from FC Stallions. They might try to brute force it, and that might be unwise when Cammy's on the other side. But Ruper swiftly deals with him. Now 2 versus 2. Unclear as to how you will now approach this because it's difficult to get that rock down when you don't have all the coverage in the world. And I think Stallions know it as well. It's going to be a straight wrap back to way.
The Caps and Prelude, they wanted them to plant that bomb and to just play for the retake, maybe hope for the overextension. So Capsule is going to get that clearance. They know that it's going down over by A. Prelude should be here to get the exit cleanly. He takes the wrong route. They expected to come back through on the opposite side. It's good damage. Not expecting the one towards the back. 1v1 for KB. Capsule. 3.
The reset. Hit the reset on the play. Oh, that's so incredible. I really thought for a second that Capsule was dead to rights. I suppose because he got shots in the KB in that 1 versus 1. Maybe that just KB wasn't ready for the fight, so allowed Caps back up to full HP, but to the pistol he goes for the 1 versus 1. And it kind of feels like a shame in a way in that round, right? Probably because that rotation was made. KB and Ruper, they made that a super feasible round. But in the end, retake from Caps, who is so far having a phenomenal search and destroy. He pops off.
And the bomb planter just getting down, and KB still able to at least get away with the kill. And setting up for the reprise, the reset, the regen, everything. Not enough to deal with Capsule. Walks away with all 4. Talk about impact. Look no further. Play ride Bush, though. Something that they could possibly rally behind. But, I mean, FC Stallions, they're just continuing on with this pace. Got 3 players already up through P1. Brody trying to trap these players from behind. Capsule could have a free flank behind this yet again.
The bomb's going to go down. As you said, that flank is in play. Stallions, they might be wise to it, but they also might just quicken this play up. Yeah, trading out right now. Capsule now going to get involved in the play. Only takes a 1-for-1. Ruper looking to get some more kills. Not going to happen. Now just down to KB. From a 1 versus 2 down to a 1-on-1. Abe's beat him. Challing out. Abe down to 41. Pre-fire as well. Both players weaken the play. To the pistol goes Abe. Back up towards 100 HP. Both players should now be full health, but KB more ready to fight. And that's a 1v2.
Capsule just hoping to be able to find that second player. Just watching that like glued there on the mini-map. Timing was favorable for him to maybe find the second. Maybe trigger discipline wasn't there, but thought the damage was good enough. It just felt like Abe wasn't really a part of that play. Maybe he was weak. He had to back down all the way over by Showers. Not really in the tradable position. FC Stallions, KB in particular, walking away as the bell ringer for round number 4. With 3 coming in towards this one. They're just going to keep up the ante again. 3 players strong all the way over towards A. They are not stopping. Oh, they might stop now. They got stunned. They got stunned forward. No one has a trophy. They're stopping. They're slowing down.
Difficult to... Oh, wait, I was going to say... It's almost going to maybe say that wasn't a good play from Abe, getting that far deep. I guess you'll take a 1-for-1. It's fine. You've got information. So what's ongoing here? So FC Stallions and Bush currently 2-2 with Bush 1 up in the series. You guys can keep up with the remainder of that series over on another broadcast at youtube.com/@COD Challengers. For the moment, though, back towards our first matchup with Exceptional Gaming and FaZe Falcons. We've figured things out. We've got the resets on the PCs. Exceptional are going to be back in the game. And we start from 0-0 here on Scar. So everything that happened in that first attempt, just wipe it from your guys' mind. It didn't happen.
All right, full on replay. Here we go. Again, open up multitude of streams. Don't want to be missing a single beat as far as these series are concerned. Every single thing in an elimination bracket as far as the stream matches are concerned. So, gotta really be rooting for your favorite team should they find themselves down here. A lot of FaZe Falcon fans, I'm sure. And haters, as it may be. Not pointing any fingers, saying any names, but Exceptional on the opposite side here for Scar Hardpoint going in towards P2. They maintain presence on the blue side of the map, but I mean, FaZe Falcons, wily as ever, just keeping them as contested.
It's going to be FaZe Falcons in. Cobra trying to survive too much with that many M15s staring you down. Prezi with that dead nade should be able to take King of Bodhi out of the play and will. Exceptional trying to find a way to break the hard point, maybe by way of Mighty getting a freebie. Aluka just runs out into the open. Just like that is going to get shut down. King of Bodhi will open the door for FaZe Falcons to perhaps get back in here. More players flying across with those close stairwell spawns, but it is all into the pre-aims and the pre-fires of Exceptional Gaming. Nox comes through for the double. And just as quickly as Exceptional Gaming get in, FaZe Falcons, they break right back by way of yet another double from King of Bodhi.
And they're still so over here by P4. Roxas is going to be able to recognize this. He's hoping to be able to work that pick, but it's a brilliant stun that actually comes through from Brezzy. Still doesn't even matter as it's 3 more in the feed for FaZe Falcons. Even backs against the wall. Exceptional get put into the dirt. There's the rotations already being maintained as Nox is pushed up all the way over by Wood. He's going to have to buy his life just for a little while longer. Exceptional off of the rebounds here. Going to take the map flip in kind, start pitching around P3. Just a brilliant execute after what was a very unfortunate end of P2.
Good opportunity here for Exceptional, especially with Brezzy in the middle of the map. Caused some serious damage watching that cross. That's why FaZe Falcons have to deal with him. Beautiful shots from far from Aluka. Will take Linz out of the power position. That space now needs to be filled. It is momentarily by Brezzy, now Cobra, now Mighty, but all of those players will fall in quick succession. Just like that, FaZe Falcons perform a magic trick. They are back in for the back 15 seconds, and if you're Exceptional, you've got no choice but just Scarpa. Back up, make sure you don't lose the rotor.
Just start sprinting forward as well, all the way through Wood. Mighty was not prepared for that. There's already 3 Stallions members in the bottom side of blue, so Exceptional's got to get their gunny up because Mighty spawned all the way across the map. So he's going to pinch what is now the last player. Setting up north-south spawns. 3 more players for FaZe Falcons, actually closer than the reinforcements for Mighty this time around. Yeah, Exceptional, they're set up to deal with it. So annoying to try to get all the way into the backside of blue, and there's finally the numbers with ample time to fight over here at 4.
Yeah, these spawns are pretty readable. They're very generic. You know that they're going to be spawning on that blue motel site. And be hitting either the front, the hard point, trying to unearth those back spawns. Mighty gets some horrendous timing there on the play. I was going to say Brezzy should be able to come for the follow-up, but no, Nox denies. And now those back spawns have flipped in favor of FaZe Falcons. Linz falls out of the play as well. And that's a 20 seconds here that Exceptional didn't really want to give away, but I would be wary of how much you send at this one. You're sending quite a lot of scrap time, and in the end, they don't really have much of a voice in that rotation as well. So Exceptional Gaming now just going to focus on the rotation. FaZe Falcons, they dig some time away, and Linz, well, that's probably not a kill that you want to lose.
Lucas being able to stay alive means that Mighty has to back all the way up to try to anchor these spawns for P5. There's 2 players back here now with Roxas, about to be a 3rd for King of Bodhi. Got a mid-cut pressure all off of Linz, respawning. Mighty hunkering thing down in towards the back, too weak to read the 3rd. So now it just comes down to can Roxas do enough to buy time for the others just across all the way through the middle of the map. He does. FaZe Falcons now can try to contest this from the front because they got a man in the back.
Oh, Linz. Okay, that was a shakier fight than I'd expect from Linz like normal. Kills now coming through from Exceptional. Cobra looking for more. Traded out. TK from Mighty. That's not going to help proceedings here. Brezzy stuck in the middle of the map. He's going to fall. Nobody in green to prevent FaZe Falcons from touching the hard point. So Exceptional Gaming now. Looking to find a way back in with those back spawns. FaZe Falcons laid down. Aluka and King of Bodhi bracing for it, but you can never quite brace for Linz, who surges into the hard point, picks up 3, and takes FaZe Falcons out. It's all for 5 seconds, though, so it doesn't really matter that much in the end.
Slaying discrepancy not really too far gone from either side. I mean, you got double negative coming through Roxas. FaZe Falcons cannot afford to lose steam right now, especially towards Exceptional GM, who been having themselves a pretty decent tournament thus far. And even like statistically for all the teams that they've been able to take down along the way, haven't seen too much of them on stream, Brody, but they are ain't doing too bad. Can't expect for FaZe Falcons to stay down for too far long. There's a lot of time going over towards one. Exceptional are putting a lot of numbers just to try to play for blue. Finally, that pressure comes through from Cobra as the other 3 just rush back through shop. They'll flip the spawns. This is the side of the map that they want to be on, Brody, but they are just way too late to read that they've actually flipped out the map. So now mid-cut being under pressure, Exceptional still not expecting the map flip. Finally, we'll get that information, but maybe not until it's too late. But the response is absolutely clean. They should be able to contest this lead, at least bringing it within 5.
FaZe Falcons, that's a surge of gunfights in their favor. Exceptional. Those back blue spawns. Linz starting to clear some space through the middle of the map here. Exceptional looking to find a way back through. Did they recognize the players in that close left corner? Yeah, they do. They take them down. Just one more player, Top Motel, to contend with. It's King of Bodhi! And I make it sound so easy to take that player down. It's never easy to remove King of Bodhi when he's playing like that. His KD is even right now proper, but he's had so many crucial plays here in this game, especially on this hill.
It's just the amount of engagements he has, too. The fact that he is still even means that he's constantly being a thorn in the side or finding those multi-kills on the 5-3. Finally gets taken down thanks to Cobra. Roxas is there for the very easy trade, and all off of these heroic plays that are coming through from the FaZe Falcons members. It's probably the biggest lead we've gotten in this hardpoint, somewhere south of 60, a whole hardpoint difference. The FaZe Falcons are holding the rotation over towards New, really just putting metal down onto Exceptional. I mean, Mighty's not too far away of being able to go tit for tat in a KD ratio moment, but I mean, that 50-point swing very much so could be the difference in the game.
Yeah, FaZe Falcons now in commanding leader in this game. Exceptional need to not let what happened last time around happen again here as Mighty picks up a casual 3K. Which is to say, do not let FaZe Falcons get control of even 20 seconds here. You need to suck up every single second you possibly can and then lock down that rotation. Sounds so easy, but I will say it's Scar hardpoint, and if there is any easy rotation in air quotes on this map, it is the rotation from P3 to P4. FaZe Falcons, they know that. They're already starting to flip those spawns out, and they've successfully done it. Exceptional realized too little too late what has just happened to them, and the kills are starting to fall in their favor as well. So the first part of that game plan will go well for Exceptional. They'll give up 6 seconds of time. I say give up again, not willingly, but they do lose that rotation. Perfect decision-making coming through from FaZe Falcons.
King of Bodhi just full knife sprint all the way past Satellite, gets top blue, starts beaming players, thinking that they still have to be looking over towards P3. That's twice now on this set alone that Exceptional think that the fight's coming from the opposite side of the map, and by then FaZe Falcons have already made the 5-head maneuver where the spawn out occurs. They're starting to reap the benefits, though. Exceptional very quickly recontesting the back, forcing FaZe Falcons to spawn all the way over by P2. Is back and forth fighting for these spawns. You got Exceptional members still trying to anchor things out. They finally got themselves the numbers. This comes down to Roxas as the next thorn on their side. Brezzy deals with it in towards the back. So a big swing coming through here. This is a crucial 20 seconds. The difference in between these two teams being at 200 first.
Exceptional now an opportunity here. They've broken back through. They haven't locked the back spawns down. And it was worth saying they do, technically speaking, know it, right? The way that they're looking, they know that they're going to spawn there with 10 seconds remaining. So it's maybe a fight that even if they lose, it's not the end of the world. The issue is, towards the next rotation, they haven't cleared the space. Do they know about Nox being here already? Well, now they do. Cobra loses the initial. Traded out by Mighty. But Mighty has a world of problems coming in his direction. Throws a nade at the wrong time. And now FaZe Falcons, they've locked those back spawns down.
Yeah, Cobra, he's going to be held at bay over here as well. Just trying to vie for maybe his teammates coming around the back, where Rezzy's already dealt with over by the train cars. Now the hit is all coming from the front. FaZe Falcons, they got the back spawns. Players are still weak up top. Linz hits it, finds his 27th elimination. Knows that there's one more player to deal with. Does Cobra inside the time. Now the spawns have flipped. Exceptional. They're going to tie things up again.
Exceptional now looking to, as you say, get control of the game once more. Lin's in that power position. Big 1v1 across the way. He's going to win it versus Roxas. Noxus peeks his heads up from Mora. Now behind. Yep, should be good for it. Has the coverage. Nox going to convert for another one as well. And FaZe Falcons now back in here. It's 7 seconds. It might not feel like a lot, but at this stage of the game, it is gold dust. You are starting to, again, trail away from Exceptional. They will be the first team to touch on New, and you know where Exceptional are coming from.
Yeah, you exactly know where they're going to be coming from. You got players anchoring all around the back. King of Bodhi's trying to make the game-winning play, pinching through mid-cut. He's not even needed at all. Roxas cuts down 2. Nox is playing from inside the time, actually gets bumped forward, and now 3 players are just going to deadbeat sprint through mid-cut. That's all they have left. Do Exceptional.
One more wave of gunfights here, and you've got to be honest about it. There's no time for any flanks, any tricks up your sleeve. You've just got to brute force through Exceptional. I don't know if it's going to happen. Aluka up the map. The pistol is getting it done on a 5 spree. Can't get through the open field. Can't get through the middle of the map, and you can't get through the FaZe Falcons. A strong start from the team. An Exceptional floundering here on Scar.
Really close and hard fought. I mean, we went back and forth towards the very end. Like, if we saw any sort of the game flow, it actually just would have been twisting leads maybe about twice or 3 different times going towards the tail end of the second set, going through the third as well. For Brody at the end, FaZe Falcons, they will stand tall 250 to 204, the final score line, trying to continue on with the momentum that they had, because realistically speaking, to even find themselves here, played Huntsman incredibly close within the previous rounds. But still, standout players coming through. King of Bodhi, we were talking about him, like he still stays positive. 61 engagements. Roxas had a big turning point in there, so did Nox, but Aluka was just constantly always being the thorn in the side from within the hill as well. 10 of his eliminations came from within the objective, but a combined 46 of non-traded kills for Luka and Nox. It just felt like that FaZe Falcons off the respawn, if they didn't read it once the second time around was just like the heaviest of read, where just to flood their numbers. Exceptional were left guessing quite often. Although Mighty finished 33 and 28, when that lead starts to come through from 40, albeit flipped at the very end, when your last ditched effort is just trying to sprint towards the hill, FaZe Falcons have a very crucial setup. These guys are just so hard to break from time to time. It certainly was showcased there in that map number 1.
Well, as far as an important matchup goes for Exceptional Gaming, they don't get more important than this, and that's not a great start for them in this series. You needed to take that hard point against FaZe Falcons, because next up you're going up in a Fringe Search and Destroy, and the question becomes, again, you know, I think generally speaking with this roster, how much of a change has Mighty made to this team? And in Search and Destroy, Melko sometimes felt like he couldn't find those important kills at moments. Mighty has been pretty damn good in Search and Destroy from what we've seen on him, again, with those rosters alongside Sykes and Detain all season long. I think it's going to make a valuable addition on this team for Search and Destroy, just whether or not it's going to be enough to beat FaZe Falcons. Because I think the thing for me with this FaZe Falcons roster, and I think you've kind of seen it in the pit, right? Obviously, infamously, we've seen it in the pit. I think they are very much a momentum-based team, that when things start to go their way, this team really starts to snowball, and they are going to be feeling themselves. Exceptional. It feels like you've got to put a stop to it right now on this S&D.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where you totally need to try to shut things down. The only problem is going in towards Fringe. Like, this is a map that we've actually seen FaZe Falcons in the previous season of the Elite do have a lot of value in, have been very impactful for a lot of their different players, but Exceptional on the other side of the pond, very much so, still a force to be reckoned with, Brody. So I'm not ready to write off Exceptional by any means. You know, it's funny to say when we get towards this stage in history, we've always talked about how like Europe has kind of like fallen off. They're not even a part of this. We do end up having at least a full winners semifinal of European matchups. Should be very, very fun. And the EMEA side for FaZe Falcons being represented, of course, Aluka from Europe, Exceptional as well. There's a lot of representation all over this championship bracket. It makes me excited every time I look at it.
Yep, and while we're on that best of 5, just to let you guys know, obviously we talked about Fringe, Search and Destroy coming up next. I actually don't have that many maps and mode stat lines from EMEA Stage 3, but the ones that I do have are on Exceptional Gaming. Fringe S&D wasn't a good map for them. It was actually their worst S&D map by far. So it's kind of interesting. Obviously, you know, you kind of have to take those kind of stat lines with a grain of salt, right? Just because there's been time between stages, right? There's been a week and a bit, maybe even 2 weeks between stage 3 of EMEA and this event. And so they kind of know that Fringe is something that they're going to have worked on, and hopefully they will have done if we want a competitive series there in that one. Looking over towards this map then, let's have a look to see how Exceptional are getting on. Already looks pretty good. You've taken Nox and King of Bodhi out of the plate, but FaZe Falcons, they still have control over the bomb itself, so they've got options.
Yeah, Cobra actually joins the list that we have growing of multi-kills frag grenades as far as the stream is concerned in Search and Destroy. That's how he opens things up with a popcorn nade. Luka already being shot at, recovers the bomb, gets really good shots out of Rezi. He's going to have to back down, but you got to rip one player to make it worth it for either Roxas or Luka's sake. Exceptional are giving you nothing.
Luka, yeah, you're in trouble. I can't envision Roxas pulling off something insane here. Yeah, he's getting swarmed. Unless these guys literally line up in, was that an Optic Minnesota-esque fashion from, like, Cold War, was it, where that lineup happened? I don't even know. That was a long time ago. Unless that happens, which it probably ain't, you're not winning that 1v4.
Yeah, Moscow, they line up for accuracy.
Yeah, Moscow.
Gotcha.
What was the Moscow play? So I'm sure there's like lots of Optic fans in the chat crying out for Huntsman games. They can tell us.
Give everybody an update as well is that Telluride Bush are actually 2-0 up over FC Stallions, winning the Gridlock search 6-4, where we left them off at. Continuing on their marching ways. So you know who they want to rematch with, Brody? That would probably be FaZe Falcons, because they're best friends. Exceptional, though, with a 1-0 lead. Here on the offense, they're going to leave Linz on the lurk and try to take 3 players in towards A. They find the first one to execute it, too.
It's a big trade coming out from King of Bodhi. Even though this play is taking place totally separate from where that is, it's a big play regardless. Equally a big play here from Exceptional is how far back they're going off the back of this bomb plant. It has been planted slap bang in the middle of that open door, so FaZe Falcons are going to need to surge through the warehouse hit, irrespective of what happens. Or maybe Cobra can just throw a wide shoulder, knowing that Nox is still in the plate, and go down by way of sniper rifle. Traded out, though, by way of Mighty. Brezzy hits the reload here, down to 60% HP, and goes down. Nox finds Mighty with the sniper rifle, and I feel like 2 kills there. We didn't get to see Nox's kill on towards Mighty, but I think both of those kills, both of those sniper kills, probably could have been avoided.
Yeah, I mean, Cobra's especially. I mean, that's just the classic. Maybe he saw the nameplate, didn't see the glint. The information might have not been good, but the speculation is there is that you think you got the nade to keep yourself covered from the push through, but the player's actually holding it at range there with the sniper. It's just an egregious challenge. We'll say that much, but obviously we do have the speculation that all information is mutual. Didn't necessarily seem like it there. FaZe Falcons, though, in a crucial bounce back. They tie things up in round number 3. For the offense, the difference, just don't get double dated by Cobra. That's all we really ask. We'll start with that adaptation, and so far so good. Then we can work from here.
FaZe Falcons want to get the bomb down on A. Gonna run into the brick wall that is Linz and Cobra. Cobra gets over aggressive there, feeling himself just a tad too much. The smoke will enable the escape from Aluka. Meanwhile, FaZe Falcons have cleared a lot of space over by B. Not fully, though. Brezzy's still over here. There's a bit of a resistance they ideally want to get rid of before they get the rock down. And that's going to be the play call here. Still got some util to work with. Now they've got some double up on the barn, though. So if they do fly up, they should be swiftly dealt with. Mighty's been red on the free wrap. Mighty's got to get away. There comes the jump down for the players, and Brezzy is caught out. But Linz is good for the trade. Brings us down to a 2 versus 2 now. Nox going to be hunting for those kills. 28 on the clock. Puts shots towards both of them, but not enough to find either of the frags. Roxas has also been taken out of the round, so Nox needs to pull off something special and almost whips the head off one. If I'm these last 2 players in this 1 versus 2, I give nothing away. There's 16 seconds left. Nox is going to have to be the one to go and grab that bomb and get it down. They know it. Just going to have to play off the post plant now, or rather the lack thereof. And that is just a beautiful play in that 2 versus 1.
There was a pixel away where Nox actually gets that headshot. And I mean, like, you'd have to really zoom in to count, like, the pixels are probably closer to a single digit. That was absurd. At least it looked that close on my screen. But regardless, finding themselves in a situation on Fringe where you're still fighting for that back and forth early 30 seconds of privacy, you get nothing, and then you're just trapped to try to make a play all the way through mid. More often than not, it feels like it never goes the offensive way. You got the trap play from having 2 players top barn. Lynn's there as a second man, like you were saying. He actually walks away with 3 within that round, Brody. Exception is going to take a 2-1 lead. They're going to keep up this pace. 4-man strong over towards B.
Just past it. Kingabody through the smoke. At the very least, played his life here. But again, it's that same kind of issue. If you don't have top line control, you don't really have anything. That's the play call. They need to get in there before they do anything in this round. Spending too long. It's only 1 for 1. Again, it's not the end of the world here. What is the end of the world again is going down by way of just running out into the open where Nox is watching. Things just completely fall apart for FaZe Falcons. And Nox has found so much value with that sniper rifle. So many of those kills. I don't want to say he's getting them free, because obviously Nox still has to work for them to a certain extent. But it does feel like Exceptional are putting themselves in precarious spots for no real reason.
Yep, I mean, the timing does go into a factor right there. Obviously, he's the player playing all the way back. He was playing for, I believe, originally like the outside A alleyway, but I mean, he comes all the way back. He catches the player on the backside of the tunnel, of all things, just trying to get the space behind, because it's like you were saying, they're playing for the barn control first and foremost. And then once that snipe comes through, just the immediate collapse from said barn control out of FaZe Falcons. Tie things back up into round number 5. Nox looking for the opening duel here through mid. To be said, he's the sniper plus the bomb carrier. It's a lot of weight.
Listen, if anybody can do anything in this search and destroy, it's Nox.
Oh my! If he hit that after you said that, I would have done a backflip.
Honestly, can we get like a proper cam just to see that backflip in effect? Slow motion as well, please. Obviously. Regardless, a couple of players now towards Scrapyard, about to get pincered in on. Crushed under the vice as Nox and Aluka find those frags. That's going to be an easy A plant. Rezi already reared his head from that barn side at the beginning of the round, so they have an inkling as to where this last player is. Just know where he's got. Yep, poking up. And oh, goodness gracious. Melted in the middle of the map.
Yep. Not a whole lot going for himself regardless. I mean, a 1v3 situation. Can't say how many times we're going to end up having the conversation, but more often than not, especially on Fringe, that bomb being planted the way it was, you're not going to be able to win that one unless you absolutely rip some players or put them on a 2008 FaZe montage. So now it's a lead to be grown here for FaZe Falcons. They'll start leading by 1. Let's see what they have to offer potentially on this side of the bomb this time around, because that's been the biggest difference. We're just not stringing together rounds. Trying to crack the code here on offense, though, is exceptional. Giving a lot of respect towards the defensive side of FaZe Falcons. Probably towards this man.
It's about time they started respecting him, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I'm saying.
That hasn't really been here in this S&D. Just a cautionary stun thrown out by Nox there, just to make sure that nobody's home by that B push. Respect onto his teammate, because Kingabody is watching that like a hawk. There's no real reason to throw that stun. Although Nox getting in amongst it here. Towards that tin side. Whiffs. Cobra. How many lives is he going to burn away? You've lost Prezi in the play. I think you're going to have to burn some more. And now you're losing everything. Cobra trades things out, though. Plays his life. Can he deliver a second? No. Lins finds 1 through the middle of the map. Brings it down to a 1v2 here with 30 on the clock.
And Nox trying to go for a 360 there for his 5-spree with the sniper. One's playing the corner, though. There comes Nox and Aluka. Gets the wall bang. The damage confirmation, but 20 seconds remain. Trying to play off of the jump spot.
Oh.
Did he see them cross back in towards 10? He's got the wrap, but he doesn't have the clock on his side.
Yeah. It's the right play call. You're going to be forced now to try and play for the kills, and it's just not going to happen. Even a player as talented as Lins is not transitioning from the first to the second in that situation. But again, fundamentally, everything was pretty much right there. For Exceptional in the play, it's just you don't get those kills by Scrapyard. So you're not going to find anything else. A bit of distraction actually going on in the pit there. We're watching FaZe Falcons and Exceptional. They're hearing a lot of volume on the other side. As another match in the pit will complete. It looks like Cabal have just won at least a map, probably an entire series in their matchup ongoing. That is against For Fun Esports. I believe that is a 3-1 victory for Cabal. Hugh also continue to impress at this event. There is a lot of like upsets here at this event. Cabal definitely in amongst them.
250 to 173 on that gridlock hardpoint as well. For our main matchup, though, FaZe Falcons got a 2-round lead, like we were talking about, able to start laying down the foundation here for a map 2 victory potential. This conversation does begin. By 9 spree between Luca and Nox. Starting to hoop on him. Been a problem with the sniper. Oh, the aforementioned of the 2, Luca on that 4 spree. Dodges the nade. They might have thought that he left off this. There's still 3 players here for Exceptional GM, and Luca still able to live for such a long time. Finally first blooded.
FaZe Falcons, they are going to answer back though. A 3v3 we go. Beautiful kill from King of Bodhi. We'll pick up Mighty. How much more does he realize? Yeah, he's playing ring around Rosie with this last player. Doesn't realize though that he's been eluded, and that's actually going to hurt them quite badly. Lins finds Nox. Makes this a plausible play with 35 on the clock. Lins now trying to disappear into the night. Has to find both of these players and find the kills. Might have just got the perfect timing. First, is he going to check the left corner? No, he's not. Oh, so unfortunate. Just doesn't expect that second player to be there, but he gives that a real good effort.
He thought through everything. He even was preemptively throwing the smoke too. But the only thing that wasn't in his multi-step process of coming out of train tracks was checking this exact corner that Roxas was playing. Which is a tough one to make that call. But still, don't want to give away anything. 5-2 could lead to a 5-3, a little bit of curse action. Or FaZe Falcons just have this one so far under wraps as the lead just too far gone. This opening break off ever so crucial. All 4 players for Exceptional GM. They got to start with somewhere. It's going to be Lins trying to get in position to play for that 1-for-1 spot. 3 players here defensively for FaZe Falcons. They're trying to be aggressive as well, if need be. But nade from Maluka is going to open things up for Lins. King of Bodhi for the second. There comes that aggression through the train tracks. Now, unbeknownst to the rest of the team, Exceptional have actually maneuvered their way back over towards A. I think he's trying to work this plant. Maybe the round becomes winnable. All the way until Cobra gets zapped in the middle of the door. Brezzy, 1v the world, and FaZe Falcons. Only they string 2 together. They win the rest all together. Able to close things out here. Nonetheless, take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Alrighty. All smiles right now for FaZe Falcons as they will take that all day long. And we asked the question whether or not Exceptional will have made any improvements in their search and destroy. And it feels like the answer is somewhat of a, I guess, a no to a certain extent. Obviously, look, they played that relatively well. And there were moments, I think, especially from Lins and Cobra, where they put in a good shift in the S&D. But more often than not, I think just a couple of moments where they give themselves away for free. Kind of bite them in the bum. FaZe Falcons, they just look final at the moment. They are really starting to hit form.
Yeah, they sure are. 6-2 now. You see just like the legwork that they share between all of them. Exceptional GM got... they didn't even get bodied like in the first bloods. It's just Nox's capability. Like, he wasn't a part of the first blood engagements nor losses. He's just in the most annoying spots and converting it with the sniper quite often. So a 2-0 lead here for FaZe Falcons, looking to eliminate one of the last handful of teams that we have here for Europeans representation. A little bit of a team kill, I guess you could technically call it, though FaZe Falcons technically on the North American side for Challengers lead. I don't know. It gets fuzzy. The gray areas truly never stop, but an exposure overload, potentially the final venue and mode for these 2 teams ready.
Yeah, and I guess, again, we kind of take it with a pinch of salt, but equally, Exposure Overload is also the worst overload map for Exceptional from Stage 3 of Challengers Elite. So again, it kind of feels like a peculiar selection of maps coming through from Exceptional. Maybe they know something we don't. Obviously, again, you can only take so much away from those records, but yeah, it will be interesting to see whether or not they can survive and get past the top 12 placement. Messed them up this entire season. Over towards Bush and Stallions, though, and it looks like the tides are turning for Bush that have had somewhat of a kind of struggle bus, I want to say, through this event so far. There's been multiple dicey occasions for them. This time kind of feels like the first time where really they are definitively in the lead and in the game. They are the ones setting the pace.
I imagine that pep talk with Jersey Jerry after they lost to FaZe Falcons had to have hit like absolute wildfire to the heart and soul. To get the reverse sweep versus CRG X Outbreak, maybe the pep talk happened once they were down 0-2, because I mean, have not really looked back since, have not lost a map since 20 and 17. Now out at Abe, 24 and 17 out of Capsidal. The Bash brothers currently riding the Bush banner. Absolutely hooping, but the FC Stallions will get themselves a little bit closer. They're off of that detonation. 3-2 now here with just about 90 seconds left to play, Brody, and they got some space to play with too.
Bush not gonna lose here. Control of this game. A couple of kills now coming through for Geo. 5 in a row for Rupert as well. This is a freebie on the overload. They aren't going to wait for the reposition, and the reason they're not going to wait for the reposition is because of the advanced positioning of a player like KB. Bush has read it, but doesn't matter. You're going to lose the fight irrespective of that. Capstore down for the count. KB doubling up for more as well. Good clearance coming out from Stallions here. And now they can start to make him move forward. Keep an eye out for Rupert. He was on a spree previously. Now he's setting a flank on. He's picked up a couple of kills. And that's going to be another overthrow through. The tables have turned since we've joined on with this matchup.
Yep, sure has. 2-score bounce back now out of the Stallions. Combined 8 spree between KB and Geo, who are just so locking things down. Back P4. The device got picked up by Abe. 2 players stronger actually starting to push this. Abe has damage in towards the second player, trying to finesse around the backside of the generators, but Geo had numbers, let alone the better gunshot and HP advantage. Will stop that capture dead in its tracks. With 24 seconds remaining, Brody, this looks like it's about to go for.
Certainly feels like it. FC Stallions just doing the smart thing, holding that one through. Cammy could go crazy here. No, never mind. He gets shanked up. And yeah, now Geo is not going anywhere with this overload device. You would literally have to reach deep into the spawn to do something about this one, and this is the, I want to say, disadvantage of the current / previous overload rules in that, yeah, the timer not stopping when you've got the overload means that FC Stallions can just do this, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Padding the stats while doing it as well. Geo on an 8 spree. Rupert picks up a triple. And with a 4-3 situation here with 15 seconds left, this one is done and dusted. As you said, Stallions will be able to extend the series. Geo down, and finally, the pain is over.
Yeah, it's like one of those like moments, just like, haha, we did it, and it's just like, you know, these things fine, just like, dude, stop. You know, it's over, man. We get it. We're going to a map 4 at the very least, but I talk about a momentum swing. We walked in, Telluride Bush were in a situation where it seemed insurmountable. But FC Stallions, they get that first one bounce back. KB and Rupert just absolutely hooping over by P4. Just slaughtering Telluride Bush in their spawn. Not allowing them to maneuver forward even the slightest bit. So that'll at least extend the series. That's the first map that Telluride Bush have lost since they've surmounted that reverse sweep. Obviously finding themselves here in I guess, shocking fashion. I want to say that a lot of people might agree with that, though. FaZe Falcons, even in the elite stage, did have their number, albeit seeding doesn't mean a damn thing as far as this bracket is concerned. We got upsets all over the place. P7 Notorious being eliminated. We got 2 European teams now facing up against each other. This is a winner semifinal match, Brody. 2 of Europe's best facing off against each other, with Omid having 1-0 lead.
Yep. These teams have faced each other many a time before. This is a rematch of the Stage 3 Grand Finals of EMEA Challengers Elite. Then it went all the way to a Game 7, and Rock managed to take it in the closing moments. There's sweep, I believe, in that Grand Finals as well. So, Omid looking to get their get back here in this matchup, and it would put them very far into the bracket. And Omid have such promise. Of course, it's worth saying for those of you guys who oddly, and there are people out there are people that don't watch CDL but do watch Challengers. Trust me. For those people who didn't watch CDL, Omid, the only team out of the 4 that went up to play the CDL squads to actually take a CDL squad down. So there is definitely a world here where Omid do beat Rock, and they do go the distance in this tournament. So you've got to keep an eye out for this roster.
Also needs to be said at the start of the day, albeit being eliminated from the Pro-Am, Ethan was still a top 10. Slayer rating, KD ratio being held on breaking point. Definitely want to be looking out for it, but his teammate of Killy might need some help finding his head here. Big opening blood coming through from Doom X, and it's one of those players that even Ton was like screaming about earlier. You got to be on the lookout for that guy. If he's alive in a search and destroy, chances he's got a boomstick, he's going to make a play.
He's had a pretty good search and destroy so far at 4-1. This guy has been phenomenal at search and destroy over his elongated tenure in challenges. This is always a difficult situation to pass because on the other side, even better, is Domax with the sniper rifle. Whiffs. On the other side, long flank from Dom will activate for the kill. Through is Ethan for a play against Domex, and the map will now flip as Rixol trying to make a flank happen in the 1v2. I guess the big thing here is he readable? I don't necessarily think he is. Should be able to catch DK off guard. Will be, but doesn't find the kill. The reversal from DK is good. And in a peculiar round, Omit will walk away.
1 of 2 Young Bucks here from Omit. DK and Ethan shaking things up, making their name known pretty quickly as far as that main stage performance is concerned. Had a real tough shake, of course, having to face against the green wall of Optic. But then, surprising the world, is the only year Challengers team to beat any of the other pro teams in eliminating Vancouver Surge the way they did. Insurmountable in a lot of moments was both DK as well as Ethan. Now Omit have that 2-1 lead. ROC, Rock Esports. And a question, what do? They're just going to smoke on mid, hit it quickly, but they never cleared out Ethan. Dom still finds the opening duel.
Ends up looking for more on the follow-up. Not going to get it. Down to a 2v3 we go. Killy. Waiting patiently for a Jack the Ripper-esque moment on the other side. Not going to find it, and instead, I think, loses the position. But that's okay. I think it's more valuable to be with your teammate in this situation than just play for a cheeky knife kill and attempt to escape off the back of a trait. This, at the very least, you could stop that bomb plant from going down. Rock also playing tentatively here, clearing out a lot of space. On the other side, DK for the entry point, gets some shots in, recognizes the player close, take the 2 for 1. Now you take this down to a 1 versus 1 in the end. Domex with the sniper rifle. Recognizes where that player has gone. Gets the NPC in hand, but doesn't take the shots through. And a beautiful play there in the 2 versus 3 from Omit on that wraparound. They make that right decision instead of just taking the head-on fight, instead of taking that knife fight inside the site, playing together. That's the right decision.
Yeah. Just leave out all the impossibilities, put what's in your control, just put themselves in situations where they could be playing for those trades in a closer situation, especially the NPC. They really made a name for themselves on that one, as Killy will find the penultimate one to be able to set up a very easy final kill. Rock Esports now trailing by 2. Questions now on both sides of the bomb, seeing one adaptation at a time. Nomad are going to continue on with their aggression, just trying to eliminate any sort of sniping that Dom X could possibly bring towards Rock Esports' success. They're already surrounded B.
Yeah, there's just a lot of different areas you've got to be contending with here. A lot of different places you've got to look, and it might be confusing. It certainly is. Dom will get traded out. Now just down to Ethan for the 1v3. Recognizes that second player coming fast. He can take this player down, might have a chance in it. He needs to do it quickly, though. Does. Will he hit the reset off the back of the play? Shouldering for this one. Could be huge for Ethan to grab this 1 versus 3, and does so. Huge for Ethan, as Omit now looking pretty good in the search and destroy. You guys can keep an eye on that series as it progresses over on another stream at youtube.com/COD Challenges. For now, let's get back towards our in-focus matchup. Exceptional Gaming head-to-head with FaZe Falcons. The Europeans right now down 2-0 in the series. Backs against the wall. 1 more match lost and you're out of the tournament.
Europe's 1-2 winner semi-final match will be going on. Delta, for this foreseeable future, would be utterly shocked if Rock Esports go out 3-0 here. We'll have to see which team ends up going home. Exceptional. Already 0-2 down. Got Nox already top P3 window. Just trying to make sure that the flank stays secured. So first step will be there. King of Bodhi finds the next through mid-cut. So that means the device could realistically get picked up. There's just one player unaccounted for. He's all the way up top. Not going to expect Mighty in that position. Catches Oluka, the device carrier, the most important one.
Nox weakened up in the middle of the map. Might be able to just play his life in the end. FaZe Falcons an opportunity here. Try and play well on defense. King of Body. Still a problem Exceptional are going to have to deal with sooner rather than later, especially as you're starting to lose some of the fights in the middle map. King of Body will now become even more of a problem, and he's still finding value by the overload zone. This is an incredible play from King of Body. There's now FaZe Falcons should be able to get the overload through. King of Bodhi just won't stop as well. Finally gets taken down by way of nade. But those 5 kills, not just any old regular fight spree, by the way, by no means getting useless gunfights. Every single one is pivotal to getting that capture through.
Yeah, it absolutely is. FaZe Falcons taking a very quick lead here. Still a lot of time as far as this round is even concerned. You'd like to imagine, even of all the space that's being provided, they might just be able to do it again. Device already being picked up here by Aluka. Nobody on the flanks going to get picked up by Roxas. They don't have all the space forward. That's because Mighty's cutting them down inside of B4. That means that the rest of the players can strike forward from their previous spawns. Well defended from Exceptional.
Yeah, this is tough, though, because while they might have got 4 down, that spawn directly on B is going to give an opportunity here to FaZe Falcons to defend. Couple more kills now coming through. Mighty looks away from the top side at the complete wrong time. Now an opportunity to defend. Off the wall jump. Brezzy should be able to get it through, and he does. Would have been nice if he could have got the follow-up for the kill. But at this point, I think with the position of the Exceptional in, you just take that detonation all day long.
Tying things up is a very quick response. Yeah, you take that every single day and twice on Sunday. Though today is Saturday, so I don't know. Maybe take it once at the very least. So, not a whole lot of map positioning. This is probably one of the harder ones to try to convert. You already got King of Body trying to shift his focus over towards dirt. They got the one red dot they can chase towards top ring, and they know another player's over by long. So a quick 1-for-2 trade in the kill feed, but the device is still stalled out in the middle of the map.
FaZe Falcons trying to find a way to break. Previously, it was by way of King of Bodhi that they managed to do it. This time, I think he wants to try it again. Exceptional have been relatively slow to react to this one. King of Bodhi is kind of confused that he hasn't come across anybody just yet. Now he's going towards the backline. Shots out. Bait and switch is good. Brezzy to take down 1. Trades out in favor here of FaZe Falcons. From the middle of the map, Roxas trying to survive. Not going to happen. And now Exceptional can swing the favor right back at them. They've got a couple of pawns on the map here. Brezzy, namely, is one of them. Clearing space by B. Just one more gunfight in his favor, and this probably is a capture here. Something towards the backline. Mighty, I don't necessarily think we needed to go for that gunfight with a pistol. Probably just play for the point. Doesn't matter. Brezzy will clear things up. Now we're 2-1 in favor of Exceptional.
Brezzy's still finding space over towards the backside of Jenny's. Constantly be a thorn in his side. You can see the FaZe Falcon members are having to turn around for Brezzy. Could be an issue. That just means that the other 3 players need to find success to be able to, I guess, ultimately flip any sort of pressure that Brezzy was hoping to find on the opposite side. But finally, King of Bodhi plus Nox, they find 3. Brezzy reappears top A3 window and comes up short less after he finds yet another kill. So that does nothing realistically outside of just reset the middle of the map. Not a whole lot of map positioning to speak of from either of our 2 teams at this moment of time, Brody, but still a 2-1 lead for Exceptional.
.35 on the clock now. FaZe Falcons to try and do something here. Exceptional Gaming looking pretty good to move forward here in this one for perhaps a 3rd overload. Cobra's actually slipped past 1 player. That's not going to benefit Brezzy whatsoever. Cobra's going to have to come back, but at this point, you're asking him to do a hell of a lot. He's already done a fair bit. There's surely no way he could be. That's a free. Yeah, no, and that teammate actually prevents him from doing so. There's a very real chance that he gets that 3rd kill had he not been cooked up by his own teammate. And now what looked like a promising attempt at an overload will have to be a reversal here of a defense. The FaZe Falcons get it for the back 30 seconds. One last chance here in the half for FaZe Falcons to get another overload through, and it's not going to happen. So we hit the half, but that probably well could have been 3-1 if it wasn't for that teammate towards the end.
All about continuously setting the pace, though. That seems to be the immediate response, especially what was missing in certain moments in time, especially for that French search and destroy outside of Nox's search and sniper. Just Exceptional's pace not being able to be met for FaZe Falcons. So it's a big moment coming through there at that half. We'll have to see if they can try to keep that going and more or less just keep them at bay. Mighty's been having himself a really good series thus far, albeit an 0-2 down. Up to 11-9 up on this 3 spree. We know a Hellstorm missile can be quite influential, especially for overload, should it be executed correctly.
He's down in the middle of the map. Exceptional hunkering down here for that initial push from FaZe Falcons. They have everything but 1 lane completely covered up, and that 1 lane could be something that FaZe Falcons work off of. Yeah, absolutely is. King of Body bodies Brezzy. It's a 3-for-1 trade here in the middle of the map. Just 1 more player to contend with in the form of Linz, and they don't know where he is. So they can get players forward here. They can play distraction, but Linz is still a problem they're going to have to deal with. And that is exactly why, because Linz is a nuisance through the middle of the map. They might well have players forward, but they can't move the EMP device if Linz is still there.
Still trying to fight for this 50-yard position. Look at trying to catch timing. Device reset through the middle of the map, and there just comes Roxas and Nox. They both strike at the same time, and they also catch Cobra trying to push for trades. Last red dot was up top, and Nox just absolutely dunks on Brezzy, top P3 window. They're going to try to take this space over by Solar. There's one player here. It's Linz defensively. He finds himself a second, stops it almost single-handedly. Lucas is just going to pick it up and try to reposition for his teammate who's finding value inside a Zig.
Okay, it just feels like a 14 and 16. It's deceptive as hell that Linz is in that position right now because he's had so many crucial just one singular kills, even the 2 pieces he's been getting. Just so many crucial moments as Linz had here in this game. And yeah, there's another one there. So he puts a stop to that initial push coming through from the FaZe Falcons. Now looking to try and grab the EMP device here. It's going to hit a reset through the middle of the map. Flanking play by Mighty. Should be good for a 1. From afar from the middle of the map. Cobra, good for trading out. Nox, though, going to keep some presence for the middle of the map for FaZe Falcons here. Only momentarily. FaZe Falcons, they've still got a wealth of time to work with. 3 minutes on the clock. It is a ton of time to do something, especially when there's nobody towards that lower side. If they can kind of sneak that EMP towards A, they will be fine because they are very good at getting players forward. They have to deal with King of Bodhi here, exceptional. Unless they can sneak through themselves. It feels like that might well be the play. King of Bodhi now forced back towards the middle of the map. Cobra just needs to cross both of these players. Not going to get the help he desires. And that's not going to be the 3-1 lead that Exceptional desired either.
They could possibly try to return this back. King of Bodhi's over there over on Exceptional side of dirt. Cobra will deal with him. So now lead blocker is gone. Luke is starting to create space all the way over by Solar. One more loses their life over on the back end by Zig. And well, now everybody's just kind of chasing ghosts. Comes down to the next 1v1 that needs to be one for Aluka, and he delivers on the goods. Nox will dunk it in towards the B portal, and he'll find one upon exit, which means that the next device can even be looked at for FaZe Falcons to rally.
Yeah. And that's the nightmare scenario for Exceptional that they presented for so long. Held FaZe Falcons beyond arm's reach for the longest time. And now the nightmare continues, and it gets worse as well. This could be a third one. King of Bodhi clearing space. There's Brezzy and Cobra down for the count. Mighty can't get back to the play quick enough. And it's another detonation through. FaZe Falcons now leading in this game with just under 2 minutes on the clock. Exceptional Gaming need to turn tide. They can no longer play defense. They have to go on an offensive charm.
They sure do. King of Bodhi trying to play his life. Makes it even more annoying. Desperation ensuing for Exceptional. 90 seconds remain, and this one is all but scored. Oh, what a nade comes through from Brezzy. No score available at all. Lucas still playing cutoff on the force spree dealt with. Nox can find this kill. He'll get the capture, and he sure will. Why Mighty was left to his own devices on that side of the map is beyond me, but that might have just put it too far out of reach as we're about to hit 60 seconds.
Yeah, frankly, at this point, if you're Exceptional Gaming, you just got to throw everything at this game. This play is aggressive as you possibly can. FaZe Falcons going to slow things up. Aluka's going to bring that Hailstorm missile down as slowly as humanly possible. It keeps Exceptional trapped inside the P3 building, excuse me. Cobra's going to find 2 off the back of the play. And that's 3 down. Exceptional opportunity here. But honestly, if I'm Exceptional with 47 seconds on the clock, I need to get an overload through now. Pretty much, if you want to keep this game in contention, you have to get over towards B, and you just can't do it. And you can see the aggression in their game plan. They know how important it is to get an overload through, and they know how important it is to get it out of FaZe Falcons' hand. It is aggressive, it is desperate, and you can see that in the game plan.
Yeah, we sure do. Just the absolute velocity they were playing at the latter 60, maybe 90 seconds. Just really puts them a step above the rest of where Exception were located. I mean, Luka was just constantly pressuring them on the backside of Jenny's. And if it wasn't a Luka, you know that there was always going to be one of those players trying to play for the overextension. King of Bodhi, same like what we were talking about in the opening hardpoint back on Scar. Just an absolute nuisance to deal with. Just 48 engagements is nuts. He will be met there alongside of Nox at the same time. It just always feels like these guys are just sprinting at you, putting themselves in a situation just to win, and they will do that in a 3-0 over the Exceptionals.
Once again, the top 12 placement will be the bane of Exceptional's existence. There was a time when this roster, not exactly the same roster, obviously we mentioned that Abuser is currently thriving in the CDL. There was a time when this roster would have been a terrifying prospect for anybody to face in the Passion Pit. But they are no longer a Webbabobs. They are exceptional, and there's nothing exceptional about that. Top 12 is where the European squad will once again finish here on LAN. Moving forward will be the FaZe Falcons, who continue to look like an indomitable force here, despite the fact that they are in the lower bracket. It's worth saying, only by way of losing that Game 5 to the Huntsmen, it was a close one. FaZe Falcons should not be underestimated by anybody moving forward, even an Omnia squad that seems to be taking down some absolute titans in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now that they've fully repoed the P7 teams, what else could they possibly show us as we continue on with all these narratives as they develop right in front of our very eyes? 5-2 on the Exposure Overload, a 3-0 win versus the Exceptional GMs. And, you know, I mean, albeit a decent finish compared to some others that have showed up on the tournament, you know that, like, the core three of these guys that was the Webbabubs pass, now playing alongside Mighty, they expect better for Brezzy, Cobra, and Linz coming through and traveling as far as they have, as well as Mighty. So the drawing board ever so much more to be looked at when it comes down to Exceptional, especially with Stage 4 on the horizon.
Yeah, Exceptional. Again, if you're coming into this event and you're thinking, right, we've got to try and improve things, you've replaced Melko with Mighty to attempt to do that. Obviously, we're not going to see the full repercussions for that for the roster until Stage 4 of Challengers Elite, whether or not that improves prospects, at least in that setting. But here on LAN, it hasn't really done much for the roster, as they will finish in top 12. FaZe Falcons, can't wait to see more of them moving forward. It's a 3-0, and it's important, I think, to 3-0 and get the bounce back at this stage of the competition. So FaZe Falcons, they go down to the lower bracket. They will place Omnia. Next up, elsewhere, TV guys updates as to what is happening around the grounds. Cabal playing Bush in the lower bracket right now, as Bush look for their own way back in. And there is another Winners Round 2 matchup either about to start or underway already, with Omit Brooklyn taking on the Huntsmen. So there's still matches going on right now, but we are literally getting down to our final few teams in the tournament. We're down to our final 8 overall proper. Things are starting to get squeaky bum time, some of these rosters.
Yep, so FC Stallions actually eliminated by Telluride Bush Gaming. 250 on the 122 Gridlock. So now Omit Brooklyn going up against the Huntsmen now. Here's your opposite winner semifinal matchup. Very, very much so hotly contested. Have been the Omit Brooklyn roster throughout this entire Challengers Open here in Atlanta, man. Paul X has been on a different level as the third NPC on this team.
Yeah, it's that kind of meta, right? I know that obviously there's been some kind of reference to the NPCs coming through here and being the more, I wouldn't want to say dominant weapon, but certainly the more potent weapon in comparison to the M15 this time around. Also, the first time forever that an SMG is actually more powerful than an AR, would you believe it? But yeah, I mean, having just a third sub that's actually a good player, really good with that sub, is super important, and that feels like something that's really benefited Omit Brooklyn in particular. So, Omit Brooklyn looking pretty good here for the moment up in this game. We'll lose the initial trades, though. Huntsman now looking to touch him towards the hard point itself, just down to one player, and Turiel will win that gunfight. Of course, though, the nature of this hard point is that Huntsman will get those continual close spawns on the motel stairs, so it feels like a kind of never-ending nightmare for Omit Brooklyn as those players continue to replenish their forces.
Yeah, Huntsman just, like, running right in towards the blender that is Omit Brooklyn, like you were talking about, putting themselves in this situation. No playing for it, though. Huntsman trying to keep them off of the rest of this time. Paul X will find the last kill onto Bragg. Tries to win the next one onto Swooty just to keep them contested a little bit further away. Johnny's already playing the rotation over towards New. Turiel was trying to play cutoff, but numbers already here on the north side of the map for the Huntsman, looking to get some more time on the clock.
Huntsman trying to find their way through here. Players to contend with, standing on a long flank while those gunfights are happening down by the plane side. 3K between Renegade and Swooty. Brack will completely clear things up, and it would have been nice if Stanley could have produced something on said flank. It would have given them an option to hit the hard point. But now Omit Brooklyn have to hit the reset on the play. Jump shots galore here as they look to try and get back through. Maybe Stanley can try another flank. It's just not really happening. Fundamentally, the right decisions are being made by Omit Brooklyn at the moment, but they are getting decimated by the Huntsman on every single engagement.
Now they're just going to be sprinted at. all the way across the snowpath. Sandy at least finds the opening trade. Every trade's going to be a good one from Omid Brooklyn's perspective. You're keeping the time gray. Most importantly, keeping your team on the blue side of the map, especially ahead of the P4 rotation. Paul X is going to be playing a lurk through P1. He overextended a little bit too far. And got one player of Rex. He actually spawns the entirety behind this. Paul dies inside of shops. Next spawn up over side Motel. Huntsman know they got numbers.
Going deep here for Swoody. That's a big player to take down. Stanley, once again, taken down in an important position. It must be so frustrating. Again, you're doing the right things. You just can't hold on to them. Huntsman now with those back spawns. But kills mostly going in favor of the Omid Brooklyn here. Leaves them down to the last couple of men towards the back line. And Huntsman know they can't really go too aggressive here. They need to try and hold back to stop Omid Brooklyn spawning this position. The longer they stay there, more Omid Brooklyn will spawn out towards Motel's side. And finally, everyone going down. Stanley with a double up. Omid Brooklyn clear the space. Tyrael finds a couple through the front. And now that is basically the back 20 seconds lockdown. There is zero reason for Huntsman to invest anything more in towards that hard point. They will have a couple of rogues spawn out towards all time. That's the nature of the way the spawns work on this map. But still, good place from Omid Brooklyn to secure that back 25 seconds. And they are really starting to grow this lead now.
Yeah, they sure are. 50 points strong. It was a constant conversation from Standy throughout all of stage 3. The NPC meta really made Eli look good. Trophy system can't go down in time to keep Paul X safe from Renegade's nade. Comes flying on over for this P5 rotation. Back church spawns here for the Huntsman. But the front of the hill, again, Omid Brooklyn just absolutely relentless with the 3 players find success from the front. Paul finds 2 around the back. Rex, 2 real, Paul on a combined 9 between the 3.
Yeah, this is now starting to get a little bit out of hand, isn't it? Omid Brooklyn slaying out here in game number 1. Huntsman being pushed back, and they don't have control over this hard point either. It starts to get desperate. You start to kind of need that back 20 seconds, and as Johnny and Brack will find 3, they will get it. Even that will give them a more realistic prospect as far as coming back into this game is concerned. But as you said, the slaying power right now, one of the big factors, I think, for Renegade, or for Huntsman, excuse me, just generally speaking, has been Renegade, right? In this current meta, it was a big reason why Huntsman got as far as they did in stage 3 of Challengers Elite. Was Renegade just looking so damn comfortable with the NPC meta. He was one of the first players to really take advantage of the NPC in its current form, and I think as maybe other players have caught up, and obviously Scar being not necessarily an NPC-orientated map, Renegade starting to kind of fall behind a little bit here, specifically in this map. If he can pick things up, Huntsman, trust me, they will be right back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Renegade was amidst conversations from his main stage performance during the Pro-Am. From the Huntsman, this guy was a laser beam just about everywhere. So yes, we'd love to be able to see Renegade step up, be able to meet the pace that Omid Brooklyn have been setting throughout the entirety of this day. The first upset, especially on paper, over P7 Notorious. Continue to keep eyes on them. I'm sure if you're there at the pit, do it for me especially. Huntsman, though, on the favorite side of the map, ahead of this P2 rotation. Still trailing by about 90 points or so. So a lot left to be desired as Omid Brooklyn have such a steep leader's advantage.
It's so difficult to dig your way back into the game. Kind of has to start by getting quickly in towards this next hard point. You can't really afford to give Omid Brooklyn any quarter on this hill. Got to fly across. You are going to get the benefit of those continuing to replenish spawns towards the back stairwell, and Johnny and Renegade will take that all day long. Rat going to clean house, and that's the quick break that Huntsman needed. They're in towards the time. And now I like this play from Johnny as well. Really start to apply the pressure by moving forward towards the radar side. Rex over the top, though. Doubles up. Omid Brooklyn fighting back. Stopping Huntsman from garnering this time. Rex doubles up. Finds number 3 for the triple. And just continues to worsen things for the Huntsman. They might well have that respawn point. It ain't gonna help if Rex is playing like that.
Yeah, I mean, everybody besides, like, Paul, for, like, the first time, it feels like looking at these guys at a respawn are going absolutely AWOL. I say the first time, but I mean, like, realistically, it's definitely not. We do know that, like, 2 real in this NPC meta also falls in the same conversation we talked about Standy. Rex has been an absolute laser beam ever since being introduced towards the pit. Huntsman down in a horrific way. Needs some more progress being made from all 4 of these players. The only one that is positive is Brack, and that's on a 1.0. Holding rotation are the team in green. Nobody watching mid-cut, though. Rex finds the opening 2 real there to back him up as well. 3 in the feed for Brendan, as the Omid Brooklyn made that look way too easily.
Nice nade from 2 real. That's a setup here from Omid Brooklyn as well. It's not fully reliant on just one player through the middle of the map. It's also Standy on a potential flanking play. That's going to delay things as far as the push into the hard point is concerned. Doesn't really have to touch too much, though, with Brack and Sweetie finding value. What does matter is the follow-up kills after it. Looking good for the Huntsman. Brack doubles up. That's 3 in a row for him. Huntsman now looking to break the 100-point mark with his last 10 seconds. But for Huntsman, you got to do more than that. You can't just get that scrap time. You got to fly and break these spawns for Nu very quickly, because this is a hard point. Or if Omet Brooklyn do hold these back spawns, as they keep them at bay, it could be massive, and it could be the closing of this game. Kills now starting to go down already. Renegade has gotten behind the hard point. Can he find any value, though, is the question. No, he can't. Has he opened the door for Brack, potentially? Only momentarily. Huntsman now, they get those close spawns, but Omet Brooklyn, they've got those back ones.
I mean, Rex there off the pinch, even got there late. Brack watched it. Would have been the only reason why Huntsman don't find as much success as they currently do. Got the back spawns already intact. Got one player at least playing the cutoff. Was Johnny. Has to give up the refuge. He's on the 3 spree, by the way. Huntsman trying to soak up the back 25, but they are not being relented upon from the Omet Brooklyn squad. As Standy will find the last 2. Kill number 28 for Eli. And he's still just trying to scramble and find the rest of these eliminations. Any wave of gunfights going Omet Brooklyn's way, just another dagger into the back that has been the Huntsman this entire map long. They can have these little pop-off moments, but it still just feels way too out of reach. Got one player all the way in towards the back for Brack. He has to go God mode just to keep the rotation at bay.
Listen, I'll say this much. With Omet Brooklyn being 28 points shy of victory here in this game, this would be a sensational story for Huntsman to pull this off. Fans would be going wild. The watch party would be going wild as well. Huntsman in for the time. Brack for the wall jump. It's not going to happen. Gets shot up from afar. That player will be dealt with. Perhaps opening the door now for Huntsman to get back in, as Renegade will double up. Spawn's now flipping, and that's going to enable Johnny to pick up the kill against 2 Real. So Huntsman here in a pretty good spot for the back 25 seconds. Split spawns coming through. Renegade now going to have to switch from watching that back pallets area to the actual hard point itself. Players now starting to push through green side. If you're Renegade and Brack, you've got so much to do here. You've got to try and keep these guys at bay. Latter down, Renegade down as well. And even 10 seconds at this point, that's not helpful with the Huntsman.
Oh, it is not at all. Sweetie's getting lost towards the backside of blue. That could be beneficial. Material's been looking for him forever. Dylan Rex is watching on the opposite side. Finally, 2 Real will find Sweetie. All the while, Omet Brooklyn still generating time. He got the back blue spawn should things go awry, but that just might be the game.
Feels like it should be. Huntsman, no choice but a full sprint towards the hard point. Not even having the gunnies up, and you're not going to get to touch. Omet Brooklyn coming out firing on all cylinders as they absolutely batter Huntsman here on Scar.
Yes, they sure do. Omet Brooklyn just continuing on with their winning ways. Again, another team, when you look at it on paper, think that they should honestly be in the Pro-Am. I'm sure Dylan Rex is saying the same exact thing. Just absolutely lighting things up. Some really uncharacteristic stat lines being showcased on the Huntsman side. Already talked about Renegade and a handful of those moments, but nonetheless, 250 to 171, a staggering stat line. The Huntsman got to bounce back in a massive way.
Yeah, and let's be clear. I mean, we know that Huntsman can do this, right? They're no slouches in Search and Destroy by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen them do some insane things. I think it was just slow starts from some of their star players. I mean, like, looking across the scoreboard here, right? Renegade at 22 and 29 with 16 NTKs. Like, that looks like a relatively muted scoreline in the grand scheme of things. But, I mean, they did have a slow start. So, maybe they can pick things up for game number 2. Over towards Rock and Omet, though. Omet now potentially about to close out this game, given the fact that there's 6-2 up with 4 seconds left. There's no potentially about it. Rock being sent down to the lower bracket as Omet take the dub. 3-0. How about that for a convincing storyline? We asked if they were going to get their get back. I think they just did.
Yeah, really making their name known as far as Europeans Challengers Elite is concerned. Solid fist bombs all across the board. Just good competition between them and ROC. But you know, regardless, I think it's going to be really interesting to be able to see how far Omet do go. I mean, you got 2 young bucks that are absolutely lighting things up in DK and Ethan, turning heads and the pro level even. Denza, who's losing his hairline faster than he's gaining age, but still hanging around just on some top rosters. 32 and 27 here. We didn't see much of the Scar overload, but Denza's still hanging around the joint, just still slaying out, even on that main stage as well. Omet really thought there for a moment they were going to be making that championship bracket. Not the team a lot of us thought was going to be happening.
Yeah, and again, this Omit roster just continues to impress. There's been so much to say about this roster, and I think so much that has been said about Ethan. This guy is insane. I know there's already been murmurs about CDL teams having a little look-see at Ethan about what, you know, how you can improve their roster, and that is for a damn good reason, because he has been one of the top performers, not just in this Challenges event, but actually in the entirety of the Major. He's been a phenomenal player, and that performance absolutely shows up here against Rock. This Omit roster, I think, again, the scary thing about them is, I don't want to say they're new, because that's not necessarily true. Obviously, these guys have been around now for a few months, but like, I think every single time we see this Omit team, they seem to get better, and it feels like this event could be the apex of their peak. This could be the moment at which we see Omit absolutely fly, and so much of that is down to just the pure slaying power of a guy like Ethan, who has been absolutely wonderful to watch. And somebody's got to stop him, because he's committed murders right now in the Passion Pit, and he just murdered Rock.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guaranteed top 3. You really got to think that if you're looking at it from Omit's perspective, putting EU on their back, eliminating Vancouver Surge throughout the Pro-Am as well, sky's the limit. You really do feel like that the lion soaking blood out of his mouth is imminent, as Omit are still looking to be on top.
Alrighty, well, Omit on top. They move forward into the upper bracket final. Now looking forward to the remainder of the day here. We've got some more matches live from the DreamHack Atlanta Open. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, more action from Call of Duty Challenges.
Welcome back, folks, to Call of Duty Challenges, live from DreamHack Atlanta. I mean, it has been quite the event so far, Chris. Upset central from what we've seen so far, and we still have plenty more matches coming our way.
I mean, Omnia just going on an absolute rampage throughout the losers bracket, apparently. Incredible to see what's been going on. But yeah, to see some of the teams that have been dropping out is a massive, massive surprise. Project 7 Notorious to come out in top 12 is insane to me. Like, how that has ended up happening, Dan, I haven't got a clue. But here we are. We're going to be moving on. We're going to be checking on what's going on else in the tournament, because, I mean, we've been dipping and diving all over the place. I'm kind of a little bit lost where we actually are, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see. We do have our Charlie stream that is up and running at the moment, so we can have a look at what's happening onto that stream, because there is definitely matches underway right now, and you can see it is going to be our good old friends to the right, Bush Gaming, who are back at it under some action once more. And we'll just have to see whether they can carry on their run, as they're going to be going up against Cabal. And it looks like we're jumping in right in the first matchup here, Chris, and it's hardpoint, 92 to 56.
Yeah, and for Cabal, I mean, they, again, have been a team who have kind of been going through and beating some very, very strong rosters. Let's see how this is going to go, though, because Bush are being kind of living by the seat of their pants for a couple of games now. When are they actually going to run into someone who can stop them is kind of the question for me. Is it going to be Cabal? I'm not too sure, but a good enough start here on Colossus. Let's see if they can keep this one rolling anyway. What with Prolog, who has been fantastic for them today, but currently getting outslayed quite heavily and down 40 or 50. It's been a good start from Vic. Let's see if they can keep this one up.
Certainly a hot start for Cabal. Bush Gaming, it's been quite the up and down day. They have been on the ropes, but have still just been able to cling on. They've shown actually incredible avoidance of pressure, just being able to fight their way through a reverse sweep to find themselves here at this point. They want to be able to get themselves into Sunday, but it's going to involve a little bit of a comeback here in this first one as well. So at the moment, seems like Cabal have got their number. But Capsidor, at least we'll find one of his own.
Bubble Cap can't quite get it going. Two addition coming up in a second, but 25 seconds remaining here over towards P1. Have a look at Cabal's run today. They really had to go through it immediately straight out the gate. Honestly, I thought they would be in a lot of trouble. Project 7, they slammed them, but then got slammed by Omen in the next round. And then dropping down into this loser's bracket. They've done really well. Went up against For Fun, dealt with them. Now going up against Bush, who, again, are just making their way through this loser bracket one by one. And that's the thing for Bush, right? They dropped back down, but they had to go up against Outbreak, then FC Stallions, then Cabal. I mean, look, these are winnable games for Bush, but we just haven't seen the top level from them throughout the... I would argue the entire tournament, Dan. Yesterday, we weren't too impressed by them, but again, it's Friday, so how much do you read into it? Well, I mean, it feels like we kind of read into it the right way, that we're expecting a little bit more. Right now, they are around 60 or so points behind, and it's kind of remained this way for quite some time, but that break will help it out.
But certainly, if Bush Gaming can kind of make their way through whilst playing not at their very best, what happens when they do start to find their form? That would be what I'm looking forward to. There could be quite the losers bracket run happening for them. But already, as you say, about a 50-60 point deficit that they've had to try and climb back from. Now, if you want to carry on and watch this matchup, of course, youtube.com/COD Challenges. You can watch everything that is going to be happening. But we are going to move on over to the Alpha stream, where we have, well, the boys you were talking about, Chris. It is Omnia. They have been the giant slayers so far, and they're going to be going up against FaZe Falcons. I'm just excited to see what Omnia are made of, because it seems like they're taking everyone down right now.
Yeah, it's been insane. I mean, look, they went up against Omen, and they've been one of the only teams who have actually been able to take a map off them today. So they managed to take a map there. Having a look over towards their losers bracket run. I mean, look, the Project 7 organization not enjoying Omnia's run, I will say. Project 7 and Project 7 Notorious both getting taken down by this roster, but FaZe Falcons, let's see. Look, they have been unfortunate to kind of run into a couple of really hot teams throughout this entire tournament. Had to go some distance. I'm just worried for them that they may be going to start running out of steam, whereas Omnia, I mean, look, the sky is indeed the limit. For Peel, Nit, Booger, and Andy, let's see if they can keep this one rolling.
It's always going to be like that Grim Reaper meme, where they're knocking on the door. First was P7, then P7 Notorious. Is FaZe Falcons the next name on that door? And certainly off the rip, Omnia looking pretty good, full of confidence, 28-9. And they are still scoring here. FaZe Falcons struggling to break through at the moment. We have seen FaZe Falcons find wins on this map against the likes of Huntsman. Sadly did fall against them, couldn't quite get that reverse sweep earlier. They do finally get some kills though onto Omnia, can start scoring here.
30 seconds to go here over towards P2. And Colossus is typically a map I look at FaZe Falcons, and I mean, we have seen them on multiple occasions. Are pretty solid on Colossus. Let's see if we can convert that into a map number 1 win here. 20 seconds to go over towards P2, and you take up all this time if you can. 4 in a row for Nox. That feels like something I've said quite often when it's come down to this map, Dan, and we've been watching this map. Really, really solid SMG who is constantly just causing all sorts of havoc. 3 in a row for a Bodhi as well. It's just a great SMG team, and that's why Colossus keeps getting through. And I do wonder sometimes why teams aren't looking at it and saying, yeah, get it out here.
Well, maybe Omnia just felt like they could go toe-to-toe with them, and with shots like that, maybe they can. Peeling heads. 8 and 8 at the moment, and will be scoring time as FaZe Falcons look to try and surround them. You can see 2 players just rotating around through middle. Actually make it 3, but the first one gets picked off. And that'll mean they're going to be able to surround them themselves. Actually, it's going to be the counter flank that's happening at the moment, but it might just be a little bit too late from Peel, because he's watched all of his teammates go down, but no, it's not too late. Does get 2. Andy there off spawn as well can help out, and Omnia will continue to score.
Yep, nicely done from Peel. Those are the kind of moments that can start to break open a game. We already have around that 15-20 point lead, and well, it's not going to be extended because FaZe Falcons have managed to find some kills. They're going to find one over towards P4 though, so they'll be able to secure this rotation pretty easily. 5 seconds to go. Very, very even game to kick things off. Feels as if FaZe Falcons are finding ways through, but so Omnia, again, it's felt like the whole sort of style of play through hardpoints has just been all about breaking throughout this weekend so far. Hasn't been a great deal of phenomenal holds, to be honest with you. It's all been about congestion. It's all been about the breaks, and there's another one alongside of it. 65 and rising now for Falcons as they find a way through over towards P4.
Just everyone's shot is so good at the moment. It's very difficult to try and hold, especially when the spawns come from behind you as well, and you're trying to hold those multiple angles. They get the jump on you. And it does just seem to be one of those that if you can fly around a corner and know exactly where they're holding, you get the jump on them, you get the kill, and you get the break. But this time, FaZe Falcons just about survive the push. And get a little bit of a lead on the go now, but then finally, yep, Omnia will get 1, maybe 2. And there is going to be a little bit of a response. It's a back and forth trade. In the end, FaZe Falcons off spawn are quick enough just to get their feet in and stop Omnia from scoring these final scraps of time. Move back over to P1, and it is going to be FaZe Falcons who are there and waiting.
Bit of a toss up here, but Falcons on the right side of the spawn. Look at Nox. I mean, this is where they thrive, right? Up close and personal. Abodi there just doing what he can as well. Plenty of good shots coming through and plenty of players dropping on the side of Omnia. I just wonder, when is their luck going to run out? Falcons doing pretty good across the board here. Slight outside on their side of things as well. And, well, the scoreline is kind of telling that story as well. Abodi, nice positioning. Finds the second. Rips Andy's head off. But Nate finds 2 as well. So a good job from Omnia for eventually getting themselves inside of the point. But P2 is now the next objective, and it's FaZe Falcons who spawn there.
Omnia certainly doing well to keep it close. There's 3 in a row as well. Booger trying to jump up. See if he can catch him on the jump, and actually still manages to do so. Nox goes down. And Omnia will just finish off this time, but you can see there is a big old fight over towards P2, and it looks like it has been initially won by Omnia, but FaZe Falcons just come steamrolling through. Do manage to pick up 2 of them, and there will be the cleanup. Fantastic work from FaZe Falcons. Omnia doing very well to keep this healthy and actually getting a couple of kills, but it just seems like that last one keeps going in the way of FaZe Falcons.
I think, honestly, Falcons just did a great job there, and if Nox is going to pull off 2 pieces like that, that's definitely going to help as well. Break going to come potentially here off the back of that play, though, coming through from Omnia. I think it was Booger who managed to find a way around. And that's going to open up the spawns. Nate will find 2. Is Nate going to find the 3rd? Not quite. Spawns still towards the back, though, here for Omnia. They're very much the closer of the 2 teams. Roxas going to have the back on down here, but that's all of one play. One play over towards the backside was able to try and get through, results in very little in the end. Luca and Nox start to go off. 10 seconds to go here on the hill. Yeah, make sure we get that scrap time, boys. And make sure we find the rotation over towards P3. About a 50-point lead now. FaZe Falcons starting to spread their wings. The shots coming out from a Luca. They got control of P3, but they're about to be pinched.
I mean, this really would be just such an impressive finish from Omnia if they can break through FaZe Falcons and somehow make their way into top 6. Of course, already overachieved getting into top 8 just purely off the seeds they've been able to take down. And this one isn't over by any means. FaZe Falcons just can't quite create the gap that they want to, and probably because of reasons like that. Booger puts 2 on the board. Omnia scoring, and FaZe Falcons off the spawn now. Are going to have to actually try and get a break here, but Nate, oh, he needed that one. Almost spray transfers, but it will be 2 going in favor of FaZe Falcons.
Good kills to find at the right time as well for FaZe Falcons. 10 seconds to go here on the hill. Bit of a 50-50 headbutt. And these kills are influential. It's going to send Omnia packing all the way back towards P2 spawn. Especially if you could have pushed that out if you FaZe Falcons. But a couple of kills are going to be exchanged. Nice one over the top from Peel. Andy is on his way over towards P4. First ones here, though, are going to be FaZe Falcons. And they can get themselves set up. That's a big kill on the flank. And all of a sudden, it's a very, very difficult way through. Luca does well. And everybody hitting the statue side. Let's see if they can find a break here, Dan.
Get the first into the second. And Nate has the support behind him as well. And there's going to be 3. Come on, give him a 4th. Why not? He'll get Andy to just join along, and that will be Omnia getting that break, getting some time. There's going to be a quick push from FaZe Falcons off spawn, though, straight away from Statue. They did not allow Omnia to set up whatsoever, but in the end, the spawns favor Peel. And Omnia closing this gap. If they can set someone up just behind Statue to stop this rotate. There it is. Andy is in the perfect place at the right time, but FaZe Falcons still finding kills of their own.
And a good comeback here from Omnia. Around 50 or so behind at one stage. Now going to be within touching distance. It's about a 10-point gap by the time we head over towards P1. It feels as if the second half of these hills, they are driving maybe a little bit more. When it comes down to these up-close and personal ones, they can't seem to hang with the SMGs on Falcons. Nox, Luca, Abodi, all causing havoc. Kind of feel for Roxas as the M15 on the team in this in particular way we're playing Colossus right now, but that's a good 4 dead, and this is going to be a lead change. It's Omnia starting to get a little bit more control now. This is crucial time with 30 seconds to go. If you can pick up the majority, rotation over towards P2, you're laughing. You're on the spot to do so.
Almost makes it 2. And just already you can kind of see why Omnia have been able to make this run that they have in the lower bracket. Do not look out of place at all. Fantastic rotations as a team, and they are baiting and switching successfully. Roxas, though, denies 2, and denies that final little bit of time going in the way of Omnia. Omnia have already made their way over to P2, but here comes the cavalry. FaZe Falcons fly on in, but they go straight into bullets, and all 4 of them fall. Omnia going to get a good amount of time here. Knocks off spawn, trying to do some damage, but Andy, again, is positioning himself over towards Statue, one of the most important areas for this hill.
Some great time from Omnia.
Oh,
Absolutely needed to find that. Bodie's done well, though. He's found 2 towards that side. Keep an eye on the spawns. They should still be there for Omnia. They absolutely are, but there's nobody left to help you when you're coming in off the respawn. Nox should be there to pick up the pieces, and that's just such an easy break. Luca on 38. Nox 25, Bodie 28. They are finding the kills with the SMGs. But is it a bounce back immediately from Omnia? Peel will find 2. Nobody can hold on to anything at this moment, Dan. Break after break. But Omnia get it with 20 seconds to go. P3 incoming. And Omnia may well have struck at the right time.
I feel like Omnia are beating FaZe Falcons at their game at the moment. Using that numbers advantage every single time to swarm them. FaZe Falcons have not been able to put themselves in the positions to hold these hills whatsoever. Moving over to P3, though, and it is going to be Omnia there first yet again. Andy and Nate linking up to take 2. And even though they try FaZe Falcons off the rip to maybe get 2, but it's Peel. 34 and 34. Although here comes Nox. Maybe he can be the difference maker. It's a triple, and boy, did they need it.
Absolutely did. With 45 seconds to go on this hill. They can't quite win it, but they can prevent Omnia from doing so. No longer possible. It's going to have to be about the rotation in some degree. Nox can just contest as long as he possibly can. Roxas with the AR. It's your time to shine, but it's Nox who picks up the pieces, and you can move on through now if you're Falcons. 15 seconds away from tying things up. There's 20 seconds remaining on the hill. If I'm Omnia, I'm setting up. They've got to get themselves in a position, but Falcons are going to have time to try and break this setup. This is just free scrap time, or was it? Big flank play is going to come through. Booga will find that. And now Luca is all alone saying, where the hell are my teammates? I might not even need them. Finds 2 and falls. So rotation will belong to Omnia. 2 seconds remaining on Old. We're heading over towards P4. It's still anyone's game.
Lucas certainly did make it difficult, though. Very important kills going his way, and now it's going to mean the swarm can come through from FaZe Falcons. At least 1 was found by Nate. But Falcons are going to start to score. Omni are going to have to work right from the spawn on the other side. They're not going to be able to get any sort of advantageous spawn at the moment, but they get there first. 3 versus 3 in the hill before their next spawner arrives. They need to move quickly, try and take advantage of these numbers, but it's not going to work out because everyone's going unless Peel can go huge, which he does not. He gets 2, but it's not quite enough, and FaZe Falcons are in touching distance now. One last push here for Omnia to try and break. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves falling.
Big. Have they managed to find a way through the middle of the map? That's going to be the big moment. Roxas and Luca combining well. Booger towards the back. He will fall. And FaZe Falcons, they will just about get the job done in map number 1. Omnia couldn't quite formulate that comeback. And FaZe Falcons continue their run on Colossus. So well played once again.
I mean, hell of a match from both teams. I'm sure Omnia will be a little bit frustrated they weren't able to close out after they had that incredible run, but again, it just demonstrates how powerful FaZe Falcons are on that map. These up close and personal battles, and I want to look back at that triple from Nox because I think that was the real difference maker. If he hadn't hit that, a lot more time would have gone in favor of Omnia. They maybe could have even closed it out there, and yeah, that was huge from Nox. And again, he's been the name that we've been shouting for this team over and over and over again throughout the day, but it was Aluka who stole the statistics. 5.5k damage, 44 and 34.
I mean, that is an absurd amount of damage. Crazy. The objective kills as well. I mean, you're going to get a lot on Colossus, but 22, 28 non-traded. And the thing is that the streak doesn't even matter. You're barely putting any up. It's 44 and 34. That is 78 interactions across the board. Ridiculous pace by Aluka being set time and time again. Colossus is his playground, and FaZe Falcons will find map number 1 on the back of it. Honestly, Roxas had a really good close towards it as well. I think it's really difficult to be the RR player on this map in particular. He manages to find it. A couple of kills over towards the back end of that P3 before we went to 1-4 where FaZe Falcons closed it out. Give them a good position to work with, but that was so back and forth, and honestly, Omnia, at one stage were like 50-60 behind. Closed it up, finding themselves in the lead with a couple of hills to go. Magnificent job, though, from the side of Falcons. They'll move on to the search and destroy with the lead.
Yeah, it just takes us back to a couple of big moments, really. I think it was the Nox triple that was the big one. Aluka got a double as well at one point. I think it was when they were setting up after the triple at P3. We saw Omnia set up to try and stop the rotation, and they actually were able to pick up 1 or 2, and then Aluka traded 2 out of his own. And that really just ruined Omnia's chances of getting any sort of setup over towards P4. And in the end, might have just won FaZe Falcons the game. So those 2 big plays from both Nox and Aluka are the ones that are going to stick with me. I know there were huge plays throughout the rest of the game, but let's take a look at that triple from Nox, actually, if production do have it, because it's just incredible control as well. Very important kills that you get. That was the first that we saw off camera, and then when we did switch over to him. Was it after this? We're going to rewind at the moment.
Is it? Are we? No, we're not. Honestly, my brain was actually just going crazy.
Oh, there we go.
But Nox for the lineup.
There
Here we go. Yeah, when Nick gets peeled here as well. Yeah, thank you very much. Sim and Roxas kind of combining for those moments. But yeah, I mean, look, we were quite far away there if you FaZe Falcons, considering how little time is left. Incredible work from Nox, and there was a cherry on top of it there as well. Fringe Search and Destroy is going to be coming up next between these two teams, and Exposure Overload will follow. We need to see it. Den and Raid will close this out in 4 and 5. Fringe coming up now. What have Omnia got in the locker? I do worry as far as the momentum, the energy they still have. Is it possible to keep things rolling?
Yeah, Fringe S&D again here for FaZe Falcons. I remember that was what they had against Telluride Bush Gaming earlier. That was the infamous team nade that in the end didn't cost them the match, but yeah, FaZe Falcons seem to be just finding the maps that they've had success on. So the pick and bans are going very well for them indeed. Manipulating them in a way to find their comfort picks, it feels. Or they're finding comfort into maps that maybe they weren't expecting to get. Which, either way, it's impressive. As Roxas does spot out Peel, but he was just going to retreat away from this one.
That position. Look at that to cover. Another team kill coming through. This time it's Bodhi who suffers on the other side of things, but ultimately we have ended up with the 2 versus 2. It's just such a precarious spot to be in. It can happen all so quickly. Nate will find one. Can you get around the corner? No, you can't. You can't even deal with Nate, who's already weak. Omnia, round number 1 goes their way.
What a way to start this S&D for Omnia. What we've learned, though, is you need to get a little bit of a lead against FaZe Falcons. You can't afford to just go into the trade-offs 1-for-1. Because they seem to just have quite a deep playbook when it comes to S&D. And always find something a little bit different to try and shake things up. Very impressed, though, with Omnia. On paper, if you had shown me this one before the tournament started, I would have said, all right, so it's going to be a comfortable 3-0. Bob's your uncle, let's move on. That's not been the case. Omnia have impressed and upset. They want to keep it going. Even if the first one didn't go their way, it certainly was competitive.
Just trying to find the pick here. Falcons doing their best to actually just back up out of these fights, to be honest with you. Don't need to get involved. Took some space, they'll give it back, but Omnia, I don't know that. They're going to back on down. I don't think they fancy this, Omnia. Oh, they're just worried about the flank that potentially could come through. They don't have to worry about a flank. Everything is in front of you. Kills still going all over the place, and team kills being part of that as well. Ultimately, we have left a 1-versus-1. Andy versus a Bodhi. It just exploded into life, and everybody died.
Kind of crazy as well. Everyone was just on the other side of the wall. Felt like a firing range at one point, and then somehow the 1v1 they escape. He's going to get away, and he's going to be able to get the plants. And of course, really, for Abodi, just had to sit and wait and see where this one ended up. And now you've got to try and find him. So advantage, Andy. All just comes down to timing and which routes you take. Oh, he spotted him. They've spotted each other. And now Abodi, with his position given up, has to try and come and be a little bit creative here. Andy, he just checked it, wanted to see if the defeat was there, and he's just going to have enough time as Abodi. Very well played in the end. Andy thought he was already on it. That's why he went for the check, but it was just a second or two too quick.
Lovely stuff from Abodi, just so patient. That is the roll of the dice that sometimes a 1-versus-1 in Search and Destroy can be. Andy with a check, and that maybe just didn't expect the body to be able to close that angle off as quickly as he did. The fuse comes through. That'll be that. What a piece now. Seems fast and furious, to say the least. It can be that way on French.
Which one? What number, Fast and Furious? Are we talking like early days?
36? How many is that now? I don't know.
That's what I mean. Is it good Fast and Furious, or is it the elongated, maybe we shouldn't be making them Fast and Furious? Very
I
different.
don't want to talk about it, Kerr.
I hate you a little bit right now, but that's okay. I know what Bryce feels like now. Nox almost catches one. Abodi's gone down. And Nox just wants to see if anyone was going to peek their head out, but alas, no one does. Bomb going to go down. Lots of stuns happening, a little bit of info, but has been planted. So where do Omnia try and go with this one? Do you send maybe one round in the middle to try and flank? Or do you just absolutely rush as a wolf pack? It looks like it's the latter, but you run right into some guns. You do get a trade 2 for 2. It's a 2-versus-1 now. Not going to be enough from Nox, and it is going to be the defuse on the side of Omnia, so they will take a 2-1 lead here. A very well-played retake. It was very calculated, and they made sure they just had enough guns and enough numbers to try and overwhelm the bomb site.
It's annoying me that I actually got the reference wrong. Anyway. Good round win coming through for Omnia. They're coming down to really tight margins, aren't they?
Did you want to say family? Is that what you wanted to say?
No.
Family.
Not quite. I was going for the Paul Walker angle, honestly. You said the good ones, you see, so.
They were the good ones.
Andy looking for a little bit of info through in the middle of the map, you'd imagine. Peel, well, also looking for info in the middle of the map, but very far up. There's just no way they expect this. This is so fast. He's slipped the net. Thank you very much. At least one freebie. The 2. Oh, no, finish your dinner. He gets 1. But all of a sudden, that nearly turned into a disaster. Nox and Aluka will answer back. Net should surely have a kill. Yeah, no, he does not. Smoke will go down. 2v3 in favor of FaZe Falcons.
Don't know how Nox managed to get out of that one, to be honest, but he's not going to mind too much. It's a 2 versus 2. Booger trying to hunt. Can't find Nox, and again, Nox in the kill feed. I tell you what. Hell of a round from Nox. Avoiding the initial damage and then coming out with a pistol and making it a 3K.
Magical work once again. Such a tight search and destroy between these these two teams. And again, it's kind of just coming down to like certain moments, as you said, like how Nox survives in that moment, how you don't pick up 2 if you peel on the flank there. It's written in the stars, really, wasn't it? You should have had it. Doesn't get it locked down, and all of a sudden, looking at a very, very different round. 3 in a row for Nox, looking to try and find the 4th. Very aggressive play coming out, though, from Aluka. Well, not from Aluka, actually. Sorry, it was from the side of Peel. Gets taken down by Aluka. The pre-nades over towards Tin work out. And a B hit. Oh, yeah, seems to make sense. And it very much makes sense if a Bodhi's going to find gunfights like that. 4 versus 2 in favor of Falcons.
It's a big job to do here for Booger and Nate. Sadly, with one going down, it will give Nate the info, but it's going to, of course, provide the rest for FaZe Falcons as they swarm on in. And they take the lead here in this S&D. Just flip the script a little bit on these offense and defenses. Changes the angle, and yeah, there was a lot of aggression. Just to go back to Peel and the movement, I think he almost had too much time. They lined up, and he was probably thinking, all right, these easiest 2 of my life. Probably thought he'd killed the first guy, and then had to instantly spray transfer, and then probably panicked. Anyway, if he can get that kind of route again, maybe he can do some damage, but I think that was why the nades came out. They almost expected it from Peel.
Nox on 4 in a row. He will get the opening kill, though. Nox will answer back almost immediately. Aluka there to trade. The bait and switch comes through. It's just such good teamwork. See one dive out the way, the other there to pick up the pieces. Andy has been spotted. Nate is dead. Andy about to follow, I would like to think. And FaZe Falcons swarm around again. Like a wolf pack, aren't they? Just flying about. Fist bumps all around. And they gotta be happy with that one.
It is scary. If you are the last remaining player, you know you're about to be absolutely surrounded. And unless you hit the shots of your life, you're probably dead. And FaZe Falcons, they've been doing it to everyone so far this tournament. And perhaps Omnia are going to be their next victims. For all the credit we have to give Omnia for their journey so far, FaZe Falcons have also been very successful with some of their matches as well. 4-2 now. They finally get that 2-point lead here on S&D.
Luka and Co making their move over towards A now. 2-0 lead would be massive. Nox hasn't died in about a week. Bodhi and Co just taking on control over this A side. Stunned up here, Nox in a little bit of trouble, but trying to bait out for your teammates, and I don't think they would be expecting him to be in this corner after that fight. He's been very, very patient, so that is going to be crucial. Peel has to be killed here, and is so Roxas dipping and diving. Aluka will find one. Aluka and Nox combining well. Nox looking for number 7. If he can keep this one going, he can't. Nate now left in a 1v2.
Body went absolutely into Narnia. Still a chance here for Nate, though. 20 seconds on the clock. Denied by FaZe Falcons. He had a knock on the door. They said, no thank you. Not today, sir. Now FaZe Falcons 1 away from taking this map, going 2-0 up in the series. And have Omnia just run out of gas now and run out of options. Here on S&D. Seems like there's a little bit more oomph behind FaZe Falcons. Like I said, their playbook just goes quite deep when it comes to these search and destroy matches. That being said, it isn't over yet. Omnia need to win 3 on the bounce just to take us 2-11. Some of those early round successes that they found, maybe they can replicate that. But it was down to aggression, and I think FaZe Falcons kind of got a read on them here.
Seriously aggressive over towards the A side. With Nox playing passively, that nade is on its way and will back on down. Doesn't even tag him. That stun does, though. Chal over the top. Nox in a lot of trouble. Surely they're going to pressure him from top barn. Bodhi is here to help out, though. Omni have got so much space. Nate will find a kill on top of it. Player on the flank, and Aluka has to find something, and it looks like he should. No, Booger going to catch him off guard, so all of a sudden it's Nox, Roxas over towards the backside. This is impossible. They'll all start to fall. Those streaks will end, and those rounds that face Falcons were finding at Whim are over. Good round coming in here from Omnia. Trying to make a game of this one, but Falcon's still in the commanding spot.
That man just rubbing himself in the background was rather distracting, but alas. Yep. Maybe he doesn't know he's on camera. It's okay, everyone. I'm sure it'll be clipped and shipped. 5-3 in favor of the FaZe Falcons. And maybe the damage was already done with the 3-point lead they had, but Omnia, at least they've taken one step closer to the comeback now. As we go back to the FaZe Falcons offense.
That's a bold play from Nox. Probably not expecting 2 players from the side of Omnia down mid-map, mind you. Get seriously aggressive and get the hell out of dodge as well. Love that play. So they catch him off guard, so Omnia throwing a couple of different looks at Bodhi. I mean, I don't think this is a different look. I think this is send it and see what happens. And what happens is probably you're going to die. It does have a little bit of backup on its way. Big gunfight going to go over on the other side of the map, though, and of course, Aluka wins it. Now, all of a sudden, you can start to squeeze over towards A. Omnia have read this, though. They do have the bodies there. Oh, Bodhi. Chips in the night. He's going to be dead. Yep, Nate's going to see him. So 2 versus 3 now in the favor of Omnia. Freebie.
Oh. I thought maybe they were going to spot him out, but no. So 2 versus 2. Bomb goes down. A chance for FaZe Falcons to win this one right here, right now. Unless you get caught out. Maybe you can do some damage. Nate, though, does take him down. They stick the defuse, and I don't think there's going to be any time to get there. No. Omnia will be able to get the defuse. 5-4 then. And suddenly, you start to raise your eyebrows a little bit. Comeback is well and truly on, and it has really come from the sheer aggression out of Peel in particular, just full sending it and taking on Nox, just giving them that opener and the player advantage.
See how things continue here. Need to try and find it if you're Falcons. You do not want this to go to a round 11. Do not give them hope. What was it, a 5-2 lead? Back-to-back rounds for Omnia. I've changed that very, very quickly. What's the play going to be for them on the attacking side? Falcons sitting very balanced. 2 players across 2 different sites. Looks like A is the one they're destined for, but first blood will fall to Aluka. 4 versus 3 in favor of Falcons.
Again, it was aggressive. Andy just trying to follow up on the utility, but Peel does take down Nox. Again, it's Peel onto Nox. Which is huge here for Omnia's chances.
I don't think they're going to expect a Bodhi where he is. I don't think they're going to expect a Bodhi to be where he is. It's going to cause absolute havoc, but Booger and Roxas, they can trade them out. But a Bodhi for the 2 to seal the game. And the flank was there, and there's just no way they're going to expect it. Big plays out of a Bodhi. 2-0 to FaZe Falcons.
Another valiant effort, though, from Omnia. But now they're going to require a reverse sweep against FaZe Falcons, who just seem a little bit too consistent, too hard to break through at the moment. You have to give credit to Omnia. They tried a few different things. Tried to use their aggression to their advantage, and they did find some big kills. Sadly, was not enough for FaZe Falcons, who outplayed them in the end. As you said, Abodi, the positioning, incredible. Went for something a little bit different, completely unexpected, and wins them the game in the end. As you can see in the background, though, still other matches happening at the moment. Plenty of games throughout the convention at DreamHack Atlanta. And statistically, Aluka put an 11 on the board as well. Again, just Aluka. 1,400 damage in S&D. Very impressive.
Big games out of Aluka. Once again, having a hell of a time here on Alpha. But we're going to change things up. We're going over towards Charlie. Other games going on. And this one on the Overload. Bush looking to try and get themselves through this losers bracket. 2-0 up against Cabal. That is a big place to be. They are going on a hell of a losers bracket run right now, guys.
brink of elimination. But boy, have they bounced back. Maybe they've seen an opening with some of the heavy hitters and teams they've gone up against and lost against previously being eliminated from the competition. Maybe there's a gap for Telluride Bush Gaming to try and make a run all the way. But Overload, I don't want to say it, might have been a difficult map and mode, sorry, just mode for Bush Gaming coming into this, but they have proved that today has been a little bit different. They've been able to find victories on it. It is Cabal, though, who have the device, and they're trying to push this one towards B, and they are flocking towards it as well, but they need more kills. There's one, there's two, need one more. Onto Abe, who's going to try and hold. Does manage to find the first and the second. Massive from Abe to deny the score here.
Big defensive plays that were absolutely needed. Now all of a sudden, if you're Cabal, can you try and get this one over the line? Keeping you at bay. The reset will come through, and Cammy will gun you anyway. He's a little bit of help from his teammate. Gets it as well. Wonderful work. Can't find that one. Flames will get to. So this pressure that Cabal put on you is going to continue until Prolude finds two back as well. Big clutch players coming in from Bush.
Stun just forces Abe to back off, but didn't know a player was behind him. Dimension's going to be able to grab this one, try and drift it round over towards B, but they were there and waiting, and it's going to be Capsidal with a chance to slam this one home for the counter, and it is a dive on in. And Bush Gaming take a 1-0 lead. Those are the kind of points that Bush weren't putting on the board throughout the Elite 3. Taking those risks, being able to just throw them in, having a player in a position to try and get the counter.
Those are the kind of moments that can make the difference. And now they're putting the pressure on. They may well be able to add a second. That nade over the top is going to cause absolute havoc. Won't be trophies down there. You need a challenge, and that's why the flying Capsidal flies through. Somehow continues to survive. How on earth does Capsidal manage to slide onto the decking? And now the rest of his team can, well, maybe try and get something going. Rooftops is where he's needed as the fights will continue to ensue over there, but it's a 2-0 lead for Bush, and they are cruising through this game. May well be 3 in a second.
Shots initially. Need someone to follow up, though. Surround this carrier, and they do. So Bush Gaming with a 2-0 lead in this first half, and Cabal, though, they might have just given away another one. Again, it's just in the right place at the right time. The 1v1 going in their favor, and then Bush Gaming slamming it home. 3-0 now. And it looks like Cabal might have just met the demise at this point. It's going to be difficult to come back from here, but not impossible. 3 kills going in favor of Cabal. Can they convert, though?
This player's going to have to come through Capsule just at the right time. I'm not too sure why he's going for it with no backup. Maybe just to try and get it out of there. But his team are now here and able to defend. A couple of kills have got to go Cabal's way. That's a big nade. Flames is going to open up the door. Now all of a sudden you've got to try and go for the Capsule there for the 2. He was the one that stopped it initially. He's the one that stops it again. And now they can start to move forward. And imagine he'll find 2. Flank play was on the way as well, and that gets shut down. So if you are Bush, you will live to fight another day. 50 seconds to go here in this half. Can they end it early? That's got to be the objective.
The growth in which we're seeing Bush Gaming and how they're playing Overload is incredible. Just from today alone, from their earlier matches to now. Or yesterday's matches to now, should I say. Not overextending with the Overload device. Instead, just being patient, pushing through. It's a lot easier to do when you are 3-0 up, but they don't want to find themselves giving those counter opportunities to Cabal just as they have found. And now they're in a prime position just to hold this one for the first half and ensure that they hold on to this 3-0 lead unless you win this 1v1 as Rispy. And actually, doesn't go his way. So Cabal, they just can't find that way through here, Chris. Bush Gaming have been far too good defensively, and it has been several counters that have gone their way. And they will get one last opportunity to try and put a 4th in before the half. And Cabal are just going to go on a merry chase here. And actually, with those kills coming through, it's going to come a lot down to Flames in that position to try and get some kills his way. He does find one, and actually gets the spawner's help. Maybe you can still slam this one home. Yeah, you still do. Bush Gaming make it 4.
Good job from the side of Bush, and just to get that one secured as well and just add those extra moments. I mean, it's unfortunate for Cabal. What do you think their XG would be, Dan?
Oh. At the moment, a 5.2.
Is that from
Do you agree
Cabal?
with that?
Do you think they've had those chances?
Wait, for Cabal or for...
Yeah, for Cabal.
Cabal.
I feel like they've
Oh,
had
no.
chances, Dan.
Cabal's XG is like 1.6.
Yeah.
They're there. They've had their chances, but at the same
had their
time,
chances.
it's just been a brick wall of defense at the moment from Bush Gaming. They're playing 5 at the back. And you ask how? I don't know. Extra man on the field. For Bush, it's been about these impressive counters. Oh, that's more of what you want, though. If you want to try and get back into this game, you need those kind of individual plays. 3 are down. The device is going to be grabbed here in the middle.
Couple dimensions. Need a couple more moments like that. I think the thing is, though, for Cabal, when it does come down to 10, you can start to string some together. Get a bit of rooftops control when it's going to spawn over to that side. Look, you can start to chain points together. It just hasn't felt likely, has it? Abe, is he going to be able to shut this one down? Rispy's going to find a kill at the capsule. This one's going to start working its way around. This should be a cap. Absolutely should be a cap. Dimension's going to take his time just to get this one over the line after his team get a little bit more control. He's on his way around. Should be able to find the flank here. The setup was aggressive from Bush, and they are in danger of leaking another point here. Towards Dojo we go. One player behind his capsule. He needs to get there to help. What's the defense going to look like? Yeah, just about good enough. So they'll bat them away.
Brilliant hold there by Bush Gaming yet again. Stopping them right on the line, and again, not picking up that device. Great discipline, just allowing it to reset. No point trying to risk it. They are playing this one safe, our Bush Gaming. They've played with fire before. They want to make sure they can close this one out successfully, win the series 3-0, and march on in to that top 6 position. Of course, still one more match tonight to try and find themselves in the top 4. For Cabal, they just are struggling to get through. Every single time, they're just going up against a wall of players, and now Bush Gaming can use this off the back of it to get another counter. And it will be 5-1. This one might just be done and dusted.
It feels that way. Bush are riding some momentum through this losers bracket. It's a real thing. The amount of times you can see teams, if they pick up 1 or 2 wins, it just feels like you can't miss when you get into games like this. You just can't lose. You get into the habit of winning. They'll be sitting at the same station, getting very comfortable. And Cabal are pretty much heading into the lines, stand up against Telluride Bush Gaming right now. Who are still somehow surviving in this tournament. This should be their game to lose. And just wrapping it back round. Look, they don't need to do anything stupid here. Abe just needs to stay alive with the in hand. And there's the bait. Yeah, Kami's there, ready to pick up the pieces. Every single time. So well played from Bush.
And with every victory for Bush Gaming, we get one step closer to a potential rematch against FaZe Falcons, of course. I think that's what everyone would love to see. Has been one of the most exciting matches we've had so far today. Speaking of FaZe Falcons, I'm going to move back over to Alpha if you want to continue to watch that remainder. YouTube.com/COD Challengers. Now, it is back against the wall here for Omnia. They're down 2-0. And FaZe Falcons looking to try and close this one out 3-0.
Had themselves a decent little setup there, to be honest with you, Falcons. Thought that one would get itself over the line. And this one might, though. It just feels like their threat around the solar panel side is absolutely massive. Are they going to be able to find this player who's lingering around? The reinforcements are on their way. The reinforcements are here. Should be able to stop this one. Had 2 out in the middle of the map, but FaZe Falcons still with a bit of map control.
Omnia have the device, though. Oh, they're skirting back round towards B, and there is a hell of a flank happening at the moment from Abodi. Abodi again from behind, just as he did in the final moments of S&D. And they might just be able to turn this one into a goal. Abodi pushes up ahead. Rock says it's a simple slide through. And FaZe Falcons will take the lead. And again, it is Abodi with the flank.
Such a valuable player for that. A lot of times to see it happen, like, it just feels like everybody in FaZe Falcons know when to make those kind of moves. Could break a player wide open. Shot doesn't even need to be good. Just all positioning, awareness, and timing. It's working out for FaZe Falcons so far. Another team who are going on a bit of a run here in this losers bracket now, just a little complete switch up. Look how they positioned themselves before you even made the move. So Omnia don't even know what's going on before the fact that it's even here. There's a 2-0 and the blink of an eye. Falcons are playing some serious ball.
They just seem to have elevated themselves over and over again, have FaZe Falcons. Finding new ways to delete their opponents. Omnia will grab the device though. They just need something, Omnia. They need to kick themselves into a new gear a little bit here. They've fallen a little bit flat after FaZe Falcons just kind of ripped the momentum away from them off the back of their 2 victories against P7 and P7 Notorious. And sadly, it looks like this might be another chance at a counter here for FaZe Falcons, especially as they've got 2 players, one to initially take place and take spot for them, but they maybe felt like there was players a little bit closer than there were. Andy gonna try and be the final bit of defense, but what a hop, skip, and a jump that was.
Yeah, Rockstar's doing a brilliant job once again, and this is, at the moment, men against boys. They're just setting up so many different plays, time and time again, Falcons, and just, I think for some players, like, who are sitting at home playing ranked, just watching the mini-map of some of these challengers players, it's a completely different game to what you do see at the CDL level, like, as far as the setup and everything goes, it's so much more cautious in the CDL. It's so aggressive when it does come down to overloading challenges. They just take those moments, and I think I try to explain it sometimes. This is a football analogy that actually is just me making sense and not just trying to be funny, which I do struggle with as well. It comes down to the CDL try and do it as a bit of a tap-in, don't they? Like, it does come across as like dotting your I's, crossing your T's. FaZe Falcons are shooting from outside the box right now. They're going for moments that you just shouldn't be able to get away with. And Roxas Nelly gets another 3-0. Falcons are cruising.
And honestly, I think when we saw the Pro-Am, I think there was elements of that where it probably caught some of those CDL teams off guard with the speed and the risks that are taken. But with those risks, obviously, there is the chance that you can get countered yourself. But for FaZe Falcons, the way they're playing at the moment, they are not giving any room for Omnia to try and even get one on the board right now. Just as we've seen FaZe Falcons on this map before, they love this side of the map where they can just bully their opponents. Omnia, maybe they can get one before the half, but it's not going to be easy with the way that FaZe Falcons are holding at the moment. The positions they're taking, they're just setting themselves up and inviting the pressure from Omnia. Saying, all right, you know what, give it a try.
They might have this. Oh, good shots coming in from Aluka. And much needed. If you got away over towards the dirt side, that might have been all she wrote for a cap yet. For the side of Omnia, and it may well still be. One player at the flank is going to be absolutely massive here. Half-time will come through. That one will not land. And Falcons now find themselves up in this map number 3. 2-0 up in the series. This might be the end of Omnia's run.
And the reward for winning this one will be a matchup against Rock, who are waiting in that losers bracket for a chance to play to get into the top 4. On the other side, Bush Gaming, obviously, with their win against Cabal, they are waiting to see what happens in the matchup of Huntsman and Omit Brooklyn. And at the moment, Omit Brooklyn leading 2-1 against the Huntsman. You talk about runs in this tournament. Omit Brooklyn as well. I mean, taking down P7 Notorious previously and now up against Huntsman. God, it's been upset city.
I think for them, though, Omit Brooklyn, like, they still had a very, very good finish in NA Challengers. Like, you know, they're a very good roster. Look at the players on that team, and yeah, okay, they probably should be placing better than they have done over the season so far. And maybe this is the time, maybe, and getting themselves into that stride. Could be seeing. I mean, I'm seeing Omit matchups tomorrow, and that is going to be a headache.
I think at that point, it's Brooklyn versus Omit, I guess, is what you have to go
Brooklyn
for.
versus Noir, is it, maybe? Possibly.
Omit versus Omit B? I don't know. We'll find a way to make it work.
We'll fix it.
We'll worry about that. We'll cross that bridge when it comes, but FaZe Falcons, they've lost 3. Could that be an opening for Omnia to turn this series on its head? We're talking as if this one's a done deal, and even though it does look like it, at 3-0, there is still a chance that Omnia could break their way back into it. All it takes is one to start that momentum shifting your way. And there is a little bit of momentum. They get the kill, they get the overload device, and they can start moving towards A, but the entire FaZe Falcons roster are going to be there waiting. And actually, they are going to be chasing the carrier. And it's going to be a quick switch over towards B, and actually, this should be a chance to score here for Omnia. Looks like they're going to be in a perfect route, and they will, so it's going to be 3-1. And Omnia get one on the board.
And I like that as well because they make sure they make the move over towards the side of the map where the Overload's about to respawn back in. So the potential for a relay is on the cards, especially if Andy's going to find two like that. So this is where this game could actually break wide open. So I'm going to just swap it over towards A. No, they're doing the right thing. Got to transfer over a little bit quicker, and then you got to find the gunfights on top of it. Booger is here. Peel, can he get it landed in? No, not quite. And it gets shut down. And he's going to be able to maybe slow them down, and Nox just charles it anyway. That is egregious. And you get the mid-map respawn as well. You want to hope for a reset. This was a little bit bold because now you got players coming in around behind you. Roxas needs to get out of dodge very, very quickly. This one is all over the place.
Real chance if you can win this engagement, but Luca, again, just fearless in the face of Omnia right now. And even though they will pick up the device, you've got to try and win this with a pick. Okay, you've got one. Can you get a second? The answer's going to be no. And FaZe Falcons setting up shop at the moment. And it is just eating away at that clock. Although, that's going to be a big kill. And that is going to be the second point going for Omnia. And just like that, as I was alluding to, you are right back into this game. And maybe FaZe Falcons thought this one was pretty much done as well. And just took their foot off the pedal a little bit. It's allowed Omnia back into this game.
I think both teams are kind of throwing Hail Marys at it, though. You're kind of seeing on multiple different occasions the lead blockers really just going for the aggressive plays, and it's going to work out again here for Falcons. Those aggressive plays worked out for Omnia because a couple of different gunfights here and there, you managed to win. But that's all that can change it. It's one or two gunfights in the right areas of the map, and suddenly there's doors that are wide open. His Falcons were able to answer back, though, a minute and a half to go with a 2-point lead. This one is far from done. The way that Omnia have been setting themselves up, and if Andy can keep finding kills like that, then maybe we can get this rock moving. Moving over towards the A side, Luca is waiting to see which way they go. Is the timing going to be good for him? He should be able to find the blocker that's coming on the other side. Those kills land. You got one behind you in Peel, though. Got to be careful. Still an opportunity here for Omnia.
It's a little pinch that's happening. Just require one more. They're going to try and brute force this one in. And actually, the kills come through. And Omnia do find their third. 1 minute to play. FaZe Falcons up by 1. And Omnia demonstrating just why they've been able to get this far in the tournament. It's a never say die attitude that we're seeing at the moment. As FaZe Falcons, can they sit back and defend for these remaining 45 seconds? Actually, if you can get a kill onto this player, oh, maybe there was an opening there. But FaZe Falcons, they hold for now.
Move forward here with number 6 on the roster of Falcons and Roxas. Can't get much further. Oh, Lucas survives. Oh, yeah, he's there to pick up the pieces as well. Can they find another? That is big plays coming out from Nox and Luca. The SMG duo doing everything they can. 20 seconds to go. Kill starting to be found, though, from the side of Omnia. Luca needs to find another. That's a big 2-piece coming through. Nelly finds the third. Abodi's there to pick up the pieces once again. You guessed it, on the flank. And he's going to find one. Can't get around the corner. And this one might be landed just to kill the game. And that will be that. FaZe Falcons into the next round.
It's a guaranteed top 6 for FaZe Falcons as they continue their run through the lower bracket here. Sadly, it is the end of the road for Omnia, who have had such an incredible and somewhat historical run here in the Core Challengers Open. Able to take down some absolute giants, teams that were considered favorites to get to the latter stages of the tournament, if not win the entire thing in P7 and P7 Notorious. They can be very proud of a top 8 finish, but it's always going to be a little bit rough and a tough pill to swallow after losing 3-0, despite being so close at times. I mean, right from that first hardpoint game, they were in the mix against FaZe Falcons, pushing them right to the limit. But again, it's your boy Luca. 4,100 damage at 30 and 22.
Damn.
I think that Rock should be a little bit worried about this FaZe Falcons roster. They're about to come into these winners' quarters to take them on. Sorry, losers' quarters to take them on.
Should be an interesting game between these two squads. As I said, very much a Saudi derby. It's going to be such a cool game to see. On FaZe Falcons will absolutely want there to be a chip on their shoulder to get that one done up against Rock, who have really been that successful team. A first and a second across both of the opens. We're going to try and find something else here. Oh, Rock, and they still have an opportunity to do so. I think it's hard to... I mean, like, if you're going to go with any favorites right now, I think a lot of people will probably be pointing towards Omit. We haven't actually seen too much of them. Obviously, a lot of their time has been spent in the Pro-Am, but I mean, considering the experience that those boys have, they look very, very difficult to beat. But either way, we'll be talking about them plenty tomorrow. They're already in the winners bracket final. FaZe Falcons looking to get themselves into a losers bracket final, which they are not too far away from. That's a 3-0 up against Omnia. And yeah, as you said, Omnia's event, they should be very proud of their placement, considering like some of the teams they had to go through, some of the games they had to go through in this losers bracket. They have knocked a few very good teams out of this tournament. But FaZe Falcons were a step too far, and a 3-0 for them. They'll advance on.
Yeah, sadly, that happens when you're on one of those miraculous runs. You just come up against one team who just seem to be that slight level above. And even though on paper, it's a 3-0, it looks like a very dominant win, but look at those score lines. So close. Only a couple of points in it. And only the 21 points in it when it came to hardpoint. So congratulations to Omnia on the top 8 finish. As for FaZe Falcons, how far can they go? Can they take down a Rock, who are going to be a little bit beaten up after their 3-0 loss to Omit? Dropping into the lower bracket now. Of course, these teams will now be playing for a chance into top 4, and that means a chance to play into Championship Sunday. Whilst the teams who are in those winners finals will await and see what happens. Let's take a look at the bracket then and see what's been happening in the other games, because there might be a couple of results that might shock you when you do look at it. Omit against Omit Brooklyn is your winners final. They've been able to take down the Huntsman 3-1. So Huntsman will drop and have a date with Telluride Bush Gaming. Whilst we see Rock versus FaZe Falcons, the matchup I was talking about. Chris, reactions?
I mean, look at Omit Brooklyn really going on a tear here. They've taken down P7 Notorious. They've taken down some big rosters. And Huntsman will also fall. But that's kind of how the NA side of things has been sitting, right? I mean, Omit Brooklyn have always kind of been in and amongst the mix. Have they really got enough done this season for how good that roster is? Possibly not. Is this their opportunity? It may well be. They're going up against, again, another team in that organization, in Omit from EU, Omit Noir, as we've been calling them typically. Let's see how this one's going to go down, because it is such a hard one to call. It's a brilliant winners bracket final when we get to it tomorrow. But I'm still looking at this and saying any of these teams could go on to win it. I think if anybody's going to be favorites right now, it might be the Omit EU team. Was maybe some bias from my side, but just based on what we've seen from them in the Pro and what we've seen from them throughout today, I mean, 3-0 Rock, 3-0 Cabal. They have cruised through, realistically. I think Ethan dropped a 1.67 against Rock. Like, what do you mean? How is he doing this? It's his first ever LAN dan. His first, I mean, it's ridiculous, the levels he's putting up. Considering he's never had this experience, I would put Omit EU down as favorites. But any of these 6 teams remaining really could go on to win this.
His first LAN, but his first of many, I'm sure. It might be his last Challengers LAN with this kind of run. Honestly, there might be a pickup from one of these pro teams, especially if they do go on and win this entire thing. And I think you're right to call them favorites. They beat the Surge, they dropped down, and now they just seem to be wiping the floor with everyone. And of all the teams that did drop down from Pro-Am, they're the only ones that are still alive in that winners bracket. Everyone else has fallen to someone. But Omit Brooklyn will definitely be a tall test, and it will be the Omit versus Omit matchup in that winners final. Of course, that will be happening tomorrow. Today, we still have to conclude the lower bracket. We have to find out which teams are going to be in that top 4. Chris, any final thoughts on the day as we wrap up before we head over?
Oh, I mean, honestly, just kind of what I said. Any of these 6 teams who are reigning in this tournament could very well win it. These loser bracket games are going to be wild before we decide our final 4.
Well, I'm very excited to see who that final 4 is going to be. That's going to come up very shortly. So grab a cup of tea or whatever it is. I mean, grab some dinner at this point, depending on where you are in the world. If you're in Europe, then just make sure you've got a coffee for this one, because it is going to be some incredible matches coming your way right up after this break.
Welcome back one final time here for the Call of Duty Challengers Atlanta Open live from DreamHack. We have one final set of matches for you on this fine Saturday night. Is it even a Saturday at this point? Honestly, I can't tell. It's like 2 a.m. in the morning for me right now. But the passion is flowing here on the casting desk as myself, Infinity, and Proper will take you through this last couple of matches. This is going to be a super fun time because we promised you at this point, it is all bangers from this moment out, and these last two absolutely incredible matches. Let's show you guys where we're at right now as we approach basically our final losers round of the day. Already we have that Omit face-off in the upper bracket final. That's going to go down tomorrow. Incredible, by the way, to see Omit, who have, I think, really been looking for their big moment as a Challengers organization this year to finally get it here at Atlanta in the Challengers Open. That's going to be a banger matchup tomorrow. Right now, though, it's all about getting teams into elimination round 5 to solidify our final 4 for tomorrow's final day of action.
Yeah, Rafi's definitely laughing. He's so back, right? Seeing both of his 2 different names in the winner's final, one from the European side, one of which eliminated the Vancouver Surge, representing a lot of EMEA there in the Pro-Am bracket. Omit Brooklyn on an absolute tear, beat the brakes off of Huntsman. We'll be talking about that here in a moment because you're absolutely right. Rock Esports finding themselves in a situation after getting slammed by Omit in that winner's semifinal match, and then facing up against the FaZe Falcons, who have not left the same chairs ever since they were flipping the bird off to the bush. So it should be a very interesting time because that aforementioned bush roster is going up against the Huntsman. We'll talk more about that here shortly because their main focus will be the FaZe Falcons versus Rock Esports. 2 teams full of Saudi American representation, 1 European player, the likes that have not played up against each other organizationally wise since the Dallas Open.
Yeah, we're going to call this one the Saudi Bowl. I think it's the best way to describe this match. Obviously, Aluka's in the mix.
Plus Aluka,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, it complicates it. Listen, all right, I don't care. All right, it's
like
just more fun to have the storyline. Yeah, listen, if I was in there, I'd still be calling it the Saudi Bowl. You know what I mean? Because it's just fun for the storylines. And obviously, you know, both of these teams are phenomenal to watch for various different reasons. As you said, FaZe Falcons have been firing on all cylinders all day long. Not just hot on the gunnies, but hot on the smack talk. I think those guys, particularly admins, had to get involved earlier on in their matchup versus Bush. These guys have been shouting so loudly across the stage. They are hyped up and they're feeling themselves right now. They've been going through the losers bracket to get to this point.
We'll talk more about it later, but I mean, Nox just as an individual has been very influential. You see right there on his first life, 5 spree immediately. So these guys have not gotten up from the same seats. If you've ever played in a LAN environment, you know what that means. These guys are getting real comfy cozy. And it's already being showcased here. 40 to the good through P1. Already holding the rotation over towards new. Still guarding out on these potential sprees that could be untapped. But Roxas already dies. That opens up couches. King of Bodhi says the same thing. So that's going to be the sponsor to threat immediately.
Rocky Sports trying to get behind it. Want to get in. They're already in quite a deep hole considering how much time has gone away on P1. It's not a good look. Tom, weakened up for the initial spike here. FaZe Falcons should be able to brute force their way through. Back spawns, the nature of how they work. Rock will continue to replenish their forces and get more and more chances. Dom-X able to find a double. And there's the trade out as the third comes through from Dom-X. So Rock with those back spawns should be good here to get this back 25 seconds of time. I'm not sure how much FaZe Falcons will actually invest into this one. I think at the very least, just try and get these guys in the seatbelt. Make sure they don't get that rotation in. Yep,
that's what's most important. Dom-X actually spawns in a position to be able to guarantee that. Same for Dom. He's actually the last player alive, and now we're both spawning effectively over by lockers. FaZe Falcons also playing for the future. Got a Luka already the backside of the dojo side. Roxas will be the first to go down on this rotation, but they're already being pinched through small. Flanking from behind after a Luka does die. So spawns will flip. Rocking for the immediate hard time here at P3.
Rotation coming out from them. FaZe Falcons not successful at boxing these guys in towards the old hard point. Now they got to try and break through. Spawn out does come through from King of Bodhi. Is the read good from Dom-X is the big question for me. And no, King of Bodhi gets through. That's going to disrupt things enough. They'll open the door for a couple of players through the middle of the map here. Rock will stabilize. And FaZe Falcons just waiting patiently here. They don't need to fully assault this hard point. It does feel somewhat individual, though, for the players that have hit the time. And at this point, I think they might be better served getting that rotation.
We saw the hive mind there for a second out of Rock Esports. There's 3 players both going for the same prone corner position. They're going to like a movement, clear all the way to the backside of P4. Rixold has to hold this position. Gets a couple teammates to join his likes. The same could be said for Luca on the opposite end. Nox is here beside him trying to go for this break early.
Split play here on the 2-2 hit from FaZe Falcons. Dom is maybe the anomaly in this play. Trying to make a lot of noise. A lot of bluster around the front of the hard point. Creates some space. Domex reveals his position. Can't get anything off the wall jumps. And he's lost the entire supporting cast while he's at it. So FaZe Falcons will break through for the back 40 seconds hit. And Rocky Sports spawning in the metaphorical Narnia. As they now look to get back towards the hard point. Nox roaming sub has been phenomenal for FaZe Falcons over the course of the stage 3. 15-6 starts this game. Honestly, every time I get to watch Nox, it's like getting a free ice cream, mate. It feels like a delight.
25 and 15 already between him and King of Bodhi. I mean, that little swing right there, and even like the slightest bit of lead that FaZe Falcons did once have, gets broken back up the same way by Rock Esports, who, from a slaying discrepancy perspective, might just get away with this if the slaying gets picked up ever so slightly, if their superstars could really start to become untapped. Back towards the center map we go, a dead even game, 88 apiece.
Jumping over the top. Oh, nice to the pistol for Domex. It's in this back and forth game here. Tiniest of margins might want to decide things. That's why you're starting to see that investment of the Hellstorm missile coming down from Nox. Keeps Rocky Sports inside bottom blue here, bottom red for the moment. And we'll get towards the hard point irrespective of that. Take the player out towards Broken. Yep, Rixol's going to get it done. Has the help of Dom as well. Unfortunate TK from Dom there. Teammate goes right into the line of fire, but they do what they needed to. They flip those spawns out. Rock now in a pretty good position here with 20 seconds left on hold. Just one player could blow this one up. Aluka tries it. Has he opened the door now for players to come from hold? That's the question. It feels like at the very least, the pressure is on.
And still gets Roxas in a position to be able to get it inside of hole. Rixol is actually going to be picking this up. No trigger discipline. Finds the first. Not expecting towards the second, but that's still going to be a flood in towards the back. Roxas is already back here. Weak towards the front, though. Electing just to brute force their way forward. Luca is able to stand tall. He knows his teammates are still spawning near rooftops. Can he try to hold? No, he can't.
Just gotta hold these guys, you know where they're spawning. It's very simple. You're spawning at the back. The rest of the team, the flood is going to be coming through the front. Trades are good from Rock. Fundamentals on point. That'll be down to exhaustive coaching from Coach Steve Vortex and Co. Always a nice brain box to have on your side. Definitely helped Rocky Sports over the course of this year. And they're holding now for about 20 seconds. FaZe Falcons trying to get past Domex. Would be nice if they could disrupt this time. 2-2 split for the push. And, well, Roxas with that double will have the final say. It does mean, though, that they don't have a full investment in towards the rotation. Big 1v1, one out from Domex here. Isolates Nox in towards the new hard point. He can't get that opening gunfight, so Rock will get first dibs.
It's just insane to see the 21 and 14 and see the scoreboard in between these two teams going through P3. Rock Esports really starting to piece things together. Their teamwork, hive mind that I was hinting at earlier, really come in full effect of this. Roxas finally breaks up the massive kill feed that Rock had been accruing for themselves. Nox now on the flank, all the way to the backside of lockers. Yeah, Domex not going to fully expect that one, but numbers inside of Dojo meaning they have to turn around. Rox is still playing over by the overload portal, gets crossed up from the splits bomb out of Dom. He's just cycling back in towards the mix, just comes down to that last double kill coming through from Domex, and they can solidify themselves. They already have the good spawns of playing for P4. Most importantly, Rock Esports, they're getting the kills. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the second set, just get on a roll. Domex being that superstar all season long, stepping in towards that driver's seat, really starting to run away with this game now with a 40-point lead.
And you can see, even with like these kind of minute 2 pieces and 3 pieces that Rock are now consistently starting to string together, they are feeling themselves. It is still, though, a tentative advantage here. Rock in control, looking to extend it. FaZe Falcons now on their way. 3 players through Armory, and Haluka going to open up proceeding to the first blood. That's a misplaced stun. Not going to help Dom on the push-in. Wrap around is red. Nox shut down towards the hard point. Roxas playing spoiler. King of Bodhi also on the flank through Armory. FaZe Falcons have a lot of members around this hard point in nuisance positions. King of Bodhi with his 3rd kill in a row. removes Dom-X, and Rock do not have those back spawns locked down, so they have to get through Aluka to get towards the hard point. Stun out. Takmar saves Aluka to the knife for Luca. Aluka tries to get the double slash. Will only find one. Delays Dom enough, though, that he's not able to help Dom-X. He'll settle for trades if you're a FaZe Falcons. A crucial hard point for them as they close the deficit.
Oh, keeping 2 players at bay off of those antics? Yeah, he'll take that every single day of the week. That was just good enough of finding 2 kills for Aluka. He's going to suck on the back of the scrap time. Up to 90 seconds, already soaked. Gonna get the confirmation that Kick still spawns into the backside of Dragon. Rock Esports trying to cycle their way back into P4 the way that they found success throughout the previous set. Just getting back in towards Dragon. But we were just going blow for blow. Players stepping up for killing in a moment after one another. 20-point deficit now from FaZe Falcons. They're going to have at least the P4 side of the map for the time being, but Rock Esports just doing a bang-up job playing inside the time.
Just trying to maintain that advantage right now. You can push up as long as somebody's pushed back. That's been the call made. You can see Dom-X on the mini-map. He recognizes he has to retreat here. So those spawns don't flip out. Now no choice but to push up the map. FaZe Falcons soaking up time here on P1. King of Bodhi looking to force the issue. Weak for the fight there. Maybe a little over egregious. Roxas will get traded out for the time. FaZe Falcons, though, still look pretty good here for this time. And Rocky Sports will now give it up. Looking towards rotation. Nobody in couches just yet. Nox takes advantage of that to push through. Now Rock have plugged that hole. The FaZe Falcons still being a nuisance. Still going through. Now down to Dom. The last player off that spawn as the spawns now flip against him. And Dom doubles up. Now players can get through the front for Rock as those back spawns start to come through for FaZe Falcons. One more player to deal with. And now they can start to filter in.
Yeah, they got the pinch around the backside. FaZe Falcons still spotting nearby. 40 seconds left to play. They're starting to find some intro kills. Can anybody find that next influential double? It's just damage. They keep cycling the players in. There's Dom. Has damage into the third to bump forward for his next 2 teammates that spawn forward. Rock Esports just ahead of the curve. Just keeping FaZe Falcons trapped at the bottom side of the stairs.
Yeah, it is going to be FaZe Falcons continuing to butt heads into this hard point. They do have the numbers now to hold it. And the thing is, for Rocky Sports here, there's no real reason to hit 15 seconds of time. And even for FaZe Falcons as well, even if you lose on a 1-for-1, you need to invest it towards this scrap time and towards this rotation. Excuse me, it's a mistake I see so many teams make here. Neither will make it. Butting heads now, 3 for 2 on this new hard point. First trade goes FaZe Falcons' way. They get control of Tin. Can they hold it, though? Roxas gets cut down. Nox trying to survive here. That Semtex makes him weak. He gets cut down. All down to Aluka in the 1 versus 1. You're going to get help from the middle of the map. He might not need help. Runs out of bullets in both of his weapons. The player will survive, but help has arrived. FaZe Falcons have now got the reinforcements in.
A shout out to Lucas Dupiece. I mean, Roxas staying alive inside of Tin was so crucial, but keeping it scrappy just within 10 seconds. FaZe Falcons in possession of the time. Rock Esports still hitting it from the front. They got the P4 spawns. A quick little battle through the middle of the map. Nox doubles down. That guarantees the 1v1 for King of Bodhi to win. He can start surging forward. Confirms they're still spotting back Dojo. But you got to home Dom-X. He spawns out. FaZe Falcons are ready for it.
Yeah, good read for that. Spawn out. You know how janky these spawns can be. You move over towards the other side of the hard point, that Dojo side, and you're more likely than not to spawn somebody out. Whether they consistently read that's going to be the case, this is a question for me. Rick Sold, waste some time here. That will open the door for players from Rock Esports to get through the front of the hard point, and Dom-X and Dom will walk through it. But they're isolated. They're dealing with pressure from both sides. Aluka is dealt with. Kick's also finding frags here. King of Bodhi isolated. Rock find their way in.
Yeah, and they got the back spawns to boot. 227, 231. Elite swap is about to be coming through. FaZe Falcons cannot become desperate. They're starting to overextend, and they're isolating themselves. 3 in the feed. Nox does find the entry. Can they get in time for the contest? They're spotting so far out.
Yeah, one last hit, and you got a full sprint at the hard point. Can FaZe Falcons win the race? Dom, brilliantly plugged, spots out the second player. Aluka does find one, though. It's a 3-on-1 inside the hard point, and Aluka just has too many threats on the radar. Rock Esports, the biggest threat of them all.
Yeah, big bounce back moment coming through from Rock Esports. Just quick little business, big fist bumps, of course, to speak of. But I mean, what a massive moment for Rock Esports after quite literally getting obliterated. That's their last time sitting down. FaZe Falcons have been on an absolute warpath since sitting in these chairs. I mean, the 3-0 versus Omnia, the way they've been sitting here continuously ever since their win versus the push, like, albeit their follow-up loss, These guys have been on an absolute heater. So you finally suppress them ever so slightly. And just the amount of engagements that the FaZe Falcons get into. These guys are not afraid of a gunfight, especially a Luca. It felt like that there's so many Herculean moments that this kid gets put into. He just sways in his favor. 21 objective kills on top of his 1 minute and 42 seconds is absolutely absurd. Everybody firing. It's just a slight lead always held. Rock Esports going to be able to put FaZe Falcons down.
All right, well, elsewhere around the grounds, we have another losers bracket matchup going on right now. Huntsman going head-to-head with the Telluride Bush Gaming side. And Bush have been on a hell of a lower bracket run to get to this point. They've gone through 3 consecutive matches. They've won every single one, and it's been more convincing every single time. They had to reverse sweep to even start this entire crusade. They were 2-0 down to CRGX Outbreak at the start of the day, and it felt like the Bush might see a premature shave. Not today, said they, as they've been on a tear in that lower bracket, and now they have to get past the Huntsman to see Championship Sunday. Swoody with a sniper rifle. Huntsman, they want to deny they're 1-0 down in this series, and every single time I see Swoody with a sniper rifle, I expect something special. He's not going to find anything off the initial. Switches to that N15 to be more helpful on the post plant.
Abe's the first point of contact. He's inside a Tiki. They didn't fully clear it. Damage is going to be there. Can he still find the kill? No. Renegade's going to find that first blood, and just everybody collapsed. Abe just not catching good timing. Needed the first to keep it interesting. Cammy now in a 1v4 for the ace. Won't even find a single one. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Huntsman ever since they've dropped down. We didn't really see much of it. They lost to Omit Brooklyn in that winter semifinal, 250-86 on Gridlock. They come into this Colossus map 1 versus Telluride Bush, who, again, are on a heater ever since getting a stern talking to since FaZe Falcons. Let's just say that. They 250-93 them on Colossus. It's just a very, very interesting. Like, Sweetie goes 12-31.
Yeah.
A long days of Call of Duty. The Huntsman at least 2-0 up here to keep things interesting. Great search and destroy.
Yeah, we want a competitive match here for sure. Don't want to see the Huntsman go down without a fight. Got a lot left in them. Renegade especially, kicking things off that first blood. One player still got towards Ring. Capstone could be a bit of a nuisance here, and exactly what he's going to be. Hasn't been traded out just yet. Capstone still in the mix, and finally gets cut down. Now all down to Cammy, taking some shots. That's the information that Huntsman will require. But Cammy has options here, has the bomb in hand, and has time to play with.
Can he isolate one of these players? Brack, I think, might have been scouted out on the cross. Well, Cammy's going to give up his red dot regardless. You know, he's just going to have an impossible task ahead of him. Brack might not have seen him all the way down. And if you want to watch the rest of this, go to youtube.com/COD Challengers. Johnny on that force spree. Looking good to maintain that as Brack will die. So a 3-0 up goes the Huntsman, who are looking for a bounce back in this lower round matchup. Again, winner goes on to tomorrow. Top 4 guaranteed. Same to be said for Rock Esports, who have 1-0 up over FaZe Falcons.
If there's anybody you want to be on an S&D on Rock, it's Domex with a sniper rifle, because you know that he's going to pull something special off. Some M15 on the ground. Gets a gunny off the back of it. Doesn't matter what weapon he has in hand, he is going to get a kill. Domex just doing Domex things. They had the numbers for that retake. And Rock, they make that one look easy as pie.
Yeah, even trying to scrub through their 1-6 loss, search and destroy loss against Omit. Like, Domex, in a map like Scar, Fringe, where he could be like that Swiss Army knife, whatever weapon he wants to pull out, he's going to expect to find value with. Just wasn't really coming through, so you expect some pretty big things coming through from Rock Esports, who, again, were annihilating EMEA competition at the top of the pecking order beginning of this season, coming up short. Some may thought in a lot of different instances probably could have won versus a pro team or two yesterday. Still looking to fight for that Sunday. Win that opening round out here on their offense. Dom's immediately inside a shop. He's uncontested.
It feels like Dom is the key to this play, or Domex, of course, because he can brute force his way through with the sniper rifle. Gonna keep on saying we've seen him do magical things. There's the information off the back of the nade. And the real estate too, because King of Bodhi has no choice but to move back. Domex can now sit top, but does get double chowed. That is a beautiful double chow coming through from FaZe Falcons. Worth saying as well, Nox also has the sniper rifle, so it's not like Domex is uncontested here. The numbers in favor. Oh, and it doesn't matter whether you contest Domex. He is the one that will win the fight. Rock now, 3 versus 2 with 30 on the clock.
He is the one that calls. My word. 2v3. King of Bodhi, he's gonna slide in towards shop. Kicks up, he's hot off the flank through P1. Just unknown, uncontested. You may find numbers, but in the post plant, and you may even be holding the pre-aim. That immediate snap just makes everything fall and crumble right in front of their very eyes. Rock Esports here on Scar Search Destroy very early. We'll get it looking one more time. There it is. Slide. He actually gave up the pre-aim. He saw the glint just go away. That's just some superior COD timing, but regardless, Domex, absolute monstrosity that he is. You talk about his sniper rifle input, so much so that FaZe Falcons only have a single kill in 2 rounds.
That snipe is the kind of thing that I'd be tossing a tournament in bed over. Just like, you close your eyes and
Sleep
that's what you see.
paralysis monster over there, like just Domex's sniper. Come on, man.
That's a horrible way to describe Domex. Although, being perfectly honest, I think it's a fair, accurate description.
Just in COD.
How FaZe Falcons see him. Yeah, absolutely. Just every time you spawn in on Scar now. Kills going, Rock Esports wake it. 4v2. Oh, goodness gracious. Domex, the spidey senses are tingling. Almost gets turned on. Aluka stuck between 3 players. Choose your adventure. It's not going to be a nice one, regardless of where you go. Rock are feeling comfy here on Scar.
FaZe Falcons just have nothing to stop these opening duels. But we saw it at the beginning of like the previous round when they were on offense, but like from Rock Esports, like the utility that's getting them forward is just so respectable. It's obviously so well rehearsed. Everything has a reason. The ebb and flow that they are moving differently right now with. These 3 rounds needs a response. I would expect almost a 4-player bang out coming through from FaZe Falcons to try to get the flow going together, and that's what it's seemingly starting to look like. Turtling things up, playing things comfortable. Gonna try to play for the shot control. Yeah, just bank things out, get numbers early. Nobody even there to even sniff the slightest bit of trade. So FaZe Falcons finally get numbers, Brody. What can they do with it?
Changing
They can throw it away.
Yeah. I don't think we needed that position, if I'm honest with King of Bodhi, right? I mean, it kind of forces Rock into a corner in a way. Like, yeah, you're basically forcing them to make a ramp through towards B, which is what they're expecting with the positioning of Aluka and Roxas. You just don't need King of Bodhi in that position, and a perfectly placed nade from Domex makes matters worse. Now you're reliant on an advanced position here from Nox to pull this round off in your favor. There's no reason for Rixol to expect this one. The jump... Did he see with the way that he jumped over? I don't think that he did. Either that or he's playing this extremely patiently. It is going to be somewhat, at least the latter. Rixol finally lets the position known! Oh, goodness me! Have some bloody mercy!
Nah, no quarter given. Domex just hit him with the style points at the end.
Brother,
He almost got zapped, but like...
Just ban him. Just, like, honestly, there should be, like, I know we're a GA happy community here, okay? Let's just drum up a GA, because they're all rubbish anyway. Domex can't use a sniper rifle, because let's be honest, if there's anything that's OP, it's that.
It's just not allowed. I had to take off my glasses. I'm literally crying with, like, the amount of fun that I'm imagining just Domex is having, like, in this situation. 11 spree, combined 4 kills for FaZe Falcons. Our Rock Esports are not losing rounds. Domex is not missing shots. He's got a Hellstorm. I was about to say, he might just call it in for the funsies of it. Like, witnessing, like, just like a pub stomp right in front of our eyes. He might be going for camos.
Yeah, listen, let's just have more fun. More fun. Domex, take heads. Call it a game. This is a generational performance right here. 8-0. He hasn't bloody died. How many more can he get? On the wraparound, a couple more frags to get. I think at this point, if I'm Kix and Dom, I'm like, yeah, listen, we'll let you have these kills. Dom will take one off the board. King of Bodhi now for the 1v2 to get around on the board. It's worth saying, Rock still do, technically speaking, has to get the fuse here. So King of Bodhi has that to play for, but they have a perfect idea as to where he is. Domex will get the final kill because, of course, he does.
Kix found that early damage back blue. just fed Dom X to find the 9 spree as well. You're gonna tip the observers here. I mean, like, no need to switch anything if this guy's just hitting clips. I respect it because it is very true. You see Rock Esports just absolutely cool as a cucumber. Search and destroy really can be that easy. Everybody sitting at home when your sniper just does that. See it one more time. Here's the first. Then the pixel peek, just barely getting the headshot on the Roxas is filthy. Like a mere like half of his head, pixel wise, was even peeking. 14 spree now for Dom X and Kicks. Feels like this is a 6-0 guaranteed. 2-0 up for Rock Esports. FaZe Falcons, if you got anything, now's the time to show it.
Yeah, if it was me, I think my head would be in the deepest, dirtiest, grimiest bin possible.
Mine's in there for him.
Yeah, this is horrendous. They do draw first blood, though. There is a way back into this for FaZe Falcons. The full sale is always possible. First way is to get the first blood. Domex might be contested here. Has no idea that Nox is pushed up towards a motel, but Nox doesn't exactly have the cleanest of shots on towards Domex either. So if you are going to shoot at Domex, you better make sure you don't miss, and that is exactly why. It just does not matter what position he's in. He will snipe you. Double digits. Perfect score for Domex. 10-0. FaZe Falcon's secret weapon here in this round is that positioning from Nox. Does he get red is the question. He's decided to play this one patiently. Doesn't check the corner. Kicks, but he wins the gunfight anyway. Nox gets the first shots. Luke will trade things out down to a 2v2 with 30 on the clock.
Someone cue a flawless sound. 16 spree between Kicks and Dom X. Still alive. Bomb in the back of Dom X. He's going in the Hellstorm missile. He doesn't have time for this. I mean, Kicks is trying to buy some time around mid. Wins the next gunfight. Dom X wins the other outside of blue. How are you ever going to expect where he's located at? It's an absolute flawless 18 between the two of them. No deaths. Trick shots. Pixel shots. Dom X sniper masterclass. We're aura farming on stage right now. Come on, man. League of Maneuvers.
It's just pure ice. Like, that is literally all it is, right? I mean, we can talk about how insanely good Domex is in Search and Destroy. I mean, that's been talked about to death. It's the way that they win them 6-0, and they're just like, yeah, fist bumps, cool. Just another day in the office. That's all it is for Rock Esports. These guys honestly are incredible in Search and Destroy. It genuinely feels like a trip. Like, it's like a trip to Disneyland. Is what you get when you watch Rock Esports in Search and Destroy, because they are pretty much perfect. And almost every single time, and we do have to talk about it, almost every single time that you're like, all right, cool. So in this situation, Domex is watching a lane of some kind. He needs to find a kill because that's the way that they're going to win this round. It's like, you just know that Domex is going to get that kill. Honestly, one of the most brutal experiences I think any player could go through in Search and Destroy is being on the other side of a boomstick that's being held by Domex. It is genuinely a terrifying experience.
I'm just beside myself on how you go from barely losing by 18 seconds to getting slammed in a map number 2 without taking a single round. We went four rounds before we saw any influential numbers for FaZe Falcons. And that break is, I mean, it's got to beat some of the most inspirational talk you could ever have amongst yourselves. Because this might be it. Exposure overload. Rock Esports are in championship form on the bounce back after getting mollywop from Omit. They're moving a little different here, pal. I just don't really see a way that FaZe Falcons are working their way back into it. On Bravo, just to catch everybody else up, Huntsman, we left them at 3-0. They won map 2 6-2, so that's guaranteed to go for. I can only imagine, especially with the CDL in its conclusion, we're getting some gathering around the area with some of the big names still left around inside the pit here on a late Saturday night.
Everything is just crazy at the moment. I honestly, we want this one to go the distance. This is the Saudi Bowl after all, right? We've kind of hyped up this match as two Titanic teams going head to head. It doesn't feel like that at the moment, does it? It feels like Rock are the Titans and FaZe are but an ant under their boots. certainly, at least in that search and destroy. However, there is always propensity for a bounce back as we go into exposure overload next up. But I think one of the things that always happens in this situation, no matter kind of at what level you're at, obviously like the best of the best in the world can always bounce back from any loss in search and destroy. There's always an element of momentum, of snowballing going into the next one. Rocky Sports are going to come at them flying in this overload. Like, I think they're going to come out with some momentum. And I would say, I think if FaZe Falcons go down early on in this overload, I find it difficult to envision a world in which they're able to bounce back, because getting 6-0'd in search and destroy and finding yourself a hole in overload as that map number 3 kicks off, that is a difficult hole to climb out of.
Oh, they're not going to be lacking confidence even in the slightest. Like I can picture the smile on Vortex's face going back during the break. All of this is just like, I mean, you guys are the truth, y'all are him. I'm sure the phrase he's actually saying, I probably can't, I'm definitely can't say on live. So I definitely love to be able to see the flow that Rock are going to be able to find for themselves. Because out of the 4 teams that got knocked down from the pro bracket, if you had told me that P7 Notorious got knocked down and Rock Esports found themselves here, I would have called you a crazy person. But that's the world that we're living in, man. I'm just happy to be able to see it all go down.
Yep. Alrighty, well, we are 2 maps deep into our final losers round of the day here on Saturday, the Call of Duty Challengers Atlanta Open. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we've got more action and the conclusion of the day's events. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Challengers Atlanta Open live from DreamHack. We have FaZe Falcons going head-to-head with Rock Esports, and Rock just put FaZe Falcons into the dirt. It's now on the FaZe Falcons squad to clamber out of it.
You're at the very least going in towards a respawn for FaZe Falcons, where you're obviously a lot more comfortable, especially on the day. This is one where you're going to expect for your impact players to start getting lost, looking for players like Nox, Aluka to have their bounce back here against Rock Esports, but easier said than done, especially on Expo. This is a map mode combination that if you start to make some of the unforced errors that we've known and expect for a handful of teams that we've seen on the weekend, Brody, well, you're going to be put into a blunder.
Well, I will say, at the start of this game, so far, so good for FaZe Falcons, right? I mean, King of Bodhi started strong on a 4 spree. So they've done well, I think, to kind of settle the pace down after that search and destroy. Because the worry was, at least for me, was that Rock Esports were going to come out and dismantle FaZe Falcons right from the word go. So that hasn't happened. And FaZe Falcons, as a matter of fact, can actually now start put something together themselves. Nox at 5-2. King of Bodhi at 6-1 now. It's a 6-3 for him. That's going to be an overload through. Kicks will stop it. King of Bodhi goes down. It's worth saying, though, with King of Bodhi being on a 6-3 being so close in proximity to the overload portal, there is a high chance that a Hellstorm missile might already be on the board for the FaZe Falcons roster.
Yeah, get that assist radius. Gotta be seeing a little bit of a rally coming as well. King of Bodhi, aforementioned, not even a part of the play outside of just carrying the device. Dom needs to go huge, only able to at least find one. So, the immediate rally, the P2 spawn comes through for the device. Effectiveness coming through the FaZe Falcons. They have not skipped a beat. Look at the proactivity. Rox is already down low, their side dirt. To play cutoff from the spawners. Can't even go 1-for-1. Would have been a massive moment. Rock Esports looking to bounce back after FaZe Falcons scored 2 very quickly.
Yeah, there's a good opportunity to do so as well. Yeah, that's 3 down. This is basically a guaranteed bounce back coming through from Rock Esports. Stabilization here from the Rock boys. Now right back from the face is the FaZe Falcons as well. Still there. Dom does get traded out. And actually, it's going to be Dom on the other side now, Rock Esports, that have a Hellstorm missile. 10-7. You wouldn't think so, but yeah, off the bounce back that they had when that one overload, there will be one on hand for Frock now. When do they use it? When we have that in mind later on. FaZe Falcons positioned well here for a capture of their own. Rocky Sports are overextended through tank. There's a back overextension coming through from Dom. You're not stopping this one, though. And that's 3 kills off the back of it, too. Both of these rosters being incredibly successful at not just getting an overload in, but actually finding kills after that detonation.
Yeah, it's just like the right kills. Most influential ones you're mostly seeing. Nox on a 6-spree. Gonna be able to find that 7, so the Hellstorm has been earned. Actually, no, he's just an assist away, so... He'll back down ever so slightly, wait for the rest of his teammates. King of Bodhi will be one of those teammates, starting to sprint a little bit further forward. Rock Esports, I mean, not even going to be in a position to try to contest this, and that's the half. 4-1. FaZe Falcons just absolutely styling on Rock Esports, who didn't even look like they spawned in. This is the same team that just won 6-0, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's worth saying that Rock are just search and destroy gods. Like, search and destroy is their specialty. Mainly down to Domex. Like, I don't want to take anything away from anybody else on the roster, because obviously we know that everybody else was having a fun time there as well. You know, we would give some love to Rixold, because he was doing some damage in that map. But, like, I think it's just the presence on Search and Destroy for Domex makes them such a potent Search and Destroy team. Yeah. When it comes to the respawns, obviously they're great, but it's worth saying that's where FaZe Falcons are going to be more competitive in this series. So... FaZe Falcons looking pretty good here. Nox coming into this one 14-4 on a casual 7-spree. One more frag will earn him a Hellstorm missile, and there it is. How much more damage can you get off the back of it? Kicks trades you out. Overload now shifted up the middle of the map here. FaZe Falcons should be able to grab that one and fire it right back at Rock. One lingering player that threatens them from the middle of the map has been dealt with. And now this train can start to ride forward here. Aluka gets the clamber, puts him in a bad position. Not able to cleanly get away from the fight. His presence is still a nuisance, though, that Rock will have to contend with. They have stopped the push up, though. Now Aluka and Nox need to get involved, and they're not involved for long. So, steady defense for Rock.
Not a whole lot of offensive pressure thus far. They know this is coming dirt. Luka's already prepared for the overextension. Hellstorm missile also being invested here by Nox, just as the response. That should stop it. Or he even gets there. Actually forces out a team kill, but that's more than fine. Deal with Dom inside of the spinning box. Still with the pressure surmounting over by Zig. A pressure starting to develop out from Nox. He actually doesn't even route towards it. I don't think he knows that these 2 players are located over here. So Rixold, they also got kicks, splitting back out of P3. Still in a position to try to score, but they don't touch the device. And FaZe Falcons find the 4 dead. What a turn of events.
Rixold on the respawn can tell us what it's like to be on top of a building on the map. FaZe Falcons now shifting forward. King of Bodhi can't get the shots on cleanly. Doesn't really matter too much as long as Aluka flies off the wall, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Yet another detonation through 4 overloads, by the way, in this map so far for Aluka. DJ specialist for the FaZe Falcons. Also having a pretty good time on the KD2. Nox doing the vast majority of the slaying for this roster. There's always one more pesky player to deal with on FaZe Falcons. This time it's Roxas, who plays his life to perfection, uses the grooves of the solar panels to stay out of the line of sight of kicks. That's a double that will get FaZe Falcons right back into the conversation, right back into the mix for an offensive effort of their own. They are still technically outnumbered here. King of Bodhi just needs to play his life down to 14 HP. He kind of has no other choice but to do that. And again, it's just all about moving up the map here. Hellstorm missile now coming down. Nox recognizes where it's going, recognizes he's safe from it, and now wants to help out his teammate.
I think just a moment's too late for Rock Esports. You got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They're able to find at least 2 in response. Still one more hanging around is King of Bodhi. He's still able to find one more. Able to swing back around. Last bullet for the NPC going for the reload, but he still finds the impact. Stops any sort of offense from being put together. Here comes the rest of his teammates just to start pushing it out. Rock Esports needed to score within that moment. This one just might be too far gone. 24 and 10 out of Nox, 20 and 14 from Roxas. Just absolutely dunking on Rock Esports right now.
Oh, it's a sick joke. Nox just continuing on a spree. Guy opens his door, gets shot, and you think that of me. No, he is the one. You Nox looking for more kills. Nox gonna fall 6-1. FaZe Falcons running through Rock Esports, and we asked whether or not FaZe Falcons would feel dejected, deflated. All of the Ds certainly felt Rocksty in that search and destroy. Nope, absolutely not. They have come out firing on all cylinders here. And with 90 seconds left, with the way that the overload rules work here nowadays, short of something genuinely spectacular, this is done. Well, we can pretty much call it.
Something spectacular, you say?
Listen, pal, I will do all sorts of ridiculously stupid and outrageous things. If
He
Rocky
spawns
Sports
every
pull off
10
a comeback
seconds?
from 6-1 down. I mean, that's true, right? But, I mean, I could, technically speaking, learn how to juggle in 10 seconds. It's not going to happen.
I'm just saying mathematically it's still possible, but like logically, this one's been done since the half. The 4-1 half, Rock Esports like literally were putting down their controllers. I don't even know. Like the clapback that was this overload will be truly studied for moments to come. That said, Rock Esports looking to at least score their third. Dom's gonna get stunned up. Still able to score. Mathematically still possible. Just saying.
Yeah, listen, mathematically still possible, but it's just not going to happen, mate. But, I'm a negative Nancy. It's just not going to happen in month Sundays. Rock Esports trying it still. A couple of kills coming through here. They might well get a full overload. I will say, the defense is somewhat weakened here. Yeah, listen, it was mathematically impossible. Like, it was feasibly impossible about a minute ago. I will say, though, I think FaZe Falcons kind of weakened their defensive line there for the back half of that one. I think with that last minute and a 30, they probably had the same mindset we did. It's just like, yeah, we're 6-1 up. This one's a donezo at this point.
This is just
Nox
mean.
is just having fun with the EMP device, just going to throw himself out towards the open. Doesn't really make a lick of a difference whether he dies, whether he gets a 7th overload through. Would be nice if he got a 7-1 overload through, and there is a real chance he's just playing lead blocker. He doesn't care at this point. He just wants it to be over, so those 5th bumps can go through. FaZe Falcons, life in them yet.
Hey, he's sitting on the outside, just like, yo, come on, man, like, let me score. Just give me that 7th score and make the stat line look that much better. Big bounce back moment. You see some smiles coming through from the FaZe Falcons boys. Gonna be feeling a lot better about themselves going in towards the rest of this series, especially off of how close that map 1 was, but just how different Rock Esports were in Search and Destroy. And yeah, I know that we should all be very aware of what we're going to get ourselves into when we think about Rock Esports on Search and Destroy, but you'd almost guarantee, like, through the rest of the season, even through EMEA, I don't know what that jab, that wasn't meant to be a full jab, but I'm just saying in general, like, the firepower comparatively has not been much there from the teams represented on both sides. Rock Esports should very much so be up to snuff, especially this late in the day when it comes down to playing at that pace. And speaking of 2 teams that playing at that pace, or at least one of them, as far as this best of 5 is concerned, the Bush, they're back and they're up huge.
Massive performance coming out from the Bush here. Relatively similar situation, looking by the kills and the fact that Telluride Bush are past the score of 4. This is the second half here, and that means that for the Huntsmen, they're in a similar position to where Rock were just a second ago, in which it's not necessarily mathematically impossible to come back, but it would take a hell of an effort to come back from 5-1 down with 90 seconds on the clock, but we have to at least entertain the prospect. Huntsman, they have the overload, and they get the first through, so the comeback now starting to come together.
Oh my god.
Nice as well.
He just drops it right on his forehead as that trade. Still, there's that sleep paralysis demon you keep mentioning, Brody. Simon Swooty. Capsidal, also finding pressure forward. Renegade shut down. 17 and 25 from Renegade, 15 and 28 out of Johnny. I mean, that is as uncharacteristic for the Huntsman in respawns as you could possibly draw things up. Telluride Bush having an absolute field day in this one. A combined 62 eliminations between Abe and Capsidal as they are looking to feast upon this green team that was just in the Pro-Am to start off yesterday in the entirety of the tournament. And might find themselves down 2-1. It's not mathematically impossible for another 2 seconds, but this one's out of reach.
Yep, no way forward now for the Bush. Abe will try it. Make the stats look a little bit nicer. He's had some nice stats in this game anyway. 34 and 26. Why not? Just try and get another one through. 15 seconds. Can Swoody get a consolation prize with one last overload? He can. Detonation for Swoody. An Electric player on the Huntsman roster. One of the newer additions. And it is going to at least make this somewhat more of a palatable swallow as Huntsman. Well, not a good position to be in. Bush now 2-1 up in the lower bracket. Huntsman backs against the wall. They lose one more map, and they are done at top 6. We'll keep you guys updated with that one. If you want to watch it, though, you can do so over at youtube.com/COD Challenges. For now, Rocky Sports versus FaZe Falcons. Rock, just one map away. They couldn't get it done in the Overload. Perhaps they can get it done here on Gridlock.
The Huntsman's Overload just really has been buns this entire weekend. They won 4-2 versus Carolina, but it seems that they've lost keeping things interesting on this day. Keeping it open on a very long day is not what you want, especially for what they represent, what they did in that stage 3. See what if they're going to be able to bounce back. But yeah, man, I think that for Rocky Sports on the other side of things, if you can walk away with this Gridlock hardpoint, you're going to be feeling really good about yourself. FaZe Falcons, I mean, the name for their game here, Brody, you just got to keep up the pace. Just got to keep running down their adversaries, knowing that you have better overall just team shots than the opponents of Rocky Sports. That said, they do have the rotation, do FaZe Falcons, mostly spawning over on the left side of the map. That's why you're seeing Rocky Sports starting to push through the old time. They will get those spawns on the backside of the underpass too.
Play being made from Domex. Those spawns out. In fact, being won by kicks inside the hard point is going to give Rock a feasible look at breaking this bad boy. Maybe at the top from Dom. Going to connect on towards anything. That's a tough gunfight to take. That car heady is so difficult. Domex trying to take some shots through the wall here. Player inside the gift shop to remove. Dom goes to the pistol, picks up an MCC off the ground. Can Domex win the fight? Doesn't really make a difference. Distracts that player long enough that Rixold can come through for it, and the pinstripe kill feed will favor Rock Esports. They'll continue to replenish their forces here. FaZe Falcons assaulting through the front of the point. FaZe Falcons looking to try and get in for the time, and they just can't do it right now. Rock Esports doing a splendid job at taking that time away.
Yeah, they sure are. Kicks is already here, out of the rotation towards New. Looking to branch this as well. Not expecting for 2 players to be inside of the showers, and well, Nox is going to be right there to be able to find his second on this life. So all the red arrows FaZe Falcons, very much so flooding around the north side of the hill. Here comes the recontest out from Rock Esports. Got one player on a very deep pump all the way through the connector. It's going to be watched by King of Bodhi. This 1v1 is going to guarantee the 3v3 on the opposite side.
Yep, 4 kills coming through for FaZe Falcons. So they'll solidify things here for the moment. Lock this hard point down. Nox will be the first point of call for Rock Esports on this push. Here we go. In they come. Domex down for the count now. Roxas keeping an eye on the trade, but it's 3 down. Roxas can only do so much in that position. He takes one with him, but that is a back 15 ascertained by Rock Esports. I don't know for how long. I'll be perfectly honest here, because Kiss is going to have to deal with the players coming off the respawn. And